Okay. Hoping people roll in here soon. Gonna do some time lapses here. Just waiting for people to come in. That's a pretty nice sunset. Always scary to see that fire in the frame, though. This is the last 12 hours. This is a loop from Mount Wilson Observatory. Hey, welcome back, Bo. Welcome back. Hey, welcome back, Major Flat D. Nice, nice. It's raining. Cool. Yeah, we're watching a time lapse of the last 12 hours down here at the Wilson Observatory. It's nice to see the fire moved away from it. We'll check on everything in just a minute. I just go and refresh the cams and do a 12-hour time lapse on each of those. Oh man. And we continue to listen to the LA area major fire event. That is nightmarish. Let's do a 12-hour time lapse. So glad to hear you got rain down there. I'll check the weather too in a minute. I hope the other video actually gets uploaded, but I think one of two things happens. YouTube just doesn't upload all of it if it goes over 12 hours, or just none of it gets uploaded. Alright, we're waiting for the time lapse to compile itself. I really hate this. I have to restart the stream every 12 hours. And had like almost 20 people watching, and then now I have 3. All I had to do is restart the stream, but YouTube won't automatically do that. People have to click a bunch of buttons to reconnect. Okay, we can see some smoke in the distance. Yuck. The night falls. Yeah, I think the wind changed. I think the fire next to the tower here is probably more of their backfiring activities. I mean, purposefully lit fire activities. Unreal. So that is the last image we have in this camera. So that is right now. That's going on right now. So this next camera, I'll try and refresh it too. This is from far away. This is at ski resort. And these aren't very helpful, but these are the color images we have. This is looking to the south. Beautiful city lights. And this is looking towards the north. And you can see the dome over here. So the fire is in the canyon over there. This is looking pretty far west. You can kind of see the fire there. I think this is looking due north again. But that is worrisome. That's the fire there. This is from the top of the dome. Hey Judy, welcome back. So we got quite a lot of fire here in the canyon to the northwest. We need to check the wind and see which direction it's going. It kind of seems like it's coming back the way of the towards the observatory, which they kind of predicted in the they predicted that in the weather behavior today with the wind. But there you can see it in the color camera. And all these do refresh themselves every couple of minutes. So I think I'll leave it right there for a minute. We still can hear the firefighter chatter. And I need to go refresh myself and grab a coffee. I'll be back in about 5. Well, if they have a community meeting, I'll turn that audio on.
Whether Southern California Edison are looking into whether Southern California Edison is to blame for the Bobcat fire. Tonight, Edison admits it does have high power lines near the origin of the fire, and they may have failed. KCAL 9's Candace Crone reports.
From above, you can see charred land near Southern California Edison power lines at the Cogswell Reservoir in the mountains above Azusa. Today, Edison revealed it had an equipment issue near the dam minutes before the fire started there September 6th. Smoke was visible on a sky camera.
Wow. I just saw that as I was looking for a community update. So, Southern California Edison cooperating with federal investigators into a potential link to the Bobcat fire. Oh, yeah. Like I keep saying, power lines. Wow. So I'm trying to get back to a community meeting at the Bobcat Fire channel. And that's the first thing that came up in my feed. So that SoCal Edison cooperating with federal investigators into a potential link to the Bobcat fire. Yep. Wow, power companies. So that will refresh itself, that image. I'm trying to get at least the audio of the latest update on the fire while I go and refresh myself. Let's see here. Yep, power company. I'm going to rewind that.
Investigators are looking into whether Southern California Edison is to blame for the Bobcat fire. Tonight, Edison admits it does have high power lines near the origin of the fire, and they may have failed. KCAL.
Yep, that's the headline. Okay, one moment. Let's see. Let's see if I can get a community update. There's an actual Bobcat Fire YouTube channel, so I'm just gonna... Okay, 2 hours ago there was an update. So let me switch to that real quick. And here we go.
Good evening, Carrie Gilland, Planning Operations Trainee for California Incident Management Team 1. Tonight I'm going to provide an operational update for September 23rd, 2020. I'm going to start towards the northern portion of the fire where we gained additional containment, which is in part due to all the resources we continue to receive. This portion here towards Pear Blossom, Juniper Hills, resources continue to patrol, mop up. Everything within this portion, we've had no change. Fire progression has moderated, and resources continue out to the east towards Punch Bowl. This portion within Punch Bowl that goes down to Pinion Ridge, resources continued to mop up and patrol. We also had additional resources in Big Rock Creek Road prepping this portion. They also continued this hand line down to Highway 2 and put a hose lay in place on that portion today. There was increased activity just outside of Mount Lewis and Door Canyon. People should have seen potential flames as well as additional smoke in that area, which is about 8 to 10 miles from Wrightwood. We had resources patrolling Highway 2 all the way out to the 39. Coming down the 39, we've had no additional growth on this portion of the fire, continuing all the way down to the San Gabriel Reservoir. We continue to have resources patrol and monitor everything along the 39 down to the southern portion where it ties into the existing fire scars from the 2020 ranch, the 2016 reservoir, and the 2016 fish fire. Continuing down to the south where there's the Boy Scout camp, resources continue to patrol, mop up any smokes out all the way to Santa Anita Canyon Road. Coming into Santa Anita Canyon, resources continue to mop up all the way up to Mount Wilson. The portion within Mount Wilson that we completed the firing operation in today, we tried to get additional depth within this green pocket as well as out in this northern pocket. However, we had adverse conditions and it was blowing embers and smoke across the line. So resources held this portion all the way out to Red Box and out to the 2, and they mopped everything up as well as everything around Camp Hill High School. Everything within this portion looks really good. They're gonna try to get additional depth within the green pockets this evening. Continuing out to Barley Flats, resources continue to work this portion of the slop. However, there was one 3 to 5 acre slop in here today. Resources put line around it and they stopped forward progression on this portion of the slop. There was also aviation resources working on that as well. Continuing out to this portion, that goes out to the 2, and it goes up to the road system that goes up to Vetter Lookout. We've had no additional growth or change within the fire. Resources continue to monitor this portion of the slop. However, no additional change. Continuing up to these communities, we have resources in here. However, they've completed all the prep around the structures that is needed. Out towards Highway 2, where it says draw point 86, resources started going direct on the fire's edge, and they're continuing out to the north. However, due to the steep, rugged terrain, it's going to take several days to get resources all the way along this portion of the fire's edge, continuing through the station fire scar, all the way out to the north, which stops at Little Rock Reservoir. That'll conclude our evening update. I'll talk to you again tomorrow. Thank you.
Sorry guys, I missed the part about the observatory. I need to replay that again for myself, so I'm going to let that run one more time, and I'll be right back.
Good evening, Carrie Gilland, Planning Operations Trainee for California Incident Management Team 1. Tonight I'm going to provide an operational update for September 23rd, 2020. I'm going to start towards the northern portion of the fire where we gained additional containment, which is in part due to all the resources we continue to receive. This portion here towards Pear Blossom, Juniper Hills, resources continue to patrol, mop up. Everything within this portion, we've had no change. Fire progression has moderated, and resources continue out to the east towards Punch Bowl. This portion within Punch Bowl that goes down to Pinion Ridge, resources continued to mop up and patrol. We also had additional resources in Big Rock Creek Road prepping this portion. They also continued this hand line down to Highway 2 and put a hose lay in place on that portion today. There was increased activity just outside of Mount Lewis and Door Canyon. People should have seen potential flames as well as additional smoke in that area, which is about 8 to 10 miles from Wrightwood. We had resources patrolling Highway 2 all the way out to the 39. Coming down the 39, we've had no additional growth on this portion of the fire, continuing all the way down to the San Gabriel Reservoir. We continue to have resources patrol and monitor everything along the 39 down to the southern portion where it ties into the existing fire scars from the 2020 ranch, the 2016 reservoir, and the 2016 fish fire. Continuing down to the south where there's the Boy Scout camp, resources continue to patrol, mop up any smokes out all the way to Santa Anita Canyon Road. Coming into Santa Anita Canyon, resources continue to mop up all the way up to Mount Wilson. The portion within Mount Wilson that we completed the firing operation in today, we tried to get additional depth within this green pocket as well as out in this northern pocket. However, we had adverse conditions and it was blowing embers and smoke across the line. So resources held this portion all the way out to Red Box and out to the 2, and they mopped everything up as well as everything around Camp Hill High School. Everything within this portion looks really good. They're gonna try to get additional depth within the green pockets this evening. Continuing out to Barley Flats, resources continue to work this portion of the slop. However, there was one 3 to 5 acre slop in here today. Resources put line around it and they stopped forward progression on this portion of the slop. There was also aviation resources working on that as well. Continuing out to this portion that goes out to the 2, and it goes up to the road system that goes up to Vetter Lookout. We've had no additional growth or change within the fire. Resources continue to monitor this portion of the slop. However, no additional change. Continuing up to these communities, we have resources in here. However, they've completed all the prep around the structures that is needed. Out towards Highway 2, where it says draw point 86, resources started going direct on the fire's edge, and they're continuing out to the north. However, due to the steep, rugged terrain, it's going to take several days to get resources all the way along this portion of the fire's edge, continuing through the station fire scar, all the way out to the north, which stops at Little Rock Reservoir. That'll conclude our evening update. I'll talk to you again tomorrow. Thank you.
Well, we just heard them that they are getting a better handle on the fire in the places where they've actually got new resources. So that's good. However, some of that, we can still see that they're struggling. So, well, we just heard them that they. Sorry, I was listening on my phone too from the other room. Yeah, thank you very much, Judy. You're helping I continue to feel better. Yeah, I'm getting there. It's just a little bit of a rough road here. We still have a lot of nitrous oxide pollution, and it's still hanging out. So I can tell when it's here and when it's not. It's pretty amazing. So I think I'm just gonna maybe take a day trip somewhere like the beach or something. Get out of here somewhat soon. So let's look back at the other images we have. So we hear that, oh yeah, it's even less fiery over there. That they're doing a good job with containing stuff. I think she was gesturing, I couldn't see on my phone, towards the southwest portion of the fire, but I'll have to go back and see which portion they were struggling with. But I do want to refresh the maps real quick. And I still do need to go get my coffee, but I want to see this before I do anything else. So let's go to CalTopo. And refresh. Put some terrain on there. I don't know if they're just quiet right now, if they aren't talking on the radio. Yeah, we just heard also. Oh, you're going for the night? Well, good night, Judy. I'm glad I caught you again, but have a great night, and thank you so much for being the kind, caring, wonderful person you are. So, everybody else is here. Bo, Judy, Major, glad to have you with us tonight. So, let's just refresh. It's kind of strange. They've got like a circular pocket here of where the hot pockets. I was going to say hot spots, and I said hot pockets. This little area in here, I think they're getting a better handle on it here than they were talking about other places. They said there was some steep ravine where it's going to take days to get resources there. That's just, man, oh man. Fire access roads, I keep saying. And then also, as soon as I was looking around for something to play, the fact that they think that the power company may have either started it or started a second fire in the local area, the SoCal Edison. Unbelievable. Just unbelievable. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put on an even older ops briefing that was from 12 hours ago. So it was from when I was about, tucking in for bed. So bear with me, but I'm going to put that on to here, and I'm going to go put on some coffee.
Gilland, Planning Operations Trainee for California Incident Management Team 1. This morning I'm going to provide an operational update for September 23rd, 2020. Over the last several days, we've received additional resources. I'm going to start on the portion where we were successful last night in completing a firing operation from Mount Wilson Road down to the Rincon Red Box Road and out to Highway 2. There should be additional resources in there today, continuing the firing operation, trying to get the interior islands and pockets of fuel within the drainage all the way out to the 2. So there will be increased activity within the containment lines that they created last night. Continuing out the 2, we'll have resources working on this slop over that's just south of Barley Flat right off the 2. Continuing up the 2, there should be resources patrolling, mopping up the perimeter, keeping the fire spread well within the containment lines. We've got one slop over right here on the 2. Resources continue to patrol and monitor that area, however it looks good right now. We'll have resources within these communities, the Angeles Christian Camp, Chileo, and all the communities right in this portion of the map. We also have resources out this Pacifico Mountain Road. We were able to get this indirect portion of line out Pacifico Mountain, which goes all the way to the north up towards Little Rock Reservoir. Continuing to the east, resources continue to go direct on this portion of fire line going to the east. All the communities of Juniper Hills, Punch Bowl, and Little Rock, they continue to work throughout the communities, mopping up around structures, as well as patrolling the area for any additional flare-ups. We also have resources working on this eastern portion of the fire up towards Pinion Ridge. We have this dozer line up on the ridge line. There should be activity within this portion of the fire. However, it should be limited. We're also working resources down in Big Rock Creek Road. What they're doing in Big Rock Creek Road is preparation along this drainage with the intent to potentially do a strategic firing operation from the hand line as well as dozer line that goes out of Big Rock Creek Road out to Highway 2. There should be increased activity in here. There are pockets of green fuel that continue to burn. You will see that off to the communities of the east as well as the northeast. However, a lot of those communities are about 8 to 10 air miles away. Continuing out on the 2, all the resources within here are continuing to patrol the road, monitor for spots or slop overs, as well as suppression efforts in there. Coming down towards Crystal Lake, we have resources that continue to patrol, monitor, and mop up this area and continue to deal with any pockets of heat all the way down south to the San Gabriel Reservoir. Continuing out towards this portion where the lower edge of the fire is, along these fire scar areas, we continue to monitor this. However, there's been limited fire spread and limited fire activity. This continues all the way down to the lower southern portion, the areas of the Boy Scout camp, as well as up towards Chantry Flat, Santa Anita Canyon. There was some areas of heat last night. It was sitting up higher. It's green pockets of fuel that are well within the black that continue to burn. All that continues all the way up towards Mount Wilson, where we have resources spread out all through this area, continuing to monitor and mop up. That'll conclude our morning update. I'll talk to you this evening. Thank you.
Alright, so everything looks great by the Mount Wilson area. They continue to monitor and mop up. I like hearing that. So what I'd like to do is I continue to try to get some food and splash water on my face and wake up here. Because I'd like to see if the other fires have a community meeting update like that too. So let me go ahead and switch the view to... Yep, that might be possible to... Yeah, this will be a good view. That's what we were hearing about the Bobcat fire. I'm going to switch over to, I believe they have in Clackamas County, they have a YouTube channel as well. So I'm going to look at my history real quick and go ahead and see if there is a new Clackamas County update. So let's see here. Let's see. Oh, Bobcat firing operations. We were watching a lot of videos about masticators and places, the type of heavy machinery that can clear roads. So that's actually the Oregonian channel, but that's wildfire briefings for the Riverside fire. Let's see here. Let's see if we can go on. It was called Riverside Fire YouTube channel, so let's go. I'm looking for the channel. I wish there was a channel search versus something else. I know they have that channel. Alright, so let me switch back to this view real quick, and I will switch over to that channel and see if we can get, I think it would be my subscriptions here. We still do continue to listen to Los Angeles area major event, and we just don't hear them saying anything right now. So let's see here. Alright. Do you just type in channel? No, not Riverside County. The Riverside Fire, which is confusing a lot of Californians, is inappropriately named, in my opinion, is up by Estacada, Oregon. So it's by the Santiam River. And they're mostly in the mop-up kind of a situation. So now that I'm trying to search for it, I'm getting all kinds of Riverside, California. I'm typing up YouTube channel, Riverside Fire. Might just be Clackamas County Fire, actually. But I really thought it was called Riverside Fire Updates.
Operations from North Division.
Oh, let's listen to what they're saying.
Do we have a infrared flight for tonight planned? Affirmative. NIROPS. Alright, looking at the map, if you look at DP86,
Nice, they're going to get a scout plane out there with infrared cameras on the Bobcat fire.
in the lower left-hand corner, you'll see a mountaintop there. It's not labeled on my map. There's fire on top of there, and it slowly looks like it's chunking its way down and into the green, going towards the camps. It has a full drainage to go before it hits the camps, and it would have to cross the two. But there's definitely active fire on that hilltop.
Oh dear. So I'm continuing to look for some updates that we can listen to. Whenever I wake up, I have to catch up on everything.
It may not have anywhere to go, and something up there I heard him talking about was they're running a rock. So let me get my other map, and I'll get back to you if I can turn a few days ago I had written on it.
We also continue to hear the problems
All right, copy.
that the firefighters continue to have because there is no central one map that all of them are sharing. This set of units over here, this set of command over here, and that set of units over there have different maps, and they continue to debate with each other about what is this ridge called, what is that ridge called. This isn't labeled on mine. Okay, get out your pencil and write this down because it's labeled on mine. This sort of stuff is just unacceptable, but easily fixed if we put our resources, our backs into it, and actually, you know, maybe even we the people can make apps like this that'll help the firefighters. Up there, if they had basic internet too, they could be looking at the same maps. But it's crazy. Up in the Bobcat fire area, there's gigantic towers for the radio, the FM stations of LA. And the firefighters are struggling with hearing each other because the actual emergency response stations, those are few and far between up there. So we have massive multi-million-dollar towers for FM radio, and the firefighters can't even hear each other. They hear a bunch of garbage all the time. And we keep hearing them say to other units, well, can you please, you're broken up, can you please drive down the ravine a bit till you have cell phone coverage and call me? You know, I've been listening to this all week, and it's dismaying. It's dismaying. So, going to see if we can get updates on the other fires. That we can just look up. So, but every once in a while they will be talking, and we should see an aircraft go out there sometime tonight to do some infrared camera work. Now, if you've just tuned in, anybody with us, this is open questions and answer session. I'm just trying to wake up here because I've had some broken sleep during the time I've been resting with this ear and sinus infection problem. So here I am, woken up in the middle of the night, but lucky for you, if you're on the night shift, I can answer any of your questions regarding any of the western fires that has been made publicly available. So what you just do is put in the chat, you know, which fire and then what you would like to know about. What update. I have links. I have millions of links, binders full of links in my description to most of the fires burning in the west and which counties are affected. If anybody needs evacuation info or current updates, it's in the description of the video. But I will read out loud anything that you want me to about any specific fire. Right now I'm just trying to get caught up, as I had to go to bed in the afternoon and I just woke up in the middle of the night. So go ahead and, you know, that's always welcome. Go ahead and put those in the chat. So I will continue to try to find some information, like some videos from actual firefighters. And we are continuously plugged into the LA County Fire, LA Area Major Incident Broadcastify feed. And Major, he said he heard the road to the beach is open, 199. We'll be looking at the redwoods in a few days. Oh, that sounds awesome. I love the redwoods. It's one of those experiences of your life, you know, where I've seen the redwoods. You know, you can't tell people about them. People just have to go there and know. Just absolutely incredible. So, let's look at, I continue to try to find some sort of update that we can look at on YouTube. So bear with me. Let's see here. Whatever that is. Here I am looking up fires, and YouTube decides to suggest to me handful of turtles. And there's a cupped hand with a bunch of baby turtles in it. Okay. YouTube, you're funny. So, oh, here it is. Riverside Fire 2020 is the name of the channel. So let's see if this is the latest video. I do need to catch up on all the latest information from the western fires. So, oh, I hope the cowboy talks in this one. So this is, he wears the cowboy hat. It's pretty cool. Alright, so, oh yeah, here's a Riverside update from 1 day ago, and then we're going to go to one 13 hours ago. So this will be great. Here's the cowboys in this one. It's 20 minutes long. This will give me time to make coffee.
Hello, good evening.
This will give me time to make coffee. I'll be right back.
Welcome to the Riverside Fire Information Update. My name is Michelle Fiddler. I'm a Public Information Officer with the Southwest Area Incident Management Team. Tonight we have a few updates for you from different members of our Incident Management Team to give you a status update on the current fire situation.
Meanwhile, this is Oregon. This is not Riverside County, California. This is Oregon.
We'll be monitoring your questions online tonight. You can also find our information online on INCIWeb. We have phone numbers available there for you to give us a call as well. We'll go ahead and introduce our first speaker tonight. Jake Nuttall is with our operations section to give us a fire update.
All right, evening everybody. Jake Nuttall, operations section chief trainee with Southwest Incident Management Team 1. Give you a little bit of operational update, but first we'll kind of give an orientation to the map. We got the Glen Haven, Moala area right here, off to the southeast of the fire, Colton and Estacada, so to the west and to the northwest. In addition, we got the 26 corridor, and then of course got Timothy Lake over here, and then our southern boundary of the incident. So I want to give a couple updates really on the south and western corner. Currently, we actually have, actually not right there, we got line all the way around to include through this area and ties into where we're actually showing some containment. Currently, we actually have boots on the ground. So boots on the ground includes engines, crew bosses, or crews, dozers, heavy equipment. And then also included is some of our aviation assets that we had ability to utilize if needed throughout the day, which would include some of our helicopters, our drones, and then other air entities that would be able to give us some infrared. So be able to detect the heat along some of the lines. So essentially, we're working really hard to be able to get more containment through this area. What that means is that we're really trying to shore up those edges and be able to get it to a point where we're comfortable just having a few people monitor that area. So essentially, this area right here, we're putting a lot of effort into it right now. Right in this area where we're actually showing a lot of the containment line, which is the black edge, we've got resources just monitoring these areas. If they do see any smokes, hot spots that would be a direct threat to a line, then we would actually have those resources be able to go extinguish that stuff out. So really working hard on being able to make sure that we're getting all these lines, interior heats, just basically mopped up. In this area, what we've done is we've created an indirect line, and it ties in to the Abbott Road, which is really directly in the middle of the two wilderness areas. So it's an old Abbott Road that comes all the way through. And one of the big successes today, there was an old rock slide in there. We were able to get that completely repaired. In addition to this road system that we're going to use as an indirect line, what is ended up happening is the old roadbed, as we've gone through and improved for access for our engines, our equipment, and our hand crews, is that we've actually got it to the old roadbed system. So a good solid roadbed. That way we have all of our safety measures improved. In addition to, so we're going to continue the work in here rehabbing, but now we have access all the way through. In addition to, we come down the road system, and this is the 57 corridor. Most of you may know this area, but essentially we've been working really hard on getting this all prepped and ready as an indirect action. And we've got about 6 miles completed so far over the last 3 days. In addition, it really comes down to about this type of location. That actually ties us in to the Lion's Head fire with the other incident management team with all the direct line. So we got about 6 miles completed. We're still going to be working hard over the next 4 to 5 days, being able to get all of this indirect prepped and ready for any type of need of burnout when the time is right. Not saying that we're going to be doing this anytime soon, based off of the fire activity interior within the wilderness area and down in the southern edge. We've utilized what we call our air attack. to be able to evaluate if there's any hot areas next to the line, adjacent, right on the edge that could cause us any challenges or issues. If those are identified, we'll use the helicopters to be able to help us out, keep those areas in check as we come around the incident. So keep in mind, wanted to make sure to tie in this little spot here. So this is the Beachy Creek. So our Southwest Incident Management Team 2 is down here. So we've been in coordination with them also on some of these indirect edges. The one thing I want to point out, just because we have a line established here does not mean that we are not paying attention to this area. What we are doing is, again, continuing those efforts aviation-wise from our air attack and from the helicopters, making sure that we keep all of this in check. So we don't see any advanced southern fire movement. And it really gives us the opportunity to not only have all these lines completed, but it also gives us the opportunity, as you're going to hear from the weather folks here in a minute, to be able to really have that checked up and take advantage of our moisture coming in. So outside of that, again, just for the areas to the north and the west and to the southwest, a lot of efforts going in. We know where the evacuations are at right now. We're working really hard with our partners to be able to get everything shored up, to be able to allow for a good opportunity for people to be able to repopulate. So essentially, that's your operational update.
Hi there, my name is Christian Cassell, incident meteorologist on the Riverside fire. I'm here to serve the incident management team to help make informed decisions so that they can make informed decisions on both safety and on tactics with this wildfire incident. So I have two primary weather concerns over the next few days. The first deals with the winds here. Here's our weather matrix, and I work with this with our FN, Stuart Turner, who will be up next. To come up with a visual representation that's easy to read and easy to see, kind of see where our problem areas are going to be weather-wise for the next several days. So big weather concerns, not so much fire weather, but definitely a safety concern with regards to winds and rainfall over the next few days. Tomorrow, let's talk about the winds first. So out of the south to southwest, they'll be picking up tonight. Become quite strong tomorrow and tomorrow night. We could see gusts 30 to 50 miles per hour at higher elevations. With these highlighted areas here, tomorrow, Thursday, Friday, but especially tomorrow evening, the big concern with these winds of 30 to 50 miles per hour gusts is blowing down those fire weakened trees and those snags. So that's a huge weather concern that we'll be keeping in mind here the next few days. The other concern, look at all this green here. The next few days, we're expecting quite a bit of rain. So by tomorrow evening, we expect moderate rain to develop. Could be fairly moderate, again, moderate to a heavy intensity during the evening hours. Could get a quick 1/2 inch to 1.25 inches, very possible. Just through tomorrow night into Thursday morning, and then for Thursday, and then into Friday, looking 0.1 to 1/4 inch with possibility of higher amounts there. So we're looking at quite a bit of wet period, high humidities, but again, big concern, the winds. And then with rainfall, especially tomorrow night into Thursday morning, but generally throughout this wet period, we're going to be concerned. Burn scars do not absorb rain, they repel rain. So we'll be looking at the potential for debris flows and rock slides or mudslides. So that seems to be a lower potential, but it is there. In terms of the potential for a flash flood watch for the burn scar areas, please follow weather.gov/Portland. They would be the ones to issue a flash flood watch there. And I am in close collaboration with them. As we go beyond Friday and Saturday, we will start to see significant weather pattern change We will start to see high pressure develop towards Sunday into Monday. And we are starting to look at warmer temperatures, potential for lower humidity, and the potential for those winds to move around to the east and blow offshore, which tends to bring us a little bit warmer and drier air. The most important thing I want to emphasize at this point, we do not see anything close to a repeat of the early September event that actually helped spread these fires rapidly west, but we'll be keeping a very close eye on it. So that's it for your weather. Thank you very much. Have a great evening.
Good evening, Stuart Turner, Fire Behavior. So as a fire behavior analyst, I predict what the fire is going to do, where it's going to go, and how fast it's going to get there. So as you heard from the meteorologist, we have a lot of weather coming in over the next 24 hours, and it's going to make for a complex fire behavior day tomorrow. The thing we do know in the early morning hours, when we first get out there on the fire line, we're going to have moist conditions because we have good overnight humidity recovery. So that's going to moisten the fuels and just keep everything in the smoldering category. The unknowns start to come in the afternoon. We know the humidity is going to come down to where it's going to be at a point where we can support some burning. And then the winds are going to come in to help enhance that burning. So I'm expecting to see the smoldering progress to creeping, and we'll probably see some low to moderate fire behavior activity around the fire tomorrow. There's a good probability we'll see an increase in the perimeter tomorrow. Not thinking miles, I'm thinking more of feet, not even tens of feet, but just several feet of perimeter growth. The burn period tomorrow is going to be very short, 3, maybe 4 hours. So it's going to be a struggle for the fire behavior to really increase and start moving around on us. So it's going to be a complex weather day. It's going to be interesting to see how that fire is going to respond to all that wind with that humidity where it's sitting at tomorrow. So let's take a look at the infrared map from last night. So this is an infrared photograph taken at night from an aircraft passing over the fire. And what they developed for us is the perimeter. You can see the blue. Let me get a pen here. You can see the blue. That's the fire perimeter, the fire edge. The little red dots, see up here, the isolated heat sources around the fire. If you look at that, you see a lot less heat sources out here on the eastern side than we had on last night's, or 2 nights ago, IR. Then the yellow shaded areas are the scattered heat. So there's heat out there, there's fire out there, still burning. The white, big white patches you see scattered around, that's cloud cover. So the interpreter couldn't see through those clouds very well. They can see some stuff, but they can't see everything. So they delineate that for us on the photograph so we know that they may have had some issues seeing through those cloud covers. So let's take a look at what we have here. Like I said, a lot less heat on the east side tonight, so that's good. That's a good thing for us. The wind's going to come in tomorrow out of the west southwest. So what that means for us is this line perimeter down here, the wind's going to be very favorable because it's going to push back into the black. However, the wind up here is not going to be so favorable because it's going to push out of the black. So anything that ignites or spots or wants to move is going to go out of the black and cause some perimeter growth that happens. So as we look around the fire, you can see some areas that will have some issues or could have some issues with that wind. And they're scattered around, and even if you zoom in, you'll see little spots here and there where we might have adverse wind to our line. And that's one of the things we look at is where is that adverse wind and line aligned with heat. So we watch that to make sure we don't have any problems getting across. Those. So my big concern is going to be over in this area for tomorrow and up in here. Those areas have been moving a little bit each day, and I think we may see some of that activity pick up tomorrow. So let's see if we can't zoom in on the southeast corner there and tip that a little bit. There you go. Very good. Let me get my pencil back, maybe. There we go. So you can see way over here, we start to get some heat right along the edge of the fire line or the perimeter. And if this is active, and the wind starts blowing on it and starts to move it, we may see some perimeter growth in those areas. And that's what we're looking at. We also look for areas like this where this and this and this are downslope, where with a little bit of wind enhancement, we will start to see movement upslope towards our perimeter here. Things we don't want to see, but we may have to take action on. So that's what we're looking for around the fire perimeter tomorrow, is where are our weaknesses at? Where can we watch and rapidly deploy maybe a helicopter to help put that fire down and keep it from crossing the perimeter? And I'll be around for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Stuart. We've had a couple questions tonight about the Dowdy fire, and I think we've shared in the comments here a link to the New Clackamas County Fires Facebook page, which will have more information on their fires there. So we encourage you to follow that resource. One of our other questions this evening was about the unburned fuels within the fire's perimeter up on the northeast corner of the fire, and if there were any concerns to the local community in that area. So I'll have Jake Nettle come back up to address that.
All right, so Jake Nuttall again. And so what we'll do is we'll just really address this northern area, right? So based off of what Stu just showed you from the heat signatures, based off that IRM map, you can see within these areas, all through here, there's just little signatures. And you know, the comment about some of the unburned fuels within the fire perimeter, that is something that we continually watch. From an aviation side of things, you'll see unburned, what we call green islands. It's just really a island, something like that. And then all the outer edge would be black, right? So from the incident itself, from the fire itself, everything would be charred or burned out of that. So what you would end up having, let me actually point this out. Okay, so let's say we had a little burned island like that, and we actually had some interior stuff burning, right? So essentially, this thing, this unburned island would have fire all the way around it. There would be some smoldering. There could be some torching, like single tree torching. So almost like a tree lights up like a candle. And what that would do is that would actually could cause embers to go up in the air. And if we have wind carrying, that could be a threat to our line. Right now, everything that we're seeing is well interior, and that we don't see anything that is going to be a direct threat to any of our direct hand lines, our direct dozer lines. So those lines that are right on the edge. So essentially within this area, this northeast corner, this northwest corner, some of this area into here, all the way to that direct edge, we're not seeing any, we're feeling really comfortable. Let me put it that way. We're feeling really comfortable right now to be able to start showing a lot more containment as we come across this. Our expectation is really on this western side of the fire, we're actually going to be able to establish a lot more containment line over the next 2 to 3 days. So essentially, this area, we're starting to feel really good. We're going to keep our crews, we're going to keep our engines continuously working in these areas just to mop up, make sure that all of our edges are good and tight. That way we can just leave a few people back to monitor those areas. So I think that addresses the question. So thank you.
Thanks, Jake. With that, we're going to go ahead and wrap up this evening's update. We do plan to take tomorrow off. We'll continue to post updates on INCIWeb for that information, but we plan to have another evening update on Thursday night. So please feel free to give us a call if you have any questions in the meantime. Thank you for joining us and have a good night.
Okay, so that was the second to last update on the Riverside fire, which is in
Okay, so that was
well,
the second.
sorry about that. I bring my phone over and forget that it's still playing. So that's the second to last update for the Riverside fire, which is in Oregon. Has nothing to do with California. So we continue to monitor that one. That was the one that threatened Portland. So there is a new update that's 3 minutes long. So I'm going to the next one. And let's see what they have to say.
Everybody.
See what they have to say here.
Hey, good morning, everybody. This is Ralph Lucas. I'm with the operations section of Alan Sinclair's Type 1 Incident Management Team. And I'm going to give you today's update. Today is Wednesday, September 23rd. Talking about the Riverside fire here. Pleased to announce that it's looking really good. You know, the threat from fire has drastically reduced. However, there are still a lot of hazards on the fire, which I'll explain. So we'll start down here in the southwest portion of the fire. All of this stuff is looking really, really nice. Still have crews in there working on these inner islands right here. We call them islands, to clean those up. In this section of the fire, up to here, same thing. We're just cleaning up these interior islands today. Working on those areas. Everything up on the north and west side of the fire is holding, so crews continue just to patrol, mop up, and then of course maintaining a presence in the community to answer any questions that folks may have. Over here on the northeast side of the fire, crews have done a real good job taking care of the fire's edge right here, and then they've moved up with heavy equipment, logging equipment and stuff, to create the containment line, proposed containment line that we've been talking about in recent days, that goes down like this and then all the way down to the Lion's Head fire to the south, where we will connect with them, creating a box around this entire incident. We are expecting a weather change, so we have planned for that. There's still a tremendous amount of work that has to be done on this fire. And as we transition away from the threat of fire being a major issue, we're now looking at some of the after effects of a fire, especially as it's related to weather. Things like trees falling over because the soil is real loose, things like debris flows and stuff on the landscape due to all the ash and heavy rains that are expected. So we are preparing for that. We have a plan for it. And in addition to that plan, we have another incident management team coming in to replace us. We do 2-week rotations. So over the next couple days, we'll be doing a lot of sharing of information with the incoming Type 1 Incident Management Team, and they will take over for a couple more weeks. I think it's important to message out that the reason they're bringing another Type 1 team in is because there's a lot of work that still has to be done out there. Sometimes we'll transition to a Type 2 team or a lesser complexity organization. However, we are going to transition with a Type 1 team. So I hope that gives you some information about what you're looking for. You are going to see a little bit of a downturn in the number of personnel on the fire, and that's just because we are getting around this thing and we're just using the resources we need. So those numbers will tick down a little bit. So with that, that's your operational update. Thank you.
Okay, it's apparently YouTube wants me to watch toucan videos. So I'm very glad to hear that is excuse me, a very bright and sunny kind of a update on the Riverside fire, which is over by Portland, Oregon. So I'm gonna turn right back on here the LA County. So LA area major event. It seems to be pretty quiet for the most part. And we will also be able to check flight radar. We're looking out for the scout plane, which is going to go scouting the Bobcat fire. I was going to look now at the Bobcat fire YouTube channel and see if we have an update there. So let me get to that area. there's an actual Bobcat Fire YouTube channel, which I think is great. And the latest news that we have heard is it may have been started, or at least a secondary part of it may have been started by power lines from SoCal Edison. So they are cooperating with the investigation right now. Reportedly, the corporation is. So, as I keep saying, guys, our crumbling infrastructure has to be fixed. I mean, this is pretty much, this whole event was either caused by power lines because of the wind knocking them down, or the last month's lightning strikes. So, meanwhile, the mainstream media starts barking about, CO2 levels and such, and that's really not what's going on here. Global warming will cause longer fire seasons and all kinds of bad things like that. That's a long-term problem, but the short term right now is we need to stop the ignition sources of these fires, and that happens to be the crumbling power line situation from the corporations not maintaining those in California and in Oregon. The foolishness of letting tree limbs grow into the power lines. We've been seeing hundreds and hundreds, and I'm not exaggerating, hundreds and hundreds of these fires being started by the power lines in Oregon because of the tree limbs dropping them, including the one that took out the incident command for the Beachy fire. They said a power line was taken down by a tree limb, and the power line touched their perimeter fence for their incident command post for the firehouse at Gates, Oregon. And then that electrified the chain link fence, and that started a fire 360 degrees around their perimeter at their headquarters, and so it made them flee their headquarters during the Gates fire. And that one whole bunch of different power lines fires merged with the other main body of the fire at the Beachy. So while there is plenty of examples of climate change going on with global warming, such as all of those melting glaciers, what I keep trying to tell people here is we have to get a handle on the fires, because the fires are contributing to global warming. The fires are releasing the CO2. You can see it from space. So we have to get a handle on that to help get a handle on the climate. I think that's where the media is really not getting the full message out to the people. So we'll be following closely what's going on with the investigation into the Bobcat fire. But so far, SoCal Edison is cooperating with the authorities. They did have some line problems at the time that the fire started, right around the area where the fire started, at least one portion of it. So let me go to the actual Bobcat Fire channel. It's Bobcat Fire 2020, I believe. It's a channel on YouTube. And I want to see if they've made any updates. We just listened a little bit ago to it. And if not, then I'm going to go on to, the Beachy. That's another one. The Beachy Creek Fire. I would like to know about the latest updates. So bear with me. It says we're still connected to the pilot chatter. The pilots hanging out by LA, and ground crews as well. Every once in a while they do talk to each other, and we are able to listen in. But for now it's pretty quiet. So I'm going to see what we can see as far as updates are concerned. The Bratton Fire too, we definitely want to check on. So look at the Beachy and see if there's any new updates. That is one that has taken lives. They did find the remains of someone dead in their homes, dead in his home down over there. Yep. These fires are more causing climate change than they are a result of it. That's what I keep trying to tell people. You can see these smoke columns going into space. The amount of gases here and toxins and pollutants in the environment are just absolutely disastrous. Taxing cow farts or something is not going to solve the situation. We have to stop the ignition sources, and we have to put them out before they become monsters. We have to totally change the status quo, because the status quo is reactionary. oh, the fire's racing our way. Let's try to put up a fire line. No, let's put up fire lines and trim back the trees away from the power lines so these don't start. You know, and that's just a much better idea, because we saw all the firefighters in the last video just flee, just run away, just like everybody else did from this fire. They had no choice. You can't build a fire line in front of a fire when it's moving 50 miles per hour. You know, the only thing that saved Salem here from the Beachy fire, and you know, Oregon City up here, and even southern Portland, like all these towns up here and down here, the only thing that saved Eugene and Springfield, the only thing was that the wind changed. Otherwise, we would have seen those towns severely affected, maybe even just pretty much gone up in flames. So that's the thing that I'm trying to get home here. We can prevent most of these fires from getting as bad as they were. The only thing that prevented the Beachy fire from being put out when it was a tiny 45-acre fire was they didn't have an access road. They tried putting buckets of water on it and it just didn't work. So, you know, fire access roads and permanently maintained fire lines, instead of building them after the fire starts, you know, strategically to protect homes, property, and historical assets. You know, we just lost the best preserved gold mining ghost town in the Cascade Mountains. I think we'll never get that back, you know. I don't even know if there are any other preserved gold mining towns in Cascades, where there used to be probably many dozens. I don't think there are any anymore. I think we just saw the last one die. So I'm going to see if there's any updates with video updates on the Beachy. They're pretty good about this. Yeah, Beachy Creek fire information. So the last one was 2 days ago. So looking back, grooming. Yep. Yeah, don't blame the climate so much as we have let go of it as far as the forest. Grooming, yeah. We need to go back to grooming the landscape to be for fire prevention rather than, yeah, I can show you tons and tons of videos here, and I will in a little bit, where I've been watching the videos of these fire updates, and I just look in the background and they have invasive weeds that like the blackberries, right underneath power lines. And when you light a blackberry bush on fire, you know, the flames can shoot up. They can shoot up, 20 feet tall. And so that's why the power lines are being burned up and then falling down. Right here at the Beachy, they said it raced through this corridor, so I looked at the Google Maps at the highway corridor, and I just went, man, oh man, you were asking for it. You know, we were asking for it by not maintaining really simple, common sense preemptive measures to stop power lines from being eaten up by the fires and then falling down and trapping people. And there's more sad stories. People getting trapped by those down poles. But there's a bright one too, which I'm going to read you the survival story of a guy in here, and it falls right in with what I've been saying since this broadcast began 3 weeks ago. He did pretty much what I recommend people do when they're trapped in their cars. Leave your cars and go underneath the bridge, and that's how he survived. And then a different set of neighbors that were ahead of him on the road did not do that, and they did not survive. So it's, oh yeah, the rain is helping, Nick. Yeah, hey, and welcome. So what I keep saying is just what firefighters want you to know. I don't make stuff up. So I'll read you his survival story too. But I want to look at the operational update briefing for Beachy Creek fire information. Well, you know what? That was the 21st. That's not at all updated. Maybe we can look at maybe they have a Lion's Head fire update. Let's look at those videos here. Now this one is pretty much a done deal as much as the Riverside and the Beachy, because it's in wet season right now. And I don't mean done deal period, like, they still have to fight it. And now they have increased difficulty because of the mudslides coming in from the rain. They have to contain it away from Mountain Natural Forest up here. But it's moving at a snail's pace. It's smoldering. It's pretty much just a bunch of stumps on fire and then pockets of fire, which, if the wind did another freak event, could come back to life, but nobody is forecasting that because finally the wet season is here. It's just pretty much rain, 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 rain that is forecast. And they'll have, you know, pockets of heat, but the weather has already changed. It's already getting close to the 30s at night up here in the Cascades. The snow season will come, you know, with October, late October. This is really the wet, super wet autumn weather season that we always see here. So California is the place of concern. I'm trying to get some updates. 7 days ago was the last update on the Lion's Head fire. Really? Okay. As far as they put on InstaWeb. Huh. Yep, lit cigarettes, yep. Most fires are human caused and preventable, therefore, including, you know, that's not as bad as it sounds, just accidental things like down power lines in a storm. Yeah, we saw like 200 plus down power lines starting the fires in the Willamette Valley during the Labor Day weekend event. And then that's no exaggeration, it's probably more like 500 plus if you went down all the way to Eugene. And so the places where they were not in control of it were places like in the wilderness, where the lightning struck fires that already existed and the power line fires merged together to form a monster. So unfortunately that is not giving us any update, and I don't know if there ever was a video update for the 242, but let's go to the incident. That hasn't updated in 2 days. I'm not holding out hope here for videos being available. Yeah, no videos at this time. 242 has been the most difficult to have any sort of information about. It's really, really odd. So let's look at the Bratton fire. Let's see if they had any televised community meetings. Yeah, no videos at this time. So let's just see. Bratton fire community update. I hate this when I have to search all the different social media channels. 1 September, InstaWeb. The virtual community meeting has been canceled. Another one was canceled. Okay. Update on the 12th and 11th. That was when they were worried about losing the town, so I understand that. Let's go to Facebook, I guess. The Fremont Winnebago National Forest. So let's just see if they have anything that's updated. Yep, good. I like to see 87% containment. I like to see that. But are there any videos? I want to go over there and finish making my coffee. I want to play a video, you know. And okay, so we're getting a bunch of updates via the Facebook page. So I think what I'll do here is, once again, I'm going to put this on here. This is an explanation of how the Beachy Creek fire spread happened. For the people who haven't seen this, this is an incredible soundbite. This clip is absolutely crazy. This is how the Beachy Creek fire, the lightning caused fire over by Jawbone Flats in the middle of nowhere, the Opal Creek wilderness. Unfortunately, it started in that old growth forest that was never logged, you know, never touched by the hands of white man, pretty much. That forest has gone up in flames, and that whole wilderness will never really be the same. We can hope that a lot of the older trees lived through it, but we know that the little communities did not, of course. So this is the story about how the firefighters ran for their lives and how they lost control and even lost their own forward base, you know, their incident command post at Gates, and how this fire went from 40 acres to more than, you know, what were they saying? Incredible numbers, like, you know, 50,000 in like a 48-hour time span. So you have a good night. Thanks for the content. Thank you, Christopher, for being here. As always, anybody who has a question about the fires, this is open question and answer time. This is incredible. The next 3 minutes of video are absolutely staggering, incredible. This is explanation how it got out of control, how down power lines trapped people. So here, I'll be back after coffee.
Good morning, my name is John Spencer. I'm the Planning Operations Trainee on Northwest Incident Management Team 13. And I'm going to give you an briefing for what our resources are currently doing today. But I'm also going to go back in timeline and give you a brief synopsis of what has occurred over the past 10 days since our team has been on this fire. When we took over this fire 10 days ago, our footprint for this fire was very small. We were asked to come in and take over this fire when it was about 50 acres, which is pretty unprecedented for a team to be asked, a Type 2 team, to come in and take it over when it is so small. A NEMO team was here and they were managing it for the local district, doing long-term planning, strategic planning, and their time frame ran out. The local agency asked us to come in and set up a management team on this fire because of a suspected weather event that they knew was coming, and it was going to change and alter the behavior of this fire pretty rapidly and quickly. As we came in, we had a few days to get established and gather intel, and we started putting our plan together. The current plan that was given to us was that no engagement can happen on the perimeter. Smoke jumpers, rappellers, and hotshot crews turned down going direct on this perimeter because they had tried, and it was too unsafe for our resources to be in there, number one, and the terrain was too difficult to travel in. So we disengaged from that direct management objective and went to a little bigger footprint and started putting our plan together and in place. All at the same time getting updated weather information from our weather people about time frames and what could happen, and so we were very mindful of that as we planned. As we got our plan engaged and started prepping our indirect control lines, we got that weather event that came in. While we were doing all that planning, our fire grew to around 150 to 200 acres over those few days. Wasn't moving too rapidly, but just chunking along. As soon as the weather event occurred on Monday to September 7th, it came in around 1,500. Our fire at that time had grown to about 450 acres. From that moment that wind event came in and hit, we had rapid expansion of our perimeter such that we had to disengage our resources off their perimeter work or indirect work and get them off the fire. What occurred over the next 2 days was unprecedented. In this terrain, in this fuel type, to have a fire in 2 days go from 500 acres to 132,000 acres in that type of terrain, I can't even speak to the shock that I had, and I've been doing this for 40 years. So, as a result, fire movement into this area increased, but not just by that footprint. The winds at our ICP in the town of Gates, our incident command post, the residential power grid was getting whipped, and we had a tree go down and drop a power line right onto our ICP chain link perimeter fence around our whole area and set everything on fire in 360 degrees around that incident command post. We had to engage that fire, and all of our folks from our team, and I'm talking planning section, logistics section, finance section, people who don't normally fight fire, were fighting fire that night. And we took us about an hour to get that fire under control. But in the meantime, numerous fires started all over the community of Gates and extending out along the Highway 22 corridor. Wind speeds of up to 50-mile-an-hour gusts were blowing those fires into raging fires, and they were connecting. We at that time pulled the trigger and had to get our resources out, and we evacuated the town of Gates with our whole command post and went to the town of Staten to the west. As we went to Staten, the fire grew so rapidly we were forced to move from Staten after we spent a night there to move farther west again. So a lot of our team members had personal loss on this fire. Lots of things in that command post got burned up, personal items, etc. Our team chose after a few days to stay engaged. They voted because we were asked if we were going to be mentally able to continue our operations and the resiliency of our team was amazing, and they continued that operation. So we re-engaged on the next day.
Okay, he's talking about, oh, and you're going down to the Redwoods, Major? That sounds awesome. So you're going to sleep, then good night, and always good to see you. And, yep. I'll try and get in touch with you. I think I do have your email. That would be pretty cool. The Redwoods are an amazing place, and let's just hope that they are protected from fire, because holy mackerel. We do know that the 1 August complex is kind of moving into Humboldt County, and we would hate to see any of that. Am I feeling okay? Could be better, but, you know, it could be worse. So I just slowly have to wait for the medications to work, and got my eardrops, and hopefully that'll just get better. But what we just heard is the incredible story of how Incident Command Post was burned up by a downed power line, where many downed power lines all over the community of Gates made them flee that entire town, the residents plus the firefighters. Then they went very far away. They went more than 20 miles west to another town, and then they had barely spent the night there before they had to flee that town because they thought that Staten and Sublimity were going to be burned up too. So this fire just exploded like a monster. He says, I've never seen anything like that in my 40-year career. So here he's talking about how the downed power lines created many different fires along the one escape route for these communities, which is the highway. And some people did not make it out. And I was reading the harrowing tales. Yeah, good night. Have a good night, Major, and we'll talk to you tomorrow. And I was going to read you the escape story because it mirrors exactly what I've been saying for the last 3 weeks. I've been giving people advice. If you want to know how to survive a fire, go ahead and ask, because I'll tell you all about it. I have been studying fire ever since, personal tragedy touched my family when we lost our friend to wildfire the 1 year before the Paradise Fire. And then when the Paradise Fire hit, I almost lost my brother in that one. And in a different wildfire happening in August, I almost lost my second brother. So I have made it my business to study wildfire behavior. I have talked to actual firefighters about it, and all I do is pass on the information that they want you to know. How to make a plan of action, just a very simple ABC, have your 3 different evacuation routes planned out by car or vehicle, and then D, your shelter-in-place plan. So if you want to know about that, that's not as bad as it sounds. There's almost everywhere I've ever seen a fire fatality. All I do is look at maps where if I drive to that area and investigate for myself, I pretty much have discovered that most people are within a few hundred feet of safety whenever they die in a fire. That if they had simply calmly walked or made a short drive, they would have found a shelter and been able to survive, whether that's a swimming pool, pond, little lake, creek, a river, or more importantly, culverts and bridges, the little ones that are underneath, country roads and highways and even driveways. The family friend who died, he didn't know about culverts, and a family that was down the street from him, they went underneath their driveway. This was back in the Loma Rica fires a couple of years ago. They went underneath their own driveway and they stuffed the family in the little dry culvert, and they lived. So I keep telling people, giving them education on how to live through these events. And I will read to you the story of one man who just survived this fire we just heard about. And it's also the story of how his neighbors didn't survive. They were just up the road ahead of him and encountered the same exact conditions he did, but he used his head and he survived. So let me continue to eat my food here and drink coffee, and then we'll get to that survival story.
Wednesday, and fire was still moving on the perimeter to the west. We're now at about 150,000 acres. And our focus was getting people out of these communities and re-engaging with our local agencies, law enforcement, search and rescue, etc. And
okay, I'm going to pause that again. Excuse me. Yeah, if your shelter in place is your best option. I mean, first of all, you have 2. in general that are the best option. One, leave way before you're told. Because I just looked over at chat and Catherine says, never even heard of shelter in place. We're usually taught it's over if you're stuck. Exactly. And that's what's getting people killed. But firefighters more and more are trying to tell people how to save themselves where they're at during these fires, because statistically, most people die in their vehicles. It's the same as statistic for fire and flood. That's when people don't realize the ability to leave by vehicle is a window of opportunity that closes. And I keep telling people again and again how to recognize that. So I had to eat a little bit of my food here. I'm almost done. But I'll be happy to go through that one more time with anybody. And Angie, people don't leave a campfire still smoking or burning. They don't. They think it's out, and it just isn't. So to finish that thought up, anybody who's with us right now, if you have a particular question or concern or want me to read the current status of any fire at all in the West, put that in chat. If you have any questions about fire behavior or how to survive a fire in place, sheltering in place, please leave that question. None of the firefighters are here right now, but I made it my business to study everything here. So, hello Morris. Yeah, let me show that link. Welcome back. I'll check that out in a minute too. But I have to give myself some nasal spray and eat the rest of my food here. If you want to know about any of the fires, just let me know. I'm about to read the survival story. So for 3 weeks, I've been telling people how to shelter in place and survive a fire. And know when it's over, know when leaving in your vehicle is no longer an option. Most people that die in fires, they get in their vehicles, they try to drive through the flames. They see a bunch of survivor tales where people desperately did that with their dash cam videos and they left. And absolutely not. That's not what you should be doing. Most people die when they try that. You will never see their videos because their car burned up. But that's the number one way to die in a fire, is get in your car and the flames are coming quickly and stuff's on fire around you and the embers are raining down. That's a good way to die. So what's more important and much more survivable is going back to your plan D, your shelter in place plan. And so as I've been saying this for 3 weeks, I'm now reading the survival story of one of the guys who did exactly what I recommend. He got underneath a little bridge, got out of his car, went to a little bridge, then went into a river. We're going to read about his survival tale and the tale about how his neighbors didn't make it out because they tried to drive through the flames. So that's with this Beachy Creek fire here. So I still have to eat here. Give me a minute. I'm going to play for you some ODOT camera. ODOT has an amazing, I'm going to go back to my history, view of the current conditions after the fires. And then I'm also, after we do this, that's okay, Morris. He doesn't need a title. I'm going to show what he's explaining. But like, I keep seeing things like this. This is blackberries. These are invasive blackberries. Here's a fire department doing a controlled burn on them, but you could see here just how bad the invasive blackberries can cause fires. And then I'm going to show you ODOT cameras of the burned out areas, and you're going to see the remains of blackberries. So this is one of the things we can change, is we can get rid of the invasive weeds. These are fire promoting weeds. So let me mute myself, but I will get right to it, and I will check out the link that Morris has. And to answer your question, Angie, people usually leave their campfire looking dead. So I think this happened a lot during Labor Day, and a lot of these fires could be accidental campfires. Campfire caused. It was like 68 degrees as a high. It was kind of drippy and misty and downright cold in some places in Labor Day. And the morning after, your campfire isn't smoking. It's just dead. It's ash. It looks totally dead. And especially if it's damp, you wouldn't think that fire would happen. So people walk away without throwing water on it because they think it's dead and it's out. But underneath that gray layer of ash, there's burning hot coals there. All it takes is wind to whip those up into flames. and then wind to put the flames, lay them down towards the ground and light nearby things on fire. So that's what I was saying, Angie. People do not leave campfires unattended that are still smoking or flaming. They generally are fooled by the fact that they don't look like they're still active. So let me eat the last of my food here and drink my coffee, and I'll go into the survival tale and how people could shelter in place, and I'll check out Morris's link. One moment. As you can see, that's just one little small thicket of blackberries, and this is how it burns. Just see how the flames are way higher than the actual bushes are. Now this kind of a tree here may or may not be lit by a fast-moving kind of a grass fire, but look how short the grasses are out here. So this would be very fire, I don't want to say fireproof, but for lack of a better term, fireproof kind of short grasses here that looks like it was grazed probably by goats or sheep or horses. In contrast, here is a thicket where the invasive weeds, the Himalayan blackberries, have taken over. So see the contrast here. Immediately what blackberries do is they burn hot and fast, and their flames reach way taller than they are, and they immediately light the surrounding trees on fire. Yeah, as you can see there, they don't burn hot and fast for very long. I mean, there's a sort of a racing as the flames will reach up high, and then they'll die down again because they kind of exhaust. You know, they burn up really fast, and then they're kind of just like ashes, little burnt stubs. However, as we just saw, just one little tiny ignition source, and boom, you get this flaming inferno. And look at the height of that flame right there. It is already licking at the top of some trees. This starts what you call crowning fires, where the tops of the trees are on fire, and it spreads from treetop to treetop in wind. The flames will just touch each other, and that is a nightmare. That is the hardest to control type of wildfire, because to put out any sort of a fire on a treetop, you have to cut down the tree to do so. You can sort of attempt to do it from the air with retardant drops and with water drops, but usually the planes can't do that enough because they have to return to base and refuel and get more retardant and get more water, and by the time they come back, it's just spread out of control. So that's what I keep telling people is these kinds of fires are optional. This is not native, and these are critically bad fire weeds. That's what we should be considering. Not only the Himalayan blackberry, but also Scotch broom, because look what it does to the environment. This is not natural. I don't believe Oregon has any other kind of brush or thicket in the West that does anything like this, grows like this. Look, this is the height. This is a thicket of blackberries. That is the height of the blackberries. They grow as tall as trees do. This is more than 10 feet tall. This is like 12 to 13 feet in height, impenetrable brush. This is absolute wasteland for animal habitat. Nothing can eat these things. You know, none of the wildlife can, and it chokes out all of the native wildlife here, which is more fire resistant. And what I see in Oregon again and again and again, you know, the Willamette Valley especially, but increasingly everywhere, is this brush, these blackberries. They take over everything. They grow this tall. They even kill trees, younger trees, by depriving them of light. They grow up right next to older homes and structures and barns and such. And this is just a tinderbox. So we see here, this is a Canadian Lake Alberta brush fire brigade burning off the blackberries at somebody's property. This is an example of a burn to prevent a fire. Yeah, it makes great honey. I know. I know, Morris, but you know what? We can grow marionberries. There's alternatives. Oh, I know it. I love blackberry honey. But this has gotten out of control. This is the invasive one. This is not the agricultural one. Nobody grows this really to, harvest berries. This is just an invasive weed. So what we're seeing here is the perfect example of how blackberries will start crowding fires. What I keep seeing, especially what we just heard about in the Beachy Creek fire, I go and I put the Google man down there, and we're going to see the next video, the ODOT video. These blackberries are growing underneath the power lines, and they're dotting the roads, and this is what's trapping people and getting them killed. The road should be a safe exit. The road should be a emergency exit for people to leave. The road should be access, safe access to fires, where the fire brigades and companies can go back and forth without being stopped and without being trapped themselves. But look, if you allow this weed to grow up underneath the power line, this is going to race up that pole, burn it up, burn off the insulation of the lines. They're going to be live. And then when that pole falls down, anybody who drives over those lines, I mean, God help you. What happens when up here the power poles, imagine there's a power pole up here, the insulation is burned off the line, and if they ever put water near that, they're going to be electrocuted, because the electricity will go right up the hose line and electrocute. And I don't mean shock. Electrocute means kill by shocking any sort of fire department that puts water on them. That's one of the lessons here. So here we see how just these things can just cause infernos the moment they fire these things. Absolute infernos in the landscape. And all it takes is one little spark, one little ignition source. Just like Angie was saying, one little cigarette thrown out of a window, or during these high wind events, what happened, any sort of ignition, like the down power lines because of the trees. So here they're doing it carefully. And the only reason the trees are going to live through this is they're weighting down the trees. But you can see the progression of this fire. It leaves it in a strange way. Brush fire, I keep telling people, is actually moves fast, and then you can come out of your shelter and live, right? Because you can see how this is already burned away. This is a 4-minute video. So like I keep telling people, shelter in place is a great option. If there was a pond here, a person could get in it, and then this is how quickly brush burns off, and then you can come out of your hidey hole. You don't have to do anything but that, usually, in these fast-moving fires. You can't walk on this yet. It would melt your shoes. But as far as brush fires are concerned, you'd come out of your hidey hole and some of these trees would be on fire, but this is how fast the brush burns off, and then you're okay. So shelter in place is so much better when it's over already, when you can't flee by car, when the fire's all around you. Find your shelter in place spot, and if anybody has any questions, I'm going to go over that. I'm going to read the story in just a minute on how someone survived all this. So I'm going to go to the ODOT camera, and I'm going to show you and pause what has been disturbing me. So let's see here. Yep, here it is. ODOT's Riverside fire. So we can see, this is Oregon Department of Transportation. We have just been hearing about the Beachy, this is the Riverside fire, but it's just north of where the Beachy was. So here is the blackened landscape. This is hard for me to watch. This used to be one of the most amazing, scenic, beautiful drives. This is going to take a long time to reopen this canyon. I was going to take the drone down here and just go through some parts. Wow, look at that rock slide right there. So this is the Santiam River Canyon. This is up by Estacada. This is filmed on the 17th. This is their operations to try to reopen the roads. And this is another one of my points, guys. This happens. standing dead trees especially that go up in flames, they immediately kind of fall over and block roads. Unless you have big moving equipment like that, you're not going to be able to get past. But I do pause it at one point because you can see clearly the blackberries underneath the power lines. If it's not this video, it's another one. So this is the smoking wasteland that used to be pristine, amazing wilderness drive, one of the best drives of the West. And it's gonna look horrible for quite some time. So I'm just waiting for it to show the blackberries. It's either this or it's another video. And every once in a while we might be interrupted by LA area major event. We continue to eyeball the Bobcat fire. And this is a rocky, very steep Yosemite River Canyon. They have their own high tension power lines here, where they have many small power plants generating electricity. Jeez. Still haven't had my coffee kick in, guys. I'm sick. So, as you can see, there's always trees growing up right next to the road. That's, there's more of a shoulder here and more of a blanket there, so that's not the correct video. Let's go on to the next one. We are on a playlist, I believe. Nope, that's wrong. Let's go back, and I will check out your video, Morris, in 1 second. So, it's a playlist. And I have to start it again. So the wildfires playlist for ODOT. This is near Paisley, Oregon. These were the conditions on the 14th. So let's look at the OR 126. Much of it all looks the same. And this wasn't the video, but I did pause it on one of these and said, I think it's probably this one. Yeah, Oregon. This is Oregon 22. This is where there were some fatalities. The survival story about the guy who was living. All right, I'm just gonna play this one, and when it gets to the blackberries, I'll show you guys what I mean.
Was to get the road cleared, get the rocks and the trees cut back so that emergency services and fire services could do their job. Visibility is very low, but we've got in the neighborhood of 10,000 trees that are going to need to be removed. We've got lots of guardrail where the posts have been burned or the trees have taken it out that we're going to have to replace. We've got rock falls that we're going to have to address. And
what do you guys see? What do you guys see here? Look at the little sticks. Look at the vines. Blackberry. They've been allowed to grow on the side of the roads and right underneath power poles. And tell you right now, this was a huge factor of closing this road and making the other power poles that didn't blow over in the storm that would have been fine, but making the flames reach up to them, lighting those on fire, and starting the trees up on fire where they normally wouldn't be on fire. No, not at all. Excuse me, sorry. We're looking at Oregon for the right now, Robert. This is Beachy Creek. So the Berry Creek community fire, that was the North Complex, or the Bear Fire in California. So what I was just telling people about was how blackberries cause just incredible intensity in flames, and they've allowed them to go up on to grow up here on the sides of the roads. We just if you did rewind it a little bit, you would see how I'm talking about how the blackberries just intensify all these fires, many of which would have been just normal, kind of moving through kind of slowly kind of fires. They intensify these and make them just race. So yeah, would you like to know more about Robert, about the North Complex? Because I could do that and give you a latest update before we go further. But I was showing the ODOT, Oregon Department of Transportation, aftermath. And I just wanted to point that out. That's one thing that I noticed. These fires didn't have to be this bad. They didn't have to be this fatal. They didn't have to be this moving this fast. But everyone here, including Oregon Department of Transportation, and the counties, have absolutely ignored the blackberry problem for more than 30 years. And we're kind of seeing the aftermath of that kind of negligence, or just not failing to identify a problem and failing to take it seriously. So people did die. Here's the remnants of the blackberries. You can see them leaned over, and there's other shots of it too. This is the remains of the towns of either Gates, Mill City, or Detroit. But yeah, this is actually preventably tragic. Oh, you live in Berry Creek? The Berry Creek over by Orville? I'm not sure what you mean exactly. Is that what we should check out next? This is the next video, but I can pause this. This is by Klamath Falls. So yeah, we could definitely do that. Quincy? Oh, you live in Quincy, yeah. Let's do that. I've got lots of friends and family up there, and my uncle was evacuated from Orville East. I was worried sick for him. It's absolutely crazy out there. And we were going to watch also the historic run of that fire. It's a pretty insane YouTube video that was suggested to me. We'll watch that too, the historic run of the bear fire. They captured on multiple cams. So yeah, the Claremont Bear Fire from Lexington Hill. This is sorry if that caused anybody to have a seizure. I didn't realize that would happen. But they captured, this is what happened over there in between Quincy and Orville. Just staggering, unbelievable images of how it made its run from racing from the top of the mountains down towards the valley and just hopped casually over Lake Oroville. This is what killed so many people there. I'm so sorry that you're affected by this, but that became a monster. And this is why I keep saying we can't be reactionary to fires any longer. You can't get ahead of something like this. And the Beachy Creek fire, we know, looks something like this too. What we were looking at in Oregon. This is actually occurring at probably the same exact time. You can't get in front of this fire and build a line. You can't do that after the fire started. You have to have, that was an airplane. You can't reactively decide, oh, here's what we're going to do. You have to build these lines before these fires start again. And so it was sad to see that they hadn't done that we continue to be in reaction mode. So let's go look at the current status of the bear fire. I'm going to go back and refresh the Bobcat fire images too. We continue to monitor the 116-year-old Mount Wilson Observatory, but as far as everybody is concerned, it's doing very well over there. Going to refresh the webcams. I'm pretty satisfied to see the fires in the distance. So let's go ahead and read the incident report for they call it the North Complex now. And anytime I'm in the middle of story time and, 4 hours ago there's an update, I'll go ahead and ask in the chat. This is open questions and answer sessions about the current status and the projected fire behavior of any of the fires of the West. So go ahead and put it, if you're just tuning in, into the chat, and I will do my best to answer, give you all the information you need. Oh my gosh, we still continue to listen to the crews on the Bobcat fire too. I'm going to turn that down. They've been pretty radio silent recently. So the North Complex fire, the one by Lake Oroville, spanning Lake Oroville to Quincy, is 300,000 acres plus now. That's California's 5th largest fire ever, although if it keeps going, it'll probably be the 4th. 78% containment, but you know what? I keep telling people that doesn't mean anything. When it was a smaller fire, it was at 50% contained. And unfortunately, that's how a couple died and got trapped in the fire. They thought 50% containment was half done, half contained, show's over. Let's just keep the car packed, but let's sleep tonight. They woke up with their property on fire, got in their car, drove through the flames and got trapped and died. So what this means, containment means, that's the progress until safe. It doesn't mean this is your percentage of safety. This is the progress they've made, and 100% is the only thing that's safe. That 50% containment they had right before the crazy windstorm of Labor Day weekend, of Labor Day. That went from 50% containment to 0 in a matter of hours. And then it killed people in the next couple of hours. So let's go to the incident and see the current status. We know that there are 3 major points. Bucks Lake, that they're trying to get a handle. South of Quincy, they're trying to get a handle of it. And south by Forbestown, on the east side of the lake, on the South Fork of the Feather, they're desperately trying to save the town of Forbestown, Strawberry Valley, and others, because the fire keeps wanting to jump over the river. It has done so a couple times with burning embers. So they're making lines there, and they are struggling hard with many, many water drops day after day of retardant and water to try to get that under control. So I'm hoping that this update will give us some sort of a hopeful outlook. So, in the Onion Valley area up by Quincy, Quartz Hill, Onion Valley. This was updated 3 hours ago, I believe. Crews today continued to patrol and mop up, yes, around Quartz Hill and Onion Valley, after last night's successful firing operations. A helicopter with heat-detecting sensors surveyed the area to aid crews in finding any hidden hot spots. Night crews will continue to mop up the efforts throughout this area. All other containment lines remain secure. That's amazing. So that should be very good. That should be very good news over there, Robert. The area by Quincy looking much more secure than before. So, yeah, manzanita burns as hot as berry brush. Yeah, manzanita. I've heard about that. It is native, but that can be quite a thing, and it's just all over that area. So, but for Oregon, that's like having manzanita in Western Oregon, where it doesn't belong, Nothing like that belongs in Western Oregon. So that was my point. We're now seeing Western Oregon fires behave more like California fires, even though it's a totally different climate. If you think about the latitude here, California is like Italy and Greece. Northern California is like central Italy. It's Mediterranean, rolling hills of wheat and grass and olive trees. I mean, everything that grows in Italy grows just as well in the central and northern valley of California. If you think about the mountains separating California and Oregon at the border, that's kind of like the Alps. So Oregon has a lot more in common with the weather of London and Paris. The wet, soggy kind of stuff up there. That's the same latitude. Portland's about the same latitude as Paris. So we shouldn't be having in Oregon, California-esque fires in northwestern Oregon like that. That's unheard of. So because of some of the invasive weeds and other factors, we're starting to see those things behave much more like a California fire. So the North Zone, which is over there by Grizzly Forebay, we're talking about the North Complex. Firing operations took place south of Grizzly Forebay and will continue into tonight's night shift, should conditions allow. Crews were able to catch all the slupovers in the hot spots and will continue to patrol containment lines throughout the night. Members of the Type 2 Rocky Mountain Incident Management Team Black will take over command of the fire tomorrow at 6 a.m. as California Interagency Incident Management Team 4 has reached the maximum 21-day limit. I wonder what those limits are about. It might be about just protecting the health of the people there. That's very curious. So, weather and air quality, overnight temperatures in the valleys will be 36 to 42 degrees, with temperatures on the slopes and ridges ranging from 48 to 54 degrees. Southwest winds about 10 miles per hour. And like I keep saying, in the high Sierras, there's not much autumn. You know, September is maybe the 1 month of autumn that they have up there, and then there's a flip switched, and then a switch flipped, and then it's winter. So they're almost getting towards snow temperatures. Lows of 36 up there. So I'm going to read. Yeah, the cause here was lightning. The crazy lightning storm California had on the 17th of August was just incredible. They had more than 530 lightning-caused fires occur in the same, 8-hour period. They tried their best to get a handle on all of those lightning strike fires. They actually did a great job of quickly putting most of those small fires out. But with the lightning fires that were not out by the time the Labor Day once-in-a-lifetime windstorm came about, boom. Everything that wasn't out became a monster, and that's what overwhelmed the people at Brush Creek and Berry Creek, and I think they're still in body recovery mode. I do believe that as 10 or 12 people are confirmed to have died. I don't know about the rest of the missing. They're going from it's a long kind of a search as far as like what happened at Paradise. I was there in May, and Paradise burned on November 8th. They were still doing recovery operations, but then again, Paradise was a town of 20,000. But it's going to be a long time since they can get an accurate fatality count. So this is so wonderful to see, 78% perimeter contained, but just like I continue to say, it's a race against time. All of these fires need to be put out before the Santa Ana and the /Diablo winds come. It's a seasonal California wind event. It's been happening 400 to 500 years as far as anybody's kept records. In either late September, October, or November, there's these crazy wind gusts that happen in California. And it's just a seasonal event. And any fires that are already happening will just be whipped into new monsters. So this is why I am so anxiously covering the story and looking at this. The same thing goes for the Bobcat fire. The Santa Ana winds go down there. We want to see these out or 100% contained before Santa Ana winds come. So we keep anxiously hoping and praying for California. Hopefully when we get a handle on the Oregon fires, we can just use all of our resources to help clobber these California fires. So, significant events for the North Complex fire right now, the one by Oroville. It is an active fire. There is running, there is spotting, there's isolated torching. So this is what I like to see, isolated torching. That is what you don't want to see at all, really, on a fire. Torching is where fire goes from the base of a tree, climbs it, and goes to the top. That's when embers at the top of the tree can drift for miles away and start new fires. That's called spotting. So we do see isolated torching and spotting activity. But this is mild. Isolated torching is better than group torching. And we don't see the magic word here that we hate, crowning. Crowning is when torching occurs where the fire goes up a tree. Wind will then take that fire and it will light the tops of the trees on fire. And that's a nightmare. A crown fire is a development that just basically goes out of control until the wind dies down. That's massive spread because when the tops of the trees are on fire, those embers are just drifting, and that can cause long-range spotting, which is starting another fire ahead of itself downwind. So this is, fingers crossed, it's not bad, it's not good, it's not bad. We don't see crowning, and torching is isolated. That's good. Dry fuels, wind and topographic alignment combined provides for very active fire behavior, which includes upslope runs, torching, and spotting. Today, we exceeded the local thresholds in the wind and temperature category. Our predictive service area is in severe drought. That's just a terrible thing. But that could be way worse. Just being active, running, spotting, and isolated torching is so much better than long-range spotting, group torching, crowning, so fingers crossed. Current weather. These are the weather concerns. Weather conditions are beginning to slowly change ahead of a front expected to reach the area tomorrow night. General winds are expected to be southwesterly around 10 to 15 miles per hour, with gusts to around 25 miles per hour, mainly above 6,000 feet. Local winds have dominated at night, but the southwesterly winds, which means it blows to the northeast towards Quincy, those will begin to battle them overnight as well. So I think it's going to be winds kind of running into each other. So as the front passes, conditions will get hotter and drier, unfortunately, with strengthening winds. A fire weather watch is in effect from Saturday through Monday. In the next 12 hours, such as overnight, tonight, cold air will pool in the valleys again tonight with low temperatures around 40. If winds there persist throughout the night, especially slightly warmer temperatures. Yeah, I'm looking back at chat. Robert Brownlee says many factors to consider and manage. Absolutely. Low and slow fire is the best. Absolutely true. All they need is a window of time to get things under control. And unfortunately, after Saturday and Sunday, everything's going to get worse as far as conditions are, so we're just hoping and praying that they can slam this, get 100% containment, and move on. Because, man, this area has suffered enough. Butte County and Plymouth County has suffered enough. Man, you guys got 2020'd. That's the new slang term. In the future, we're all going to be saying stuff like, instead of, oh, I got the shaft, you got 2020, man. So the temperatures will stay a little warmer with elevation, with lows falling into just the mere 50s. Nocturnal downslope and down valley winds will battle with the southwesterly winds throughout the night. So, yeah, there's wind coming in from the northeast, and there's wind coming in from the southwest, and it'll just collide with itself. Hopefully that won't cause any swirls or, fire nados or anything like that. But it doesn't look like the winds are strong enough, thank goodness. But you never know what happens when winds collide, and when there's a fire, what exactly will go on here. Nobody predicted that crazy thing that happened on Labor Day. So, the outlook for Friday, a weak cold front is expected to cross the area late Thursday night or early Friday morning. At this time, the front itself does not look to carry any direct threats. The most significant impacts are likely to be a shift in winds to be more west-southwesterly, meaning it blows east-northeast to the northeast, and the development of isolated to scattered clouds. Man, you guys are not getting the rain. I'm sorry, we're getting all of your rain up here in Oregon as usual. I'm trying to blow it down there. It just isn't working. Sorry, I try to insert bad jokes every so often to lighten the mood. 72 hours, like the outlook for Saturday. Behind that weak front, a strong high-pressure system will drop into the northeast, while sharply increasing heat will create an area of low pressure. In between is the fire area, which can expect drier conditions and stronger northeast winds in addition to higher temperatures. And if you've just tuned in, folks, I'm reading the immediate outlook for the North Complex Fire of California. Do put in chat any questions about fire behavior. I can answer the majority of those as a layperson, but an educated layperson. Plus, if you would like me to go and look at the current status and forecast for the other fires, just let me know which fire. Oh, Brownlee says, thank you, keep people thinking. Yeah, you're so welcome. I'm doing this for you guys. This is not the Catherine Show. This is just public service. I've done this without a break for 3.5 weeks now. So just every waking hour, I pretty much monitor these fires. I do have to take long periods of rest because I'm battling a double ear infection, sinus infection. I apologize for sniffing and snorting and sounding like I'm not in a good radio voice here condition, but I'm just doing what I can. My description has a variety of links where everybody can monitor the fires just like I'm doing now. I'm reading publicly available information, and we do have firefighters and a lovely bunch of helpful people who come in here. My lovely family of people like Angie and Catherine and Judy and my other helpful people here. They help people out too. They have been wonderful, and in my absence, they have been holding down the fort, and I could not do this without you guys. So this is just public service. Just tell me about what fire you want to know about, and I will go to that next. And then I go to teaching. I am going to do a teaching session on how to survive a fire. What do survivors do right? What do the non-survivors do wrong? And so I will be looking here at Berry Creek again, analyzing what has gone wrong. I can tell you about Paradise 2, and I can tell you about the last Beachy Creek fire. I will read that survivor story. So that is coming up. Yep. All my love to all my mods like you, Catherine and Angie, and everybody here, the helpfuls in chat. There's no stupid questions. Even if you have heard rumors about stuff, I can go ahead and just tell you like the facts, like what's going on. The mainstream media isn't covering this at all. And when they do, they pretty much show politicians pointing fingers at each other instead of like the real what's going on the ground. You know, I just give the facts here. Nothing outlandish and good old, no slant, good old-fashioned journalism that's on life support, you know. Very little of that exists anymore. So I only created this channel because I just did not see the real information reaching the people. This is not something that I ever planned to do. I just saw that there was no one website where people could get all their information about the status and the evacuation info. That's what my elaborate, detailed amount of links are for in the description. And if you want me to get you a link to any information, I will just drop everything and do that. If you need to know where to go or evacuate, I'll just drop everything and tell you. So we continue with our analysis of the current conditions for the North Complex fire. Let me take a drink here. I want to get so much information out I start talking too fast. Let me take a drink. And I might be able to remove some of the background noise from my mic. Like I said, I was never prepared to stream this. This is the second time I've ever done this in my life. I'm just a historian slash, documentary filmmaker, just starting my career. And the fires were something I was going to start making a documentary about because I almost lost my brother in the Paradise fire. I've gone there and I've taken some footage and studied the incident quite elaborately. So I was not prepared for this, and I'm sorry for the non-professional kind of a system I have here, but I've gotten good feedback, and I think all of you who have expressed support, and knowing that I've helped somebody has made this crazy labor of love worth it. I've been broadcasting for 3 weeks straight every day, pretty much almost every waking hour. So YouTube deleted the major broadcast I had, the 170 hours. I can't believe it, but one day I'll try to upload the pieces I recorded. Okay. So do put any questions about the fires and which one you want me to look at in chat, please, if you just tuned in. So the Saturday outlook for the North Complex fire. The highest gusts will be in the northeast and southwest oriented narrow valleys and drainages, so like the Feather River Canyon, where winds will be funneled and constricted by the terrain. After Saturday, they had terribly hot weather. It is dry, and they're not going to get any of the rain that Oregon's getting. Catherine says the best advice and information you put out hands down. Thank you. Thank you for the praise. I'm just giving people information that firefighters already want people to know. And as I continue to learn video production, I think what I'm going to do is go to different fire stations and ask them, you want me to make a public service video? And I think that they're just not reaching the people, They keep warning people about the gasoline trees, like the eucalyptus, the invasive weeds that promote fire, how should you groom your property to make your house survive? And people just haven't been seeing that on the media. They just see depressing stuff. So anticipated 72 hours into the future for the North Complex fire. Expect Saturday's conditions to persist through the weekend and at least into Monday. A fire weather watch is in effect from late Saturday morning through early Monday. Ugh. At least it's not a red flag, knock on wood. A weaker version of the same setup may continue into Tuesday, so we're just hoping that they can slam this with the airplanes, finish their lines and have this pretty much more contained before this horrible weather keeps coming in. Of course, they don't even know what the weather will be like after 72 hours. That's a big question mark. So, like I keep saying, it's a race against time. All of these fires of California need to be contained by the time the Santa Ana winds come. They come every year, pretty much every year, in either September, October, or November. If they don't get a handle on these fires, including the Bobcat one, I mean, the Bobcat can blow straight into Pasadena. That's why Pasadena is on notice. The entire town of Pasadena, down there by LA. That it is not at all impossible that you could be seeing evacuations in northeast LA if the Santa Ana winds come. That'll be a nightmare. They really have to get a hold of it. So projected incident activity for the next 12 hours for the, let's see, I just want to look at the Forbstown area. Okay, west zone, fire lines are holding in branch, what is that, 23, in branch, Roman numerals, yeah, 23 and branch 25 on the western and southwestern perimeter of the fire. Crews continue to mop up and conduct tactical patrols around the structures, and no fire progression is expected in that area. Yay, there's a map we can look at. In branch 20 on the southern perimeter of the fire, crews continue the firing operation northwest along Old Forbstown Road to Squaw Flat Road down to Ponderosa Reservoir. Crews expect to be completed with the firing operation. Crews expect to be completed. Okay, I'm going to redo that typo. Crews expect to complete the firing operation by tomorrow morning. Every once in a while you find some oddly worded sentences, but you know, they're just typing quickly to update the people. It's okay. In branch 20 on the southeastern perimeter in Fire Division C and D, fire lines are holding. Yes. Crews are improving lines and mopping up the area. So the biggest area of threat right now is down there by Forbstown. So they are continuing the firing operations from Old Forbstown Road to Squaw Flat Road down to Ponderosa Reservoir. So they're fighting fire with fire, folks. They know that it keeps coming across the ridge. It has jumped several times. The South Fork of the Feather River, which is on the east side of Lake Oroville, and it wants to climb the ridges and then go down the slope to Forbstown, which is an amazing museum town, like a living museum that they have there for the gold rush. It's one of the few left up there in the Sierras, and if we lose that, we're going to lose so much cultural history. And I'm absolutely on pins and needles. Can they save Forbstown? I've only been there once, and it was magical. The living museum they have there is magical. And of course, life and property is at stake. So, that's good news. In the next 24 hours, let's see what they think about that area. Branch 20, on that perimeter of the fire, crews are expected to complete the firing operation, Division F, along that Ponderosa Road Reservoir in the next 48 hours. Let's see here. Let's see, moderate overnight humidity recoveries, but relative humidity, okay, sorry, read the whole thing. The cold front will set up over that fire area. Warmer temps and low humidity over the next few days, like the day after tomorrow onward. Increased in cloud cover, this is bad writing. Increasing in cloud cover today from 10% up to 25%. I'm just going to say cloud cover will increase and then decrease over the next few days. Forecasted west-southwest winds are going to be 10 miles per hour, but I have no idea what they mean. They keep saying today, but that's the outlook for the next 48 hours. Scratching my head. Moderate overnight recoveries of humidity, ground surface, and aerial fuels remain receptive. So they're still dry. Low humidity, and it's still dry. So after 48 hours from now, they're going to get fire watch warning. Kind of, it's not red flag, knock on wood, but fire watch conditions, which just aren't good. So we hope that today they could slam this as much as they can to protect Forbstown. And Angie says, can we show the Fort McMurray fire? Yeah, we'll do that next. Yeah, the expect active fire behavior where clear air exists. Probability of ignition will be approximately 80% during the day. I don't understand what they're talking about. I wish Torin was here, the firefighter. Some of their terms are kind of vague. It's like, do they mean their firing operations that they're lighting on purpose? Is it probability? I really don't know what probability of ignition means. I'm going to try to Google that as a firefighter's term. What is wildfire probability of ignition? Okay. I am not up to date with firefighter terms. I know about fire behavior, but when they're talking about those terms, some of those still confuse me. So here's a chart of probability of ignition, but a question mark. Probability of ignition is a rating of the likelihood that a glowing firebrand will ignite. Oh, okay. So, alright, that makes so much sense. So, when you have a fire that's smoldering, like say your stump is on fire, right? Well, it has been on fire, but the flames are gone, but it's still glowing hot, right? So what is the probability of ignition? What is the likelihood of that actually becoming flame again? And just like we were talking about the campfires, there's a glowing coals in a campfire. What's probability of ignition? Ignition is the appearance of a flame. So it says probability of ignition is a rating of the likelihood that a glowing firebrand will ignite a fire if it lands on receptive fuels. Yeah, so like the little embers, like the little sticks at the top of a tree that fall down, the orange snow sort of situation, the hot ashes and the little hot sticks that blow off the top of a tree. What is the probability of it starting a fire when it lands? And it says 80%. So that makes it so much more difficult to get this under control. That's why I'm praying that they can just finish those fire lines, and instead of really fighting the fire within the lines, just let it burn itself out. Just don't let it spread, then it'll eventually burn itself out. So the next 72 hours, probability of ignition goes up to 90%. So after Saturday, they're just having horrible weather. So that is kind of the update for the North Complex. I mean, they're talking about their lines holding and everything going well. They're mopping up at Onion Valley. I don't know what's going on. What was the situation at Grizzly? As far as I know, up there by Grizzly Reservoir and Bucks Lake, things are going okay. So I'm going to see if there's like a video update. And then we will look next to the one at Fort McMurray, because Angie has a request. If you're here tuning in, I'm doing open questions and answer time, and we're looking at the current situations of all the Western fires. And plus, I go into story time. I'm still going to do it, I swear. I'm going to show people how to survive a fire by using a shelter-in-place option, by using examples of who lived, who died, who made this choice, who made that choice, which one was correct. So that'll be, of course, after the current updates here. I have several different examples, and what I've been saying for the last 3 weeks, I have actually been correct. Even though I began teaching this in the first week of the fire, how to survive a fire, I'm now seeing actual survivor tales hit the media of the people who lived through this stuff, and what they did was exactly the kind of advice I gave with the help of the other 2 firefighters here, honing my advice and giving their input with Cogito and Torin here. I've just kind of been telling on my show, this is how you survive a fire, this is your best chance, this is what you should do. And the survivors who have been coming forth here talking to the media were basically doing the same thing that, not just myself, but the firefighters want people to know. And the people who have died did the wrong thing. Tried to flee in their cars when it was too late. But there is hope. Shelter in place doesn't mean trying to defend your house with a garden hose. That's bad. Shelter-in-place plan, which I teach here, and I want people to spread the word, is about finding a safe spot near your home or near where you're staying, and instead of trying to flee in your car, going to the safe spot and just waiting it out, waiting for the fire, the bulk of it to pass by you, and then coming out of your hidey hole when it's safe. So this is the Hope Channel. There are ways to survive this. You don't need to develop a drinking problem. You need to develop a plan. You don't need to bury your head in the sand. You need to develop a plan. So you can do that within about 1 hour of research, just looking at the maps like I do, and I'm going to train everyone here who wants to know. And then I will give you real-life examples of how this actually does work. We developed the system, I developed my advice based on the people that made it and what they did. So that is, if you're satisfied with that, Robert, are you curious about any of the other fires? I know you're Quincy. How is the smoke up there, by the way? I am familiar with Quincy. We used to have a cabin over by Almanor and Mineral and such. So I am very familiar with Quincy. I haven't been in that way for a while, but we had someone check in from Portola, and I was giving advice for anybody in Portola where they could shelter in place. Portola looks like a perfectly defensible place. Really good, river access. And I can use Portola as one of the examples, too, of how to craft a shelter in place plan. But if anybody has a question, here is my situation, how would I shelter in place where I'm at? Just give me an address, or not your exact address, but give me cross street. Just give me anywhere on the map, and I will zoom in, look at satellite views, look at street views. I'll tell you exactly how to survive a fire in any spot on the map. It's really not rocket science. Once you're trained, anybody can go, yes, that's what you do. And that's what we want to spread the word here. I want to see more people survive. My brother did the wrong thing and nearly died. He drove through flames, barely made it out, crying kids in the back of the car. And he should have done his shelter-in-place plan, but he didn't have one. And so that's the same thing with Paradise Fire. Almost everybody could have survived. That was California's most deadly fire, and so that's why I teach here today. I teach how to live, how to prevent these fires, and how to live. That's the best thing I can possibly do for the public, I think. So, once again, question and answer session. It's open. And we're going to look at the fire by Fort McMurray. So, is that an active fire, Angie? I don't believe I've heard of it. So is that going on right now, Fort McMurray? I'm going to take a look. We continue to monitor Broadcastify, and if they talk about new updates on the Bobcat fire, we will go ahead and look at it. And I continue to look over there. I don't see the scout plane, but I continue to monitor that situation. You might hear an advertisement. I'm refreshing it. Hang on.
At Legacy Health, we support your healthy habits.
Yeah, so I'm going to mute that. Oh, this is the big conflagration of Canada, right? But that was 2006. So is there one going on right now? Angie? Oh, I'm so sorry. I was going to show Morris you had a video, so let me go ahead and look at that. I'm so sorry, Morris. I do have the mind of a goldfish, so go ahead and link anything you want me to look at. I can't show media footage. I can't show media footage here. I can sometimes show a sound bite. Otherwise, I get a copyright claim on my videos. So let me look at it off screen. The YouTube video you wanted me to look at. So youtube.com/ I think this link will probably work, but I'm not getting it to work, Morris. Sorry if you're still with us. Can you help? Can you tell me how to get to it, or what is the title of that video that you wanted me to look at? And I will definitely take a look. Right now, the latest. Yeah, thanks for being with us, Morris. Do remind me. What you do to get my attention is type in chat at Catherine Davidson with the correct capitalization and a space. That will highlight my name in orange. I will be looking over at chat and realize someone's trying to get my attention. I'm a very forgetful person, especially when I'm sick like this, battling a low-grade fever and trying to do my best. I can forget what I was doing. So that, what the latest is on the Bobcat fire, guys, is that a power company may have accidentally started it, called SoCal Edison. That they're cooperating with investigators right now, but investigators are on the scene of a potentially overloaded power line situation for SoCal Edison. So what I keep telling people is global warming isn't causing the fires. The fires are causing global warming with their CO2 emissions. And the cause of the fires are these preventable ignition sources, man-made ignition sources, such as power lines. And so we have to fix our crumbling infrastructure to help save the planet. We can't have these billion-dollar events all the time. We can't have these wide swaths of the landscape burn up because of power lines down. That contributes to global warming. Global warming doesn't cause ignition. The emissions here from the fires contribute to global warming, and the media has it backwards. So these fires are causing global warming, and we can prevent the fires and therefore help prevent, the accelerated global warming. So, we can hold our power companies accountable and have them change things. So that's the latest. We of course don't know. They're still investigating, but SoCal Edison might have either contributed to the spread of the Bobcat fire with a secondary ignition source or even caused it. We're not sure. So it was news, so you can't show it, but I can look at it and I can report what they're saying. So yeah, what was the title of that news that you wanted me to see? And Robert, if you need any more information about the Bear Fire, go ahead and tell me, but I think we're pretty much done covering that one. I want to look at it, see if there's been any spread, but so far what's going on with the North Complex is that the only real struggle, they're wrapping it up at Onion Valley, which is so great. That means Quincy can breathe easy. They seem to be doing pretty well up here by Bucks Lake too, but over here they're still struggling to keep Forbstown alive. So Forbstown Road, we had just gotten confirmation, is their fire line. So don't worry about this. These red spots is where they are lighting fires on purpose. These are heat detections large enough to detect from space. They are lighting this steep canyon on fire on purpose. They have a good line here at the road. It will stop at the line, and then when the fire here, the bulk of it tries to climb up here, it's not going to find any fuel. That's the fingers crossed plan that they have, and they are doing this now before the weather turns. After Saturday, it's going to be so hot and dry. They're just not getting lucky with the weather. But, excuse me, they got a window of opportunity to stop this and save not only Forbstown, the living museum town, but Clipper Mills and Robinson Mills. And if they didn't get a handle on it, this would threaten Oroville again. My poor uncle, who's evacuated, in the last 3 years, he's evacuated like 12 different times. Maybe he could breathe easier too. So looking over at the chat, tell me which fire you want me to cover, folks. We're reading the latest updates, and whichever one you want, and then I'm going to go through the How to Survive a Wildfire, the shelter-in-place plan. But do put in chat which fire you want me to monitor. We continue to monitor this is live coverage, live update these are live cams at the Mount Wilson Observatory at the Bobcat Fire by LA, and thank goodness it is sitting there pretty. It is still standing. These are live images. To the northwest of the observatory, we can see the fire moving away. And in the distance, this is another live image. The fire is a ravine away from Mount Wilson, and they are doing very well containing it there. They're still struggling with trying to protect Paradise Springs, Big Pines, the hot spots at Valeyrmo. And, it still is a struggle to deal with the Little Rock Reservoir down at the Bobcat Fire, but we'll keep checking in with them. And we are plugged into their firefighter chatter. If they talk, we will hear it. So looking back at the Bear Fire and all that, this is insane. This is California's 4th or 5th largest wildfire. But, thank goodness, 78% containment has been achieved. So knock on wood, we will continue to monitor it. Catherine says Edison Corporation with federal investigators looking into potential link of the Bobcat fire. Yep. Let me see if I can potentially play that. Play that link. It's very frustrating that instead of having to prove that I violated their copyright, that I have to defend myself. I think it should be the other way around. When I just look at breaking news with fire, I shouldn't have a copyright strike. I'm not making money off of this. But what they do is they try to claim it as their own content and then put advertisements on my video. That is not at all cool. So if you have actual video you want to share that is a work of the government, such as Caltrans, any fire department's works, I will absolutely be able to show that. So let me copy that link. But yeah, that is the breaking news, that it looks like the power company may have accidentally started the Bobcat fire, if not contributed to part of it. Oh yeah, that's what I'm gonna play the audio real quick. Hang on. I need to put on the, I had to click the button to unmute it, right?
Investigators are looking into whether Southern California Edison is to blame for the Bobcat fire. Tonight, Edison admits it does have high power lines near the origin of the fire, and they may have failed. KCAL9's Candace Crone reports.
From above, you can see charred land near Southern California Edison power lines at the Cogswell Reservoir in the mountains above Azusa. Today, Edison revealed it had an equipment issue near the dam minutes before the fire started there September 6th. Smoke was visible on a sky camera. Residents.
Okay, so there you have it. We'll continue to monitor that situation. We don't want to try anybody in the media. This could be completely coincidental. I mean, that's, we have to wait for the investigation to conclude, but this drives it home that we know in other situations, down power lines have been causing mass death events. And we can, that's a part of, we may not be able to control the weather, we may not be able to control the climate right now, but we can control the ignition sources and how big fires get. We can do practical solutions here. And because these fires are contributing to climate change with the emissions, and all this pollution here is affecting the health of millions. And this is going to be draining the taxpayer dollars. This is preventable, and if we just learn the lessons, we can have a brighter future. We are not condemned to worse and worse fire seasons. We absolutely are not. Wake up, media, stop reporting that. Most of this is preventable, and most of the sizes of these fires they can be kept small with just a couple of common sense things. So Catherine agrees this is the public interest, so therefore nobody should be. This is not like I'm trying to share music and pirate movies, but that's the way they treat me if I put news media events on here. So there you have it. We will wait for that information and the investigation to unfold. So yeah, Morris. What was the title of the KGW news article? I can then go ahead and see if I can, at least play some audio clips. If you tell me the title of what you're trying to share, then that would be great. So let's look. We were checking the webcams, the latest on the Bobcat fire. And then I will go into story time, how to survive. And let's just do a refresh here. This is in real time. So this is what it really looks like from the Mount Wilson Observatory to the northwest on the Bobcat fire. So some of these are firings on purpose. Like over here, they're trying to burn off the vegetation in a ring around Mount Wilson, because the bulk of the fire over here, I believe this is where the real fire is. He's kind of traveling back towards Mount Wilson, going from west to east on that ravine. So they did predict a wind shift. So we read the Bobcat fire update, and this is going well, they said. They're actually struggling more like in the area of Highway 2, northeast of here. And let me go back and look. They want to try to protect the communities in this area by Paradise Springs, So glad to see that's a pocket of green. So right here, they're really struggling. They don't want this to spill over and affect big pines and Wrightwood. As we can see over here at Wrightwood, there's a lot of people's homes here. There's a community here. And let's go to Forest Service map. This will bring it home. Where is the Forest Service map? There. See all the structures. This is what they're trying to protect, and they're not getting any help with the wind or anything. They did make it known that new resources are coming in as other fires are winding down, and so that's making a difference. But they keep saying they keep experiencing extreme difficulty in fighting this just because they haven't had the resources and the manpower they requested from day one. So it's not just the climate. There's been, the double whammy of COVID. The majority of the volunteer force, like for example the white-collar crime criminals and nonviolent criminals that usually make up the majority of the volunteer service, have been, released ahead of COVID and are not available. And that they have to quarantine different units away from each other sometimes to make sure COVID isn't spread amongst the firefighters. So this is, a double whammy 2020 year. Some of these fires could have been put out and contained if they had more resources. The fact that Oregon and Washington had their fires explode on Labor Day as well meant that those states couldn't help. And it's just a perfect storm of bad situations. So they are valiantly fighting this, and they have been working extremely long shifts. There's already been a fatality. So unfortunately, a firefighter did lose his life in this Bobcat fire. We have to absolutely support our firefighters, and I hope we can pass new laws to get them off the minimum wage and food stamps, for example. That would be good. So unfortunately, this is one of the most dangerous jobs, and it's hardly minimum wage. That's what some of the firefighters coming in chat have been telling me. It's just absolutely crazy. Wildfire is so dangerous, but the city departments, they can make very good money, but wildfire fighting is pretty much minimum wage and food stamps. Can't believe it. That explains why they stick their hands in the ash to test for hot spots. Their bare hands. They can't afford the little temperature sensing handheld devices akin to what we use to take our temperatures. You know how you take your temperature on your forehead with a little gun? Bing. They don't even have that. They'd stick their bare hands in ash, and this is absolutely nuts. So we continue to listen to Broadcastify's LA County major event. We're covering the Bobcat fire, but also the others. But Angie, I never did hear back from you. You were asking a question about the 2016 Fort McMurray fire. Maybe you were talking about how people, probably what you were mentioning that for is, I'm now going to go into story time, how to survive a wildfire when the flames are all around you. So if you want to tune in for that, then that's my story time. If anybody has just tuned in, I am still taking open questions and answer sessions for any of the western fires. Just let me know. I'll drop everything and give you the information you need. This is not a show for me. This is a show for public benefit. I'm here to answer your questions about wildfire. I'm as educated as a layman can be. I made it my business several years ago to learn everything I could about wildfire behavior, and thankfully it's quite simple. Everyday people can understand it. It's quite simple. And I have gone and interviewed people who have lived through the Paradise Fire, and I can tell the story of my brother and how he lived but did the wrong thing. He barely lived through it. And then I'm going to read you two tales of the most recent fires. Tales of survival and death from the Beachy Creek fire in Oregon. Tales of survival and death from the Brush Creek, Berry Creek fire at the North Complex up there. And I can also tell you tales of survival and death from the Paradise if anybody wanted that. But I think it's most relevant to talk about what's just occurred. So I keep giving people advice. Let me start a recording here. So here's how to survive a wildfire, and even if flames are all around you. So let's look first at the Beachy Creek, actually. No, actually, let's look at the bear fire, because I do think we have people here affected by the bear fire. So, in fact, I realized I ran out of drink. So to keep my voice from cracking, let me go refill my cup. Looking at it now, that's pretty. So I'm sorry, I just trolled you. In 1 minute, I'm going to teach you how to survive a fire and how to make your ABCD evacuation plan. And I'm going to tell you how people survived, how people died. But take hope, take heart here, and have hope. It's easier to survive a wildfire than you ever dreamed. It is not shelter in place, means shelter in a safe spot near your home, and I'm going to teach you how to identify that. So once again, if you have any questions or any challenges, give me the cross street, give me any spot on the map in the western United States, and I'll tell you how to survive, what your best options are. Give me, just a general address, something like that, or give me a general town, and I'll use that as an example. Go ahead. But I'm going to go refill my cup, and in 1 minute to 1 minute and a half, I will begin. And if you have any questions on the current conditions of the fires, do let me know. And I will pause story time and look that up for you. So I'll be right back in 1 minute. All right, let me settle back in here. Sorry, I had to mess around with the water filter and get my cup all filled up because this will be a little bit of a long conversation. If you just joined right now, go ahead and put in chat any questions you have about wildfire survival, because I'm here to tell you you can survive almost any situation. And I'm going to train people here. This is part of my public service on how to survive a wildfire. So I also interrupt story time. Whenever people need information immediately, if you need to know about a fire immediately or current conditions, like, oh, before I go to bed or anything like that, then absolutely let me know, and I will pause the story time and just tell you what you need to know. So what we're going to do is be looking at who lives, who dies in a wildfire, what did the people do right, what did they do wrong. So I know it's kind of a grim kind of a subject, but I realized that this information had to get out, and I do want you to share it with your friends. Most people can survive wildfires, no matter what really is happening around them. And so I noticed this pattern when I visited Paradise, and I had a map of fatalities, and so I went to the place where that occurred. And no, this is not some sort of a paparazzi thing. I went there to see if they really had to die and if there was anything they could have done. And I found out, yes, that the majority of people that had died in that wildfire could have made it. And I looked at what people did to survive it, and I just decided, wow, this information, if the public knew about this, we'd have very, very few deaths in wildfires in general. So this is the Hope channel here, but you have to study the grim, you have to study the dark in order to have a brighter future. Most of these deaths in wildfires are preventable. So we're going to look at the survival tales and what I've been saying. So first of all, I did not invent this. This is pretty much a simple method that firefighters want people to already know. And if more people knew about it, of course, we'd have fewer deaths. So I just decided to name it the ABCD. I don't know what other firefighters are calling it, what other experts or people are calling it. I'm not an expert. First and foremost, I am a lay person, but with a very keen interest in knowing everything that I can about wildfire behavior, because I did lose a family friend, and I nearly lost 2 of my brothers to wildfire, including my brother who lived in Paradise and his home burned to the ground. So what happened with my brother, and like other people too, too many others these days, is he was told to get out by honking horns up and down the street, and I think it was a sheriff that went up and down his street yelling out the window, everybody get out, the fire's over the ridge. So this is the Bear Fire currently, where there has been at least 10 fatalities. I think they're still looking for some of the missing. I'm not up to date on that, but over here is Paradise. If you clicked on fire history, you can see how bad the Paradise Fire was, how insane this gigantic fire was. This is the town of 20,000 people here. Most of it, most of the homes not surviving. Of course, the forgotten towns of Magalia, places like Centerville, Hilltown, Irishtown, Pence, and Concow, the other towns that were severely affected, Cherokee, the western, Oregon City, the western parts of Lake Oroville here. All of these places were forgotten about. Butte Valley too. Sorry if I'm forgetting you too. There's a lot of places here that were affected right up towards Sterling City, Lovelock, and of course, let's see, I keep forgetting Park Hill, and what's the Big Bend? Sorry. So it wasn't just Paradise that was affected. Also East Chico, the people that lived along Highway 99. What people don't realize about it is it wasn't a forest fire, so raking has nothing to do with anything. It was, for the most part, a wildfire that moved along the ground, kind of down here like a grass fire, and it definitely was a grass fire in a, into the farmland down here when it reached, area by Chico down here. That's pretty much sea level. So it climbed up high into the mountains, went down into the valleys, and went over like 3 or 4 different types of terrain. So it kind of was in the later months. This raged for months. It went up into the forest proper, but that's not exactly what characterizes the Paradise Fire. It was a city fire, a fast-moving ground and grass fire, and then later a forest fire. So the what did my brother do wrong first? And I think he's going to kill me. I think he's going to kill me when he hears about this. I hope he just doesn't. But so here he was in Paradise, and what he did was waited for authorities to tell him what to do. That's what the vast majority of the people did in Paradise. So number one, my first rule here is don't wait for authorities to tell you what to do. Do not at all depend on any sort of early warning system. Do not do that. It failed in Paradise. And Paradise was winning awards for being so fire prepared, and they had an award-winning fire notification system. They knew that they were vulnerable, and they took all kinds of precautions ahead of fire seasons every single year. They did rake. I went to different, everybody does. I went to the Gold Nugget Museum Facebook page, and before the fire they were having group events where they were raking the trails and grooming them, and everybody did rake. That wasn't the point. That's not what happened here. And global warming was not the ignition source. It was a power line. You know, everyone has it backwards. Global warming is caused by the fires because they release all the CO2. Global warming does not cause ignition. So the long-term trend of fires being worse with global warming, but the fires are causing it. The media has that backwards. These emissions that were just absolutely released from the fire are absolutely awful for climate change. So I need to go back and get my visual aid real quick. Where it's gone, I don't know. So I'm going to show you the Inferno that was Paradise, so the Camp Fire 2018. And I'm not here to scare you, I'm here to give you hope. So as scary as this image looks right here, this is an image of thousands of people living, thousands of people surviving in this inferno. The entire town of Paradise is right underneath this smoke. And if you think everybody's dead by this point, absolutely not. There's thousands of people sheltering in place right here during the inferno. But unfortunately, the people who have tried to flee by car are the ones, for the most part, dying here. And the people that never left their homes are the ones that are dying here. So there's a thing that I say, shelter in place does not mean shelter within your home. You know, the first rule is don't wait for authorities to tell you what to do. Leave before they tell you to go. And I'm going to show you exactly how to determine that. Second rule is shelter in place does not mean defend your home. It does not mean that. It means go nearby your home to a shelter. Usually within walking distance, there's usually an invisible fire shelter that you may not be aware of. And so I will go through what that is. But this, as scary and terrifying as this image is, within these flames, thousands of people are alive and well and riding it out, including all of the fire departments up here. The people who tried to race through the flames and put on their dash cams, and you see their dash cams, just got out because of luck. Like I say, the third rule here is escape by vehicle is a window of opportunity that does close. So we have to know when that has closed, and that's when you go to your shelter in place plan. The shelter nearby your home in a safe spot plan. That's what that means. So if we can flip back here to the map. So let me move the map over here. And so I've got my visual aid. Excuse me, here's CalTopo. So here's the map, and I'm going to turn that off. So you can see here, I'm going to zoom in a little bit. Look here, because I'm going to compare these images. Then you'll see just how much of the landscape's on fire. This is one branch, I think the North Fork of the Feather River, where it meets Lake Oroville. Lake Oroville being a gigantic lake. I mean, you could use a boat, and it would take days for you by boat to go up in here. Like, this is gigantic, I can't tell you. So this is lined up with what the picture is. See how much the landscape's on fire, and this is by 10 in the morning. So I also want to bring attention to over here. There's no fire. So conspiracy theorists were pointing out that the fire that began over here at Polga is where the fire began. They think that somebody else lit a fire here at Magalia because it didn't have time to travel right. Well, that's what people misunderstand. So here we go with fire behavior. Understand you can't outrun it for this simple fact. It's called spotting. So the fire that was just south of Magalia, where it began here in the scary, scary image, that's Magalia. It began here because of spotting. The embers drifted over long periods of distance, short period of time, but long distance. They can start a fire ahead of where you're trying to escape. So it follows simple physics. This is why fire behavior is pretty easy to understand once you know about it. At the ridges, so over here at Polga, this is a ridge top here. I don't know exactly where the embers were, but it was first here in the canyon when they lost control of it, when it was a very small fire started by the power lines because of the insane wind conditions. It happened during a Santa Ana wind or Diablo wind conditions, which is the same thing. So that's a seasonal wind pattern that's normal for California. It's been going on for hundreds of years. But the worst dangerous part of fire season for California is September, October, and November, because that's Santa Ana wind season. Yeah, true winter in California doesn't oftentimes happen till December. It's just a Mediterranean climate. It's like Rome, you know. So over here where the power lines dropped and there was a fire in the Feather River Canyon, for a time, this is when Paradise first got notified by the automatic warning system. You know, almost everybody got this phone call. It was pretty remarkable. And there was a robot voice, I believe, that said, they called everyone, reverse 911, and said, everybody, there's a fire over here in the canyon. That is a distance of, many miles. So please prepare to leave the town, pack your belongings, and get ready. And then if the fire approaches, which they were imagining it would slowly over time, over this big chunk of landscape, it might take more than a day to get over here. They said, and if it approaches, you'll get a secondary 911 call. Reverse 911 call. So my brother and most of the people were sitting here ready to go, but not actually leaving, and that was mistake number one. Waiting for authorities to tell you what to do. Now this is what I teach instead. If a fire is near you, or even if it isn't, just everybody should make an ABCD plan. Just look at the maps like I am here. And just in a couple of clicks, you can see, you can identify if you're particularly vulnerable. If you are, leave way before you're told. Just do it, And here's how. When my brother was first notified, he said he had a kind of a bad feeling that maybe he should leave. But they had confidence in the system, and that's what I am telling you, you should not have. This is no insult. This is no insult to firefighters in cities. This is just common sense that nobody can predict the weather. And if a crazy weather event starts during the middle of a wildfire, you won't have warning. Everything can go from controlled to out of control chaos within moments. We cannot predict the weather, and sometimes fires create their own weather. So what the authorities are doing is they're predicting what will happen based on projected weather. And what we see with the fatality events and these problems is that the weather changes unpredictably. And then people get caught unawares, especially when they're sleeping and have turned off the news, maybe turned off their phones or put them on mute. So what you should do is just decide for yourself when to leave, and it's really simple. Really simple. The best option is leaving the area before you're told, just because you can see that a wildfire is threatening your area. And so later, if the window of opportunity still exists, you can evacuate by car. I'm going to turn off that crackle radio sound. And then know when you can't leave by car and do your shelter-in-place plan. Sometimes you will never have a window of opportunity to leave by car or vehicle. That happened at Brush Creek and Berry Creek here. The window of opportunity was before anybody told anybody to get out, and then it was suddenly level 3, chaos, the fire's here. So do not believe for 1 second that if you're told to leave, there will be an orderly, like, get ready to leave, and then a go. The get ready, get set, go plan, don't believe at all that it's going to be level 1, then 2, then 3, and anything will be orderly at all. Like at Mill City, they got notice to get ready. 15 minutes later, it was get out, everybody run. So, first of all, don't have confidence in the system, not because people are incompetent, but because too many people get hurt this way. That we are just mere mortals. We cannot predict the weather in the future or fire behavior. We can just get a good idea of it. So never trust the system. Never wait for authorities to tell you what to do. But the cool thing is, I'm going to train you here now on what to do. So first, just look at your area on a map, like caltopo.com. This is one of the coolest maps ever. There's so many different layers here. All you got to do is put in your own address up here in the search, and then look at the satellite layer, Forest Service layer, if it is available, and terrain layer. So like I was explaining here, this caught everyone by surprise. The reverse 911 system failed. My brother in the night before or in the early morning got a reverse 911 call just like everybody else did, pretty much everyone in Paradise, and it said, pack your bags, get ready to leave. We'll tell you when the fire gets closer, and we'll start an orderly evacuation. Hours ticked by, arrows ticked by. And when people first got an idea of something that was going wrong, is that some people started to pick up their phones and found that the phone line was dead. Some people tried to figure out the news. They went and found the power was out in the morning. Some people were losing power. So then some people realized there was no internet either, and there was no phone service, because what was happening was the fire was chewing right through the local power lines, local telephone lines, and the local cell phone towers. And so people were deaf, dumb, and blind, and they didn't know it. The authorities were trying frantically to get that system up and running, and it didn't work. So never ever depend on that, because the fire just ate through all of the lines that could have helped. After that, it was a door-to-door with the local sheriffs trying to do this, trying to warn everyone here in all of these little streets here, many of which don't connect, going up and down, up and down, up and down, dead-end streets, yelling out the windows, telling people to get out. They could not reach everyone, as you can see here. There's way too many streets. There's way too many homes, if you can see here. So you may never ever get any sort of notice. And the same thing happened at Bangor and Lamarica. But this is okay. I'm going to tell you how to know ahead of time what's happening. You can get the $25 radio, the scanner radio, like the Baofeng, and you can just tune in to the same channels I'm listening to now. When you're listening to the firefighter radio and you're listening to your local police and fire station, when things go wrong, you're going to hear it right there on the radio. They're going to say, oh my God, it's jumped the line, or everybody go door to door, or start evacuations, the fire's at this and this road, it's moving that way. That's when you're going to know. So with a $25 radio, you can be as up to date as anybody. That's real-time information, and you can get out or go to your shelter-in-place plan in real time. So what happened here was the way that embers travel. Here's the beginning of the basic fire education. So down here in the canyon, during the Santa Ana winds, the fire spread rapidly down there through the canyon, and at first it was just following the canyon. This is where the winds were going. But what would doom the town is the change in wind direction, and it went due west. So when that happened, they thought, they were telling people on that little recording that they thought that fire would do what people think fire does, go down a hill, burn up this area, climb up a hill, and then maybe, the town would try to prevent it from getting up this hill. But you look at that steep terrain. Fire can travel quickest when it's going up very steep terrain. When it climbs up hills, fire travels up the quickest. And when it's wind driven, this can just go in a matter of moments, just moments. So first of all, anybody here could identify their specific vulnerability by A, being at the top of a ridge. being at the top of a place where fire can climb really quickly. So if you are living rurally, you're extra vulnerable. The next thing to look at is how many exits do you have? Do you have one street out? One way out? That's super vulnerability. Then if you look, I continue to monitor the radio chatter for the Bobcat fire. So when I pause like that, I'm listening. So what happened at Paradise was fire raced up this steep terrain and got on this ridge. As we can see here, the fire didn't come directly this way. What happens with spotting, this is what spotting is when fire is up at a high elevation like the ridge top, especially if there's trees up there, and fires go to the top of the trees, the embers start to drift, and they will drift with the wind direction. So the moment that the winds shift towards the west, there should have been immediate push the button, get everyone out sort of a deal. Unfortunately, they should have been evacuating people over time because the entire town of Paradise has 3 main roads out, all in the same direction. So if anybody had problems as the chaos descended, one by one, these individual connecting roads like Pearson and Elliott and Billy, the ones that connected other people to the way out, the Skyway, the Clark, the Pence Road out, people found their ways blocked as trees and power lines began to get pushed over, and individual pockets of people began to get trapped. So the vast majority of the trapped here survived, and I'm going to show you how. They are in this scary, scary conflagration. They are in here sheltering in place. This is long past the time when you can get out by car, as you can see. This is long past the time when you get out by car, but they went to their plan to either shelter in place. So first of all, identify how vulnerable you are. And this is a great example. When the fire was here, 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts blew these embers all the way right across this distance. What firefighters have been telling me in chat is, first I was saying, embers could start a fire 10 miles ahead of itself. They corrected me and they said, no, it's 20. So if we were to measure this point right here, measure a line, right here to here, whoops, not measure a polygon, measure a distance in a line, measure a distance. We know that alright, it's looking weird, but we know that it went from about here to here and just drifted over, and that is more than 5 miles, and that's almost 6 miles as the crow flies. But really, it could have been worse. It could have started fires 20 miles away. It depends on the elevation of where the embers are at, like how high is the ridge top, how high is the tree. Just like throwing a paper airplane off the Empire State Building. If you're at the top, it's going to go further than if you were on the 10th floor. So here's a tall, tall ridge, and the fire gets whipped up by the 80-mile-an-hour winds, and the embers start landing over here, and they find readily available fuel. They are down here at the bottom in this canyon, and they raced up to the top, and in multiple points, starting here, then later here, then here. The fire races up this ridge, but all the people can't see it. It's kind of down here. Everybody down here in the middle of the town are just seeing a black cloud of smoke in the distance, and then bad feelings are happening. They're getting more and more anxious, and yet 911 isn't telling them to leave, so people were sitting there waiting for authority. I'm telling you right now, if you're seeing ominous signs like that, such as the wind blowing your way, and if you look upwind and you see a big black cloud heading your way, or the sky darkening, or you're seeing glowing in the distance, then analyze real quick for yourself. Do I have time to leave? And then leave by vehicle if you can, or go immediately to your shelter-in-place plan to wait it out. So, but people are sitting here still waiting for that. They're victims of detrimental optimism. The wind could change. They must not be calling us because there's control. They must be over here ready on the ridge to keep it back. We would be hearing something by now. When people are threatened with losing everything, there's that psychology thing of detrimental optimism where people are saying, I don't think they're minimizing the potential for disaster. I don't think it'll get that bad. What are the odds it'll get that bad? It's never happened before. Don't be a victim of detrimental optimism. Prepare for the worst and expect it, and then you will be absolutely prepared. And then you'll probably be relieved if the worst doesn't happen. So Preparing for the worst is when you can relax. You're prepared for the worst. Relax. So the thing that happened is, boom, 7:30 in the morning, I believe, was when my brother was told frantically, the up and down the street drives the sheriff or some sort of authority saying, get out, get out, get out. And so he did the wrong thing. He got in his car and tried to get out. So had a bunch of neighbors. So his immediate neighbors were on a different street, decided that they would do the same thing. So of the cars here, if you consider that a group of 7 cars, he got out first because the sheriff drove on his street first. And then what happened next was the sheriff then went down the other street and told the other people there. And so in that amount of time, perhaps just 1.5 minutes later, they didn't make it out. None of them came out. And they got trapped and, for the most part, perished in their vehicles. And my brother just made it out from luck. He did the wrong thing, and so did the others. And unwittingly, the sheriff was accidentally giving bad advice because the window of opportunity to leave my car had closed. And if anybody really didn't get out by 7:30 in the morning, they were stuck in here, and the survivors sheltered in place. And some people were able to get out by car, but that was a screaming nightmare. And I won't show you the aftermath photos, but that became just a savage struggle for survival. So how are people in here living? How are people here surviving? They are basically going to places where they see other people go and parking their cars and waiting it out in their cars. Other people are just watching out the window in a stupefied manner, and then some people are getting foolish ideas about maybe I should turn on my sprinklers. And so here are the firefighters running around the same area. Please do not turn on your sprinklers. They're trying to save individual homes and individual neighborhoods and prevent the fire from crossing roads. And they're failing because they're hooking up to the pressure lines and they are getting no pressure. Too many sprinklers are on at once. So that's number one other piece of advice. You cannot defend your house with sprinklers. I can't tell you how many homes, when I toured the disaster zone later, I saw people with green lawns and their homes burned to the ground because the sprinklers are not going to go on your roof. The vast majority of the fires are the embers landing on the roof. And you won't be able to defend your house with a garden hose either. That's what I don't mean. That's not what I mean by shelter in place. So how are these people surviving in this inferno? First of all, the firefighters look for a home that they want to defend. They got trapped here too, and one thing that they never do is they don't try in general to flee by car in a panic. When firefighters are in a situation like this, they know their local areas and they know which homes are defendable. So they're driving to the defendable homes, the ones that have a backyard source of water, such as a pool, a pond, a creek. And they look around the landscaping of these homes, and if they like what they see, which is a manicured, low-cut lawn, not too many trees next to the house, no trees nearby which could fall on the house, they're just going to pull into that neighborhood, gather up all the people they can, get them to shelter in that house, and they're going to defend that house. And they're going to do a great job of it because they've got an engine. You know, they got a deck gun. They got serious firefighting equipment. They're going to soak the area, soak the house, soak their own engine, and take turns going inside and resting and coming out and manning the guns. If it's really bad, then they'll all fan out into the yard, and they will just put out fires with either squirts of water they have or their shovels. And so that's how a lot of the firefighters here and some of the survivors are surviving in this area. So you can also groom your property to be the kind of property that they would want to save. You know, trim back those trees around your house. Don't put any bushes growing up right next to your house. So what are the other people doing? The people who are milling around in their cars going, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. They're running down this road, it's blocked, they go back the way they came. They go down this road, it's blocked, they go back the way they came. What are they doing? Well, here's part of what you can do. You can find your shelter in place plan here really easily. Ace Hardware. This is where a lot of people took shelter, and I think some of the fire crews. So if we go and we put on the satellite, this was absolutely a safe place to be. The parking lot of the big box store, right? So think about the big box stores and even the grocery stores. So here at Ace Hardware, there's a lot of people just sitting there in the cars and they're riding it out. These other buildings are going up kind of nearby, but the Ace Hardware had that kind of a fire, not fireproof, but fire-resistant roof, and so that's part of why it survived. Other buildings had bad kind of roofs that were either, you know, like wooden cedar shake, or they were the old types of roofing with tar on it and such, that where the embers landed, they lit the roof on fire. So the firefighters don't try to save that. It's a losing, it's called triage for them. It's a losing battle. So what they do is they save what they can save. That's defensible. And all around this building is a big wide parking lot for non-flammable things. So down here is a creek too. So the firefighters were able to save this with ease. And if you look at this, remember that fire obeys the wind. It's just going to go in little ribbons and strips. It doesn't come like a giant wall usually. Like it follows the wind, where the wind is gusting, and it goes through canyons, and it goes, you know, down, follows roads if the road is following a canyon too, or a creek. And it will be burning in like lines. Like there's a fire line, for example, here coming this way. And then up here, there was probably a fire coming, following a kind of a ribbon this way. And then over this way, you know, it reaches out with fingers. You can always see the fingers of fire. There's probably a strip going this way. And so in between the strips, you'll see green stuff that never was burned. And part of that is later they cornered the fire in those strips, made fire lines, and were able to save blocks and such, for example. But that's the way it behaves. So here's the fire coming in from the northeast, and you can see this is a perfect spot to shelter, because across the road here, there's really not much to burn either. So a fire that's coming in from this way, even that's taking out these buildings, comes and burns the twigs. But even if embers drop here and drop here and drop here ahead of the fire, we're not seeing them have anything to catch, just landing on pavement. So if the fire is coming towards you, get in the middle of pavement, and just stop your car here. This was safe. This was much better, much better idea than when it got this bad really quickly, trying to drive through this. After it's a window of opportunity to leave in your car and know when it's over. Go and pull out into a parking lot. A big parking lot. The next thing that firefighters want you to know is big open fields. Like, for example, the track and fields, baseball diamonds, or dirt lots. Like this may be burning right here, but you could drive right here. This would have been completely perfectly safe. And other parking lots like this, perfectly safe. And even when the building burns, going up the street here to the Safeway, I went and toured this area. That's perfectly safe. See, these trees never caught on fire. The fire, for the most part, when it's wind-driven, it moves along the ground, and especially the high winds here and through neighborhoods. It's going to be wind-driven and moving along the ground. There's going to be burning debris, and the embers are going to be landing on rooftops, setting the buildings on fire. So there's really nothing here for as burning things are concerned. I bet a lot of people survived by sheltering in this parking lot. The only thing here where this little tree burned, I found there was a shopping cart that was on fire with some bags in it, and it blew away from this Safeway, and it burned up this little tree where it met the tree. But other than that, this was a perfectly good place to shelter. So look over here, this area here, this is perfect too. Look, it's a body of water. So wherever you are, you should turn on satellite and look for little bodies of water. People did, I believe, take shelter in this place here and in other little reservoirs. So even though these senior citizens out here in these trailer parks out here, these retirement parks, some of them that just made phone calls and said, come help me, they perished, unfortunately. Out here, the firefighters were in this general area, but trying to get over here, they couldn't reach people. The bright light out of that terrible story is that there was a senior citizen who just decided he wasn't going to wait for help. This 94-year-old man was found alive the next morning because he had walked over to a reservoir and decided that he would get up to his neck in it. Unfortunately, he was the worst problem he had was hypothermia. So what I tell people is the wool blanket is your best friend. Have it in your car, have it ready to go, like a wool army blanket, 100% wool. Wool is fire resistant, and as you're walking, if you realize you can't leave by car anymore, you should walk to the nearest safe place, such as if these people lived around here, They're within walking distance of this pond. Rather than getting in their cars, they should have just walked there, and that's what my brother should have done too. There was a creek that had a culvert, and he should have gone in a neighbor with a backyard pool. Now he could have just hung out in the pool or the culvert or the pond. Take your wool blanket that you have and throw it over your head, and you will be coughing and such. You can hold that up to your face. If it's wet a little bit, carry maybe a jug of water throughout the Pepsi, get some water. Or even if you have an empty jug, take it with you so that you can kind of fill it, like at a place like this, like a creek. And your wool blanket's going to keep the embers off of your shoulders and off your hair. And if you do shelter in the water, it might be a couple of hours, that's actually going to chill you really hard. It's going to be way colder than you imagine. So you can crawl out at the end of the day and huddle by once the fire is passed. And then sit there with your wool blanket. Even if it's wet, it's going to keep you warm. Wool insulates from both heat, and it insulates heat itself too. It'll keep you warm. It's like an oven mitt. Having a wool blanket over you is not going to make you hotter. It's like wearing an oven mitt. It'll keep you from being hot if you are walking to your shelter-in-place place. So this is what my brother should have done. He drove through the flames, kids screaming and crying in the back. They barely made it out, and the other 6 neighbors did not. Because what happened with them is they never had a plan for shelter in place. They didn't realize when they perished that they were within walking distance of a culvert and a perfectly good shelter. And I'm just going to pick a random spot on the map because I don't want to identify the dead with too much details, but I'm just going to place this. This is not the actual road, but this is very similar on a different road. These people didn't realize that they had a one-way out road, so we're going to say they lived on Glen Drive. This is not, like I said, this is hypothetical. So here's my brother leaving town. I think he left on Pearson. I'm not sure which way he went. But then the sheriff drives up here and says, "Everybody get out." Well, that unfortunately was bad advice to get in their cars, and they go and they find out the one way out to get to the main artery town. The main artery is shut because right in front of them power lines fall down and they're live. So they can't drive over them, they can't drive past them. Unfortunately, they were found dead pretty much in their vehicles, just sitting there as the fire swept over them. The fire wasn't there yet. They must have been sitting there just not knowing what to do, maybe putting it in reverse, maybe trying to drive away, maybe trying to ram the pole out of the way or whatever they were trying to do, maybe looking at maps or maybe trying to make phone calls. I don't know what they were trying to do, but they were found deceased in the vehicle. Unfortunately, when I go there, I see this. They could have easily just walked, gotten out of their cars and walked. And right here, wherever you see a road going over a body of water, that is a culvert or a bridge. And so I'm going to read you the survivor tales here of the latest fires. If you stop your car and get underneath the culvert or the bridge, you can just ride the fire out. Most of the time, you can just ride it out. And this was like a 9-foot tall one. This was huge and big. This is a major creek. 50 people could have taken shelter there from all the surrounding neighborhoods. And then later, they could have made contact with people and gone, over to where they were over here at the hardware store, for example. But this is what I've identified is almost all deaths were preventable in the Paradise Fire, where people just didn't know about this. And it's hard to see these from the road. That's why getting your plan together, your A, B, C, and D plan, before this happens is so important. Look with the satellite images. Go and find the creeks and look here with these images. You can see everywhere, all over the place, everywhere that a road goes over a creek or a river or anything of the sort. Even driveways and such. There's going to be a culvert or a bridge. And so I kept going down these different areas where the fire was, realizing, wow, the vast majority of people here could have sheltered in place easily. And go ahead and turn on, the satellite view. And if you don't have a creek or a body of water, look what survived perfectly. It's the schools, the big lawns on the schools, green grass that's trimmed down, recently mowed. Doesn't really light on fire. And even if it's kind of dead, you could drive out to the middle of that field and use your wool blanket to beat out the flames, get back in your vehicle, if there's flames next to you. What will happen is burning sticks and debris, if you're parked in a big parking lot or a field like that, might blow stuff up against the tires of your car, and you could use that wool blanket to swat it away, get it out of your hair, go back in your car. There's all kinds of things that people could do. All of these places were perfectly safe. Even if you see the building go up, it might be uncomfortable. You might have the instinct to run, but know when it's over already. If it's a traffic jam, it's already over. Do your shelter in place. Don't try to defend your house with your garden hose. That doesn't work, and that's unfortunately how my friend died in the fire. And the way that the people lived is in that Bangor Loma Rica fire. His neighbors lived because they had the wherewithal to think about the culvert. They went underneath their own driveway, their own gravel driveway. There was a culvert that was dry. The ditch was dry. But everywhere you see a driveway with a ditch too, that's where you could see that there's going to be that little tunnel, that culvert, and they squished the entire family in there, and the family survived. Just blocks away from where other people died. So this is what I continue to teach here. And it may be a very short drive, it may be in walking distance, but turn on satellite and switch back and forth between, the Google Map, Google Terrain. And what I like to show people is we go back to the Brush Creek and Berry Creek fire of today. This is where, this again is, with the North Complex fire. Here's Berry Creek. CalTopo is better than Google Maps in one way, that you could turn on the Forest Service map. Now they see the new creeks that you couldn't see before. So the vast majority of the townsfolk lived right in here, as we could see the dots representing structures. And when everybody was told to get out, or maybe they panicked and got out themselves, you can see there's one road out. This is called Bald Rock Road. And then the only way that they have to exit this entire region is the Oro-Quincy Highway, which is another one simple highway. And we've already watched videos of the historically fast movement of this fire. Unprecedented, absolutely shocking even to veterans, that this fire was just a simple, distant, lightning-caused fire way over here at Bucks Lake. That's like a 4-hour drive away. Bucks Lake, way over here, higher elevation. This was half contained, and then boom, the Labor Day winds. And I think it took them less than 24 hours for the fire to just race at a speed of like 55 miles per hour. It probably just took 3 hours for it to travel all the way to Lake Oroville and jump this gigantic lake and start lighting Oroville on fire. So if I put this fire activity, you can see this. This is how far that fire just raced from tiny to gigantic within probably, I think that was just several hours. It just went all the way down here. So unfortunately, this is where there was a mass fatality event with at least 10 people that died, most of which were in their cars. They got trapped, and we see this over and over again. They didn't realize it was already too late, but they had plenty of places. Plenty of places to shelter. How many people spilled out of Bald Rock Road, and instead of driving right here where it's safe, they kept driving? Look at this. Butte County Fire Station number 62. Here's the ponds in the back where they would fill up their water trucks for fighting fires. They must have gone right past here, because if you drive, you can't see. If you drive, you can't see that there's safety right there. So let me get you a Google map and I'll show you. This is why you got to make your shelter-in-place plan with maps. And they had a golden opportunity to just drive in here and wait it out. I think they defended their firehouse well. So let me go to Berry Creek, California, and Google Maps, and I'll show you what I mean. You can't just wait till after the disaster's here to make your plan. But if you take... So here's all the people trying to evacuate on Bald Rock Road. They must have gone right past. Here's the little gold man. You can't see. As you go down this road, around this bend, boom, this is... If they had only turned in, there's the firehouse, but you can't see the ponds right by the firehouse. They must not have thought that that was safety, but it really was. You can't see it from on the road when you're driving. Of course, they could probably not see anything but the headlights in front of them and the smoke that was coming down here. But they went right past safety, and some of the people died. So I don't know where they died, but another thing here is, look where that driveway is into the fire station. You could get out of your car, say this was blocked, and you could get underneath there. And as they kept driving, if people got trapped on this highway, look, there's more and more places where this highway and the other little streets are going over perfectly good shelters. So anybody, like say if the fire's ahead of you here because of the embers racing ahead of you, starting other fires, you put it in reverse and the fire's behind you here. There's probably three good shelter-in-place options where you can just get out of your car and be safe. Let the car burn, just let it burn. See, right here, there's got to be a bridge or a culvert underneath the highway, and right here too, and probably where this road is. So once again, if you use Street View as part of my training, that's what you want to look for. You may not be able to see it very well, but look for the guardrails. If there isn't a long stretch of guardrails, they have it here wherever there's a creek under the road. Under here's a big circular tunnel called a culvert. It's allowing the water to go through here. Either that or it's a bridge. I can't exactly tell. But the culvert is probably here by this driveway. But this is a creek. That's a creek. That you'd die if you took shelter just probably right here in the creek, because of this vegetation would be on fire above you. But there's no vegetation above you under a bridge. There's no light down there. There's going to be very little vegetation. So you could abandon your car right here, hop the fence, jump down here, and go underneath this. This is a very good shelter. Over here, you can see that there's a little, I think that's a footbridge or something. That may not be a shelter, but look at this drive. I can tell you right under there would be a good shelter too. And there's very few trees around here. There's a whole lot of, there's some bushes that can go up in flames here around you, but you can kind of move away from them, and you're wet at least. Throw your blanket over your head. But there's very few trees around here, and while these may go up in flames eventually, they're not going to fall on you and crush you like it could happen at a pond next to trees. So all these people here had been driving past shelters, and I keep giving this lecture, have been off and on for the last 3 weeks. They could have almost all of these fatality events could have been avoided. There's also this here. This is the best shelter I've seen so far. This reservoir. This reservoir is perfect. What you want to look for if you're going to be up to your chin in water in like a pond is this. This is absolute perfection. No, you don't want to get over here. Look at the trees. These are going to be on fire, and a lot of times they'll drop burning branches where you're trying to hang out in the water, or the entire tree might fall over and crush you. That's not where you want to be. The vegetation by the side of the road is going to generate a whole lot of heat, so this is not what you want. You might be forced to swim out to deeper water, get exhausted, and even drown. If you have ever stood next to a bonfire, you can feel the heat and you have to back away from it. Well, that might be over here on this side, but this side is absolute perfection. Just get up to your chin here, or swim out to this little, look, there's even like a little thing here with a pump handle, or some sort of a gate thing. This is perfect because there's no vegetation right here next to the reservoir. You could just sit here on the edges. You don't have to get into the water until the last minute. But there are no trees that are near the road here. These will not be generating too much heat to drive you away to swimming. None of these are going to fall and hit you. They're way too far away. So none of this tiny sticks here, you can even throw water on them with your hand. None of this is going to be on fire to the point where you would be driven deeper into the water. So the shelter in place for ponds, the rules for that and the swimming pools, is you don't swim. You're just kind of up to your chin. You're like crouching in here. You throw over your head your wool blanket, and the wet wool blanket is going to trap a pocket of breathable air. And so you're going to be riding this out in much more comfortable fashion than if you did not have such a thing. Wet cloth against your face will block some of the bad particles from reaching your nose and throat. So that's going to make it much more breathable. It's going to be a hard and bumpy ride. It's going to suck. It's going to be the worst night of your life. It's going to suck, but you're going to live through it. You're not going to be driving through flames and trapped and, burned alive. So that's a shame here that this is a perfect shelter-in-place plan that people were probably trying to just drove past. People may have just driven past this and gotten trapped and died. But this is perfect. This is the #1 best example I've ever seen of just going and having a perfect body of water. When you crawl out of it, you may be hypothermic, but you have your wool blanket to keep you warm because it'll insulate even when it's wet. Wool is a perfect kind of thing. It is going to be your best friend. So they're still picking through the ruins here, trying to find. I think some people are still missing out here. And unfortunately, I can read you the tale of the couple who, made all the wrong mistakes because they listened to authority. Not listen to authority. Authority wants you to get out before even being told to. But they waited for authority to tell them what to do. When authorities themselves, the actual firefighters in the area, were fleeing for their lives too and trying to just survive at the same time. This was a historic, crazy fire, but this can happen with high wind gusts. It will happen in the future. The Santa Ana winds come seasonally here in California, and this is going to be a repeat situation until more of the public is educated on how to survive. So just zoom into wherever you are. And if anybody has any questions about this, like, how could I survive? I'm happy to take those questions. Just give me a cross street of general area you're located in, and I'll tell you how I would survive. And I'll tell you about all of this. So the same thing that I've been teaching here, I was teaching this 3 weeks ago. I'm starting to hear survivor tales of how people have taken shelter in the culverts and under the bridges. So I'm going to rewind, and we're going to go over to the same event at the same time this disaster was happening, just by Labor Day. The same thing was happening in Oregon with pretty much the rapid historic spread of a fire from east hot winds. So we're going to zoom up here to the Beachy Creek fire, and this is how people survived all the way here from Detroit to Mill Cities and to Lyons, because all of this went up in smoke. It was the same thing, a lightning-struck fire, lightning-started fire in the wilderness, which was really, really small, and then the surprise crazy wind event, once-in-a-lifetime wind event of Labor Day happened. And this tiny 50-acre fire, just 50, blew up like a monster, connected with a secondary fire, and a third fire down here, started by power lines at Gates. It blew up into a monster in like a 48-hour period, went from 50 acres to like what is the acreage actually? I don't want to be making up numbers. So let's look up there. Yeah, within about 24 to 48 hours, the Beachy Creek fire became, let me go up here. The Beachy Creek, not the Holiday, the Beachy Creek fire became more than, it's almost 200,000 acres now. So it was an insane turn of events where these people really were not prepared for it. Here, as I was mentioning previously, is when they have a ready, set, go plan, a 1, 2, 3 evacuation alert plan. 1 is you're on alert, start packing your car. 2 is get set, get ready to go. And what people need to know is number 2 isn't like you should wait. Number 2 is leave, really. You are probably going to be asked to leave like a go, crazy emergency. That means when you're in stage 2, you are likely to have to flee for your life. That's what stage 2 evacuation means. It doesn't mean get set and get ready and wait to be told what to do. It means finish up and start leaving. That's what number 2 pretty much means. And then number 3 is go now, go. Just grab your keys, get in your car, run. Which I keep telling people, don't do that as your first instinct. Analyze yourself. If stage 3 is here, whether or not you should just shelter in a safe spot and not try to flee by car, because they did tell people go, go, go. And once again, we saw fatalities here where the person who sheltered in place made it and his neighbors who fled by car did not make it. So I'm going to read you his survival story. And he did exactly what I'm trying to teach here, so I feel very good about it, and I feel sick that his neighbors, of course, didn't know what to do and got caught by the flames and died in their car. So let me find where his survival story is, and if you have any questions, go ahead and ask here. But here is his story. So I will bring this over so that you can see it. I can't read you the entirety of a news article, because if I do that I get a copyright sort of a thing, but this is for the public good, and I will be linking this in the chat, so if you want to see all of it. And I do believe that there's an interview with the gentleman. Here it is in chat. That is the link. Okay, it's too long to link. What in the world? So is that more than 200 characters? That's blowing my mind. So let me make a tiny URL link. 1 second. I'll have that for you guys to follow along. This story has a lot of lessons. A lot of lessons. So I am not making this up. I'm just telling people the skills, what firefighters want you to know. So it's paralleling all the other fires. This is a wind-driven event where the people just don't really have time to leave. It's go, go, go. They see the fires coming and they're not knowing what to do. So, Oregon man survives wildfires by sheltering on a river and fending off embers with a plastic chair. A plastic chair. So, if he had had a wool blanket, he would have really had a much more comfortable time and a more comfortable night. So, here's the article from the Oregon Statesman Journal. From the statesmanjournal.com. The chair was green and plastic, the kind you find in a patio set at the edge of a creek, but one night Don Myron used it as a shield from embers at the Beachy Creek fire as he sheltered from raging flames on a rock in the middle of the North Fork of the Santiam River. Everything around me was on fire, he says. He's age 56. He has lived in the Elkhorn Woods community for about 11 years. So Elkhorn was one of the communities just erased off the map. Even the firefighters ran, and they could not defend their firehouse. So let's see, I'm going to skip ahead to the story. The majority of the homes in the Elkhorn community have been destroyed. 4 people in the canyon have been killed, and much of the Little North Fork has been torched. Myron's story helped explains why. Trapped in the canyon by the downed trees and flames roaring on 70-mile-per-hour winds, he survived with a combination of guile and luck, finding an ideal rock in the middle of the river where he could stay until the worst of the storm had passed. So I'm going to go down to his story. It explains about how he came to live there, but we need to know how he survived. So he knew about the wind warning. The Marion County Sheriff's Office put the area under a level 2 evacuation, which is get set, pack up and finish stuff. And like I keep telling people, don't wait for number 3. Don't wait to be told to go. If you are vulnerable, such as you have one way out, just like everybody here in this mountain pass had one way out. There's just one highway out. Leave way before you're told. Leave before the traffic jam and leave before the fire's upon you. But he waited too long. So unbeknownst to him, the window of opportunity to leave by car shut. So his best chance at survival, he blew it. He let that pass him by, not knowing really what to do, and perhaps waiting for authorities to tell him what to do. Don't wait for authorities to tell you what to do. Use the maps, and then realize if you're in a super vulnerable spot like that, you see the winds blowing your way, you see the fire is upwind, just go. Go on your own volition and don't wait for anybody to tell you what to do, and gather up your neighbors and try to get them to go with you. Tell them that number one way that people die in fires is they try to leave after the window of opportunity has shut by car. Most people are found dead in or next to their vehicles, not only in fires but in floods. So the second rule here is you have A, B, and C evacuation route. 3 different ways out. You should plan, with a map, 3 different evacuation routes in 3 different directions, depending on which way a fire might be coming from. In this case, know you're super vulnerable if you only have one direction to go and one road out, because if that is blocked, you are trapped. So he didn't realize that he was in a super vulnerable spot, and so he waited too long. So he was in level 2 evacuation order. That doesn't mean go right now. It means prepare to go, and you'll probably be told to go with level 3. So he has packed up his things. So he knew about the wind warning. The Marion County Sheriff's Office put the area under a level 2 evacuation Monday morning and sent crews out to suggest to residents to evacuate that afternoon. Listen to what they tell you. If authorities are telling you to leave, absolutely obey them. They do know more than what you know. They have seen this before. Just get out so they don't have to risk their lives protecting you. Just get out. And so, even though people were going to door to door, even so, most figured it was precautionary. Do not assume that. When they're going door to door, you are in a super vulnerable condition. Get out. And don't wait for the next level of evacuation. Get out. We see that traffic jams are another one cause of fatalities because everyone leaves at once when the get out order happens. Get out before. And tell your neighbors, don't be a fool. Leave. I'm leaving. Don't be a fool. Use harsh language with them. Tell them they really should take this seriously. Don't be thinking that my neighbor might be mad at me. Tell them you may die here if you stay. I'm getting out. We're vulnerable. This is why. Let's go. Help them. Help them understand the danger. The original Beachy Creek fire that was burning in the Opal Creek wilderness had remained small for weeks. It was still 15 miles away as the crow flies, way deep up there in the mountains. They did say this might be your only warning. If we go to level 3, we're not sure we can make it up here. And he took it seriously. Myron took it seriously. This is his survival story. He spent the next few hours watering everything he could around his house. Nope, that was a mistake. Just go. Watering everything around his house and property, and was prepared to leave if needed. So even though he took the warning seriously, he did not understand. It's a window of opportunity that will close to leave by car. At around 6:30 p.m., the power went out and he turned on his generator. I had my last conversation with my oldest son by telephone by 8:45 p.m. I still felt that it was okay at that point, although there was some smoke. The reason he lost power was the wind. A crazy wind event was throwing down the power lines and starting fires with the power lines, and those smaller fires were merging together and blocking his way out. So when power goes out, when you look and see you have cell phone connection, that's an absolutely critical crisis situation. That's when you know the crisis is upon you. So he still thought he was okay at this point, although there was some smoke. If the smoke is coming your way, so is the fire. What he didn't realize here is he's thinking the fire is going to come from one direction. Like I keep pounding home, guys. Embers. Look at this tree here. The trees burn, when they burn to the top, the embers at the tops of the trees, at the tops of the ridges, those little sticks, things on fire, they drift in the wind and they start a fire up to 20 miles ahead of you. And that's going to be a big fire by the time you drive that way. You could just see a wall of flames ahead of you, and the last thing you think is, how did the fire get here in front of me? That is what goes through the minds of a lot of people right before they unfortunately perish. It's because the wind will blow the embers in front of you. The wind will knock down power lines in front of you. You cannot leave safely at this point. It's already over if the fire is coming close to you. It's too late to leave by car. Do not try. That's the number one way people get killed. Use your shelter-in-place plan. And like I explained earlier, and I'll be happy to explain again, his best options at this point was the nearby river, getting into a culvert, and getting under a bridge. Not trying to defend his house like he's futilely trying to do. He's here wetting down his lawn and turning on the sprinklers and doing the hopeless things that don't matter. Because if you have trees around you, and even if you don't, there's going to be a blizzard, in a high wind event, a blizzard of orange embers It's like snow from the sky during a blizzard that are going to be raining on you, lighting your hair on fire, the back of your neck, going down your neck, going back of your t-shirt. There's going to be branches lit that are going to be ripping off the trees, some big, some small. It's going to rain. These 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts, these 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts will absolutely rip branches off of trees, and they will travel for hundreds of feet and then boom, land on vehicles and homes and all the stuff in your yard. You can't defend that with a garden hose. You will have no choice but to take a different kind of shelter. Do not defend your house with a garden hose. Don't try to defend your house. Shelter in place means walk to the nearest shelter and hang out there. And his best shelters at this point are the Santiam River itself, and then any culverts and bridges over the road and the main highway, and even culverts underneath driveways. So he's still not aware of this. He's still making mistakes. I had my last conversation with my oldest son around 8:45 p.m., and I still felt okay at that point, although there was some smoke. The first branch landed on his roof at 9:15 p.m. 10 minutes later, an even bigger branch crashed down. Myron went outside, looked up, and saw the sky had turned orange. I ran to the end of the driveway, looked down the canyon, and both sides of the river were engulfed in flames. From there, everything went into overdrive. So here we have burning branches landing on the roof. All of his preparation that he did with hanging around when the clock was ticking for his escape, ticking over, he was instead trying futilely to defend his place with the sprinklers. I ran to the end of the driveway, and I saw both sides of the river were engulfed in flames. So now his river access is being slowly denied, because if you don't make it down to the body of water, you can't run through the flames to get to the river. So he should have been moving somewhere at this point to try to get into a bridge or a culvert that met the river, or just run to the river itself before the flames trapped him. So he ran to the end of the driveway and saw that the canyon on both sides were engulfed in flames. He ran back to the house, turned off his generator, grabbed essentials, and headed out, jumping into his car and driving down the North Fork Road. He didn't realize, of course, it's already too late. But he is driving away from the fire. He's driving to the west. It's not exactly upon him. It's near. It's almost upon him, but he's thinking he can make it out. But near the Elkhorn Valley Golf Course, he was stopped by a huge log in the road, and his car just got a flat tire. There's a lot of debris in the road. You may be driving over these huge, thick branches that are about the size of a man's arm in diameter, in thickness. There's going to be these really spiky, broken parts of the other branches on that branch. They're going to be like spikes, like a spike strip. They are going to puncture your tires if you try to drive over them. So this is probably what happened. He hit rocks or something. But here, all of a sudden, one of his tires is flat. The other thing, guys, that you need to realize is let some air out of your tires. If you feel like you have to drive on hot pavement, let 5 pounds of pressure, maybe 10 pounds of pressure, or whatever it is, out of your tires. It could have been that one of his tires popped, because when you're driving on that very, very hot pavement, heated up by the wildfire, the rubber does not expand, but the air expands. As air gets hot, it expands. The tube of your tire and within it is going to expand, and pop your tires. So that's another thing that we should realize. So now there's a log in the road, a huge one, and his car has a flat tire. I couldn't go any further, he says. He turns around and driving on the rim, and the shrinking tire heads back to his house to trade his car for his truck. But he hit another set of logs blocking the road, so he couldn't even get back to his truck. The flames are pretty close to the house, within 100 yards, he says. He got back in the car and starts driving, with a flat tire. But after running into 2 more logs and feeling the flames closing in, he thought, Don, you got to pull over and get the hell down to the river and under the bridge. Good thinking. Good thinking. Just like I say, get under the bridges, get under the culverts. Under the bridge, there was a green chair. Byron headed off the road and under the concrete bridge, where he was up to his waist in water. I just hung out there for about an hour, he said. It was about 11 p.m. at this point. All of a sudden, I started noticing all the vegetation under the bridge was starting to be on fire, and I had to get out. So there can be some vegetation down there. You may be able to get, like if it's driftwood, just throw it away from you and throw it out of there. But what I think is probably the blackberries. The blackberry vines are probably down under there. They can kind of be pushed by some of the, some of the debris and such. They can, yeah, Sherlock says cars are tubeless these days, but you're right. Even tubeless, there is an air pocket in your car and in the tires, and they will pop when they expand. So that's one of the things. Don't do it too low, but let 5, maybe 10 pounds of pressure out before you, when you get the warning, not when the fire's upon you, of course, don't take the time to do that, but when you get that warning, that's one of the things you should be doing. So he sees some vegetation under the bridge started to get on fire, and he had to get out. If he had had a wool blanket and maybe a little container of water, like a 2-liter Pepsi bottle, sometimes you can just get that done, and you can save your little hidey hole and beat out the flames. But it looks like he had nothing. He was just pretty much clothes on his back kind of a moment. So he has to now leave this safe shelter of underneath the bridge. He heads downstream to a place the river widened, and welcome Sherlock, and came across 3 plastic chairs sitting on the side of the river, and he grabbed one. He then saw a 24-pack of Rolling Rock beer. All right. So it looks like whoever was fishing there earlier got out, but they left behind the beer and their plastic chairs. So he grabs the beer. I thought, what are the chances there's any left? But sure enough, there was exactly 1 beer. He grabbed that too, because it was going to be a long night. So it's sort of a general picture here. Oh, he took these photos. Wow, he has a cell phone and takes these photos. I wonder if he took video. Here he is on his little safe spot. He's sheltering in the Santiam River, the little North Fork of the Santiam River. Armed with his green chair and 1 beer in the middle of the river, Myron wondered what his next move would be. I looked upstream and saw a ledge of rock jutting out into the middle of the river, and that looked like a good spot. So I crossed the river to this ledge. I don't know if he just walked or what. I mean, it can be pretty... this is a drought season, and there's no snowpack yet, so it's probably could have waded through it. So I crossed the river to this ledge, and then the winds just came at me. Wind speeds, which had been estimated 70 miles an hour or higher, funneled down the canyon, blasting him with ember showers as the entire forest became a pulsing wall of flames. And when the wind really kicked up, I picked up the chair and held it in front of me, he says. The chair was incredible. It helped a lot. And boy, a wool blanket would have helped too, because it would have given him some breathable air. So, like I said, these embers are going to be raining down on you, and they're hot. They're going to be going down the back of your neck. They're going to be trying to light your hair on fire, trying to light your shirt on fire. It's going to be a rough ride, but if you got a wool blanket you can get damp, wow, it's much better. You can trap a pocket of breathable air, and it'll filter the smoke. It'll be like a filter, just like a mask, that wool blanket, and you can breathe much easier. He says, when the wind really kicked up, I picked up the chair and held it in front of me, and the chair was incredible, and it helped a lot. When the winds died down, he sat down on the chair on his rock peninsula, trying to stay away from as the firestorm ebbed and flowed. As for the beer, hell yeah, I drank it, he says. So that's what I keep saying. You just have to wait for the storm to pass. The landscape will be on fire, but the moving wall of water that's eating up the brush, the brush that's on fire, the stuff that's, just a bit taller than you are, bushes about that height, that stuff burns quickly, fast, hot, and then races along with the wind and then leaves the area. And what you're left with after that, just like I was trying to show people, is you are left with, maybe it was still, nope, here. Let me go back to what I was trying to show people. What you're left with is that. So this is when brush fire has gone past. Trees are going to be on fire, but you can kind of, as the hours go by, this will cool eventually, and don't try to walk on this. Your shoes will melt. It looks, like you can walk on it, but wait for a couple of hours. But it may be just 1 hour that it's the worst, and then after that, the fire moves away from you downwind, and you can come out of your hidey hole. You just got to be waiting there in a safe spot, and then you'll be able to try to figure out if you can walk out or just wait to be rescued. maybe make a signal of some sort. So reading the rest of his survival tale and his neighbors that didn't make it. After a few hours, Myron started to feel okay, as though he might make it, but he soon realized the air was getting so smoky he was concerned about breathing. Quote, that was the one thing I was really unsure about. Am I getting enough oxygen? He put his t-shirt over his mouth and noticed the air appeared cleaner along the surface of the water. So here he is using his shirt as a sort of a, and that's a good thing, as a sort of mask. You put it up over your mouth, and if you can get it wet, that's even better, at least for the temporary. So there's a couple of feet of a buffer between the smoke and the water, and the key was to stay low down near the water and breathe through that t-shirt. And that's true too. At the water's edge, you're going to have, I don't know how to explain it, but water always evaporates, and as it evaporates, there's kind of an upward motion of that vapor, and it's going to be cooler in temperature, and it's constantly going to keep smoke from being right down at the water. Catherine's taking notes. Sure. That's awesome. So if he was able to throw the blanket over his head and then, as I kept saying, trap the breathable air next to him, he would have had a much better time. So there was a couple of foot of buffer between the smoke and the water. The key was stay down low next to it and breathe through the t-shirt. Slowly, Myron started seeing light. At first, he thought it was another flare-up, but the night had raced past. It was now 7 a.m. and dawn was breaking, and so was the fire. Quote, it had subsided some. The flames weren't going crazy the way it had been during the night. He crossed the river and climbed back into his car, which to his amazement was still intact, and it even started. He drove forward, clinking on the flat tire towards the Elkhorn Golf Course. And like I was saying, guys, golf courses are amazing places to shelter. He may have driven past it. He should have probably just driven onto the golf course and just waited it out inside his vehicle. He looked around and began to understand the devastation. The fire leveled everything, he said. Good friends and neighbors' houses were demolished. There were a few houses that made it, he said, in surprising spots. Then he sat in his car in shock for maybe an hour. And then, since the wind was quiet, he decided to check on his own home. He walked up the road and saw his neighbor's house had survived, but when he arrived at his own, it was completely leveled. He walked back down to the road to his car, fully expecting to spend another day in the canyon trapped by the downed trees. It's about 2 p.m. at this point when I saw 3 sets of emergency lights, and let me tell you, it was an awesome sight. The big rigs cleared the road. So he reunites with his family, blah, 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 and looking back, he said it was plenty of luck, plus knowing the river and having spent a lot of time outdoors saved him. Luck in that those trees hadn't stopped him. He likely would have driven directly into a firestorm, and that absolutely torched the area near Highway 22 in North Fork. It leveled the Oregon Department of Forestry building, and like I said, the way out in front of him was blocked. He didn't know that, and so it was actually fortunate that he didn't make it further down the road away from the safety of the river. The bodies of 2 people were found in a burnt-out car at that same location that he would have been heading. He said that knowing the area, the spots on the river, the landmarks, plus being physically capable also made the difference. And that's what I keep saying, folks. You know, you have to be able to, think about your neighbors and those who can't do what he did, who can't wade across a river. Check on your elderly neighbors and take them with you. One of the greatest regrets that one of my brothers ever had, he was a big bear of a man, he could be a linebacker, is he didn't rescue some elderly lady during a flood situation. He said that he had this temptation. She was just being stubborn. I went through World War II and I survived that, so a flood's not going to kill me. That kind of irrational old man, old lady thinking. Sometimes, you know what? Let them sue you. Pick them up and put in your car and go. If their house is if the flames are licking in the back of their house, you don't have to leave them. Pick them up, heave them over your shoulder, and just deal with the kidnapping charges later. No judge is going to convict you. If they really are about to die, like an old person who can't fend for themselves, just pick them up and take them with you. Just do it. And that's what my brother should have done. And I talked to law enforcement. What if he had done that? What if he had saved that person from the flood? They were later rescued, by the way. No, the local law enforcement said then we would have applauded him. Just help your neighbor out and offer them a ride. Don't do what so many people did and leave by themselves when the getting out was good and not even check on their vulnerable neighbors. Offer your vulnerable neighbors a ride out. Tell them it's very serious. This is what's happening. Here's a ride. Tell them that usually it is too late. If they say, "Oh, my family will come get me," absolutely not. During Paradise Fire, there were more than 100 phone calls where the poor elderly people who had their caregivers made heartbreaking phone calls to the caregivers, "Come pick me up." When you are trying to enter the area where the fire is coming, people will drive on both sides of the road in a desperate attempt to get out, and you will not have the ability to go the wrong way. To go the way, you will not have the ability to drive that direction. There's going to be a stream of vehicles in both lanes going away from the fire in a desperate, crazy driving situation. As much as you might want to go get your family, that won't happen. If they say something like, you know, "I'll call someone to get me," or "the firemen will come pick me up," don't tell them that doesn't happen. That does not happen. Take the ride now. So the bodies of 2 people were found in a burnt out car at the same location he had been heading. So I'm going to show you on the map what he was doing, where he was going. So I think I had actually gone to it. So he was near Elkhorn. So we know that the fire in this general area was a huge behemoth. It started 15 miles away, like way over here in the wilderness, and it had been burning for 3 weeks. But they couldn't put it out because there was no fire access roads. And so they were just kind of thinking about what to do, how to put that out, when boom, storm of a lifetime. Haven't seen anything like it since 1933. Happens during the Labor Day weekend. So they had all been kind of antsy about that fire for weeks, but nobody expected it, and even the firefighters on the scene they did not expect this incredible thing. It went from 50 acres in size to more than 100,000 acres. More than 100,000 acres. Big chunk of the state. Big chunk of the mountains here in like 24 hours. So here he is at Elkhorn, and I'm going to turn on a different way of looking at the terrain. I'll tell you exactly where he was going and exactly where those people perished. So there is one way out of the mountains. This is a dead-end road. This is the major highway 22. Goes through the mountain pass. These are high peaks here. This is snow. These are snowy mountains in the winter. This is the Cascades, rugged mountains, especially along the peaks up here. So that can be 5,000, 6,000, almost 7,000 feet of elevation on the highest peaks. This is snowy throughout the year, at later dates. But right now, we were expecting the wet season, and right before Labor Day, we got the fall rains, the misty, the Oregon rains it rains a whole lot of the year out here in the west of the mountains. There's some sort of precipitation out here, like 300 days out of the year, really, depending on what kind of a wet year it is. And it's always misty and foggy from here on out. So everybody got this lulled into a false sense of security. Summer's over. The fire season's over. It's going to peter out. That even was kind of the opinion of some of the fire officials. They still realized there was a faint possibility of the late summer kind of a thing kind of happening, and maybe that would get out of control. But they thought that the town of Elkhorn and Jawbone Flats was at risk, and the wilderness was at risk. Nobody had any idea that the entire corridor here from Idanha, I'm saying that wrong, Detroit, Niagara Gates, Mill City, Fox Valley, Lyons, Mahama, Staten, Sublimity, Onsville, and Salem itself was about to be threatened. Nobody had any clue that the firestorm of the century was about to happen because of the east wind event. 65 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts funneled through these little mountain passes, just pushed that fire all the way out to here. From Detroit all the way out to here, and from Detroit all the way out to here, Brighton-Bush, that this entire swath of land was going to explode in 24 to 48 hours and just burn up and be insane. So here he is at Elkhorn, tiny, tiny community. Doesn't have a store or anything. It has like a golf course. It's got like I don't think there's gas available here. I drove through it earlier in March. Wow, I'm just going off my memory. I have to remind myself this is all erased. So there's a golf course and such, and that's about it. So down here on the road, there's one way out. It's dead ends into the wilderness. So it's one way out to the southwest. He's got to cross the Santiam River here. Then he has to go down through this golf course here. That's where he's sheltered. Then he has to go down through this river here. He's got to go way over here. He's got to drive this windy long, it takes a long time to drive this. Go through here, go all the way down through here. He's got to go all the way down through here, all the way here to Mahama. This is where Mahama meets 22. I don't believe there's any other roads that would meet 22. He's got to drive that one road out. And what was happening that he didn't know about was the fire up here on these ridge tops were dumping the embers, and they were raining embers over here, starting fires as far away as Mill City, Gates, Fox Valley, and Mahama. So he had more than 1 hour of drive time to get down here to safety, and this was already on fire. And ahead of him, he says, thank goodness that the one log that was blocking his way stopped him up here so he could still get in the river in places he knew was safe. He knew where the bridges were, because the other couple ahead of him in their car made it out towards this direction and were trapped here, where this road met 22. So somewhere along here, that's where they died. He would have just died over there too, being unfamiliar with the area. So what I keep telling people is you find your shelter-in-place plan by turning on these maps, and you can see where the culverts and bridges are and the little reservoirs and the safe places. So use CalTopo, turn on the Forest Service layer, and you can see other creeks and other bodies of water that are invisible. And if we actually go up to that area, I could identify tons of places that would be safe. So let's do it. But he found one of them and he lived. Sheltered in place, not because he wanted to. He made the mistake like everybody else does, is thinking that you have to drive out. He never knew that it was too late already. Know when it's too late. If the fire's upon you and if it's high winds, it's blowing your direction, you can guarantee that if you have one way out in that direction, it's going to be blocked. It's either going to be down power lines, it's going to be the fire starting ahead of you, or it's going to be trees. If you have one way out, don't count on it being open. If ash is raining on you and embers, do your shelter in place. Like he said, he spent the night in his car eventually after he crawled out of the river. His car made it, so he called here. This is one of the perfect spots. This is one of the perfect spots, and if that couple drove past this place, then they made the wrong decision. This drive up onto the golf course. If you have to burst through the closed gate, just drive through it. And somebody was giving me somebody was saying also the trick is sometimes when people flee a fire, like maybe the golf course personnel, they leave it open and maybe it's unlocked. So try the lock first, and if not, ram it down. Or a little low fence, whatever you got to do, or park there and walk out here. This would have been perfect. So let's look at the golf courses are sweet. Like everybody keeps saying, this is where firefighters come and they converge. And when they're going to make a push on a fire, this is oftentimes their headquarters, like we saw it by Estacada and the Dowdy fire. This doesn't burn, especially not the grass out in the middle. Golf courses are constantly watered, they're manicured, they're green, they are low grass. Green grass just doesn't burn. Low to the ground green grass, the embers will fall down there and it just won't burn, it'll just sit there. So he could have driven over here and just even gotten right here. That would have been fine. Drive out onto the course, steal one of the buggies, whatever you got to do, even drive with your regular car. Or just walk out here and sit. Hopefully if there's a pond out here, I don't see any water traps. Just sit in the sand trap and have that beer. Throw the blanket over your head. Be in your car to have fresher air, whatever you want to do. But this would have been perfect. I wonder how many people drove past. Also here, check out that bridge. This might have been the bridge he was under. He's talking about a peninsula away of rock. Perhaps this might have been where he sheltered, but I think later he drove here. But there are plenty of places. Look at the sandbars. You could stop your car and walk down. Look at this person's house. This might have survived. There's a close tree here, but I wonder if this actually survived. Dirt expanses, dirt fields and corrals, horse corrals. Go hang out, sit down there. This is very well taken care of. This might have survived the fire just because they have green, pasture land. I think that is a horse corral. But here where they have plowed up this or whatever, this is perfect. but you're going to know about this by looking through the air. And if that didn't work, the people here could have left their house, spend the night here next to the river and watch. You've got water here to wet down your blanket. There's not going to be a fire here on these rocks. And all you have to do is look around you. Are there any trees that are tall enough that when they fall over, are they going to hit you? And I don't see any. This would have been a perfect place to shelter for residents. This people here, this is vulnerable. They're here in the dense woods, but what they could do is walk across. We could see that this time of year, the Santiam is, you could walk across there. So instead of leaving by car, that's what they should have done here. There's all sorts of places, especially by a river. Look at this bend. But you're not going to see it from the road. That's what I keep showing people. You have to examine the area by air. You won't see this from the road. Like this is a culvert or a bridge. That's a culvert or a bridge. That's a culvert or a bridge. You're not going to see this like while you're driving, especially if it's in thick, heavy smoke. So like here, people are unaware that there's a culvert. There's a creek over here, there's a culvert. Let's see if we can find it. The best clues while you're driving is when there is a culvert, usually they have a guardrail so that people don't pull over and their car tumble off the edge. So like here, it's invisible. It's invisible by from the road, but you can see stuff like this. And you can see also, wow, see, they needed to have trimmed all the brush. I could see how people got trapped. They needed to masticate on your side of the road. Have some grass there. Those blackberries. If they're not blackberries, it's just brush. Yeah. So, yeah, these tall trees, when they go up in the fires, they fall over, and don't expect your way out to be at all, not blocked. See, let's put the gold man over here. But if you have an escape route, for example, let's look at the satellite. That is a great place to get down to the river. Some of these spots on the road, and if you know that already, you can go down. But you do lose that window of time. So if the river in this spot has a lot of vegetation going down to it, like I explained, he lost almost the window of opportunity to go to the river and walk down there because the vegetation was starting to come on each side, starting to light up on each side of the river. And let's go back to his crazy picture. Let's go back to his crazy picture he took. I think here's a bridge above him. This might be by the golf course. That's a tall bridge. Here he is sheltering and seeing. Now what if he had waited? He was up by his car. He could not make it down to the river. He couldn't even jump off the bridge either because splat. This isn't deep enough. Crazy thing about bridges is sometimes if you can stand the smoke, let's go back to that golf course. If it's high, if it's not wooden, it may not go up in flames. Sometimes if it's high and spanning a big long area like this, even the center might be a good option if it's not made out of wood and not going to burn up. So, but I think that might be where the photograph's taken. This may be the little area we went out there with his chair. He may be photographing this way, and that might be the bridge above. That's, excuse me. Yeah, looking to the northwest. Doesn't that line up with the terrain? So, yeah, I believe these are the trees on fire that he was talking about. So, but like I said, he took shelter in the golf course. That would have been perfect. And if the other people who were ahead of him on the road had stopped and pulled in here too, they probably would have made it. So that's how you survive a wildfire. And it sucks he lost his house, truly, yeah. But I can't make a comment on anything. He wasted precious time trying to save his house when he should have used the precious time to save his life. And that's just the way it goes here. So, as we see in the fatal event here, the last story I have to read, let's go back to, this is the tale of survivors versus non-survivors. Point being, and if you want to challenge me, just put anywhere on the map and let me know where you want me to analyze where are safe spots, you know. It's pretty much baseball diamonds, it's track and fields, it's the lawns in front of schools, it's big parking lots. Go in there and just chill. Just park in the center. It's golf courses, it's plowed fields, it's dirt fields. Drive out to them, just go, or walk out to them if you need. It's sandbars, it's rocky points in the rivers. It's underneath bridges, it's underneath culverts, even tiny ones like a culvert under a driveway, even if it can barely squeeze yourself in there. Even if it's just only 2.5 feet wide, you know, do squeeze yourself in there, you'll be okay. It's wide open spaces with green grass of any kind. It's construction zones where the lot's been cleared and there's nothing to burn in the construction zone. Just push down that chain link fence with your car, burst through the gate, and hang out in a construction zone where they're maybe just laying down the concrete foundations to something, but they've already cleared the land. It's wide open fields with only one tree in the center of the field and grass that's not tall, you know, cut and mowed grass or a harvested field. All of those things are wonderful shelters. Look at this. This is wonderful down here. Perfect to shelter in. Anybody who had their homes nearby could have walked across the river and just sat here. And sit here with your livestock. Lead your horse out here, whatever. Peg them down. Don't let them leave. Just hang out there with your kids. Know when you should shelter in place. And that means when the fire is bearing down on you, with those embers, if you can see flames, it's over. It is past the point in time when you can actually leave. If it's chaos, if there's traffic jams, if the roads are closed, or if the fire is wind-driven, you cannot outrun it. In fact, what he may have been driving was like 15 miles per hour or 10 miles per hour, because it will be a fog in front of you. You'll barely be able to see past your headlights. And the amount of distance he had to travel, let's look at that in CalTopo. The amount of distance he had to travel, even as the crow flies here, let's go and look at it. Even on a good day, if you were booking it, I can tell you this is 45 minutes of a drive. 35 to 45 minutes of a drive, even if you were going as fast as you could. We can measure the distance from Elkhorn here down this road. Generally goes like this, and then this is just the first leg of his journey to go to the nearest escape route, which was Highway 22. That's 15 miles. So what happens if you're driving 15 miles an hour? Do you think the fire is going to give you an hour to get from here to here? Plus, he had to stop several times and see if he can go around logs and such. And he did pop his tire, either by driving over sticks or just having it explode because of the heat. So the other people, yeah, they were probably driving around 15 miles an hour. Took about an hour for them to get here. They got trapped. They burned up. Meanwhile, what was happening, which he was completely unaware of, is even at Gates. Gates, the significant town down here, there is a struggle for life. The fire department people here, the incident command post here. This is a major incident command post. What he didn't know was happening at the same time as they were fighting for their own lives. The firefighters were fighting for their own lives here at Gates. This is where they were fighting the original fire, the lightning strike fire, back when it was 50 acres in size. So what happened down here was the town of Gates had to be abandoned even by the fire department. They unfortunately had a freak accident. There's a chain link fence all the way around here. This is their firehouse. This is the incident command post and firehouse. Here they are trying to warn people and make calls and manage the fire or get an idea of where it's going. And they are fighting for their lives because this power line drops on this fence because a tree fell on it. And that fence was electrified because it's chain link, it's all metal. And that started all the vegetation on fire in an instant because I don't know if it got red hot or what, but it was so hot enough to start all of this vegetation around and start a fire 360 degrees around their firehouse. So even the firefighters here are struggling and fighting for their own lives. Meanwhile, the residents here too are packing up and they're flooding the highway and they're fleeing too. Not only are they fleeing on Highway 22, the people down here at Detroit, Detroit are trying to flee, and they're getting trapped. And so there's 70 people upriver at Edenha or Edenha, however you say that. They're being trapped up there. Multiple fires are starting in the town of Gates as one by one the trees are toppling because of the wind tunnel effect of this canyon. The trees are toppling, the brush is going up on fire, and then the power lines are falling over. So the trees are yanking down the lines, and the lines are hitting the brush that's allowed to grow up underneath the power lines, and then there's multiple brush fires. And as we heard them explain, they had, even the people in, not marketing department, but the people who are in equivalent, finance departments, who never fought a fire before in their life, dropped and were fighting the fire to try to save this building. And eventually they just threw as much stuff as they could in their trucks, and they rolled out, and they had to abandon the town of Gates. So even that's chaos is going down here. Do not expect that the people will come and save you, even if they want to. They know there's tons of people out here who are trapped. They are just trying to do their best to survive too. And so they abandoned the town of Gates, and they went all the way out here. They drove through this chaos. They drove, the fire department itself drove past Mill City, past Fox Valley, past Lyons, past Mahima, and they spent one night in Staten here. This was all on level 3 alert very quickly, because the fire didn't stop. It just came roaring this way. So here is how close it got before the wind changed. But in 48 hours, it pretty much swallowed all of this area, met the Lion's Head fire over here, trapped everyone that was still here in Detroit Lake. It's a small town, so 70 civilians trapped here. Could have been the entire population of the town. Plus, their 24 or so volunteer firefighters are trapped here. They're calling in for an evacuation by helicopter, which will be denied. Visibility, wind speeds, that will be denied. Then they had to figure out, it was like an Apollo 13 rescue. They had radios, and somebody was guiding them through the radio of how to go in between the fires somehow and get up here on logging roads and access roads. They got trapped over here by the Riverside fire, which is just blown out of control. So they can't go up here towards Estacada. That would have been the main highway. They can't go south here towards Warm Springs because the Lion's Head fire has blocked the way out. They somehow, I don't know how they did this, went on fire access and logging roads and Forest Service roads, and they got all the way to Mount Hood. That must have taken an entire night of driving and maybe well into the next day. They just got out with the skin of their teeth. So everybody was using this highway at one time, trying to get out. Several different communities. That would have been a crazy, crazy situation and traffic jam. And where people got trapped, these people up here from Elkhorn that got trapped, they had at least an hour's drive here. The fire's moving at 55 miles an hour. And these people, like we just measured, were probably moving 15 miles an hour. That is 15 miles. The fire's not going to give you an hour to drive ahead of it. Meanwhile, raining embers ahead of it. Spot fires are starting over here, and the fire's still back here. Because the embers they're drifting on 70 mile an hour winds, 65 mile an hour winds. They're dropping here, they're starting new fires. So there was a fire in front of the people who died here. It toppled the lines, the trees. They couldn't get out on the one road out. So what the fire department did, once they were in Staten, they realized the fire's still coming. It was coming for Salem. It was coming to eat Salem. Sublimity, Staten, and Almsville, everybody left in a panic. It was level 3 evacuation, get out from all this area. And the fire was going to eat Salem, or a big part of it. Scotts Mills, Silverton, Mount Angel, they're saying get out. Malala, the secondary fire here, Colton, Springwater, Estacada, get out. All the way back in here, at the same time, the fire is starting hundreds of fires over here and then over here. Hundreds of fires within that 24-hour period, because in the middle of towns, house fires are developing because the trees are yanking down the power lines. This is like 65 mile an hour wind gusts from 48 hours in a row. Everybody is busy. Everyone is busy. All the fire departments are absolutely up to their eyeballs in calls. 911 calls going unanswered some of the time. Do not think that you can shelter in place and wait to be rescued. You need to shelter in place away from your house in a safe spot. And do not think you'll be rescued, and do not even plan on it. But this is not to scare people. This is hope. He survived by doing the right thing just by instinct. He did the wrong thing. 9 times out of 10, he did the wrong thing. But eventually it dawned on him, I can't escape by car. And I can't defend my house, even though he had tried both of those for hours. Finally, he got the idea, there's a river. I can shelter in the river. And that's what I'm trying to tell you guys. He knew his neighborhood intimately and knew where the bridges were. He knew to drive a short distance to get to a bridge and get under it. He knew where the golf course was to take shelter, and that's all you got to do to survive too. Just turn on these map layers and go to where you're at and turn on things like the Forest Service map. Turn on terrain. Here's the Forest Service map over here for other people, and you can see where bodies of water are, where the other creeks are. You can see where fire departments are and where there might be ponds. I mean, at Detroit Lake, they probably would have survived. They did try to escape by car, and I don't know if that even was the right decision for them. They said they were backed out on the dock here, on the boat ramp. That actually is a great place to shelter. So with the civilians out there on the boat ramp, they were putting out the embers that were falling on it. Meanwhile, this entire district burned up. So even though the cliffs and the edges up here are burning up around them, that's actually a very great place. You just have to have your jug of water or your blanket or whatever you have to beat out the embers of the falling debris so that the boat dock itself isn't on fire. It may have been that the right choice was to stay there. I don't know. I wasn't there, I can't say. But if they said, here's my personal response, knowing what I know about fire. If they said, get in the bus, get in the fire engine, we have a way out, we think, in between 3 fires, we're going to drive to Mount Hood. If they said that, I said, I would have said, you're out of your minds, I'm not going. I'm hanging out at the boat ramp. I'm going to beat out the embers. There's a lake here to shelter, and I'm going to hang out at the boat ramp. Good luck. But I would not have gone with them. So it may have just been luck that they did make it out. Because, first of all, they're breaking my rule here. There may be a road out, and they probably did this way. They probably went this way. They probably went up this way, and then this way, past Brighton Bush. Well, Brighton Bush burned to the ground. So here they are. Here's the latest Forest Service maps. They took Forest Service roads in between fires. Well, the wind could have closed in and burned up everything in front of them. What they could have been stopped by was a single gate. Maybe the firefighters had bolt cutters. I think that they do in general carry bolt cutters, but a single gate could have stopped the caravan, and they could have been trapped. A single tree across any of these roads they depended on. This probably was one of the ways they were going out. A single tree on any of these roads could have stopped the caravan, and guess what? Maybe the people giving them the directions, what if this bridge was out? Just because of a random reason, and that wasn't noted on the map. What if they made it all the way here and this bridge is out, they can't go further? You know, they did not have the guarantee that any of these ways out was open. And while you're trying to figure something out, look at your maps with your flashlight again, coughing in the smoke with zero visibility. What if you figure out you have to drive all the way back here, all the way down here, and take this road out instead? You don't have the luxury of time. This is rugged 6,000, what is the elevation? That's 4,000 feet. But some of these peaks are 6,000, and they're driving on forest access roads on ridge lines. This isn't particularly maintained all the time. There may be a bridge out, and it's on the to-do list for next year when we get the budget refresh to fix that particular Forest Service thing. They don't have the internet. They're looking at paper maps, and maybe maps downloaded on their phones, and they're getting radio instructions, turn left, turn right. That is not what I would have done. They did make it out, and this is not a criticism, but they could have been trapped, and that could have been a mass fatality event of 70 people dead. I hope they turn it into a movie. They really should. That's an incredible survival tale, but it could have also been an incredible survival tale of hanging out on the boat ramp and defending it like they were doing. So, if anybody has any questions, that's how you survive a wildfire. A, you have an A, B, and C plan. Your A, B, and C is your evacuation routes in 3 different directions on 3 different highways. So look at where you live. Do you even have a highway in 3 different directions? If you're rurally living, you probably don't. So you may have just one highway, and consider that your one road out. do not for a second think that you should take any of these random roads out and zigzag. This is a high elevation climb. The fire can catch up with you and you're not near the river. The river is the best shelter in place option. And any of these bridges could be out. There could have been a flash flood or something. This will take you hours to climb up here, and it might look good on paper, but then you might reach any sort of area here where this road connects to another one. Any bridge can be out, or the fire can be coming too quickly. So you do not take random country roads. Absolutely not. Those are slow to drive on, no visibility. Fire will just overtake you. You got to get to a fast-moving highway. And don't count on the fact that you can leave and drive fast, even though that's the speed limit. Like I said, maybe you'll be driving 10 to 15 miles an hour because you can barely see past your headlights in the smoke. So consider that. Consider the length of time it takes you to get to your highway from your rural place. Like this is 45 minutes on a good day. Like I said, if you have to drive 15 miles. If you have to drive 15 miles in an hour, that's a bad route. Know when it's over. If the fire is moving 55 miles an hour, which they do with wind-driven fires, you're not going to outrun it going 15. You're not going to be able to drive 50 miles an hour. You know, if he did, he would have ran into that log and died. Head-on collision with a log. So you can bet he was going pretty careful and slow, like a sane and rational person. And don't count on other people to be sane and rational. What you'll come across is people that have tried to drive at insane speeds, and they do run right into the back of another vehicle in front of them. They do run right into a road obstruction. They do spin out and hit a boulder or something that fell off the cliff here. They do spin out, and they may block your path. Their own vehicle might be on fire because they drove like a crazy person and got in a wreck. Any vehicle accident in front of you is going to spell your doom. So know when it's over. First of all, if you're, like I was saying, if you don't have an A, B, and C route, if you have just an A route, then leave way before anybody tells you to, because you're a special vulnerability. They had people on level 1 and 2 in here. So, for example, the people down here with a false insecurity here were on level 2. They should have just left. They even went door to door in that survival story, right? But he wrote it off and said, I bet that's just precautionary. No. If somebody's going door to door and telling you you're at level 2 means expect level 3 to happen. So leave now, please. Level 2 is finish your preparations to leave and leave before you're told. Because you're probably going to have to leave in level 3 panic. Level 3 is panic time. Level 3 is go, go, go. That's when the entire community gets level 3, and they all try to leave at once, and they make a traffic jam. And everybody starts ramming each other from behind. Go faster. Go faster. You know, that's what happens. So level 2, if you're at level 2, just go. I would never say wait for level 3, anybody who's ever been at level 2, especially if you're vulnerable. So if you have one road out, which connects with one road out, which connects with one road out, any one of those connections, any sort of blockage would mean you're doomed if you were in a car. So instead of freaking out, you know, leave while the getting's good, while they're warning you, level 1 or level 2. Just consider yourself one higher than what they're saying. That's a good rule. If you're rural and it takes you a while to get off your rural road to a highway, consider yourself extra vulnerable. If you live on a highway, you're still extra vulnerable. Everybody here was still extra vulnerable, even though they felt safer. A, being in a municipality does not mean you're safe. B, if you still have one way out, any idiot with a car accident here can block you. So the fire's coming from the east, there's one way out in one direction. So everybody here should have considered themselves extra vulnerable too. So the people who are not as vulnerable, over here it's Staten and Sublimity. So here I would have considered myself level 1, you know, getting ready, and because you have multiple directions to go. Go due north, go northwest, go southwest. That's your ABC route. Say if I live in Staten and Sublimity. But you know what? These people were also told to get out within 24 hours too after this wind event. They thought these towns were going to be erased. In fact, the firefighters who had relocated here from Gates, they left Staten, Sublimity, and Almsville, and I don't know where they went. Probably to Salem. But they had to check their nerves. They had to get a handle on their nerves, because that was two days of fleeing for their lives and trying to help people. That is nerve-wracking. And like I said, the fire was coming for Salem too. It very easily, if the wind didn't change, entire town here of Salem would have had been evacuated. So even if you're in Salem making this thing here, everyone would have been going over one bridge. There's one bridge across the Willamette at Salem. Everyone here in Oregon's second largest city, plus everyone in this entire series of towns here, would have all been making for the one bridge to get across it. This is the north-south major river called the Willamette. If this had gone over here, it is probably likely the Willamette River on the west side of it would have been where they tried to stop these fires. I can't tell you how incredible this event was. They just got lucky, and at one point the wind subsided and it went back the other way. Then it was a crisis for the east side of the mountains. You know, it's a crisis for Warm Springs and such. But I can tell you right now, what you should do is, even if you were in Salem, that traffic jam, getting everyone out here, there's only a ferry here. There's only one more bridge at Newburgh, one more bridge at Wilsonville, and two bridges at Oregon City, one at Damascus. That's a huge amount of people. That's many, many, many thousands of people all fleeing for their lives at once, who would have been using just a few bridges. That would have taken more than 24 hours. You would have been stuck in a traffic jam for more than 24 hours trying to go anywhere away from this fire. So, shelter in place even for the city of Salem. Even if you think you're in a city, we've watched these fires erase cities. Paradise was even comparable in size here. Maybe not in population, but in the size of it and the amount of streets, and the fact there's like 1 to 2 ways out, right? That would have taken like 48 hours for this traffic jam to clear. How much gas is in your tank? How long can you hold your bladder? You know, even if you're in a city, have your shelter in place plan too, and you can craft it here. Where's the parks that don't have too many trees? So you can look at the satellites, and where's the big parking lots? You know, where's the airport? Here, perfect, shelter in place here. Here's some baseball diamonds. Go hang out there with your popcorn. And park here. This is perfect. All this parking lot here. This is fire safe in this entire area. Just while everybody's in traffic in a panic and honk, 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 you know, you just pull over and you just chill out here. You have your wool blanket, you have your snacks, you have your food, you have a car. You have your kids in it, you have your storybooks, and you just listen to the radio and you just wait it out. You'll be perfectly fine here. There's no issue. And there's little creeks and stuff here too. But like I said, green manicured lawns, baseball diamonds, football fields, track and fields, whatever that is. As long as there's green grass that's clipped down to, mowed lawn height. Even if it's dead grass, that doesn't really take up very much if it's down to mowed lawn height. You go to the little the skating rink parking lots. This is perfectly fine here. You'd be fine parking right there. Big areas of pavement. Even if this warehouse went up, this would be intense, but you could park over here. You'd still be fine. Look at this pond. This is even more perfect. I think I'd park here, because you can go down to the pond right here. What is this, school? I don't know, but you could park here, and if you really needed to, go get the water jugs here, and if this dry grass was on fire, you could just get your wool blanket wet and beat it down. You can get in this water if you needed to, if you were just walking here. There's plenty of places to just chill out in Salem. Don't think that you have to leave. When the traffic jam hits, even if you're in a municipality, just have your shelter in place plan. No matter where you live, it's probably walking distance of safety, or very, very short driving distance. You know, no matter where you're at. And you can click on other maps, like, you know, the terrain. There's a cemetery, perfect. If there's not too many trees here, let's look at let's look here. This is how you can survive. This is satellite. Perfect. Cemeteries, golf courses, baseball diamonds, track and fields, schools. Anywhere there's a big, big lawn, golf course, big parking lots, go to the big stores, you know, Walmart parking lot, whatever you need to do. This cemetery is perfect. You'll live. And it's strange, but cemeteries have well-manicured grounds that are mowed most of the time. And not too many trees, for example, here, cemetery. So everybody in this neighborhood, say you can't even leave your driveway, there's just traffic everywhere. Grab your jug of water, even if you have to pour out the milk, pour out the Pepsi. Even if it's empty, you might be able to fill it at a creek. Grab your wool blanket, grab a radio if you can, and you know, cell phone and batteries or whatever. Or if you can, get to car, you know, drive in your car because that's easier to get out of the smoke and drive in here. You know, if it's down to it, ram the gate down and just pay for the damages later, whatever. You know, I don't think anybody would hold you too liable. Check if the gate's unlocked because a lot of times things are unlocked when you just don't know it. And just hang out here. Just resist the panicking urge to run and run through flames, and remember you can't drive through flames. The people who have done it are just the very few that have done it with success that you see. You're never going to see the dash cam footage of the people that didn't make it because their cars burned up. But usually, a huge majority of the time when people try to escape by car, that is the #1 cause of death in a wildfire. People we didn't realize that there's a window of opportunity to leave that shuts to escape by car. Know when it's over. The fire's here. There's a traffic jam. If the wind is blowing things your way, if the sky is orange, if the wind's picked up, if it's moving by wind, expect it to be going 50 miles an hour. That means the direction where the wildfire is, it's going to blow embers over the top of your head and start fires 10 miles ahead of you. You know, in fact, even the people that did make it over the bridge, I can guarantee you that if Salem was threatened here and starting to alight, there would be embers going across the river, and there would be some fires over here too. Like, make your way to the river. You know, walk past people, get in a bicycle. You know, stuff like that can really help you go past the cars. You know, people are talking about motorcycles that go in between the cars, just go make your way somewhere. But please don't you forget your neighbors. We've seen people that died in paradise, very close to shelters, like people that just may not have thought about it. Elderly people just hanging out here. Be a hero too. If you found a safe spot, go gather up people and say, safe spot right here, follow me. And if you have something like a motorcycle, transport people, go to your most vulnerable neighbors, the ones without cars, tell them what's going on, tell them what to do. Say, this is safe, come over here. Like, I don't even know what this is, but all this is safe. You know, tell people who are in the traffic jam too, pull over here, you know, look after your neighbor. Lastly, if you had some sort of a crisis and you were able-bodied and had a crowbar, manholes. You can survive in the manhole. You can survive under the street. Please don't leave the manhole open. I heard about that in Clackamas County. There was somebody that was driving, and we heard it live. We heard them chattering about it. But in Clackamas County, a car absolutely wrecked that was trying to leave a fire zone because they hit an open manhole. Don't leave it open. You can't do that to people. Don't leave it open. But there's all kinds of shelters all around that people just are not thinking about. And you can see them if you just know what to see now, know what to look for, and turn on different layers of the map. No matter where you are, there's usually something within short driving distance that will save your life. If it's too late, you're not stuck. If it's too late, don't try to flee by car, and don't try to defend your house with a garden hose. Shelter in place does not mean try to defend your house. It doesn't mean sit in your house and wait to die. It doesn't mean hope for rescue. Shelter in place means go to your shelter right next to your place, you know, within walking distance. So that's the lesson here. So I'm still taking questions and answer time. We are on the night shift here. This is the time when a lot of fires die down. We continue to monitor the Bobcat fire. I'm going to restart the Los Angeles major event. Here's the stupid commercial. It's the Home Depot commercial. Talk about bad product placement. they're not ready to rebuild yet. The fires aren't out, Home Depot. So if you're interested, if you have any questions about what I just said, if you're interested in any of the fires and you want me to check on a specific one, whoops, go ahead and do that. And I will stop everything and get you the information you need. And what the heck, we're still in satellite mode. I'll read you the current updates. Yeah, there you are, there's LA. And we continue to monitor things like the webcams of the Bobcat fire, thank goodness. The flag was still there. You know, here is that beacon of hope, the Mount Wilson Observatory. These are lights of vehicles. There's a lot of firefighters up there saving it, doing great work. Here's the distant fire, and some of these are lit on purpose to try to get a handle on the Bobcat. So we continue. Man, wasn't that nasty? This is the current update. This is live. This is the view northwest from that dome. And we know that the radios are making noise right now, but that's probably on accident. I'm muting that for you guys. And Sherlock says manholes are a last resort. They tell people not to use them because most people aren't strong enough to close them. Yeah, exactly. You leave a big hole in the street. So if you're a big strapping man, that's an option. But please don't just leave the manholes open like that, because you don't want a fire truck to get their tires stuck in it and ruin the fire truck. It is a last resort, but really, if you gotta survive, do what you gotta do. So we're going to continue to update these webcams. The Bobcat fire is what I'm watching nervously because, like the other California fires, they have to put this out before the Santa Ana winds come. They have to. If they don't, you're going to have an extreme, a worse event than what we've already seen before. So, ooh, I love this color image. This is some kind of a cool thing. I right-click and save these. This is one heck of a camera they've got at the Wilson River Observatory. This is cool. That's beyond, you know, your typical color night vision camera. Okay, so we do see some flame in Mount Wilson by the Bobcat fire. And we do see that the flames kind of come near it, but most of this is the fires they're lighting on purpose, the ones that are near the dome. There's a lovely nighttime image there. And so we continue to monitor the Bobcat, and they're making radio sounds, but they ain't talking. But isn't that just nuts? Here in infrared, we can see that the fire is still northwest of the Mount Wilson Observatory in that canyon. If you look back at our hot spots, that's where we are looking, right here. But not to worry, some of the red here, they've milled some lines, especially they're trying to get it contained by this road here. What's it called? Yeah, Highway 2. They're trying to use Highway 2 as best they can as a fire break and trap it in this pocket. If they can use, if they can use the Mount Wilson Road here as a fire break, and here, the LA Highway, Highway 2, they're trying to trap it in this pocket and then let it burn itself out. I believe they're trying to build lines across here, but don't quote me. So this is firing on purpose. Whenever the wind shifts, it gives them an opportunity, and it did shift back towards the east. Gives them an opportunity to try to trap it in a pocket, and as long as it can't move anywhere, it'll burn itself out eventually. Run out of fuel. So that's their best hope for here at the Mount Wilson area. And so we are seeing, and we have been hearing what they were doing with their updates. We are seeing new fires being lit on the slopes, especially here near Mount Wilson, but mostly on purpose. Because here's Highway 2. And we have seen them stop. These newly lit fires stop on the highway, which is great. The fire's down here in the ravine. If it tries to move like a high wind gust again, either north or south, it's going to find scorched earth ahead of it. So that's going well. Fingers crossed, they're trying to get as much done before the weather gets worse, drier and hotter and windier, starting on Saturday. So we wish them good luck with their efforts there. Now go ahead and ask any questions in chat. Oh, let's listen. They're talking. Okay, it said night ops. Maybe they... There. I can't make it out. We know as we speak they're doing nighttime operations to light fires on purpose to try to just deprive this thing of fuel. There's 3 different spots.
Let you know that 1133 has been out for the night. And I can give you a little update. Earlier in the evening, TC is strengthening the area within basically EP 75 to that high camp, high hill area, section 43. They're throwing some fire off that Rincon Red Box Road, and just increasing that buffer in there. Other than that, we got the 2 alphas up in Barley flat area. The rest of the resources.
I think what he just said.
That in the beginning, your transition broke off in the beginning. What were you saying about something else?
Okay, I couldn't make that out very well either, but they said that they were just going to...
33 Alpha worked through the night. 33 Alpha, okay. And one more time, let's swap over up on Barley Flat. We worked yesterday afternoon. We have 2 Alphas that were up on that last night.
Okay, so I'm going to tone that down unless they say some other stuff, but I know that they're talking about the nighttime firing operations, and so what we're looking at now is the last 6 hours in a time lapse. We're seeing the camera from the top of the Mount Wilson Observatory dome, the big white dome. This is aimed northwest at where one of the hot moving fronts, active fronts of the Bobcat fire is located. What we're seeing, though, is good. As bad as that looks like, with all those flames all over the place, I'm seeing mostly really good stuff. And happy with what I'm seeing, because what we were just hearing is their nighttime operations for firing are going well. They're keeping them now under observation status. They were going to fly an infrared plane to find out how well their operations are going. But they have been making, like here is the visible Highway 2 line, and if we rewind this, that is their fire line out here over in the canyon. So I think the bulk of the fire is down where we can't see in the canyon. So they're trying to light. They made a good fire line on the highways, Mount Wilson Road over here, and over here across on Highway 2. They have stationed people. They've removed a lot of the brush and debris from the line, and so they are purposefully setting fires down here so that the fires under control in the cool of the night go up and burn off the vegetation right up on those roads. So let's say on Saturday the wind picks up as it's forecast to, and the humidity drops and gets all dry. Well, even if the fire wants to spread at that point, it's going to find a lot of its fuel source was already burned off in these control burns. So what you want to see is, we know that here is a line of a highway. If we look back, I'll show you. This is the line of the highway. Here's Mount Wilson. So we're looking across the ravine, and we can see how steep that is. That's crazy. So Mount Wilson Road here is one of their fire lines, and they've made a wedge. They've made a triangular shape here. So they're funneling the fire away from this tip. The fire was wanting to go up the ravine in this way. It wanted to go west. Now it's being pushed a little bit east, and so that is perfect. They seized that opportunity to start putting lighting up on fire these slopes, so that when the high wind event comes, it may, now that it's trapped down here, it will want to go up these slopes, but it's going to find just burned out vegetation. And they have been working hard to improve and widen the road, so to speak, to get the brush away from it. From here in Mount Wilson Observatory, they kind of made a protective ring around it. So they are lighting the fires at night on purpose. So when this fire picks up in a couple of days, they may even be able to trap it here in this pocket, and it'll burn itself out. It'll run out of fuel eventually. This is dry brush kind of stuff called chaparral. There's not really much in the way of trees out here. In fact, we can go to a satellite. I can show you. So it's this kind of stuff. You know, little bushes, tumbleweed kind of bushes. But there's a lot of them, and they're dry, so they do go up like crazy. The wind is high, and some of these, kind of like tumbleweeds, will break off, and you'll have burning bushes just tumbling along, lighting the rest of the landscape on fire. So there has not been a lot of natural. Oh boy, let's see if there's an airplane. He said night ops north, night vision.
Go ahead. Hey, guys, do you have a second? I'm looking at the map, and I just want to go over a couple things I saw.
I don't see a plane in the air.
Let me get my map, get some light. Hang on.
Get a flashlight,
Going
I guess.
back a little bit. Just before I head down, I want to discuss.
It really?
We talked about the fire that was flanked. Could you give me that section again? Inaudible on what section?
All right, I was hoping they would be talking about it. Yeah, that could be a pre-flight map check. That could be what they are going to do. This is before dawn, though. I would have thought that they would have already flown, and maybe they're interpreting results. Maybe it's a pre-dawn flight, though, yeah. I do know, Sherlock, that these guys, they roll out the ground troopers, and they replace the night shift, approximately 6 to 6:15. We'll hear them chatter.
I'll try it.
Ah.
I want to get to a better location here. You're not anywhere near 39 and the 2, are you? No, it's about 20 minutes back. I could beat foot there. Wait to see if you have cell service there. So, all right, I'll get you one out of here. I'll head over to the 39 and the 2.
Dang it, so that's going to be a cell phone call, but we keep hearing that the radio isn't good enough. Let's go drive to cell phone service. There's something terribly wrong.
I'm already past that location. If you can, I just was going to see if you had cell service. I can get you a little bit later though, if you're down on the hill or if you're heading back the other way. Yeah, I'll go over there. That way I have cell service, and I'll catch you around before you go into your brief. I will be there. I've already passed that location. I'm down closer to almost a third of the way down. Yeah, A-firm. Just so I can call you. Copy that. Yeah, I want to clear up a couple things above Crystal Lake from looking at stuff from Crystal Lake. Copy.
I guess it's a point to where I should just say good morning to people. It's I just realized it's 5:22. I'm so glad you're here, Sherlock, and maybe Catherine is too, and everybody with us. This is open question and answer time. We do continue to monitor the fires with the Bobcat fire chatter is what we're hearing. And they're going to make their, well, you can see the Big Dipper set in this. This is a 6-hour time lapse of one of the focuses. There's 3 main areas of focus on the Bobcat fire. But I've explained, you know, if you want to rewind, how to survive a fire, and having your A, B, C, and D plan. That's, you know, starting about an hour ago, I explained that. And don't be alarmed at what you're seeing here. I am pretty happy with what we're seeing. We know that Highway 2 is their fire line over here, and these fires that they started on the hill, they stop at this line, except over here. I don't know what's going over there. But at least down this way, this is the purposefully lit fires that they're trying to burn off the vegetation and the dry brush that's out here. This isn't really a forest fire so much as a brush fire, with the tumbling tumbleweeds, you know. So they have trapped the fire in this little pocket, which is great, and hopefully they can hang on to it. It's a V-shape, kind of a wedge. And so this is their fire line at Mount Wilson Observatory, and this is the fire line that we're looking at. This is Highway 2. So we are looking at live images of them doing their operations across. Here's the top of the dome. Here's Mount Wilson. Over there is Highway 2. So far, yeah, sums up me for now. I'm on an almost normal sleep schedule. Yeah, I'm not at all. I woke up at midnight, folks. I'll be here till probably 4 in the afternoon, something like that, I imagine. And I'll try to reset the schedule. It's been brutal to have an infection. So what I would like to do, Sherlock, is I actually want to play around with the microphone. I want you to help me if you could. Yeah, these backfires seem to be working very well. I have no idea what just happened over there. I'm going to rewind. This is kind of weird. Like, what's going on over there? Watch this spot. It's like the whole mountainside is like a blazing white right over here. I don't know if they're trying to burn up to the ridgetop or if that's the moving seat of the fire, like if that's where the fire is. But whoa, that's quite a bright spot, you know. So hopefully we'll be able to see, they'll probably give a briefing, perhaps if we're lucky enough, over the radio again around 6:15. But if you just tuned in, if you want to know, we're monitoring the Bobcat fire live. As bad as this looks, this is good. This is from the top of the observatory. They keep putting rings of fire around the observatory to try to save it. They are putting the backfires up the slopes and having them stop at Highway 2 across the ridge here. We're looking northwest. Somewhere to the northwest, the main seat of the fire is out of view. Either that or it's down in the ravines. So we can't know exactly. We just have general maps. So we do know that all around it they're trying to burn out the vegetation because it probably will go towards the east or towards the north. So we see a flurry of activity here. Here's the north. Here's Highway 2. They are lighting the slopes on fire so that if the winds blow to the north again, like they do when they come in from the ocean, that the fire won't be able to get out of this ravine. That's, I believe, their goal. That's what they're working hard on. And the last update we had was like 8 hours ago, and they seem to be making good progress. And then they'll be able to get aircraft out there to monitor in a little bit. We'll monitor the aircraft too. We continue to monitor their chatter. So what I want to do though, Sherlock, since it's still the early morning, is I found out that OBS, the broadcasting software I'm using, which I barely know how to use, has microphone noise mitigation things. You probably knew about that, but I just discovered how to use it. So what I would like to do, if you're around, oh, you're going to get to your PC and get caught up live? You're a saint. You're MVP for the day, for sure. I hope Catherine's still with us, too. And everybody, if you're with me, while I am going to do a bit of a microphone test here, too, just let me know what you want to know about the fires. I've been monitoring the western fires pretty well. I can read you the latest incident reports and what the activities of the firefighters will likely be, current status, maybe find a webcam for you. So the Bobcat is of the utmost concern. The secondary bit of concern is up there at the 242 fire. The August complex, still going on up there, but they're doing massive water drops. It's looking good, knock on wood. But we do want to see all these fires put out before the Santa Ana winds that come seasonally. If you're not familiar with California, they're always here. Like the fire department kept saying, the LA County Fire Department kept saying, the fire season that's most dangerous for California is September, October, November. Because they don't usually have much in the way of rainfall that fuels California's irrigation. It's a very wet state, but it's snowfall. It's the high Sierras. You know, there's really no autumn for the high Sierras. It may last a week or two, but usually it goes summer, it's 95 degrees, a couple weeks later it's snowing, and then you're in the snow season. Just at some point in time, there will be a switch that's flipped. And that's for the Sierras, and then the snowpack is really, really high, and then the irrigation happens, you know, with the snow melt. So you get to LA and such. You know, don't expect there to be much of a wet season for LA. In fact, LA pretty much only gets rain down here. This is the same latitude as Greece. You know, this is LA. You know, this doesn't. It gets snow up here and not rain, which is crazy. These are the mountains above LA where there's snow ski resorts. It's about 6,000 elevation. It's not really going to get rain either. It's just at some point, usually in December, it's snow season. So what I keep saying is the Santa Ana winds are the seasonal. Hey, good morning, Bo. Welcome to have you. And we got another original gangster in the house here. You want to be a mod, Bo? Because you've gained enough respect. You have entered the circle of trust. You've been level-headed. You've been supportive. You've been coming back time and time again. I think it's time to bestow upon you the wrench. Are you receptive to this gift? You don't have to suddenly become a policeman. But you have the power to shut anybody down who gets really, really out of control. Plus, you can share links. So if you're ready to receive this gift, I'm ready to bestow. But joking aside, I will do the microphone test, and thank you so much, Sherlock. Yeah, Sherlock is laughing. But tell me, this is live question and answer sessions. Of any of the western fires you want to know about, I'll go and read you everything from weather forecasts to incident command reports, the daily reports, the current status, and anything you want to know, evacuations. Just tell me the general area you live. I'll tell you whether or not I think you should leave before anybody tells you to. If you want tips on how to survive, if you want me to analyze your local area and tell you where I think your best shelter-in-place options are, then, you know, go ahead and ask, and I'll tell you anything you want to know. We unfortunately don't have any resident firefighters in the house yet, but that could be a little bit later in the evening. Take the gift, Bo. Take the gift. Do you want it? Yeah, you're funny, Sherlock. But anyway, it's there if you want to be a mod, Bo. So, what I need to do is take a quick bathroom break. I'm going to put coffee on, and then I'm going to adjust the microphone. And Sherlock, if you can help me, I'm going to try to cut down the background noise because I hate it being the leaf blower channel. That's what it was yesterday. And then it was the lawnmower channel. And then it was the neighbors deciding to do some sort of renovation channel. And then it was beep, 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 a bunch of UPS trucks backing up channel. And I want it to be more about the non-annoyance kind of a channel. That's what I'd like it to be. So I'm going to turn way down the crackle of the firefighters. Every once in a while we'll hear them. I'll be back in 2 minutes and we'll do the microphone test. But if you have any questions about any fire, just go ahead. Anybody who's listening, no question is stupid. Yeah, okay, maybe set a filter, exactly. I'm going to do filters for gain. The 3 steps it was saying was noise suppression, gain, and noise gate. So I'll show you the website of how I'm going to go along with this guide. So here it is if you wanted to read it ahead of time, Sherlock. This is what I'm trying to do. And if you guys can give me the thumbs up and feedback about less noise in general. Everybody's telling me the mouse clicks are driving them nuts, and I believe I can filter that out. I believe I can. So I'll be right back, guys. You are looking at the current status of the Bobcat fire as seen from Mount Wilson Observatory, most of which is good. Most of which are these fires. They are successfully burning off the brush ahead of the main fire. So be right back, y'all. I'm almost back with you. Hang on. Wow, that's crazy. I realize that every time I have any sort of dead silence on the feed, I lose viewers, like 10, 15 at a time. It's not my fault. I put it on so that we could listen to the firefighter chatter. But I see how a lot of streamers complain they can never take a bathroom break. Man, you're just going to lose a chunk of people, even if you have to do that. I think I should have perhaps some non-copyright. We'll be right back. You know, kind of a chime or something. We'll return right after a brief message, kind of a deal. Okay, so what we're going to do, and we're looking at the Bobcat fire specifically right now, is we're going to do a microphone test. Bo says I'm always in and out. You'd have to tell me how to do it. Oh, how to be a mod? Right-click people who are causing disruption. It's really easy. Some people's comments will be like restricted, and you can look, and if they break the rules that are really, really obvious, I think I put them in the chat again. If I didn't, that's something I need to do. So I think I put them in the comment section. If not, I gotta go and do that. So hang on. If they break the rules, if people are just being disruptive, angry, nasty, you can right-click and ban them, and that's what I want you to do. You know, that's what my instructions are to the mods. Anybody just breaking the rules, yammering on about, you know, things that are not going to result in a good thing, such as just people ranting about communist conspiracy, space lasers, conspiracy this, conspiracy that, arsonist this, arsonist that. We're keeping this positivity channel. If they won't, you say, hey, read the rules, and if they keep going on, right-click ban. That's it. It says mute them on the server, whatever that is, so that they just don't disrupt. I've carefully cultivated an atmosphere here where no question is stupid and everybody can feel safe. Everybody can ask whatever question they want to. But the people who run in here and try to tell me that try to freak other people out and cause fear, fear is the enemy, not really the fires. Lack of education is the enemy, you know. People would be a lot less fearful if they knew how to survive, for example. Knew how to survive these fires, like I keep training people. That was what I just did for an hour, if anybody wants to go back. And so what I'm going to do is survive these... whoops, sorry. I just turned on my own feed, and that caused something here. But Red Thursday 3, I'm going to paste the rules now into a comment. And basically, just take a quick read, you know, and people can ask a question. You can engage conspiracy theories and just kind of reasonably talk them down from that kind of thing. Just let them know what the facts are. Yeah. You just leave banning up to me and delete messages. No, I do want you to actually ban. If somebody continuously acts like that, it's over. If people get political and blame one group or another, it's over. Stop. Tell them once, stop. That's against the rules. I just deleted your message one more time. You're banned, and that's it. And I don't, you know, I'm sick of the political fighting. Pointing fingers and yelling at each other is never going to solve anything. We have to unite. And we're going to do that by just educating people. We all have the same goal here of preventing these fires from being as bad as they were. We all have an interest in this. We're all paying for these fires. So yeah, just absolutely, if somebody's being bad, You know, I engaged someone specifically the other night I tried it out. It was the middle of the night, so I thought, you know, I'll talk to the laser guy, the guy who was talking about the lasers. We had some really good results where I showed him some things about fire behavior he wasn't aware of yet. But he really wanted to share links and talk about the other streamers who say this and that, and that's bad. When people mention other streamers, I lose my audience. You know, you see 15 people trample out of here and go watch that other streamer because he was mentioned, and that's impolite. So don't allow people to like link to this other streamer. They got the real dope. You know, that's super rude. We don't talk about and name the other streamers, you know, pretty much, unless it's you know, like your other guy is okay. You know, Sherlock, that one was okay. But the people who are insisting in bold caps, you know, this is a conspiracy. Wake up, people. The aliens and reptile people are here. It's just, you don't engage them. You don't engage the nasty people. And the one thing I can't stand is the global warming in your face gloating, smearing that into victims. These are victims who are traumatized coming here for info. I get a lot of, is my house still standing? Is the fire coming my way? I'm scared. I've evacuated. I don't know what to do. Those people do not deserve to have anything flung in their face. Do you believe in global warming now? That's not caring about the environment. That's being a jerk. That is being rude. You can care about the environment without going to traumatized victims and saying rude stuff like that. I have no tolerance for that. No gloating and no I told you so's. We're all in this together, and the victims are not to blame, and they don't deserve crap. So we are absolutely protecting them, and that's the careful environment I've crafted here. And I've crafted it this way by saying this is what I want. And I don't allow any more chatter about the conspiracy stuff. It doesn't lead anywhere to any solution. I want to brainstorm with people with solutions. I want to hear their stories. I want people to introduce themselves. I want them to get the straight dope and the straight facts. I am not on any side of the spectrum of politics. In fact, I'm pretty dang apolitical and disgusted with it. I don't care. I don't have any favorite politicians. I'm kind of frustrated with all of them, you know. And yeah, so when other people are sharing links, that's okay if it's to news articles and stuff. But that also could be a scammy thing, and that's why YouTube automatically prevents people from sharing links. Because scam artists can come out of the woodwork, and it can be there to put a virus on somebody's computer. If it looks like a really weird link, you know, don't allow it. Something like a link to a YouTube. Something like, you know, latimes.com. That's kind of a trustworthy link. A link to a map. But if it's blah, 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 and it looks really weird and really long and just not anything to do with the media or information, then just don't allow it to be viewed. And that's okay. You know, if you don't want to do any of this stuff, that's fine. But, Bo, if somebody was cussing you out, I want you to have the power to just shut them down. There's no attacks here. There's no divisive language. There's no arguments. People can put in their 2 cents, but we don't do things that don't matter. You know, let's not have any conversations. Yeah, sketchy people, you know, we couldn't give them any link rights. Linking is a privilege. So anyway, that's the gist of it. I had one of the firefighters get harassed, and I just gave him powers. And I said, anybody talks like to you like that again, 86 them, and don't engage them. Don't argue with them. Anybody nasty, just let them go. You won't be able to engage with the hateful. There's a lot of people who care about the environment who are caring, and they're the ones who are concerned with like global warming, for example. And we are too. We are concerned that these fires are causing global warming. But the people who will come back and gloat, you know, these are CO2 emissions with these fires. The people who gloat and rub things in the victim's face and blame the victim and say, you know what, are you happy that you lived rurally where you took away animal habitat? I'm glad your house burned down. The animals can go back to where they deserve to live now. That kind of crap, shut them down. That's not the love of animals. That's the hatred of people. So some people just embrace the dark hatred sides, and we do not have tolerance. You cannot reason with the hateful or the blamefuls. So that's all I have to say about that. So you can't right click, long press. That's how you right click on a cell phone. It would be like, and there's little buttons. If somebody says something again, like I'm glad that so-and-so died in the news, that's just, oh, it's going to come up and it'll say review, comment, review, or if the F word is dropped or racial slurs are dropped, there's going to be this thing, allow, and you say heck no and ban that person. Yeah. Yeah, if somebody's just curious, if somebody's just fearful, I engage with people and say it's not a space laser, this is total normal behavior and this is how. You know, that lightning struck, that fire we know is caused by lightning, because here, you know, we have detection systems, lightning detection systems. We can detect when most lightning does hit the ground with new satellite type things for weather forecasts. So, yeah, I don't time people out. You follow the rules or you're gone. You know, really, timeouts are a slap on the wrist, and then they think they can get away with something again. So, really, delete the comments and then warn them if anybody's innocently saying stuff like this political party is responsible or whatever, or this particular politician, blah, blah, blah. We just say, hey, no politics. Delete that comment and don't engage them further. If somebody has just a curious question, I do not make fun of anybody who believes in conspiracies. It's okay to have whatever belief system you want. But if you're fearful and not sure if this is like some sort of a weapon or an attack or sabotage, then I'll go ahead and explain the straight dope how fire behavior is. I've yet to see, as an open-minded skeptic, a fire do anything impossible that nature couldn't do. But I have spent years now kind of studying it, as I have a vested interest in knowing how fire behavior is. After losing a family friend, nearly losing my brother to the Paradise Fire, and nearly losing my other brother to a different one, all within a span of 3 years, I said, that's it. I'm going to make it my point to educate people. I'm a historian. I'm in a video production, like I'm a video production student. I want to make historical documentaries, and history is happening before my eyes. So why don't I cover this live, show people how to live through it, educate people how to live through a fire. Most deaths are preventable. Even if it looks like you can't survive, you usually can. So I spent an hour ago explaining how to survive a fire. I spent some time, you know, reading the survival stories, and then the stories of people who didn't make it, in contrast, and what to do, what not to do. So I'm here to take all questions regarding that. As far as a civilian person is concerned, I am quite knowledgeable, and I just repeat what firefighters want the public to know. So if you want me at any time to, if you're with us, I'm going to do a microphone check to see if I can get the noise of my microphone, the background noise, down to a minimum. Put in chat what fire you want me to look at. And then if you have any questions about fire behavior, I'll go ahead and tell you what I see here. You know, where we continue to monitor the Bobcat and the western fires. The ones of northwestern Oregon are just about rained out, but California, you know, a totally different climate. It's like London in Oregon versus Italy and Greece. It's a totally different climate, totally different latitude, 3,000 miles, you know, north to south, different latitude. You know, this is a time lapse here, the last 6 hours. This is all good. These are fires lit on purpose for the most part to contain the Bobcat fire. You know, we're seeing good things here. But let me know in the chat if you have the questions. And give him the wrench now. I already did. Oh, okay, sorry, yeah. Thank you for getting my attention. I already did, but maybe you didn't press it. Maybe there's a timeout button, but welcome. Use your powers only for good. Do not abuse the immense amount of power I just gave you. With great power becomes responsibility. And I've handed the wrench to you, Bo. You deserve it. All right. I'm counting on you in my absence to keep the peace, maintain order, and protect the vulnerable. But I know that you can handle it because I have every confidence in you. All right. So let's do the mic test. I have been annoying people with my air conditioning, my noisy fridge that squeals sometimes, and then the background noise of, like, you know, the lawnmowers and stuff that go by. So first of all, I'm going to make noise. I'm going to turn on my air conditioner and come back to the keyboard, and I'm going to try this noise gate function. We're going to reduce the noise in my microphone so that everybody, you'll thank me later. And please, if you're just tuning in, tell me which fire you want me to investigate or reach the current conditions of. If you have any questions, I will be happy to do that. So let me go turn on that air conditioner. Alright, and you also just heard a bunch of noise from me scooching in my chair, picking up the headphones and laying them back down. I bet you guys just experienced that noise, correct? And you can go ahead and give feedback in chat, but I do have Sherlock's got my back. And this is, you know, okay, now the main fan has kicked on, and I bet that's extra noise. We're going to try to reduce the noise by setting up a special system here, so that you guys don't have to suffer any longer, right? You don't have to suffer any longer. So, what we're seeing is a live auto-updating image of the Bobcat fire. Meanwhile, I'm going to try and adjust my microphone. I can see that the microphone is bouncing around, and I can hear that noise. So let's see. Let's go. All right. So noise gate is last, so it's not muted when I'm trying to hear you, correct? Okay. So noise suppression is first. So on my control panel, what I do is go to my microphone and click the little gear, and I go to filters. Okay. Add a filter. Okay, so what we do is the best results according to this guide are noise suppression, noise gate, and gain in that order. Okay, so we go to noise suppression first. So that's a noise suppression filter. Alright, it's on. Nothing has changed with the noise. Is this better at all? Does that sound better? It's just at default minus 30 dB. It sounds like I'm underwater. I was fearful of that. Okay, so guys, ask any questions about the fire you want, but I am taking the time to fix the microphone. So it sounds like I'm underwater because what it's doing is deleting some of the frequencies of sound. They're the same frequency of my voice sometimes. Okay, yeah, it's powerful. So the next thing you do is, it says the noise suppression filter can help block out unwanted noise, but add it and leave it at defaults. Then either start to broadcast or record yourself. Try to be silent at the beginning of the recording, and then move the slider up and down to change suppression levels. When you find you can't hear any background noise or very little, try talking to make sure your voice still comes out okay. If it's a bit quiet, then you don't need to worry too much. But you're saying it sounds weird and distorted, right? Try it with the fan being lower. This is what we want to get rid of, though. Let's go to the next step, and then we'll mess around. My voice is good. Really? It doesn't distort right now? Okay. So the noise gate is the next. So we'll add the noise gate now. This will be the best thing. I think you're right, Sherlock. I think you're totally right. So now, we can't see this in the control panel. Sorry, but that's what I'm trying to do. So I just added noise gate. Oh, and they're trying to talk. They're trying to talk on the radio, so I continue to monitor that. So noise gate sets an opening and closing decibel threshold for when your mic is active and when it can basically mute itself. So you can have it so it doesn't pick up bits of background noise by setting the opening threshold above your normal ambient sound levels when you aren't speaking. Yeah, I think I understand what that is. Wow. Wow. Can you guys even hear the fan when I'm not talking? You can't hear that, can you? Like only when I'm speaking? Am I still coming in clear when I do begin speaking? Oh, the fan sounds like it's underwater, but what about now? I just adjusted the noise gate. Well, you still aren't having a wrench. I mean, I'm still trying to add you as a moderator. Full mute when I stop speaking? Really? Okay, so let me do it. And am I intelligible? When I start speaking, am I clipped in the beginning or back? Noise gate works really well. All right, how am I sounding? Is this sounding better, folks? When I stop speaking, you should not hear that stupid air conditioning. Cool. Yeah, you got this, Bo. It doesn't show that you are a mod yet. I keep adding you, but I don't see the wrench by your name. Turn off your gate and turn up the suppression filter. Okay, that's the one I haven't gotten to yet. Oh, the suppression filter. Turn off the gate right now. Alright, so now the gate is off. And turn up suppression filter. Alright, it's at default 30 decibels. Turn up is to 20 decibels, right? I think we can fix the fan, okay. Alright, so this is on 20 decibels. How does it sound now? And then try the gain filter, right, okay. So should I bring it up higher to minus 14 decibels? Left or right? Do I move the slider left or right? All right, I'm gonna go to minus 44. Well, I don't know. I don't know either. It's not like I'm a professional. Let's move it down to, this is minus 52. Hey, welcome back, Bo. Yeah, you're welcome. I don't know that you're actually a mod, but we'll figure that out because I keep giving you the power, but I don't see the wrench by your name. But yeah, see you later. I'll be here much of the day. Okay, so I have to read about this. The noise suppression is supposed to be, okay, try to be silent in your recording and then move the slider up and down to change suppression level and decibel. When you can't hear any background noise or very little, try talking to make sure your voice still comes out okay. If it's a bit quiet, you don't need to worry as that can be corrected. So, alright, I'm just going to crank it all the way to the max to the right. I don't see a difference. It still sounds like water. Okay, yeah, people are running away. I would too if it's sounding weird, but so if you do have any questions on the fire, do let me know and I will get back to the fire. But right now I'm trying to correcting my microphone, and so I think that's going to be pretty important. So what I don't understand is, what am I supposed to be having the noise filter sliding it to the left or right? How is it supposed to work? Here's with it off. Here's with it on at negative 56. Try a low frequency filter. Okay. And compressor, that would be great. There'll be very little, oh, when I'm talking sound loud, all of a sudden, ha ha ha, it'll be the same, you know. So I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing with the suppression level. Okay, alright, so I'm waiting for your feedback, Sherlock. This is at noise suppression minus 40. I wish I could monitor with this headset, like what I'm hearing, what you guys are hearing. So waiting for your feedback, Sherlock. This is noise suppression at minus 40 decibels. I just lost another viewer. They're like, screw this. This noise is killing me. I'm sorry. we are continuing to monitor the fire, but we got to fix my microphone. If you have any questions about the fires, do let me know in the chat. I'd be happy to fix my mic real quick and tell you. This is when I use a noise gate. Yeah, you're right. It's better than the fan noise, but we got to get rid of the low frequency. You're totally right. So here's the way it sounds with the noise gate. So if noise gate is on, suppression filter is on. Now when I'm speaking, can you just hear an annoying sound in the background? Is that because the fan sounds like it's underwater? Is that what's happening? That when I'm speaking, you can hear the fan behind me and it's bad. Because that's what I am thinking is the problem, right? At least now you don't have noise when I'm not talking. The gain allows you to up the sound level of your mic track in decibels. I use this after applying the first 2 filters to make sure my voice track comes through loud and clear. Okay. Yes, correct. Okay. So then what is it in OBS that will limit low frequency sound? I was thinking that has to be the noise suppression one. So here I'm going to move around the slider for noise suppression level. So we're at -40, a bit to the left of center. I'm now going to crank it up to -20. Now is this any better right now? Right now, does it sound any better with that background noise? And I know there's a delay in the stream, so I'm going to wait a couple of seconds. So this is just a filler. La 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 la. Right now at -20 suppression level, was that better than -40? Like you just heard me a minute ago. It's a bit better. Good. Okay. So let's crank it up 10 more. Let's go to -10 decibels. So now, what does it sound like? And I know that there's a delay in the stream, about 10 seconds, so I'll just be waiting for you guys to catch up to the stream delay. I'm doing this for you guys, folks. If you just tuned in, let me know which fires are a concern to you. We are continuing to watch the Bobcat fire very closely. This is a time-lapse image that you're seeing. It's updating itself. So this is current. This is current, what we're looking at. And current conditions, the sun's rising. It's too much. It's too much, you're saying. So is it, how weird is it? And how much do I need to back it down? That was -20? This is now -10. What's wrong with it sounding like right now? Like what is sounding weird? Because I can't actually hear what you hear. So I'm going to see if I can find also another guide. OBS noise suppression guide. So that's the same thing. Let's go back. 5 decibels, -5. Okay, I'm going to go back up to -15. So now we're at -15. Is this any better? Let me know if this is better. So that was 10 when you said it was too much. Now we're back at -15. So this is like how to configure your microphone guides. That's really old though. Let's see here. The lower value equals more suppression, and you were saying that was too much. Start on -10 and go to -60 until background noise is gone. So just like I can hear the fan getting louder when you moved it, it all sounds like it's underwater, right? We're trying to fix that, Nick, and welcome. So you could hear the fan getting louder when I moved it. So let's go all the way down to, this is -10, where they try to, they tell people to start at -10. the mic doesn't sound underwater, right? It's the fan behind me, right? So it's removing some of the frequencies of sound. So the noise gate is great when I'm not talking. It mutes the background sound. But we need for me to be able to talk without it sounding weird while I'm talking. So this is -10 again. Has that been an improvement? So I'm just waiting for you guys. -10's okay right here. So is it sounding okay right now, Nick, to you and Sherlock? Because we could go to -5. Do you still hear any annoying background sounds? Because if you do, I could go further. A low frequency filter would be ideal to just get rid of those sounds. OBS low frequency filter. See if one exists. There's a guide here. Audio filters. I'm looking back. Suffer and succotash. Suppression. Yep. So we're still at -10, but do I still need to do work on that front? Because I do see the noise is bouncing around. I want it to be at a pretty much like a 0 as much as possible. I'm going to try something. I have a manual knob here on the mic, so I'm going to add that gain right there, right? And I'm going to turn down. No, I can't be heard. So all that did was quiet me down. I was hoping if I could just get the lips closer to the mic. Yeah, I know that was bad. So I just bear with me, folks. I'm trying to do this so it doesn't annoy people any longer. So this is about where it was. We still have that bouncing noise stuff. So with the noise suppression, I'm just going to take it further to -5. Now, how does the background noise sound? Yeah, you said the noise left, but then I was hissy. Okay. What about now? This is -5. Do I sound okay? Does this sound okay right now? Maybe I could put in a plug-in. The background got louder with the -5 here. Really? Okay. I also did turn the knob. So let's bring it back to -10. Is the background noise there? Oh, then you just said it sounded okay. So there's a delay in feedback here. So now that it's -10 all right, this is what we're going to do. All right, stop everything. Stop everything. This is -10 with noise suppression only. Now, I want you to tell me if -5 sounds better. So now we're going to back it to -5. We are now on -5. Does this sound better than -10? That's the question. You said yes before I even asked it. So, okay, wiping that chat there. I'm making a line. I'm making a line in chat. Yeah, we're back to -5 right now. Does that sound better? Did it sound better than -10? This is -5. So just type -5 is better or worse than 10. I think so what? I asked the question, you have to type what you like better, -5 or -10. We are now on -5. Yes, -5. But that sounds better? Is that what you're saying? So Nick, your feedback is it's garbly. Okay, so Nick, say -5 is, if you would be so kind, say -5 is better or worse than 10. That's what we're comparing right now. So sorry about the microphone check, guys, but I'm trying to. -5 is better. Cool. All right. So what does it sound like at -5? Is it back on? What is the exact way that it sounds? I could turn on my own cell phone and mute myself for a second, but is it terribly irritating? Whatever the background noise is sounding like right now. It's not bad. Okay. Is it a much lower volume than me when I'm talking? Because then that would be okay. Acceptable. Sounds good now. Okay, cool. Oh, there's firefighter chatter. Just in time. Here's my noise gate. Now when I stop talking, there should be no sound. Watch. Really? Like you may not know a fan was there? Oh, that's great. No more leaf blower show, guys. Here's me talking with the noise gate on too. Now the noise gate is on. I mean, that's their radio, but as far as I'm talking, working too well. Okay, how do we fix the gate? What's happening? Am I clipping on the beginning or ends of my sentences, or what? Or was that a compliment that it's working too good? Is there a problem now? I decided. It'd be softer. Yeah, do tell me what that means. I'm gonna turn them off. They're just talking. We're looking at the live sunrise. Let's go to the color. Go to the color image. Wrong image. Go to the color images. Dawn here. Let's look at the dawn. Woohoo. Let's continue. Release time is how long the mic continues to pick up sound after below the threshold. Perfect. Silence, it sounds okay. Add some release time. As if I'm clipping in between words, and if my voice is bouncing up and down, does take silence, pause, times between words, then that would be bad. So let's look at release time. So maybe 200 milliseconds, that's 150. Now it's going to be now at 200 milliseconds, the release time for the noise gate. So is that sounding better to you, Sherlock, right now? I hope so. Last thing I'll do is have some sort of a compressor, so that if I suddenly scream like that lightning, that absolutely blasted out everyone's ear. We don't want that. I'm bouncing like a ball. Okay, so we need to release. Let's make it 350 milliseconds. All right, so when I begin talking, and I'm just kind of talking slowly, Is the bouncing kind of continuing? I do see a little bit of that. Oops, I'm sorry about that noise. This is at 350. So has this improved, or do I need to continue to back that up? Anyone has just tuned in? I'm checking the mic, trying to set it up so it's not terribly irritating. Dawn has broken. The cruise should be rolling out any minute. Look at that, Dawn. Look at that, Dawn. The live image from the Bobcat fire, Mount Wilson Observatory. It fades out now. Okay, maybe I've done the wrong thing. Maybe I've pushed it in the wrong direction. So let's look at the noise gate. Okay, attack time. Attack time is how quickly this filter reacts to basically unmuting your mic once the sound level goes above the opening threshold. Release time is how long the microphone continues to pick up sound after sound goes below. Adjust these to your liking. I prefer quick attack time with a decent release time to ensure I don't get my voice cut off at the end of a sentence. So he has his at minus 60 attack time. Oh, mine's minus 25. So he has minus 15, so I'm going to make mine minus 15. So if attack time minus 15, the hold time at 20, and he has release time at 100. But I'm thinking we should have something better. ASMR fire tracker. Yeah. Oh man. So has this helped at all? Because I think what I need is I'm just going to hit a release time. I'm going to have it at least 500 milliseconds. So right now it should be a lot better. Is this getting better actually now? Was that better? And I go full ASMR. Yeah. Okay. So I don't know what open threshold is. Open threshold. I'm adjusting my microphone, folks, with this crazy software I continue to learn on the fly. Sorry, this would have been a professional production if this entire history in the making crazy event just hadn't happened. I was going to take more classes, revolving around this, but you know what? The fire just happened to go bam. Oh yeah, I could go without the filter, to be honest, but this is good for when you need the fan on. Ah, yeah. And then when the leaf blower people came. So, all right, let's take a 1000 millisecond release. All right. So the thing that's happening now, I am talking slowly like I normally kind of do. Gonna keep talking slowly. I think I needed 3000 milliseconds because I'm watching the bounce of. Alright, so now we're testing the 3000 millisecond time. I do think that this is probably a lot more better, but I could probably do with a little more. Go to default? Never. 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 Alright, I'm gonna go to 5000. So, now that I'm talking and... Hang on. The firefighters are talking, 1 second. Or not. Alright, that was an odd transmission. He was talking about my buddy and my team, and then, okay. Where's your buddies? Where's your team? Alright. Never mind. We continue to monitor the Bobcat fire chatter, and we have a beautiful dawn. This is a real-time image right now of what it's like at Mount Wilson Observatory. So as I continue to fix my mic, you know, I'm just hoping that this sounds better. This is much smoother, and the gate is good. Cool. Cool. All right. So the low-pass filter here, the low-frequency noise filter might be good. Then we can just get rid of all that crap and the leaf blowers and the stuff and that's going on here. So overall, is this a better experience than this, folks? I'm now about to turn off both of those filters. So this is what it was like before. This is pre-filter. This was pretty dang noisy. When I heard myself talking, I went, oh my gosh. Now this is after. Now this is after. Do you like it better after? This is with putting a bunch of filters on, 2 of them. We can even make it better, I think. Yeah, you're gonna have to hear it to know if this is better. But what's your opinion? Like Sherlock, should it be on now? In general, is this an overall better experience? Because if I do something like, you know, randomly, like here's me rattling paper as I can you hear much about the paper as I flip the paper over? Wow. In fact, after I stopped talking, I didn't see it move at all. So here's the paper test again. Now this is a paper test. This is me rattling papers after I stopped talking and flipping pages. So this is, even though I stopped talking, watch, in the silence, here I continue to flip the pages. I'm going to do 10 flips. This is without the filter. Here's number 1. That was 9, and here's 10. Alright, so I'm going to stop talking, turn on the filters again. I don't think you can hear the pages this time. Here you go. Alright, so let's go back. Here's the 10 flips. Here's number 1 as I'm talking. But I'm going to stop talking. I bet you hear nothing. Alright, how many flips did you hear then? Yeah, it faded away to mute, didn't it? Isn't that cool? Alright. I think that's pretty dang cool. You only heard 2. Sweet. So when I'm not talking, I tend to, like, you know, kind of look this over. I've been muting myself, and when I forget, you guys have been hearing horrible noises. But right now, as it's going, can you hear this very well? Okay, even though I am talking, I'm going to just run my fingers through the pages. How much of a background noise is like this moving back and forth my fingers? How much is that making as a sound? Because I was hoping, now that we have a bit more of a noise gate, that that you can't really hear that kind of noise in the background. Was that bad? Me moving my finger through the pages, because that's a habit. Yeah, that's kind of a habit I have. Was that not too bad? Looking at chat, I know there's a delay. But that's another way I annoy the audience. It's not as bad, but if you start talking, if I stop talking, it fades. Okay. So here's a mouse click test right now, guys. Here's the mouse click test. When I read, I tend to do this. And here I am constantly clicking the mouse. In fact, I'm going to turn off the air conditioning for more of a mouse click test. Be right back. Yeah, you can't type. Where'd you go to school, son? I'm just kidding. All right, here. Let me go turn off that air conditioner. Oh, I'm so sorry that I have to grease this stupid, that's a microphone being at the edge of a mic stand. So sorry. I bet that rocks your ears out. Alright, so I've now turned off the air conditioner. We still have the filters in place, but here's me doing my irritating thing that people have said, clicking the mouse as I read. So how much of the click can you hear right now? So I'm going to go click, click, click. Stopped. Anybody hear the mouse there? If you didn't, that's really great. Alright, I'm waiting for the response. Meanwhile, guys, we continue to watch the Bobcat. This is the current view of the situation off of the Mount Wilson Observatory. The clicks are a bit dull and faded away in an irritating way. Like in an irritating way. Or like better than hearing a click. Hoping the noise suppression would, so here's me talking and making a click. Is it better than it used to be? Dull as in muffled. Ha. Weird. Okay. So let's look at the other filters and see if we can't just kind of eliminate some frequencies. I think that's what you were wanting to do, right? If we can just eliminate the frequencies that are above and below the frequencies the human voice can make, maybe that would sound better. So there are Reaper plugins. Yeah, low pass filter. Okay, Malcolm says video is easy, audio is a tough problem for the creators. I know it. Don't I know it, Malcolm? And welcome back, Malcolm. If you have some tips too, just go ahead and say. So I'm trying to get rid of this right now. I'm following this particular guide, and it's very basic. I first followed this guide, and we've got, I don't have a gain filter, but I've got noise gate, noise suppression up. And as far as I know, I stopped bouncing all over the place, and I don't think you can hear anything when I stop talking. There's a noisy refrigerator going right now, plus in the distance there's a fan, there's a air cleaner. So this is without the filters now. I think you can hear stuff in the background. This is me clicking, you know. Here's me with my annoying habit of running my fingers through paper while I'm talking. I think that's probably loud. Yeah, we're not going to get all the background noise out, but we made an improvement. So this is before I put in the filters. This is the kind of noise experience. And now I'm going to do the same thing. These are the filters on. And I'm still kind of running my fingers through paper. But I hope that's a lot less. Clicking with my mouse. Alright, done. Stopped. Now, what do you think about that, Malcolm and others? Was it better with all the filters on? They continue to be on right now. Now there's a delay in the feed. We are continuing. If you've just tuned in, I am messing around with my microphone to give this a better experience. And this is a live feed of a glorious dawn at Mount Wilson. We are still monitoring the Bobcat fire. It is not out. It is not visible. I got cut off by the gate. Alright, so but it sounds okay. You think the filters improve things, Malcolm? I continue to be on the filter right now. I could mess around with the noise gate. If you're familiar with OBS, and holy mackerel, walk me through it. You know, walk me through it. I'm all ears. I've got the cheapest $45 microphone ever. It's the Fifine. You know, it's good if you're in a studio, but boy, does it pick out the background noises. Eventually I might get a better one. but till then, so I'm starting to so let's see a low pass filter for OBS. I'm Googling it. Low pass filter for OBS. And if anybody has a fire question, do ask. You know, we still are covering the Bobcat fire and the others. If you want to know current status, I'm just taking the time to more hold time on the gate, even more, okay? Because then you stop and start, and that's when it kicks in. So it's at 5,000 milliseconds. Let's make it 8 then. We're at 8,000 milliseconds. So sometimes I talk a little, well, slower. So tell me if I'm getting cut off by the filter now. We could also go ahead and put in a, what do you call that, compressor. So what was I cutting off? Was I cutting in and out there? Because that's 8,000 milliseconds. So I'm reading guides about low pass filters. Real Plugs VS2 2.0X. I think that came with things. Here's the 2.0X. Please select a plugin. Open the plugin interface. Does it come with anything? I don't see any interface. Alright, it's good now. My Yeti Blue microphone really helps keep the extra noises at bay. Oh, I sold that thing because I hated it. I really hated it. Gone with a different kind of microphone from the beginning. It, unless you got it right in front of your mouth, and when you do, it's a huge thing. Holy mackerel, did that have the, you know, the Blue Yeti Snowflake might be a better idea. For speaking. That thing is best for actually recording music. It's according to my tests and others. It's really good for reproducing the sounds of music. Very, very high quality for that. But sticking it in your face, you know, if I had a webcam, the Blue Yeti was pretty much the size of my own head. You know, you'd see two eyes on either side of it. Sort of. Or maybe my ears. But, so I don't see any plugins available for VST2X audio. I thought that came with OBS. So that search was a bust. There's a compressor tutorial as well. The must-haves for beginners. That's me. I'm a beginner. A low cut, aka high pass filter. Is that what we want? The low cut high pass filter. Yeah, let's get the filters in. This is what I'm reading. If you're just tuning in, go ahead, and we still are covering the Bobcat fire. Plus, we're listening for any chatter. We continue to go back. This is what I'm trying to do here. Make the hearing experience better. And there's a YouTube course which I should definitely use. Noise suppression, noise gate, equalization, compression limiter. Yeah. So I want that low cut high pass filter. It does still keep kicking in, maybe even less attack time. Great. Okay, let's check that out. The noise gate attack time is 15 milliseconds. Let's go to 5. Alright, we're at 15 milliseconds. What's hold time exactly? I don't know what that just did. Hold time is 200 milliseconds. It's default. Reading about hold time. The attack time is how quickly the filter reacts to basically unmuting your mic once the sound level goes above the threshold. And release time is how long it takes before it will mute again. Adjust these to your liking. I prefer quick attack time with a decent release time. To ensure that I don't get my voice cut off, I end up speaking too softly near the end of a sentence. So the hold time is at a default 200 milliseconds, but I don't actually know what that means. So that's all he explains there. So noise gate, what is hold time? If anybody has a more automatic piece of software, I'll just go buy it. This is quite a lot of complication. The hold control is used to define the length of time the gate will stay fully open after the signal falls below the threshold. Oh, cool. So let's widen that. If you have any questions about the fire, folks, just let me know. I'll read you anything you need to know about it. Meanwhile, I continue to set up, on the fly, and I apologize for that. I just don't want to end the broadcast and mess around with it. Let's have a hold time of 400 milliseconds right now. Alright, so it's on 400 milliseconds, and I'm hoping that this has just made it better, etc., etc., etc. Hope that it's better. So, Sherlock, it does still keep kicking in, maybe even less attack time. Huh. The attack time is at 5 milliseconds. I don't know how much lower that can go. It's good now. Cool. Alright. So here's another test of, I'm talking slower, monitoring the fires. This is a test about talking slowly, making an observation, slowly talking. How was that? How was that test? Was that good too? So I did increase the hold time. Alright. 8 steps. Guide to a cleaner sound. Yep. Noise gates. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. There's a floor. How's that, guys? Hey, I was just trying to read that. Message retracted. No. Alright, did that slow speaking test work? Here is the live view we have, folks, just tuning in. I continue to monitor the fires, but what we're also doing is trying to fix the more irritating aspect of the broadcast with the background noises and such. So, unfortunately, I gotta do this on the fly and just get feedback. And everybody's welcome to provide feedback. It was good? Okay. So, the way I've got it set up now is I kind of mute myself when I'm not talking. So, background noises, they're just random. Won't queue up the mic. You won't hear a random, all the time. If the air conditioner's on, you'll keep listening for issues. Thank you. Yeah, if anything sounds weird with my microphone, just tell me and I will have to readjust. So I am looking here, and if there's special software that will do this a lot better than OBS, just let me know. Just let me know. I'm on a USB microphone here, and I know that there's just different ways to do this. So I'm going to also add in now a compressor. So equalizing and compressing is good. So when I speak lower or yell because there has been a lightning strike, I don't want that to be too low where people turn me up and then people turn me down when I'm speaking too long. So using VTS plugins in a chain. Once we've added noise suppression, we set up the gate. And then in order to use this, we want to listen to the noise in the room and set up a gate to mute our microphone at a certain level. Check. Most rooms have an ambient noise produced. Check. When we, excuse me, I'm reading. Next, we want to equalize our voice. Equalization could take some time to learn how to do properly. Start with a low cut, aka high pass filter to remove any hums in the room. The human voice will generally not produce volume below 80 hertz. So we can cut those out to remove low hum sounds. Woo! Next, we can apply a high cut, low pass, which will cut out the high pitched noises we don't want in the pickup range either. This will make your production sound a lot better. And finally, you can decide to enhance your own voice with low, middle, or high-end ranges in the EQ. Oh yeah, gimme. So here's, I met Reaper. These are Reaper plugins, I think. VS2 plugins. So let's, give me the plugins. Give me the plugins. Where are the plugins? Give me that. Alright, check out the articles. Because I just tried that. Alright, so we're looking live at the, everything's pretty quiet this morning. We continue to monitor their chatter. In fact, I'm gonna, here's a commercial, perhaps.
At Kohl's, take an extra 15% off. Find great deals on tops for her. Save big on Levi's denim and get 20 to 40% off.
Or whatever. So I just had to make sure that's still on. I just reconnected to Broadcastify. I'm going to be a DJ by next week. Thank you. We got to start somewhere. And we're only defeated if we stop trying, right? So, where do I get the filters? They're showing the filters. Here is the plugins used in the video. Yes. Right, so now, here's the plugins. I continue to monitor the chatter, and if the pilot starts saying stuff, we're definitely going to switch to that. We keep monitoring the skies by the Bobcat fire. So far, there's just a helicopter. Just a helicopter, and it may be out there just ready to analyze what's going on with the Bobcat fire. So I keep waiting for them to give us some sort of an updated meeting in the morning. Sometimes they do it around 7. But usually the fires are not fought by air until later. So I'm going to just check on up here. The global supertanker action we might see again today at the, up here at the, and we do have some scouting action, I think. Yeah, there's a Beach King. It is scouting up here, or it just came in. A Beach King helps direct the drops. So we're going to hopefully see more drops at Oroville to protect Forbstown from that North Complex fire. Maybe we'll see some action too out here. Okay, that's a, what the heck? Cessna Grand Caravan. Oh, that's a private courier. So we continue to watch. It's just a little too early for any sort of airplane action. So that's early morning. And we continue to monitor the Bobcat fire, mostly through the webcams. We're listening for them to start chattering. The shift change happens around 6 in the morning. So the night crew is kind of leaving, and the day crew is heading up. So we continue to see this lovely morning. That was a nice pink sunrise. And I will continue to make some time lapses. Let's do a 12-hour time lapse right there, for example. Alright, let's go back to my, if you're just tuning in, you have questions about the fire, what's going on, where's it headed, any of these western fires, go ahead and tell me. But for now, I continue to work on trying to make my audio a little bit better. So, general features of the plugins, download a package. Fear not, you can download ReaPlugs, a package of FX that contain many plugins that come with Reaper for free. Okay. I continue to work on improving the quality of the broadcast with less hiss, less burr, and less annoying sounds. A tour of the plugs, compressing. This looks great. These are the plugs. OBS. If you're an OBS expert, rescue me from my misery. Right there is the first time lapse. You see how the fires behave throughout the night, and when it ends, that's now. That's a time lapse of the last 12 hours. So while you're being tortured by my audio test, you might as well have something pretty to look at. So take a tour, download 64-bit. Okay, I do believe OBS is 64-bit. Let me see. 64-bit. It tells me to restart the computer. I'm just going to break down and cry. So let's go save it. Microphones queue up, they may be getting ready to talk about the Bobcat fire, but so far ain't nobody talking. And isn't that a glorious sunrise at the end there? Hope comes with the sunrise. We get the sunset, and so the sunset already, but we get the sunrise at the end of this. Very nice. So let's do this. OBS plugins. So it's an installer. I fear it'll ask me to close OBS. Hopefully not, folks. So let's take a look at it. You can't hear all of this mouse clicking. Isn't that cool? So have there been any new problems, Sherlock, as you continue to monitor my new settings? I hope not. That sunrise, that is just beautiful. Hope I'm hope it's still broadcasting here. Dang, that was a weird pause. All right. Let's see if I can access them now through OBS. I think that's what I'm supposed to do. So I've got some things that'll tidy up the audio, and I'm sorry if you guys are continually, you know, having to hear this, but I am trying to improve the sound quality of the audio. I hate having low quality stuff here. I know how grating that is. And learning on the fly is better than not learning, I figure. So, yeah. Oh, it's sounds good. It sounds good right now. Good. Feedback, welcome. You said, well, at that moment you sounded worse, you know. Let me know. So, this is the tour. Let's go back to VS2 plugins. So, at the game, you don't want to compress your signal before you add a noise suppression plugin. Therefore, it's best practice to use the following chain. Noise suppression first, noise gate second, equalization. They're doing a radio check. Let's listen.
RA601, Bobcat Communications, loud and clear.
RA601, copy you loud and clear. Show us in base camp, please.
Copy that, in base camp.
Always suffer. We will always suffer when they queue up their microphones, because holy mackerel. But at least you wouldn't have to suffer when I do. That's the idea. So ask questions in chat if you need any information about the fires. And I'll be going eventually, once we get this under control, I'll be going through the different fires in order of scariest to least scary. The gate is still a bit touchy. Is there a way to not have it go fully mute? Huh. Well, alright. Let's put the hold time longer. That's the only thing I haven't particularly done. So let's go into my settings. Filters. The hold time is 400 milliseconds. Let's changed it to hold time of 2000 milliseconds, and so maybe that will be good. But what is cutting off is at the beginning when I start talking. I could reduce attack time to 1. I think that's about it. An attack time of 1 millisecond is probably the best possible. What, 0.5 though? Alright, so just let me know that I've now increased the hold time if that has become better. So let's remove that plugin and add it. This is the VS2 plugins. Select a plugin, they're here. Oh boy, I thought maybe I had to restart, but they're here. So we select one. Alright. It's happening. It's happening. Alright, so I'm going through the guide, just reading so you guys know what's happening. If you need pertinent and urgent fire information, just do put it in the chat. Just tell me what you need. The attack sounds better and the hold's working. Thank you. And thank you so much, Sherlock, for helping me go through this. Could not do this without you. I appreciate all my listeners, everybody in chat. This broadcast is for you. I'm not a pro. I just jumped on doing what I could do for the public good, because this is one of the worst disasters of our lifetimes that the media is ignoring. Completely ignoring. They give weird lip service to, oh, there's a fire in the west again, but you know what? The media just doesn't understand that this was a once-in-a-lifetime perfect storm event. They will be making movies about this, and in the future they'll realize, oh, we should have covered that better. This wasn't just a bunch of wildfires. No, this event almost erased all of the major population centers of Oregon. This affected millions and continues to, and the worst is not over yet. And it was the perfect storm. We've not seen any sort of winds like this, any wind conditions like this since 1933. And that is when we experienced unprecedented, insane, wildfires. We have just lost some of the best old-growth forests, the last remaining in the entire state of Oregon. We have lost the best preserved gold mining town in the state of Oregon. It is just gone. Stuff can't be gotten back. They can rebuild replica look-alike buildings, but the pristine preservation of these buildings had just been erased, and we have lost dozens of towns. The only thing that saved Salem, southeastern Portland, the entirety of Clackamas County's communities, and I'm not putting that lightly, I did not exaggerate, the entirety of Clackamas County's communities. They were about to evacuate that entire county by southeast of Portland. The only thing that saved us was the wind change. And then that's when the media got bored. But I'm telling you, man. Oh, hello, welcome WM Hoag. I have family across the country. Thank you for flagging me, Sherlock. Near the Bobcat fire. This is the richest, most comprehensive monitoring site that I've found. Really appreciate and thank you. Oh my gosh, I appreciate your feedback, and my pleasure. Yeah, and if you have any questions right now, we continue to monitor it, and I think they'll have a morning update for us. Let's see if there's any aircraft yet. It's also, the breaking news here is that it may have been caused by electrical lines. Looks like SoCal Edison Power Company. They are cooperating with the investigators now, but they may have had an overload with their lines. So what I keep telling people is the media has it wrong. The media is, because they don't research a dang thing. The media is saying that global warming is causing the fires. It's the opposite. These fires are causing global warming. They're the emission things. These fires have released more CO2 than any other event in our entire lifetimes, and maybe Grandpappy's lifetime too. More pollution than all of our industry combined. These wildfires, you can see the smokestacks from space. You can't see that, really from space. So these, we need to get a handle on these and fix our crumbling infrastructure, stop the ignition sources, and utilize practical common sense ways to keep these from becoming giant mammoth fires. So that's part of fighting climate change. So the media they just don't get it. Carney, welcome back. Carney says Carney's eternal joke is it's space lasers. No, it's the power companies. So California has been slaughtered by the power companies. Most of the deadly fires have been started by electrical lines not being maintained and falling over in surges. You know, it's like 18 out of the 25 deadly fires that erased towns were caused by the power companies. And now they got a double whammy of an electrical storm too. But we have to get this under control before nobody is out of the woods here yet. Until we see 100% containment, nothing is safe on the Bobcat fire and all the others in California. This is a race against time to get this out before the Santa Ana winds come. Those are going to come. They always do. You know, well, pretty much almost every winter. And they're trying to get the word out, and I'm passing it along. LA County Fire wants you to know the worst fire seasons are September. The worst fire months for California are September, October, and November. Because the Santa Ana winds are pretty much the equivalent of a seasonal, normal thing that's been happening like 400 to 500 years in a row. It's a thing that happens when the jet stream moves around during the transition to winter. It pretty much gives you hurricane force winds that are dry and hot coming out of Nevada. That's the Santa Ana winds. If you're a local, you know about them. Maybe not how they work, but you know about them. But they come in either September, October, or November. So they have to get this out before that dry hurricane, putting it loosely, before the Santa Ana winds come out here. You could see this blow into LA. You could see the entirety of Pasadena evacuated and on fire and pretty much out of control until the winds stop. That's what we're looking at here. That's what the danger is. So the media has already decided this is no longer front page news. We did a test the other day. We went looking at the front page news and media, and it's pretty much, you know, man falls in love with an octopus. Can't make that up. It's man falls in love with an octopus. They just found a gold coin somewhere in the Middle East. Meanwhile, millions of people are choking, can't breathe, they're on notice. There's a environmental catastrophe in process, and we're going to have more towns erased if this isn't out by the time the Santa Ana winds come. This is a ticking time bomb sort of emergency. We need to bring the focus back here, and I will do this. I will cover this until they freaking wake up. But you know what the media is like. So these fires are causing climate change. You know, deforestation itself, just losing the forest, never mind the gases. That causes climate change. We have to stop this. And the good news I have to report is there are so many practical solutions, such as grooming the landscape and getting brush away from the dang power lines. And even if they fall, wouldn't it be nice? Just like the law used to mandate, they fell into rocks or dirt or a sand strip instead of vegetation. You know, that would be nice. Let's go back to our common sense laws already in place but not enforced. Vegetation growing up under power lines. Let's empower the citizens. You know, walk the lines. You know, walk the lines and then figure out if the company's breaking the law. We should now start to report them. You know, report them. You need to cut down the vegetation under these lines. That's a law. Go to the media if you have to. Pen is mightier than a sword, and videos are nuclear. Go ahead and film underneath the power lines how they've neglected to cut back the vegetation, how they've neglected to give access to the fire roads. That stuff moves mountains. You have video, you bring that to the media's attention. The media can become our friends. Like, come on. They'll get on it. Anybody know of an app that looks like the old analog VU meter? Malcolm says, been looking for a simple way to monitor sound on YouTube videos. I don't, I'm sorry. But what I was looking at, some of this was kind of cool. Maybe this is what you're talking about. And if you have a question right now, and I thank you so much for being here, WM Hoag, we will be looking at the morning update of the Bobcat fire right after I mess around with my microphone. I'm almost done here, I think, making the microphone a lot less crackly and messed up with background noise. So this is the live, I'm going to play it again. This is the last 12 hours at the Mount Wilson Bobcat fire, and you can see through the night they lit a lot of backfires. But most of these are purposeful and on purpose, and they're protecting this. So they're doing a scorched earth policy right now in the southwest corner of the Bobcat fire. They're trying to keep it in a wedge. You know, they're kind of trying to keep it in a ravine. I just did have what you might be looking for, Malcolm. And then I'll show you what they're doing, and hopefully we'll start seeing the, we will start seeing them take to the air. If they can get clear air and clear skies, then hopefully they'll slam this with every tanker on Earth, like they were doing before the idiot flew his drone and grounded all the planes 4 days ago. Oh man. Yeah, Susan says, thank you so much for your update. I really appreciate it. I live on Maui, and I'm all too, and I'm thinking of everybody affected here. This is terrible to watch, you know, but it's also good to watch them get a handle of it and save buildings like this. You're so very welcome. So if anybody wants to know about the Bobcat update, you know, the fire, I'm also waiting for InstaWeb to get the refresh here on the Bobcat and on the North Complex. So they usually are very good about getting us an update in the morning. And there's a, oh, that's their radio. Maybe they'll start talking too. So we could, whoops, Bobcat fire. I'll be reading this in a minute. Let's see, 5 hours ago was the update. I'm waiting for their morning update. I think they usually have one in between now and 8. But don't think about containment as being anything that matters. Like I keep telling people, containment is not safety. Containment is how far along in the process they are to making things safe. But they lost all containment in the north, and it ripped through and expanded rapidly, 5 days ago, 6 days ago, and erased a couple of towns on its way towards Antelope Valley. And the same thing is the lessons I keep telling people. The deadly North Complex fire that killed at least 10, and they had a missing persons list of 25 up there by Lake Oroville. Those people, some of the people that died, saw containment 50%. Saw the fire was, oh, it's up there in the hills. We'll have time if it moves. No, they went to bed that night and woke up and panicked and ran with the fire around them, and those people didn't make it. So think of that as when you're transferring a file. Containment, you can't open that file, right, until it's 100% transferred from one hard drive to another, from your phone to the computer, right? Nothing's done until that says 100%. This just gives us an idea of their current progress. That does not mean safety, and it can be erased. In one night's wind event, containment can drop to 0, no matter what it's at, even if it was at 99. So containment does not equal safety. It is not really a progress bar. It's just a current progress bar. I hope people understand. So VB audio, yes, that's what I was going to link. Thank you for linking that, Sherlock. That kind of looks like one of those old meters, doesn't it? So I continue to wait. Hey, I keep typing in Bobcat fire. That's different. Bobcat. Click. Go to incident. Change. Okay. There. So, oh, the morning update happened 40 minutes ago. Sweet. So let me try to mess around real quick with the mic, and I'll read you the morning update for the Bobcat fire. And we got information here. So I'm going to go back to the current web.
Angeles T3, good morning. I'll be in service to the Bobcat.
Oh boy, they're going to roll out too. Oh boy. So I'm going to leave you with that image. This is the last 12 hours in a replay. And we have a cool sunset and cool sunrise. So let me continue doing what I'm doing with the microphone, and I'll read you the Bobcat update. And anybody just tuning in, tell me about which fire is of concern to you, and I will read that too. The next 2 fires I'm going to read are the Bobcat. Then we're going to go back and look at the Bear/North Complex, because that is threatening some of my family members and so much history, gold rush history. All right. So what I was continuing to do is I'm asking for feedback, and my voice might get weird. I am trying to adjust the noise out of my videos, because it's very annoying when you hear this crackling noise. I think I've fixed some of it so far, but you guys don't need to be hearing noise. So I'm following some instructions. And so we have noise suppression and noise gate. Bear with me. But I will stop what I'm doing to answer like people really wanting to know about something right now. If you really have information you need right now before you're going to work or before you're going to bed on the night shift, whatever, just let me know. So I just installed some plugins for sound. So, but when I click open the plugin interface, I get nothing. Maybe I'll just... Oh, yay. Alright, so you gotta click a button. I don't know what this is doing. So, if this is worse right now, I'm sorry. I haven't adjusted anything. But I've got a ReaComp plugin. Alright, I'm gonna turn that off. Let's go to... What are all these standalone things? Hang on. Alright, Sherlock says I'm going to be behind a bit to turn the fan back on and test the filters. Well, I haven't changed anything yet, but we will. That's okay. Yeah, test autocorrect. Voice meter, 1 sec, I'll find the program name. VB audio, right? Yeah, we'll test in a second. So what I'm trying to set up is equalization. We're going to get rid of the high and low frequencies like the hums and this horrible ringing bell sound that the refrigerator that is dying has decided to make. So bear with me, folks, if you're just tuning in. Put any questions right now that you have about the fires in the chat, and I will be happy to answer them. We have just gotten word last night that a power company may have accidentally started the Bobcat fire. Holy mackerel. With the amount of plane drops, we found out the cost of every water tanker drop for like a normal airplane, like a DC-10, costs about $50,000. All of us taxpayers, all of us people, you know, all of our tax money is going to this, and they've dropped so much. The global supertanker, the cost is $57,000 every time that thing makes a drop. Man, we cannot have these multi-million-dollar fires go on into the future. But the good news is we can pretty much prevent most of them if we do things like hold power companies accountable and inspect their work to make sure they are actually obeying the law, such as keeping vegetation away from their lines. So, oh God, alright, I'm going to lower that down. We continue to listen to Los Angeles major event. So, alright, looking back, Malcolm says, thanks, we're operating like Alexander Graham Bell. Yeah. Watson, can you hear me, even on Zoom? Yep. So, Sherlock says either I'm used to this or there's no background noise now. We should have a listen yourself before we add more filters. Okay. I do know that we want compression. So when the lightning struck my house, or right outside that night, I screamed into the mic. And so I know that that blasted people's ears out, and other sounds like that will blast people's ears out. And I like to speak softly sometimes, and I get animated. Ah! And it's a different volume. So what we should add is at least the compressor. It ups the volume of when I speak softly, and it will, and you're right, I should turn on the air conditioning to adjust this, and it will lower my volume automatically when I shout, because I occasionally do that, just weird things happen to me. And so we continue to get rainstorms and the possibility of thunder, so I also don't want that to blow out everybody's ears. So you're right. Let's go turn on some noise. I'm going to go and turn on the air conditioner. And I'm going to show you that time lapse once again. And I continue to adjust my microphone. But like I keep saying, if you have a question about the fires, a comment, anything, introduce yourself, just let me know in the chat here. Be right back. I'm going to go turn on the air conditioner. Okay, friends, I think you can hear me. We continue to monitor the Bobcat fire, and I will be reading its update. But before that, I want to continue with my work here. I am busy trying to improve the sound of the broadcast so you guys don't hear terrible annoying sounds anymore. So I've been making good progress with the help of Sherlock and others in chat. Do give me feedback. If I ask a question like, is it better now? Go ahead and tell me yeah. So we still are listening to LA County major event. And if this works for my own microphone, maybe I could clean up the terrible crackly audio that we keep suffering and keep it from getting loud and soft and loud and soft. I mean, that would be the goal here. So first I do it with my own microphone. And bear with me, I'm learning on the fly, doing some guides here. And then if we can apply it to that feed, boy, is that going to be music to our ears, so to speak. So I am following a guide. Right now I have some background noise. I just turned on the air conditioner on purpose. It's not even warm here, so I am freezing cold. And I hope you appreciate what I'm doing. So if it's irritating, I apologize, but I will, if you do, I will drop everything if you do need help right now. If you need to know information right now about something, like any of the western fires, just tell me and I'll just quickly pause what I'm doing and tell you about something. You heard you turned it on too, but then it was mute when I was gone. What about talking right now? Do you hear the background noise? And this is a question for anybody. Do you hear right now as I'm talking, do you hear that air conditioner going in the background? So that's question one. Like when I'm talking. Like right now. Yes, okay. So you do hear it in the background. So, alright. So if I didn't have what I was doing already, this is me turning off all the plugins. So what you're hearing now is with, this is me talking the way it was days before, the last 3 weeks. Malcolm saying sounds like some of the pilots don't have the squelch control tuned. I know. Hard to do when you're flying into a box canyon, I know. But they just have so much noise. They really need somebody to get a handle on that so that they can be heard. I mean, why would you give a report on a fire if nobody can understand you? So this is before my work with the noise suppression began. So feedback welcome. This is before. This is without me doing anything. I'm going to turn it back on now. Now that this is on, does this sound better? This is noise suppression and a noise gate. I will continue to add a few more filters to get rid of irritating sounds. And then maybe the hum in general behind me will just stop, So this is feedback. The question I just answered is, now that I've turned this on, does it sound better? Anybody's welcome to give feedback. Sherlock says I'm gonna let Malcolm answer because I think it's working pretty good. Cool. Okay, yeah, Malcolm and anybody else watching, do you think that this is better than before? If you're there. Now when I stop talking in general, you probably should hear nothing from me. And I'm still rattling papers. I'm still, moving around. But you should hear nothing from that stupid air conditioner when I stop talking. Yeah, wasn't that a beautiful sound of silence? I stopped talking and bloop, it automatically just decided to mute my microphone so you don't hear that horrible air conditioner. So that's looking better, looking better. Hopefully next time the leaf blower people come by and the industrial lawnmower people and the beep, 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 you know, backing up the UPS truck, hopefully that just goes away. And if this works, I'm going to try to groom the sounds coming from those pilots. Because boy, they were rocking our ears out. Almost heard a click as it faded. Okay. It sounds alright. So what I'm doing now is I got the RIA comp standalone. Oh, RIA gate is noise gate. RIA comp standalone. I don't want to understand what these are, so let me play with it. RIA delay equalizer. Alright, let's do the equalizer. So it says the next step in this thing I'm following along with is to cut out the highest and lowest frequencies. So what we do is equalization for the voice. Start with a low cut, aka high pass filter. Okay. To remove any low hums in the room. The human voice generally will not produce volume below 80 Hertz. So we can cut that band out to remove the sound of low hum. So if this works, guys, you will not hear any more of this stupid, hopefully you won't hear any more of this stupid air conditioner. So, how I do that, add a band, I'm clicking something, I'm clicking something, I don't know what it did, whoops. Okay, type, low pass. Alright. Frequency. If I sound weird, I'm sorry. Frequency. Alright, maybe I should start over. I clicked something, I don't know what I did. So let me start again. Oh no, it won't go back to the way it was. Oh gosh. Okay. So I'm looking at the pictures. High pass will be the most important, really. Okay. Malcolm says my hearing is impaired, so not the best sound test. Too many 82mm mortar rounds falling around in Vietnam. Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that, Malcolm, and thank you for your service. Man, this is you know what? That's brutal. You know, my dad in the Air Force, he has a lot of the same things. My dad cannot hear rattlesnake sounds. So he stepped on a rattlesnake that was giving full warning. He goes and tags him in the ankle. Thank God he was wearing pants, because mostly, at least one of the fangs got stuck in the pants and the venom went down his pant leg. But yeah, when you can't hear some frequencies, that's seriously bad. And I think he picked up the snake and just threw it some distance, some sort of a discus throw, you know, Olympic quality discus throw. There's a rattlesnake sailing through the air. He comes back in the house saying, I'm hit. And we never found out what happened to that snake. It probably survived with a thump into the grass, you know. But yeah, one of the fangs sank into his ankle, but thank goodness he was all right. But yeah, he goes out to turn on the water one night, and that rattlesnake tagged him. So I am messing around with my microphone right now. We are trying to make audio better. And if it works with my microphone to reduce noise, I'm going to try to apply that to what we're hearing from these pilots. Because, oh man, that's brutal. This pilot chatter, you know. I'm going to try to fix it. So I beg your patience, and if you have any question about the fires, go ahead and put it in there if it's in the chat, and if it is all pertinent information you need, or you need it now, I will stop whatever I'm doing and help you. So then I will start reading the reports in the morning of the current activities of the fires. So what he says is we want equalization for the voice. We want to first apply a high cut, aka low pass filter. Here's a low pass filter, which will cut out any high pitched noises. We'll start out with the low cut. Whoops. The low cut. AKA high pass. Okay, high pass filter. To remove low hums in the room. The human voice generally will not produce a volume below the 80 Hertz range. That would be super Barry White. So we can cut these bands out to remove the sounds of the low hum and volume. Alright. How does that work? Low shelf frequency. I have no idea how to apply that. Yeah, fingers crossed this works. Yep. Alright, but they're not saying how to do that. So we can, yeah, we've enabled it. So low shelf, high pass filter. You have the frequency at 100, gain at 0, bandwidth. I have no idea what that means. Then next, we can apply a high cut, aka low pass filter. Alright. I'm sorry if I sound weird at the moment. I'm not sure if this is in real time. I'll probably have to click a button for this. If I continue to mess around with the mic, guys, to improve the audio of the stream, and then if this works, I will try to improve the audio coming from the pilots, because that's so scratchy harsh. Alright, next we can apply, let's cut out any high-pitched noises. Any high-pitched noises. That we do not need inside of our microphone pickup range. Okay. So the first one, low pass. What do? We take it down a frequency? Huh? Sherlock says, it's like having a set of equalizer sliders and you want to find the slider on the low frequency side with the left that matches with the fan. Oh, okay. I thought it was kind of like, so do I just stop it at 80? I gave you the link of what I'm looking at. Do I just cut out the 80 frequency down there? And then the high cut, the low pass. Well, the low pass one, the low shelf, low cut, high pass. Oh, all right. So here's the frequency slider, and I've enabled that one. So that one will get rid of the hums in the room. Did you turn it on? No, I'm about to turn it on. So now it's on. I believe this is on. So is this improved at all? Can you still hear the hum in the background? The compressor just shut off. I need to go make it like 65 degrees in here. I'm gonna freeze, but that'll make the compressor come back on. Is there a difference now that I've turned this on? Sherlock. Or anybody. Anybody out there. I feel so guilty learning this on the fly, but I figure if I can make anything better today, that's best. Yeah, I don't have exactly a second computer to practice on right now. So, yeah, you're probably severely delayed, Sherlock, if it's taking you this long to respond. He says, oh no, lol, I put it on fan only mode and I can't really hear a difference. Okay, so that's with the high pass filter. It's supposed to take away low frequency sounds. Malcolm says, I hear the hum, but it's low and unobtrusive. Okay, but this was supposed to have removed it, if I did it right. So, we'll, I'll continue to... Articles about it. It's just showing screenshots rather than a guide, and it's a stupid video. So you guys would have to hear this video if I showed it to you at the same time. So you're also trying to type on a phone, yeah. But really, this will be the way to fine-tune that horrible sounds. The horrible sounds coming from the pilots. If I can get out the highest frequencies, you know, the frequencies above and below the human voice, just eliminate that, boom. That will sound so much better. And if we can put a compressor on there, then they'll stop blasting our ears out. No matter if they're being silent or loud, it'll be at the same volume level. That's what compression does. That's what I'm trying to do here for this audio. So what I think I'll do right now is put this aside. Let's read about the two fires right now. They keep telling people I'm going to read about. And then I'm going to watch a video, a training video. And I'm going to watch it on my phone and then go back to playing with this. So you're listening to slightly improved audio. I'm not done with it, at least coming from my microphone. And Sherlock says for frequency filters, you just need trial and error, and it takes time, right? Right, okay. So this is the last 12 hours at Mount Wilson at the Bobcat fire. I'm going to make sure, I'm going to reconnect to Broadcastify.
Real. It's possible. During the Home Depot day.
Yeah, there's that annoying Home Depot commercial everybody loves. I'm just gonna make sure we can hear the pilots, because about 8 o'clock they start flying. So this is the last 12 hours. That was the sunset. Oh, shut up, Home Depot. And then the sunrise is real pretty here at Mount Wilson. Oh yeah, wasn't that pretty? Currently, here's what it looks like from the good quality webcams. This is the morning over here at the Bobcat fire, looking south at LA. This one's looking north. So we had a lot of activity there on the ravine. Let me save that image. And it looks quiet right now, but they were doing quite a lot of firing. That entire ravine that night was lit up. I began monitoring this at about 1 in the morning. Yeah, I need to not freeze myself. And so this is the different direction looking almost due west. And let's refresh it. That's current. So let's refresh this one too. This is current. All right. And this last one here, which was nice, also save image as, save. This is now current. We lost the pinks of the morning, but this is now starting to be getting the day on here. So it's hazy as heck. I don't know if they'll be able to do too many. Oh, here they're talking. Let's listen to them. Or not. All right. So what I'm going to do is listen a second.
For 9 North on command.
There, let's hear what they have to say.
9 North, 9. Extremely broken, unable to copy. I'll be in better range in 2 minutes.
Tell me about it. You can see the fire throughout the night here in the time-lapse video. Looking sort of to the north, slightly west. This is the big tower right next to the White Dome at Mount Wilson. Oh, and look at that sunrise, guys. That's satisfying. Let's rewind. Look at the sunrise. That's It's just so beautiful. Alright, so it has ended now. This is the current condition. And you can always rewind. I've set that up on my channel. If there's anything that you want to go back and rewind, you can do it. But once you've gone back and seen whatever I told you to, hit the live button and you'll come back to real time. I'm here doing this show, or whatever you want to call this. I'm narrating in real time. You know, you're hearing me about 10 seconds after I speak. So remember, if you look back at my channel and for any reason that live button, that little red dot, is not by live, hit where it says live. And you're going to go back to where I am right now. So let me go turn off that air conditioning. I'm going to be a meat popsicle. Alright, let me settle down. It's going to be coffee renewal time in a minute. Oh, I've been up since midnight and I just continue to be sick, so I apologize for the quality of my voice here. I have been speaking mostly since midnight too. So, I'm learning how commercial breaks save DJs. Oh, I don't know how they can do this hour after hour. Alright, so I'm going to play that again because that sunset sunrise is just really sweet. So they haven't spoken again. Oh, and we were disconnected. It says Los Angeles major event. It says we're connected again, but that was odd. Let's look at the airplanes right after this glorious sunrise again. You can see the stars moving. Fire activity in the distance. Then wait for it. Here's the sunrise. Malcolm, that's a pretty funny thing. Wait for it. Here it is. Wow. One thing about pollution is if it's aerosol pollution, like with a wildfire or a volcano, get those really cool colors. So Malcolm says, at first I was wondering what the formation of the lights were before realizing they were the stars before the dawn. And it wasn't Martians saying 2020 is a good year for invasion. You know what? Yeah, 2020. This is the year to be endured. Longer hold time, please. Alright, I'll fix that. I'm going to fix the noise gate. The hold time. Let's put that at... Yeah, do continue to give me feedback, Malcolm and Sherlock and anybody. If my voice starts sounding weird or something weird's going on, I'll just try to fix it. I'm messing around with mic settings. So we got an update. About 45 minutes ago we got an update. Here's the morning Bobcat update. Let's see if they got a new video, because that'd be even better. So we have the night update of last night. And I already went through that on my last channel. So the morning update, they haven't put a video up, but this is the latest information about an hour and 15 minutes ago. So what we like to do is scroll down. Oh, and there's breaking news about this too. Cause under investigation. Well, it may have been started by power lines. SoCal Edison is cooperating with investigators. They had some sort of an issue with their lines right about the spot where the fire started. So we will continue to wait for that investigation to conclude, to come to a conclusion. But like I keep saying for the last 3 weeks, and keep trying to say, you know, to people,
Yeah, it's departed, right?
oh God, my ears. That scared me. I keep listening to pilot chatter, but most of these fires are preventable. Most of these that have threatened towns have been down power lines and windstorms or just surges. So we will continue to stand by, and that's good news. That means it's preventable. We don't have to develop a drinking problem and resign ourselves to a future with worse wildfires. Absolutely not. And media, you should be ashamed for implying so. These ignition sources are what causes the fires. You know, atmospheric gases, that's an issue for the long term. But the media has it backwards. Global warming's not causing the fires. These fires are causing the global warming with the emissions, with the deforestation they're causing. People forget climate change can happen from deforestation too, and so we need to prevent these. We need to get on this. Stop hanging our heads and pointing a finger at each other. We can prevent this, and we can minimize this. It's all within our hands. So let's wait for that investigation to conclude, but that is the latest news. So we do know they're continuing to investigate that. They've gone over to the scene of the power lines that perhaps overheated, and we'll just wait for them. Sometimes when the power companies come to the conclusion it was us, sometimes they just fess up, like during the Paradise Fire. All right, total personnel on the Bobcat Fire.
All the way around here, too.
He's asking about operations and tying up a line. Let's listen. The moment I talk, they'll start talking.
Yeah, copy that. I worked in territory so long, Mount Wilson, but I talked to the station fire, and they said they run a line on the backside, and they had trouble burning anything up the north side of Mount Wilson to on the station fire. I'm sure somebody else will tell you that.
Wow, that's barely intelligible. That's why I continue to work on the audio, folks. That's just bad.
Cleaned out underneath pretty good, and then the brush along the red box road where it's more mid-slope head to the two, just if it doesn't carry, send it back out.
Alright, along some road, the brush thinned out pretty good. I think he's talking about giving an update to the morning crew about how the night ops went. They fired a lot of hillsides on purpose. They're trying to trap at least the southwest portion of the Bobcat fire in a little ravine and then let it burn itself out. So they've been firing the hillsides by Mount Wilson and up to Highway 2 on the other side of the ravine north of Mount Wilson. So I'm just going to put that on the minimum right now because I can barely understand what he's saying. So percent of perimeter is now 50, but as I keep telling people, please do not believe that that is any sort of measure of safety. They had numbers like this in other fires and it dropped to 0 with a wind event. That's just how long it's, what percentage of containment means is how far along they are in their own goal towards containment. And it doesn't mean that half of the area is safe to be in, or that the fire won't just drop to 0 containment and become a raging monster again. That can happen. If the Santa Ana winds happen, which they usually do every year, they're coming. It's either September, October, or November. This could mean nothing. That's why Pasadena is still on alert. The Santa Ana winds come out of the east and blow towards the coast. They would blow right towards Pasadena.
Morning, and then we got the other activity, pulled them off. So it did look pretty workable, especially if not at the peak, peak time of day. But it's definitely something we can put water on it, and then if you guys get ground taxes, get it scouted, it'd be a good place to do a little bit of direct.
Cool. Whatever he's talking about, they're talking about ground firing worked very well, and then they had helicopters on it this morning, and if they would drop more water on it today.
People that can work with buckets will, divert that as much fire as possible.
Yeah, whatever that was. He says get as many people on it as possible, and you can make a direct attack somewhere. We don't know where, but somewhere. That's pretty optimistic. Good news. So 50% containment. While we do get hopeful about that, I needed to put that caveat in there, but it'll drop to 0 if this fire is not out by the time the Santa Ana winds come.
The day off.
No idea. Last couple of days, the day ops did something. All right. So they're now.
Patrol 97, 91. Are you in the area?
Let's listen.
There's smoke and marine there. It's too thick. I don't have any eyes on you. I can see the skyline of the camp, but I can't see lights.
Attack 52. It must be him looking for. He's talking about poor visibility, though. They're flying just south of Mount Wilson. Let's see if this vehicle goes past the camera. It's probably going this way. Air Attack 52. If this refreshes enough, maybe we can see him going by. Okay, that's Mount Wilson. Let's see if he went by. This is the view looking south. But, you know, an airplane can go past this in a minute, so we may not even see it. When it takes a long time for webcams to update, we can miss a craft going by. I think this is what, minutely? Okay, I'll just go back and read InstaWeb. I thought that would be cool. Let's see. Yeah, we can't see the plane. I can see what he means, though, about the haze and visibility being a bit of an issue. Here, visibility looks good to the north. It looks good here. Smoke, mountains, repeaters, bounce, reflection all create noise. Not a good day. Ah! You're totally right. On a good day, aviation radio sounds scratchy. Yeah. Yeah, Malcolm pointed out that they haven't changed. Aircraft radio sounded this bad in 1959, and they really haven't changed anything. Time to have AI-based noise filters. Can I get an amen? Automatic. Just can I get an amen? All right, I'll read the rest if they're going to be calmed down now.
Day Gulf from North Night on command.
Thank you. Amen. So, significant events. The fire moderated overnight. However, active fire behavior was observed in the Mount Waterman area. So we'll go and look at that. I'm happy to see the last time we looked yesterday was 37% containment, and it's at 50. So something worked somewhere. I think it worked well over by Mount Wilson.
Branch 1, air attack, air to ground command.
Air command. Got a copter, and we got an airplane. Wow, that's a Sikorsky, a supercopter. He may be doing drops today. Then we got the air attack plane, the Rockwell 690B.
Also air attack, air to ground command.
The global supertanker is not aloft, however, I continue to monitor for it.
Green air attack, good morning. Just checking in with you. Got the ops priorities and just wanted to get a seismic report on your swap over on Barley Flats.
Barley Flats.
Valeyrmo, the first helicopters due into them.
Little Tokyo? No, that's not it, Cal Topo. I wonder if that's up here. This is the other seat of the fire. There's 3 prongs right now. It's where the fire.
Air attack, air to ground command.
So Mount Waterman had activity. So let's see where that is. By Winston Peak, Highway 2. So there's a southwestern section of the boot that it's starting to look like Italy now, vaguely. If Sicily had collided with it. So the cowboy boot that the Bobcat fire now looks like, it's a curly boot. Have you ever seen curly boots? It was a trend. Out. Turning that down. It was a crazy trend. You can Google it. Curly boots were, it's kind of a vaguely... Hang on a second. Let's listen. Finally, just talk and be done with it, guys.
Valeyrmo, air attack, air to ground command. Copy, we'll wait a few till you get out. Hey, if any of you guys go over to finance or somewhere, Darren needs some OES 42 forms.
Darren needs some forms. Go get them. Oh, I love that kind of stuff. Like the other night, we were hearing funny stuff such as, we're short 20 lunches. Guys. 20 lunches. Guys. Okay, 20 lunches. Affirm. Like stuff like that's pretty funny. Let's go back. I'm happy to see the 50% containment thing, but as I was explaining, the new, whoa, that's a different fire. The new shape of the Bobcat fire is approximately Italy if Sicily had collided with it, and is in the shape in general of a curly boot. If you want to Google that, curly boots was a Latinx. I don't want to say Latino, but yeah, mostly Latino because it was the guys doing this. They had these strange cowboy boots that where the toe left the ground and curled back around like several inches. Don't ask me why. So we can see the Bobcat fire is just in generally the shape of a curly boot. Long toe, curls back towards itself. Don't ask me. Don't ask me about youth fashion. So we at the tip of the boot, where it's up like there, we got the Mount Wilson ravine pocket area. So that's a great place where so far so good, knock on wood. It seems like they are doing pretty good progress. Then you got the middle section. This is where Highway 2 up here kind of spans between Cedar Springs, Mount Baden-Powell, excuse me. Just the upper section of Highway 2 that goes towards Big Pine. You got fire on either side here. Kind of spreading west, kind of spreading east. And one of the biggest problems...
Night, North. Night. EMT on command.
Good night? That's cute. So one of the biggest things here...
Check the line and start working some of that yesterday.
It says that guy's telling someone to work the line. Okay, so they're trying to protect Paradise Springs. Knock on wood. Hopefully that looks like they're doing well. They're trying to protect Mile High, where they kind of have a big pines here. It's kind of like where they have their own headquarters of sorts.
Stay firm. Thank you.
Cure for the curly boot is mink oil. Welcome back, Robert. Good to have you. Good to have everybody here. I am struggling to read the simple report due to the interruptions.
Good copy. Safety and fire line EMTs from 9 North are going in. Appreciate you guys being out here.
We appreciate you too. We appreciate you too.
Verifying it. Do you know if Valeyrmo's on scene?
All right.
Uniform on scene working, so no ground contact. We'll just work the heat that looks to be a threat. Pick that up.
Trying to get a word in. I just want to read the rest of that report, and then we'll start tracking the pilots for the love of cars. But I keep pausing it, thinking maybe that's critical info. So I'm just going to turn that way down. Okay, quickly summarizing this. The center, there's a bottom, center, and upper portion of the fire. So you can see the curly boot here at the toe of the boot. That's the Mount Wilson area, and the ravine just in front of it. So I'll show you what that looks like real quick. So that's this. Here's Mount Wilson with the observatory. Here's the ravine where the fire is. Here's across it where the fire is trying to climb up those mountains. And this is looking north, so Highway 2 is right up there. And they're trying to use that as a fire line. So they've been burning off the hills all night. They think that the fire, if the wind comes, will try to climb either that way to the north or this way to the south. And when it does, they've already burned off that vegetation. So they seem to be satisfied with what they're doing, and it's not alarming at all. This is not alarming, this big red here. Many of these are the hot spots that they have set on purpose. This is a big wedge. This is a big triangle. And they're trying to keep the fire away from the tip so it doesn't travel. And then as the wind is pushing it back this way, I hope it blows east today, it's going to be blowing back on the fuels that they've already exhausted.
Night off there, attack. Go ahead. Air to ground command.
So that's Mount Wilson. They'll probably start talking.
Night off north, standby 1. You're broken. We'll come overhead on the north side, pick you up. 1 helicopter's en route to Division Golf 6 Hotel Tango. And we'll get you when we get overhead.
Once again, they talk about not being able to hear somebody, and so they have to move their location
Did you have any further?
to hear someone.
About 5 minutes due in.
So at least we are seeing more airplanes converge, and there's a couple of helicopters, and we don't know if there will be a tanker drop. We'll look up north, and maybe up north where the tankers are going today, but that looks like pretty good weather. That looks pretty clear. Wow. I hope that they can do some good work today, nice and clear. These are current conditions. I mean, this smoke / fog / smog has settled into the ravine here, but on the tops, that should be really good. So let's go back to reading the report. Current size, 14,000 acres basically, and the cause may have been overloaded power lines owned by SoCal Edison. We will stay tuned to see if they confess or rule out that source of ignition, but that they did have lines there that had a problem at the time in the general area that the fire started. So that's the breaking news. The fuels involved in this fire are chaparral, brush, and tall grass. The tumbling tumbleweeds. Sometimes they're on fire and tumble around. Significant events: fire rate moderated overnight. However, active fire behavior was observed in the Mount Waterman area, which I just zoomed in on. So Mount Waterman is over here. I believe we saw that. This time lapse, in fact. I'll show you the time lapse. It was pretty intense, this one. So
Communications, Mike, trainee on command.
yeah, just like
Mike, trainee, go for communications.
Communications, Mike, trainee, have a request for a sling load. Let me know when you're ready. Copy GPS coordinates.
Mike, go ahead with the coordinates.
North 34 degrees, 27.957. By west 117 degrees, 59.822. How you copy?
Mike, trainee, I have north 34 degrees, 27.957. By west 117 degrees, 59.822.
Bobcat communications from Mike trainee, that's affirmative. Like to request 10 cases of water, 5 cases of Gatorade, 5 gallons of soft fuel, and 2 gallons of bar oil.
Mike trainee, I copy 10 cases of water, 5 cases of Gatorade, 5 gallons of soft fuel, and 2 gallons of bar oil. How do you copy?
Bobcat communications, Mike trainee. That's a good copy, thank you.
Mike trainee, can you confirm when you would like it and will you be the contact?
Tango 9353 Charlie V4. Bobcat communications, Mike trainee. Just when able, and I will be the ground contact.
Mike trainee, Bobcat communication copies. It'll be line order 47.
Copy, line order 47.
okay. So I hope they get their lunches and their fuel and the Gatorade.
Tango trainee 9353 Charlie V4.
Of course. Okay, can I finally talk? Okay, so what I think I just found is I think this is Mount Wilson we're seeing the image of. That must be over here. Looking at this, that must be the Mount Waterman that they're talking about having some action on, I think, if I'm not in the right spot. No, I am not in the right spot. I'm sorry. That's absolutely not the right place. So I don't think we have any webcams that are over here at Mount Waterman. Maybe we could find one. Yeah, well, Sherlock says.
Tango trainee 9353 Charlie. Contact. 353 Charlie, Tango trainee, flight on command. Yes, sir. Just want to see what the game plan for this morning. I know this is going to have to be a coordinated event because once we commit to the road going down, we have 5 Type 3s coming down and it's very tight. So not sure if you want to get resources up to the top first before we head down or we head down before you come up. 39 Foxtrot that left out of here 15 minutes ago and headed your way, told him to contact you on TAC and work that out. I would like to get him up there and get a brief from you before we bring you guys down if you're good with that. confirm. I'll hang tight up here and wait to do a briefing with them. We appreciate it. How's everything looking up there? So yesterday we had limited water. We ended up bringing 3 additional snap tanks to the top, so you have a total of 5. Actually, you have a total of 4. One of them's leaking, so a total of 4 snap tanks up top. Great. Our objective was just to try to get 50 feet off the perimeter. And so it's a long stretch of line, as you know. And we completed our objective. Anything 50 feet in interior, you got some interior burnout, but it's looking good. It's all interior. You're going to have some flare-ups, but it shouldn't be any threat to the line. Perfect. Sounds good. Appreciate it.
Hey. All right, so hopefully they're done talking a little bit. So I'm going to turn that down.
One additional thing on the far west side, I think they're calling out Finger 5. We have a snap tank up there. There is a little saddle that has a bed that could carry if the wind did switch and you got something below. So that's something that could be a concern. We're going to settle on the west side. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay. I know I'm about to be interrupted. I just know it. Alright, so as I was trying to say here, there's 2 main spots, 3 where they're fighting the fire. There's a southern one here at the tip, the boot tip at the toe. That one seems to be going pretty well by Mount Wilson. There's a central area that spans this area here, where it tried to expand to the west on Highway 2 and east on the Highway 2. So that's over by, I don't know if we can get a...
Mike, Assistant 5.
Oh, crying out loud. Let's listen.
I'm available, Phil. Copy.
Alright, so let's see if I can talk again. The central portion is along Highway 2 here at Kratka Ridge. And then over here, there's a hard battle still going on for Paradise Springs. It's trying to save that. It continues to try to spread out northeast, and they said that the communities of Big Pines...
Unit with traffic for Patrol 67, go. So we're going into ground support, so we'll see you in there. 4. The whole reason we're in this patrol because it was being repaired, and we're just going to go get some things looked at.
Hey. Alright, so I'm going to turn that down again and talk again. So there's a battle for Paradise Springs. They are trying to keep it out of Big Pines. They seem to have kind of a little, almost like a meeting point at Big Pines and Wrightwood. And we know that there's a lot of homes and things over at Wrightwood. So it is kind of creeping that way toward the northeast. And at the center line here on Highway 2, it's kind of creeping along south of Highway 2 to the west. The very last portion of it, the third prong in the trident here, is up by Little Rock Reservoir, where it continues to vex them, where they've tried and tried and tried to get a handle on things. I'm not seeing a hot spot right now. I'm not seeing a hot spot. Maybe they finally put this one to rest, but you can see the intense, incredible terrain here. And they keep getting smokes and hot spots where the fire did overrun Juniper Hills and Valeyrmo. They saved some structures, but a lot has been lost. I was looking at the survey of the homes lost. It looked really bad. So same thing for Big Rock Springs and Largo Vista. So fingers crossed for those communities. But it looks like they got some pretty dang clear weather right now. And this is here at Mount Wilson. So what I believe is happening at Mount Wilson is they're trying to trap it here in this little triangle. So this red activity is pretty much where they started the fires. They're trying to build a line, and the line is went ahead and lit the slopes on fire, because I believe what this fire's activity is going to be projected to do is move back to the east here with some winds, and at any time the winds can blow north or south. So they were burning off the hillsides here, so that the fire, when it does come to life, probably after Saturday when they get bad weather, when it does come to life, that this fire will meet scorched earth and have nothing to burn when it decides to travel. I faded out and the gate's not working. Okay, so I'll continue to try to move this as close to my mouth as possible, and hopefully this won't work. This will be okay. I'm trying a couple of things that will keep my background noise from bleeding into the microphone. So thanks for the... Hey, Mr. Aviation, what's up? So that's what they're trying to do, trap it in this little...
Fighting ops trainee, visiting Gulf on G4.
Let's listen. Okay. Thanks for the feedback. Something's wrong with my voice. Let me know in chat. I'm still trying to fix this. It's a special... Oh, man. It's a special set of filters that I keep putting in. So anyway, I hope that lets you know what's going on in the south. So far, it seems like that's good. I have to read the rest of the report. So... it now is shaped like an Italy boot, and I don't know where they were saying they had great, where they said they had great success. They said they had one somewhere, probably Mount Wilson, but I continue to monitor the aircraft, and so far it's just the air attack plane, the Rockwell 690B. Got a Sikorsky in the air, and the other one is the Lancaster. Wait a second. What aircraft type that is? It's a pretty sweet lifting chopper. It looks like it has a hose that will suck up water from reservoirs. Pretty cool. So those are in the house, but I want to check, see if the global supertanker is in the air, and it's not in the air right now, but we'll continue to look. Some of the other fires up north I'm going to monitor yet next. And I'm about to read about the, we continue to watch them try to save Forbstown up in the north by Oroville. Yeah, it's a sky crane. Thank you, Mr. Aviation. It's a sky crane. They got a bunch of those. It's pretty cool. And they were talking a little hilariously earlier about getting Gatorade delivered. They said, we need an airdrop for Gatorade. In other words, it was pretty funny. So they're requesting like 10 water bottles, 5 Gatorades, and chainsaw oil and 2 gallons of gas or something like that. And so somebody's making that flight to deliver the Gatorade, you know. I just find that hilarious. So I don't see any tankers aloft quite yet. We were seeing some of the scout type crafts moving into position. Some of the Beach Kings were moving towards Chico. And hopefully we're going to get some good tanker action today. We'll read the weather. So, but nothing quite yet. And so we continue to monitor. Malcolm says sky crane must be old. They were common in Vietnam. Woo. Yeah, what's about their maximum lift? What kind of vehicle can they lift? I can't imagine they can carry a tank or anything, but I think they're pretty serious. They can lift, can they lift a bulldozer? Can they drop that into position? 'Cause I'm kind of wondering if lightweight masticator type things are the future. If they can move that into position, and instead of sawing down trees by hand, the masticator can just go through brush. Cases of Gatorade and water, not just 5, but that would be funny. Yeah, we heard that earlier. It's pretty funny. So, let's go back and look at things. We do see the cranes. There's a Sky Crane, there's Air Attack, and the Rockwell 690B. And we also see a Sikorsky. The Sikorsky might be the one making drops. They said that put some water on it and then we can do a direct attack. I just don't know where they were talking about, but judging by this Sikorsky here and the presence of the Sky Crane up there, hopefully it's one of these two places. So there's a much sunnier disposition. I hope they get much...
Golf planning ops trainee, go ahead. Advise that we did pick up the briefing up at via the Rising Cal. The radio feed. Copy that. Picked up the briefing.
I'm going to play the time lapse once more. This is the sunset to the sunrise and to the present actually. So here's from Mount Wilson looking vaguely north, and you can see, I believe that the fire is down here in the ravines where there's this overlaying fog kind of thing still clinging. So you can see the fire to the northwest up there on the other side of the ravine from here, and the stars, and there's a glorious sunrise. Really, really cool. And so I'll play that one more time if anybody's missed it. And we're going to go back and read, I'm going to read the rest of the report, the morning report. They'll probably have a morning debriefing video eventually. But then I want to look up north and see how the battle for Forbstown is going with the Bear/North Complex fire. But that's good news. We went from containment, last reported at 37% to 50% overnight, so that's pretty cool. They're just kind of in a race against time. They're in a race against time to get this out before the Santa Ana winds come. And oh boy, that sunset. I'm going to replay that. Here's the sunset. Or sorry, the sunrise, guys. Watch it. Watch it. Wait for it. Cue the dramatic Lion King music. Ah, that was nice. So that's current status right there. So it looks pretty clear. I mean, for flying, somewhat clear. At least it looked clear earlier. Where the smoke isn't, I mean, that looks pretty dang clear. Here's looking north. So you got that clinging fog smog just kind of hanging out in the ravine.
Branch 10 on B4. Go ahead, Branch 10. Good morning, Garrett. I'm just leaving camp. Want to see if you had any needs or anything I need to bring up to you. Looking good. Just going to about to order a backhaul as soon as possible for everything at the Rising Cal. Might make sense if we make this a DP also.
I don't know what a DP is.
Yeah, copy that. And the resources that showed up here, got a quick briefing and I sent them up to you. You should see AG on their way as well. Yeah, copy that. Already got my forces out here getting integrated and getting night resources off. Coming up with a plan might be favorable for our plan as far as the big picture goes. See you up here. Appreciate it. I'll see you travel time.
Okay. So, just watching the path of this This sky crane, it may have been doing some water drops or retardant drops here at Mount Lewis, trying to protect Paradise Springs, because we see that it's circling around here quite a bit. It may be on the ground over here. Oh, it's probably sucking up water. Look, it's at Jackson Lake picnic site. So it's sucking. It's probably here sucking. And they were talking about dropping, you know, somewhere. So it looks like we found it, Paradise Springs, and they're going to make a direct attack here. I mean, that's what they were chattering about early. So cool. They had very favorable, good success. That must have been exactly what they were talking about. It's got this little hose. This is so cute. It's like a mosquito. It just like puts its little hose in the water. Yeah, it may not even have landed. It may have hovered. And there it goes. It's taken off. Mike, you gotta fix your mic. Alright, so it's coming back. It's coming back towards Paradise Springs. In fact, let's take a look through its eyeballs. See what kind of terrain is this pilot seeing. We're gonna go to 3D view. So that's great. I'm confident now we found out where they were talking about having good enough, and that is definitely not a plane. Let's look through its eyeballs. So it's heading over there to what I just...
From night. You on command? Golf, I'm at that lookout that we tied in yesterday morning at.
We need to play Ride of the Valkyries. Because it's coming here with the water. Okay, Malcolm says a sky crane.
51 Charlie from Night Tango Tango on D4.
Night Tango, 51 Charlie, V4, go.
Are you heading into base?
That's a firm, sir, been replaced by 32 Alpha.
Alright, copy that, thanks.
Okay, so we can see where it's going, and what was I talking about? It was over here at Mount, what's that called? We do see the hot spots in the activity, and we know that they are struggling, or at least they were struggling. Maybe now they're now getting a handle, dare we say, out Mount Lewis. So it's headed towards Mount Lewis. Yeah, that looks like Mount Lewis. So it's heading over here, probably just going to dump water or something on the slopes in conjunction with a direct attack with the ground crews. That's pretty neat that we get to see the actual terrain in real time where it's flying. Ah, those corrections. I can't imagine it doing a hard bank like that, but you know, this program does real hard corrections when it reconnects with the transponder. Blech. Transponder being the tracker of the plane. So Malcolm was saying that these sky cranes could pick up a howitzer, armored personnel carriers, and cannons and trucks. Mostly used for picking up downed helicopters. Whoa.
Hey Al, I talked to EC5. He would like you by yourself to head down to 79 to sit in on their briefing for the repop at Fire Station 79083.
Copy that, 790830, I'll be there.
Okay. Ah, I knew there'd be a correction like that. Ugh. Can make us car sick sometimes, but I think it's pretty neat to see where it's going. So we've seen the 3D view. It's going back. Presumably it just dropped, and it's now going back, yeah, right back to an area right between Big Pines and Mile High. So this particular spot is Lake Campground and Jackson Lake Picnic Site. Jackson Lake. It's a little thing. It's a wee little thing, but it's a source of water. So he's going back and forth. That's pretty cool. I can't believe this would pick up a howitzer or another helicopter. Dang. Malcolm also says, we left 15,000 usable aircraft and mostly helicopters in Vietnam. Your tax dollars at work. I'm rubbing my forehead. Okay, the Sky Crane is 51 years old. A few are left. The Russians make the biggest helicopters, so those Sikorskys might be the replacement, perhaps. Might have to order some for firefighting. Wow, just wow. Yeah, you know, there was something akin to a B-17 or something that I saw at Chester a long time ago. I mean, for firefighting, and I asked my dad about it. He says, I don't think it was really a B-17, but it sure was decked out in the Forest Service colors, the red and the white here. It was something akin. Some World War II plane was helping out with fire suppression, you know, until somewhat recently. That just gives you an idea of how we should probably put money into these things. That's part of the reason we're seeing bigger, crazier fires, is we have underfunded firefighting in a serious way. They don't even have proper radios right now. So that's pretty cool that we can see tanker drops that just come circling around, splash, circling around, and splash. That's pretty cool. So let me go back and read the latest on the Bobcat fire. Yeah, they made great progress last night. Sounds like it. 50% containment, up from 37, 12 hours ago. And they have a new containment date of the 30th at noon. The 30th at noon. And like I said, it's tumbling tumbleweeds, brush, and some tall grass that's involved in here. This kind of stuff is really easy to do control burns because you don't have treetop stuff. This is a lesson learned that they should probably just do that just every so often. Just prevent stuff like this and permanently maintain fire lines, because this is a repeat situation. Current weather is warm and dry conditions occurred at the fire yesterday. Temperatures climbed into the mid to upper 80s and daytime humidity dropped into the 25 to 15% range. Ridgetop winds were generally light from varying wind directions. Similar conditions are forecast for Thursday before strong high pressure brings a stout warming and drying trend beginning Friday. Near record temperatures, oh man. Very low humidity, oh man. And gusty northeast winds are possible as early as Sunday. Northeast winds will be blowing to the southwest, and that explains why they're hot and dry. It's coming in from Vegas. It's coming in from Nevada. So we do see them working real hard to get as much done as they can before then. But in reality, the winds that are coming in from that direction, sorry for that terrible noise, will blow the fire, at least on this portion, back upon itself where it's already burned. We would see the potential for spread here on the west side on like 2 here. If it were to go to the southwest, we would see the potential for spread here at Mount Wilson to the southwest. And that must be why they've worked so hard to put in this fire line. That is why they were lighting this on fire ahead of that wind change last couple days. Let's see if there's some comment. If so, they're becoming well prepared.
Angels Division 2 is back on the air and route to Area 34.
There goes the Sky Crane.
Division 2 Angels, copy 825.
There's our faithful Sky Crane going to dump water on Mount Lewis. He's stopping at a lake. It's got to be water. So hopefully Paradise Springs will be saved. And that would be pretty cool. There's a neat little campground there. And this is also part of trying to save the communities of Big Pine and Wrightwood. I mean, there's a lot of people on pins and needles at Wrightwood right now. But That, like I said, if their forecast winds are correct, it would be blowing away from Wrightwood. So that's good, fingers crossed. So that is the Bobcat fire right now. We see the little sky crane, we see Air Command running around. So what I'm going to see is there a possibility that we can plug into Northern California major incident. That would be the aircraft chatter for Butte County and the like, because we want to look and see if the global supertanker will drop there once again. That would be cool. So I'm going to right click and duplicate the tab here. I'm going to go to California and see if Northern California major incident is back on. It's not active. Why? It's a disaster event. Some ham radio operator, please help us out. Somebody play this and get it back online. Oh, I hate it when we can't hear the pilot chatter. It's not online, so California Fire Special 1 is also not online. There's a repeater network, which I have no idea what it is. Network of over 70 amateur radio repeaters covering a large part of California as well as Canada. But who knows what it's broadcasting. So that's how I covered the Paradise Fire. Is the only other time I've ever done this. Was I put on Northern California major incident, and it was running days ago. We heard the chatter with the global supertanker, the millions of water tenders supporting the ground troopers.
Unit call on 53 Charlie, your traffic.
Yeah. Anyway, let's read projected outlook on the Bobcat fire. They're still saying containment dates, and that's cool. They're now saying the 30th rather than the middle of October. Fingers crossed they can do it before the Santa Ana winds.
Handles the time 11 in service. With the duty.
Oh man, that radio is in its death throes. It's gone cat with a hairball mode. I'm just going to stop toning that down for a minute. So remarks, the containment dates are of course dependent upon resource availability. They did get more resources, they said in their last update. Currently, they have limited resources for the fire. Critical need for resources continue. They need more planes, trains, automobiles, and boots on the ground. Planned outlook. Continue direct and indirect line construction with the resources available, utilizing pre-existing dozer lines when possible. Provide structure protection where fire impacts the communities. So on the north side of the fire, this is what they project. In projected activity, continued spread in the foothill communities of Juniper Hills, Valeyrmo, and spread towards Big Pine. Wind-driven fire spread downslope with spotting and rapid growth threatening structures. Community of Little Rock and Wrightwood will be impacted soon so that's what they're trying right now to protect. But that Sikorsky's on the scene. Sorry, the Sky Crane. So on the east side, the fire continues to threaten containment lines north of Ranch 2 fire and threatens the Highway 39 corridor. Very poor humidity recovery, especially in the higher elevations with warm overnight temperatures, will allow the fire to burn actively through the night. What? That sounds more like yesterday's update. Okay, maybe they just haven't updated that section. On the north side of the Mount Wilson Observatory is threatening all the values on the peak. Well, you know, we just heard them talking about how well that was going and how well it was going over by Paradise Springs. So we'll just can wait for them to update again. But they are trying to race the bad high wind, low humidity stuff that's going to come in on Saturday. And they're talking about record high temperatures, just what they need. And the breaking news on that is the Bobcat fire may have been started by a power line or a power company. They pretty much have lines, SoCal Edison have lines exactly where this began. And they had some sort of a problem at approximately the time the fire began. So the investigators are on the scene there, and the power company is cooperating. I do fully expect them to just make an admission, just like Pacific Gas and Electric did, if they want to follow that, you know, that would be nice. Pacific Gas and Electric did a decent thing at least, and it admitted we started the fire during the Paradise Fire. That didn't stop the news media from completely ignoring the fact that they went on camera to admit they started the fire and totally distract from reality. The news media never ever did anything to grill them like they should have. You know, that was California's most deadly fire. The news media just kind of decided to show politicians pointing fingers at each other, blaming atmospheric gases and raking. That's how the news media covers it. That's why I'm here. I'll pick up where they have failed. So, we are going to look at the Northern California fires. If anybody has a question on the Bobcat now, go ahead and ask now. I'm going to move on to the Northern California, and hopefully we're going to see the global supertanker. Hopefully it'll be aloft today like it was yesterday. I keep checking it. In fact, let's click on it. I still think it's over at McClellan at Sacramento. Yep. So it landed at 5 p.m. yesterday, and so yesterday, sorry, no, it wasn't yesterday. It was active only on 22nd. Yeah, I forgot. I started covering this at midnight, so yeah, it has been sitting there at McClellan since the 22nd, but hopefully they will take it aloft again. So let's go back to where we were. Whenever we hit that search button for its aircraft number here, then we can see if it's aloft. It'll say just took off from somewhere or whatnot whenever that happens. So let's go to the north and see if there's going to be any activity soon. We do know that there is a battle to save the community. Forbstown on the south side of Lake Oroville. Butte County is so cursed. They've suffered disaster after disaster, and it's good to see them getting the upper hand on something. So here is the lake. Here's Forbstown. The fire has absolutely rampaged and was unchecked and spread throughout all these communities. There's so much devastation here. Where it did not spread was over the South Fork of the Feather River on the east side of the Oroville River. Excuse me, Lake Oroville. However, embers began crossing days ago, and it started catching. So Forbstown Road here, we know, as of the last update, this is their fire line, and they were lighting fires on purpose up these steep canyons here, that if any more embers come across or the fire leaps, it'll just meet scorched earth. That's the idea. So we had tons and tons of aircraft activity out there, and I hope to see more of it today. So here is one of their little scout planes. North American OV-10A. Looks like, vaguely reminds me of the World War II Mosquito, with that tail connection back there and the twin props and the wings not on the underside of the plane but on the top. Vaguely Mosquito-esque. So it looks like he's going to go out to check on things. I'm going to read the latest report we're going to move on to we'll keep checking on it. We'll keep checking on LA, but we do want to know what's happening up here at the Bear/North Complex. There was somebody on earlier who was in Quincy, so I've already read a whole lot about this incident, and they are confident that they're gaining the upper hand too, but it's a hard slog still. Onion Valley, they were very confident. So there's the three major activities here. Onion Valley here is in mop-up. That's pretty cool out here. And we do have, here, this is the Grizzly Reservoir / Bucks Lake. Let's zoom in. Is that the reservoir? Let's turn on Grizzly Powerhouse. Yeah, hopefully they won't lose that historic structure. So let's turn on the Forest Service map. Yeah. So there's the Grizzly Powerhouse. In fact, I would like to know what that looks like. Isn't that Plumas County? The Grizzly Powerhouse, California. I may have vague childhood memories. Emphasis on the modernization of existing plants. There are not at all that many new hydropower stations being built nowadays. A noteworthy exception from this trend is the Grizzly Powerhouse located in the high Sierras near Quincy in Northern California. This new $75 million facility is in addition to the existing 65 megawatt Bucks Creek hydroelectric plant project on the North Fork of the Feather in Plymouth County that is owned and operated by Pacific Gas and Electric. Cue the boo sound effect. The Grizzly project is cooperative development between Pacific Gas and Electric and the city of Santa Clara, which is very far away. The city paid for the powerhouse, okay, and will receive its electricity for at least 30 years, if it don't burn up. Pacific Gas and Electric has an option to buy the Grizzly project thereafter. Why weren't they just completely shut down, liquidated, and pay the victims? It's a manslaughtering corporation there. They caused California's greatest loss of life to a wildfire in history and erased several towns. In fact, cities, too. The energy generated serves about 15,000 homes in Santa Clara and meets approximately 7% of the city's current peak power needs. So American Hydro Corporation of York, Pennsylvania was the prime contractor for the supply of the power generator equipment, and as such was responsible for the performance of the components, and that includes a turbine with an inlet shutoff valve, a pressure relief valve, and a governor and generator with its excitation system. So yeah, they just dumped $75 million at this thing, only for the fire to creep towards it. But I wanted to find out what it looks like. Let's see, and I'm gonna go ahead and bookmark that. It's interesting. Let's see what it looks like. There's got to be some ribbon cutting ceremony or something. Yeah, that doesn't look like it. Yeah, some of these are really classical and cool looking. The architecture is just amazing. I hope they didn't bulldoze the classical architecture. I do have vague memories of that. If this is what's still standing. Okay, looking back. Hey, Robert, welcome back. Cement can't burn. Yeah, but all the lines can. That's true. And more hold time on the noise gate, please. Okay, let me switch that. You mean release time or hold time? I'm just going to bump the hold time up to 8,000 or 9. Not 9. Release time is going to be 9,002. So yeah, thank you for the feedback. I'm testing out. You're probably experiencing a lot less background noise than previous. So yeah. Oh yeah, they look pretty cool. Some of these are no barrier to fish at all. There's just little flumes and stuff that feed them from upper creeks, and up there the fish are just hanging out and they're stocked. So this is the kind of environmentally sensitive hydroelectric type project. And let's see here, blah blah blah. Yeah, here's the big pipes. Now that's a pipe. So yeah, pretty neat. That might actually be the fish jumper thing they put in. I don't know if fish can make that, but possibly. So nice. Yeah, here's a fish ladder too. Neat. Pretty neat. Alright, hopefully this all don't burn up. And they don't have to drop another 75 million on it to fix the lines, right? So let's look up the North Complex fire. We do see an aircraft headed that way to scout. So, oh, sweet, perfect timing, updated 6 minutes ago. Let's go to incident. North Complex. Containment at 78%, but you know what? I mean, clap, clap, but fingers crossed still. They gotta get this done before the Santa Ana winds. That could still spell disaster. Every one of these fires has got to be done before the Santa Ana winds. They're due any day. September, October, November are the 3 dangerous months for fire. That's what Cal Fire wants you to know. That's what LA County Fire wants you to know. That is when the Santa Ana winds can pick up. No matter how cold it is in the mountains, extinguish your fire, please. Be fire safe. Because when those Santa Ana winds pick up, that's basically a dry hurricane that comes in every season, sometime in September, October, or November. 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts. That's what causes these disasters. The Labor Day thing, that was unusual because it affected all 3 states. But basically, that is a taste of what Santa Ana winds can do, but they can be worse. So the South Zone, meaning Onion Hill, which is the northeast part of the fire. Crews last night focused on the Quartz Hill and Onion Valley area, picking up on the spot fires, conducting the mop-up operations. Resources today will continue to concentrate in this area to reinforce existing lines. The fire remained in its current footprint throughout the rest of the zone. Yes. That means also down by Forbstown, because the whole south flank of the fire, the whole south side of it is what they're calling South Zone. Even though that spans, I'll just show you, that spans several counties. This is gigantic. So what they're calling this is the South Zone, this whole thing here. If anybody who knows this area, if you were to drive from Oroville to Quincy, that takes the better part of your day. That is some windy, steep climb the whole way there. Better have a good coolant system on your pickup. I think that's the route one day in childhood. We had this old beater pickup that we used to go off-road and stuff in the mountains, and that beater pickup struggled up the Oro-Quincy Highway and absolutely we were dependent on the kindness of strangers being in the middle of nowhere. Some guy went by and he had to spend his entire case of Perrier spring water. He used it to put it in our radiator, so we had bubbling, sparkling water in the radiator. And they fixed that, and we finally made it up into the mountains, but oh man, that was a bad day. So that is a hard climb. You go from like 500-foot elevation, 800 feet down here, up towards the 6,000. So they're calling the whole thing the south part of it, but I'm telling you, this is completely different weather, completely different elevation. The high Sierras with the snowpacks that are insane, it could rain 14 feet of snow in a night up there. Down here, this will never snow. It just don't ever snow. Now there's olive trees down here. So I can't tell you, this is like 3 counties. This is Plumas, what is this, Plumas, Yuba, and Butte County. So yeah, fun story. That poor guy. We should have handed him some money. He wouldn't take it, but that guy was awesome. I passed the time by playing Tetris. And I was like so into Tetris. I'm like, this is a world record. Okay, so that's Onion Valley's way up here, and the battle for Forbstown is way down here. You like to see this black? That's where they finish their containment lines. But you've got the red. Here at Forbstown, you got the red. So that's why we keep seeing the airplanes dropping here. Forbstown, it has tried to jump and has successfully a couple of times. Keeps making bids to try to destroy Forbstown because it knows that I like that town. I mean, these fires, they know that I like all the history here, and they're just trying to erase it and rub their hands together. They know that my uncle lives in the area. Let's go do something to her. I'm starting to, sorry, that's humor. But, yeah, what I keep explaining, folks, is I had all these places on my list to make historic documentaries about the West. The ones that now still exist. I'm now panicking, and I drive out there before the next fire, So here it has, this is steep terrain. This is steep terrain. Massively steep, and I'll put the slider on to show you. Here's where the fire wants to jump. So here's the South Fork of the Feather. There's Forbstown, so I'm getting my bearings right here. It's over here on the north side of here. If we put on the fire activity, you can see that it's trying to make a push here. So this steep terrain, I'm going to put on the slider for enhanced shade. And anybody see that. Anybody who has any questions about the fires, just let me know. I'm going from order of interest and properties at risk and lives at risk. We already went to the Bobcat and I explained that situation. Fingers crossed, holding steady. And so you see a bunch of old mines here. These are some switchbacks that were made in the gold rush era. These switchbacks here are the mule trains down to the mines like the Carlisle. Now that's what that is. That you can see this at it. That's what that means. This is, oh, and there's a building here. It's probably just burned up. But these old mines can have amazing historical ruins of huge, incredible size, plus the remains of where the old miners used to live. So we are losing terrible, terrible amounts of history here. But it's going up Mosquito Gulch. And what they've been doing is a couple of things to keep it away from Forbstown. Forbstown is a living history museum, kind of a time capsule town. So the fire activity. Oh, and basically, here's where the Lumpkin fire hit. You know, they've saved this more than once. During the Paradise Fire, plus this Lumpkin one, you know, they keep struggling. That's why I keep saying, guys, we need to ring our communities with permanently maintained lines. We shouldn't be building lines after a fire starts. Let's make some preemptive strikes. Let's make rings around the historical buildings in the towns and where people have lives and properties are at stake, and just continuously maintain that. We saw, I'll show you again, the historic run of the fire, which was incredible. The rate of speed at which this fire moved was like 55 miles an hour. And it was a tiny, tiny thing they almost had contained when it exploded on Labor Day. Hey, Cogito, welcome back. We've got a resident firefighter back in the house. Lol fun story, he's saying. We camp up in Sardine Lake in Sierra County. Sweet. I'm not familiar with that one, but we'll take a look. So what they've been doing, Cogito, is we are watching. We're hoping there's going to be more drops. They have been lighting the fires on purpose, the backfires, the backing fires, whatever you call that. Because this is a Forbstown Road here, and red is their fire line. So we do see structure loss down at these old mill sites and mine sites. I wonder what the Forbstown powerhouse looks like now. So it keeps jumping, This is a wasteland up here. We know that that's where the fire is. Sorry if you can't see my mouse up here. We're in yellow as a wasteland, but they've been stopping it here, and I believe their line being here, the old Forbstown Road and the Forbstown Road, they lit this on purpose so that the main seat of the fire, which is right here penciled in orange, is probably going to find scorched earth and maybe not be able to progress any longer. They really couldn't stop it from jumping, but they're doing the next best thing. And we've seen days ago, like on the 22nd, the global supertanker was dropping some retardant. So that's pretty cool. So let's look at the yep, we got a little mosquito plane. What's the nickname of the OV-10A? The Orion or something? I forget. But he's doing the scouting. They're doing the scouting. So let's read the latest on the Forbstown. They got a lot of black here. They got lots of black. We like seeing that. Isn't that beautiful? So Onion Valley up here is in mop-up by Quincy. They are still getting a handle on it by the Bucks Lake area of here. Done deal on the west side, and on the south side, trying to save Forbstown. And Wyandotte. That's a cute town. Wyandotte. So let's go back to read the updates. Cogito says, breathtaking granite spires and lakes. Really, it's Sardine Lake in Sierra County. Climb to the observation tower, one of those spires. You'll see the Sutter Buttes and the big expanse of the Big Valley. Oh, that does sound awesome. I wonder if anybody has a webcam up there. So I'm going to show you guys in a second that they keep calling it the historic run of the fire from up here in the high Sierras down to, it made a bid for freedom down towards the valley. And it's some breathtaking, horrific images where I keep telling people you cannot outrun a fire. It's coming your way, the wind's blowing your way, you cannot outrun it. Not in your car, not in any way. So if it's bearing down on you, use your shelter-in-place plan. Don't defend your house with a garden hose. But like I keep teaching, if anybody wants to know about it, I taught it again earlier this morning, but if you want to know how to shelter in place, that means shelter. It doesn't mean shelter in your home. That's not going to be a good idea. It means shelter in your safe place. Shelter in place in your nearby safe space. I keep working on that, guys. I gotta have something catchy. Shelter in your safe space. What did I just say? I'm gonna work on it. So almost everywhere you look, even if you're totally trapped, don't sweat it. Almost everywhere is within a couple 100 feet of roads and buildings. There's usually some safe spot where you can just chill out. Let the fire go past you and chill out, and then you'll be rescued in the morning. That's I just read, and I'll read it again, Cogito, for your benefit. Just like we've been telling people with their A, B, C, and D plan, with D being your shelter in a safe space plan, shelter in place in your safe space. Yeah, that has worked for somebody who never, of course, heard my broadcast, but we're seeing survivor stories of just like the advice that myself and the firefighters and the other departments who I'm reading online want people to know. Know when you can't escape by car. Know when it's too late, but don't panic. Have a plan of sheltering near where you live, near where you're located. And so, yeah, shelter in place in your nearby safe space. Absolutely. Thank you, Sherlock. That's going to be our catchy deal. We need to make it really, really memorable. It's got to be stop, drop, and roll memorable. So, yeah, we'll work on that. And then I'll make a video. So, let's read about this. In the North Zone, resources will be looking to complete the firing operations by Grizzly Fort Bay, and should the conditions permit. There continues to be spotting adjacent to the containment lines in the areas south of Bucks Lake, but the crews have been successful in catching them all. So they're playing Pokemon officially at Bucks Lake. You gotta catch them all. The Type 2 Rocky Mountain Team, Incident Management Team, took command of the fire at 6 a.m. this morning. I was reading about that. Apparently there's a 21-day limit on this stuff. Is that so crews don't get exhausted? If you know anything about that, Cogito, I'd love to know. Incident Commander Troy Hagan would like to thank California Interagency Incident Management Team 4 for the great work they have been doing in their 21-day assignment. So yeah, that's a rough 21 days with all the fatalities. Having it jump the lines and rush all the way out of control towards Lake Oroville, that has to have been a very serious, tax on anybody's emotions. We got to support our first responders. There's got to be a lot of anguish that they're suffering too, not just heat exhaustion. So we know it started by lightning on the 17th in the morning, approximately 9 a.m. And that is when the massive lightning storm ripped through California and lit more than 550 fires. They had 8,000 strikes. This is crazy. And then, of course, they were mopping those up as best they could. They had decent conditions, but they had to put out more than 550 fires. And the ones they weren't able to, when that crazy windstorm happened on Labor Day that affected all 3 western states, that's pretty rare. The last time that happened was like in the 20s and 30s. Well, that happened to happen right after this lightning strike. After this lightning storm, and all the lightning fires just became monsters from that point on. So this one has 3,000 personnel, and I have to remind people, the people of Brush and Berry Creek, a lot of people did not leave. The horrible, one of the articles I read is that they saw 50% containment and thought things were safe. An elderly couple getting in their car and packing it, they called their relatives and said, "We're going to leave now." Then they checked the internet and said, 50% containment, we're safe. No, you're not. Containment is not anything that means anything until it's 100%. Containment is how far along they're reaching their goal. It doesn't mean safety. Containment's not safety until it's 100%. And unfortunately, that couple went to sleep without monitoring the situation. They lost control during the sleep, and they did the wrong thing again. They didn't have a shelter-in-place plan, so they tried to flee by car, and their bodies were found a couple days ago. So don't that was 50% contained back when it was a tiny fire. It dropped to 0 in the afternoon, just in a couple of hours. We're going to watch the crazy video. Multiple webcams. Yeah. Multiple webcams show this, and it looks like a volcanic eruption. That's how fast things got out of control. So if you're downwind and you're vulnerable of a fire, and it would take you hours to drive out of here on a good day, just like I mentioned with my story about the car, and all of your community is going to be on the road at once, and your only way out is a single highway, please leave when they advise you to, before you're told. Especially don't go to sleep without monitoring the situation. Sleep in shifts. And then if you do have a situation where you're surrounded, just calmly walk with your wool blanket and your jug of water and your cell phone or whatever you have, your radio, to the shelter-in-place spot. That's what you should do. So it's at 78% containment. Their estimated date is going to be the 12th of November. The 12th of November? That's not good at all. We know the Santa Ana winds and blew up Paradise on the 8th of November. I don't like that. The fuels involved are brush 2 feet high, closed timber litter and understory. Incognito, what is closed timber litter? Just the naturally dropped branches. That would be my guess, but I don't know. So, like I said, it spans 3 counties, and each 3 of the counties has a completely different climate because of the elevation change. And it's gigantic. It's California's 5th largest fire, on its way to being the 4th. So Cognito has got a link for us. We can't find the cam, but that's the count. Robert's saying that's pine needles. The closed timber litter is the pine needles. Yeah, okay. Yep. Okay, thank you. So current weather. They're going to get bad weather starting on Saturday as far as I know, but I'm going to read it again. The weather concerns. Humidity is on the rise as an upper level feature brings in additional moisture from the northwest. And you're welcome. That's coming from Oregon. You're welcome. Smoke has continued to be a concern overnight into mid-morning hours. They need to put an H there. It's hours. Before mixing out of the valleys. Upslope and then up valley winds will continue to be the theme during the day, with stronger downslope and down valley winds at night. And so they were talking about that. The valley winds were meeting the mountain winds and kind of conflicting with each other, pushing up against each other. Mostly sunny with smoke and haze today for the 24th. Max temps 77%. I think they meant degrees. 72 to 77 degrees. Minimum relative humidity is 35 degrees up to 43. Sorry, percent. Now I got it backwards. Minimum relative humidity is 35 to 43%. Winds, it says 20 foot. Southwest 4 to 8 miles per hour. Winds 20 foot. Very confused about the number of typos here. Weather forecast for Thursday night, mostly clear. Areas of smoke becoming dense, especially the deeper valleys. Minimum temps, 55%. I think they meant 55 degrees. Max relative humidity at night, 60 to 70%. Winds 20 foot. Downslope and down valley at 8 to 12 miles per hour. I don't know what winds 20 foot means. Understory is the built-up lower vegetation beneath the tops. Right. That is the regrowing trees, the baby trees, and the... bunch of planned actions. So they're going to mop up stuff by Indian Valley, we know. Division BB. That operation will focus on securing and holding the previously burned dozer line paralleling LaPorte Road, moving north to the middle fork of the Feather. Sweet. They've saved LaPorte. I've been so happy. Division DD, Delta Delta. That's probably Bravo Bravo, Delta Delta. Mop up and hold recently fired areas along the Pacific Crest Trail into the LaPorte Road systems. Divisions what is G again? Gamma? No. And Juliet, continue to hold a mop up to mitigate threats to current containment lines. Let's go back down to Bucks Lake. Division Alpha Alpha Tango Tango. A structure protection plan is in place for Bucks Lake, Haskins, Highlands, Meadow Valley, and Tollgate. Division Mike. Improvement of direct line with dozers anchoring on the Oro Quincy Road. Working west to Campfire Burn Scar. I know where that is. That's the puzzle piece, which I keep telling people we could do a lot. We could intelligently maintain in the future to stop these fires in their tracks, because I'm going to show you the historic run video, which is incredible. I noticed the puzzle piece action. So here's the current fire, and it stopped kind of on its own, I believe, along the former containment lines, and maybe there were crews here too. This is where they protected these communities of Berry Creek and Brush Creek from the Paradise fires, especially around Big Bend. So look at that puzzle piece. That's where they recently, in November of 2018 and throughout early 2019, they made the major lines. And they protected some of Big Bend, and they did protect Berry Creek from this red. This is the old Paradise fire. So what they just said is they're improving and holding the lines of the old ones that still existed. Why don't we just constantly do that? Just preemptively put in permanently maintained lines, so this never happens again. I'm going to show you that video. You're gonna absolutely be floored, everyone. So this is the current conditions, though. So they are mopping up and protecting structures along the already made with dozers anchoring on the Oro Quincy Road, working west to the Campfire Burn Scar. Improve that direct line. Division Quebec, wop up and secure the Red Mountain Road. Continue to fire the Grizzly Big Creek Road, keeping the fire south of the Grizzly Forebay and tying it in with another road. So that's good. That's purposeful. Where we've seen the red here on the fire activity. Fire activity. They're doing this on purpose to kind of contain it out here, and they're doing a good job. So yeah, Sherlock Jones says the upper line should already been there. Yeah. What do you think about that, Cognito? The whole plan of permanently protecting towns with maybe some rings, some actions of permanently maintained fire lines that would be proactive rather than reactive. Because when I show everybody the video, you'll see how there was nothing to do but either shelter in place or run. There's nothing the firefighters could have done to prevent this crazy run and expansion. Up here is where it started. It was just a wee little fire started by lightning. It was 450 acres at the most. It became a demon. It became a demon with the wind event of Labor Day. So let's do that. I'm going to check on the aircraft. They seem to be scouting. Yep, this Mosquito craft, or this Orion, was scouting. Continues to make kind of a loop. So we don't see any tankers out yet. We don't see the Global Super Tanker out. I keep checking. And Robert Brownie says a must. Yep. Cogito says it's not popular with city councils that rely on tourism. You know what? If you don't have a city anymore, there's that. And there's way to, if FEMA pays for it, if we just change our FEMA rules, instead of shelling out $500 million after every event, if they shell out, say, $50 million before events, something like that, that would be quite a bargain. I mean, the people now, there's been so many towns. So here's the list of towns: Brush Creek, Berry Creek, that are erased off the map because of the last 3 years of fires. We lost Brush Creek, Berry Creek, Butte Valley, Pence. We lost Park Hill, Big Bend. We lost the area around Butte College here. We lost Paradise, 20,000 people here. We lost Centerville, Hilltown, Irishtown, Magalia, DeSalba, Lovelock. Over here, it jumped over here towards Centerville. We lost, they saved the town, the ghost town and the museum, but we lost Cherokee. We lost Butte Valley. And there's more here. The historic sites of Merrimack, We lost Powelltown up here in Skip, I believe. We lost that old ghost town. We lost the downtown, the historic part of Magalia. They almost lost Sterling City, the area around that. We lost Polga, Cresta, Merlin, Rock Creek, Storm, Taubin, Story. Did we lose all that? It's insane. I mean, there's very few towns who have not been burned down yet in this entire county. There's others I'm not even remembering right now. Dodge Place, you know. We almost lost Chico. Let me put that back on. We almost lost Chico during the Paradise Fire. So look at the fire history plus the new one. This is most of the county. I mean, it crept up on Chico, and some of my family members evacuated because they lived on East Chico. It just came down and was one heck of a monster. It even jumped Highway 99. It was a grass fire down here. People think it was a forest fire. This is the flatlands. This was insane. So we're about to watch the video. So Sherlock says those city council members need to smarten up. Yeah. It looks like an evil thing waiting to happen from afar, you know. And this is what's making those fueling the conspiracy theories, you know. It's just mostly it's our stupidity. Oh, we didn't learn right before Paradise. They didn't learn the lessons of the Loma Rica Bangor fire, where I lost a family member, or not, excuse me, a family friend. That happened the year previous. That's when power lines just fell right over. And so when the Santa Ana winds came again, they didn't turn off the power lines here. They fell right over at Polga, started the Paradise Fire. This one was lightning. You know, it's different, but they should have they have 2 years of lessons learned here. They could have gotten a clue. But, you know, just like I said, the feds have to pay for it. When city council members and people who are elected say, let's raise taxes to save our towns, everybody goes, no. They may not be able to. I mean, Butte County has been gutted here. Most of the taxpayers here are still homeless, may never move back, because Paradise was one of Butte County's big population centers. Like, I'm telling you, it's got to be from the feds. And if they do a good job, I think the feds should give a bonus for doing a good job to prevent these disasters, because our economies can't take this. We can't take another billion-dollar event. Your climate can't take more of these mega fires that are preventable. Look at the CO2 emissions and the pollutions. We can't. Status quo ain't working. Let's fix it. So yeah. All these stupid conspiracy theories, and that's why I hate them. None of the power companies here were held responsible. They kept erasing the small towns. You know, I lost my family friend here. I'll never see him again. He died burning to death in his house at Bangor, in between Bangor and Loma Rica, the prior year. And at the same night, Santa Rosa was burning down. That's a Bay Area town. Media gets it wrong. They think it's people living out in the middle of nowhere. These are towns that have been there more than 100 years. This is in the middle of the Bay Area. Santa Rosa pretty much burned down. Its downtown burned down, and they had to call in for help from San Francisco. It took them hours to respond. They had to go over the Golden Gate Bridge. When they finally got there, they didn't recognize Santa Rosa, and they said, what are we looking at? And well, Santa Rosa was gone. That was the same night. Power lines down here, power lines down here, power lines down here. And nobody held accountable these power companies. Instead, they said, raise from space. God, just get your head on straight. This keeps happening because nobody's holding them accountable. And what the Bobcat fire just happened because of power lines too. Power company down there, guys. Part of the reason this didn't happen in the past was this was a public utility. They didn't have a reason to not maintain the lines. They did. They did it faithfully back when, in my grandma's time, my mother's time. They actually maintained stuff pretty well, but then publicly traded, well, we have more profit if we just kind of skimp on this. We kind of skimp on if we skimp on, you know, what are the odds of disaster happening? It's okay. We'll go ahead and let that maintenance lapse a little bit, and if there's a major problem, we'll fix it, right? That kind of thing. That's the corporate manslaughter. That's what's happened here. So I'm going to show you guys some incredible stuff. The historic run of the fire. This is why you can't outrun a fire. So let's go back to the library. This is Incognito PGE. Guess what? The politicians are absolutely covering them. covering for them. That's why they blah 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 so much about I'm blaming the other political party and blah blah blah. It's just global warming, blah blah blah. Meanwhile, they're signing bills that limit the liability of these companies, allow them to declare bankruptcy and just keep their little, nobody went to jail, let alone none of them got their golden parachutes taken away. They still got their mansions. They're still sipping. They did not go to prison. Nobody went to prison because people either thought, oh, it's just some sort of an inevitable thing because of atmospheric gases. No. There was a power company that killed people year after year after year after year and caused this massive loss of life, caused an environmental disaster. The power companies were the ones that started it. So when people say they just blah 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 at me about space lasers, you know what? You're allowing these people to get away scot-free. Same thing with the people just saying, oh, I told you so. We told you global warming would make things worse. These winds have been happening for 500 years. Ignition sources are not caused by atmospheric gases. Yeah, we have a longer fire season, but these fires are causing global warming, not the other way around. These fires are emitting so many gases. These fires are emitting the CO2. These fires are causing the pollution and the bad air quality. These fires are ripping up the environment. These fires are deforesting, eating up the forest. That's what's causing global warming. The fires, not the other way around. And so I just can't stand it when the people go, that's what the politicians want to distract you from. They are covering for these manslaughtering environmental murder. These corporations are murdering the environment and murdering people because they know how to prevent it. They're just not doing it. So, totally agree. Thank you. Yep. So, guys, I will never stop speaking that truth. I don't care. This is the truth. Don't you dare tell me about how a laser or China doesn't have any reason to break our economy. We're buying their stuff. We're not at war with them. We're buying their stuff. Someone tried to explain to me the other night that China caused this. No. If our economy breaks down, we won't be able to buy their stuff. This is just, it makes me tear my hair out. So yeah, global warming is going to make fires worse over time, but that's a long-term problem and a long-term solution. It starts here. These are worse than all of the emissions of California for years, all in the last 3 weeks. We've seen more emissions here than we have seen California emit in years. That progress we made when COVID was here and everybody stopped driving, that's gone. That's done. So this is called the historic run of the North Complex Fire. It's captured from multiple webcams. This is the one I haven't seen, which looks nasty. But you can see how bad it gets. So here's view number 1, incognito. It says, we don't want to buy their stuff anymore. I know, but look what we did. Look what we did to ourselves. Now, prison is for the little people, explains Malcolm. If you're Californian, you're kind of pissed. If you're not from California, you don't even know what I just said. The mainstream media sucks, people. All they do is this has already left this is not a news story to them anymore, but it is a news story to me. Nearly losing 2 of my brothers to wildfires started by this freaking company. And losing a family friend I'll never see again who died in the most horrific ways of a poor old man dying in his house, making his last phone calls, trying to defend his house with a garden hose. This is not cool. The people I knew and went to school with, hearing that they had to drive out of a fire, drive through flames, lost everything, lost their horses dying in a fire, finding them later and having to put a bullet in their head. That's personal to me. It's personal, and I will continue to cover this until we get some change. I will continue to I'm not going to stop squawking, and I encourage everybody else to squawk along too. Those politicians are talking about unsolvable problems in the blame game because they are not taking responsibility, and they don't want you to know how much they're doing to protect these companies which continue to line their pockets with donations. This is what's going on now. That's what I did. I said, and I'm proud of myself last night, that if you want to know who they are, it's them. These people up there that don't give a crap about you and me. They live somewhere else. You know, they can get on their G6 plane and fly out of these miserable health hazardous conditions. You know, they can go hang out on their tropical island paradises that they got. These people will never want for money, and they have no idea what it's like for us everyday people like you and me to live. They don't care that this has happened. If they cared, they would have prevented it. This happens year after year. It's about time it stops. So let's see here. Do not accept when they say, oh, I'm wringing my hands. Either they didn't rake the leaves. That's what one side says. Or, oh, we got to tax cow farts. And that's what the other side says. And they both point the fingers at each other. That's not what's going on here. That's what they want you to be distracted about. They don't want you to know how much they are responsible. And that's why they point the finger at unsolvable problems and they do nothing. They don't want you to know. Like the last California governor on his way out signed a bill where PG&E here limits their liability. They had all kinds of class action lawsuits because people watched their grandpappy and grandmother die, burn alive in fires here in their trailer homes. You know, that's I nearly lost my brother, and I'm pissed too. My brother's house is gone because of that power company. And you know, when the media doesn't pick up on it, you know, somebody else has to. We the people, we have more power than we think about. This is what happens. This is how fire is spreading right now. We got to do something about it. It runs this quickly. And we're just going to see more and more of this happen until real action is taken. Do not accept it. Go to your town hall meetings. Do ask your politicians before you vote for them. What are you going to do about these preventable causes of fire, the actual ignition sources, the power lines, the fact that these fire access roads are not maintained, the fact that there's brush growing up underneath power lines, the fact that we've allowed these invasive weeds like eucalyptus trees, which firefighters keep telling us are called gasoline trees that keep fueling these fires, the invasive grasses. What are you going to do about all these preventable things? Are we actually going to maintain permanently our fire lines, or are we just going to watch this happen? What are we going to do? What are we going to do about refreshing our early warning systems? What are we going to do to actually prevent these from being big? Are we going to actually fund our firefighters? Are we going to give them the equipment they need? Are we going to get them off minimum wage and food stamps so we can retain the best and the brightest? Are you going to do anything like that? You know, if they say, no, I'm going to tax cow farts, I'm going to raise your gas tax. Wrong. See ya. Not voting for you. Next. I'm going to blame the other party. It's their fault. Wrong. Next. You know, I think that we should just, you know, we should just, you know, let a disaster happen and let FEMA pay for it afterwards. Wrong. Next. That's what I'm never going to stop saying, guys. So here. This is crazy. Cogito, I'd love to hear your information. Robert says Quincy to Berry Creek in 24 hours. Yeah. This is insane, guys. Watch this. There's several different webcams. We're going to see this from several different angles. This one is interrupted by an error in the editing. And you can kind of see where it goes whip and it goes back. But this is what it was. This is why so many people died here at Brush Creek and Berry Creek. You're going to watch a fire that's about to kill people. This is about to erase communities off the map. The firefighters are going to lose control. They're going to flee for their lives. I can't imagine how psychologically devastating that is. For these winds to pick up, and I may try to see what their chatter was like before it gets erased from the public record, but I can't imagine their anguish. The towns here, they're trying to get people out. The local fire departments, most of which are volunteers, are trying their best, but people are about to die. I know that at least 10 people are dead, and they had a missing list of 25. They're still coming through the ruins. I'll have to get more information, but people are about to die here, so this is several different angles. This is angle number 1. We're going to look at the time. So here's Nevada Seismic Lab. So I believe this is a non-copyright image, and so I can show you seismographic cams. So this has a stamp of PG&E on it. Oh man, I can't tell you how much I dislike them. But here it is. This is the 8th. This is the 8th. This is when everything goes to hell. The unprecedented wind event happens, and it's like the Santa Ana winds in all 3 western states. Oregon never experiences that. So Oregon was At the same time, people are dying in Oregon, and the same thing is happening out of the Cascade Mountains going towards the western Oregon. So this is happening too in Oregon at the same time. And this is unprecedented. So we're going to watch the sign, the stamps, the timestamps. Josh says he also vetoed the bill, the wildfire mitigation bill. Oh yeah, and they rubber stamped the ability for the power company that killed your relatives to raise your rates on everybody in the state, actually. Raise your rates to pay off the claims of the victims. Can you believe that? But they were not liquidated. I would liquidate every single possession that person had, turn them into a pauper, and slam them into jail. Break rocks for the rest of your life. That's what they deserve. The rest of your life, work, and all of the money you make working should go to repaying the victims. That's the only thing I have to say about these people in charge. You know what, you or me, if we ran our car into somebody's house and burned it down because of our drunk driving negligence, you know that we'd be in prison. We'd be in prison a long time after that. We'd get our butt sued off. But when a company does it, right? So, yeah, and you're right. I would love to brainstorm with you. Biomass power plants can help clean up this fuel issue. Absolutely. We don't have to set fires that will ruin the air quality of California. We can actually use the masticators and such to turn the brush into wood chips. Use that as a environmentally friendly way to generate power, and then capture the carbon generated instead of letting the smoke go into the sky, and take the ashes and re-fertilize the land by putting the ashes, dump them out of the airplanes or whatever, but re-fertilize the land. And that will be a non-emissions way of basically doing the same thing the way the Indians took care of the land before the Europeans came. Alright, we're about to watch it. Let's look at the timestamps. I'm going to read out the times. So this is the beginning. It looks normal. There is somewhere up in the hills, there is a fire. It was started by lightning on the 17th of August. And it's been up there, they were getting a handle on it. It's now 50% contained as of this moment. And unfortunately, a lot of people in Brush Creek and Berry Creek have not evacuated yet. Some of them are about to die. So this will get out of control, and this will run from the high Sierras, elevations of 6,000 feet, all the way down to elevations of 400 feet, and make it there in, I believe, less than 24 hours. So I think, in fact, it might have just been several hours. I haven't figured it out. Cognito, the fireman, is saying, it used to be the mass fires before humans. The large trees survived, and the weak trees and vegetations burned with seed dispersal. Yeah. Well, yeah, before humans, but we have to remember that Native Americans were here for more than 14,000 years. They just carbon dated a sandal in Oregon to almost 15,000 years old. We just found some skeleton down in South America that was like 16,000 years old. So we keep pushing back the dates. The Indians did not come here. The natives did not come here over a land bridge 10,000 years ago. That has been destroyed. Nobody believes that theory anymore. Every once in a while somebody parrots it, but it was actually the people who actually study mass migrations in history. That's not a current theory anymore. It's a debunked theory. It was not a thing. So for the last 15,000 years approximately, the Indians were probably taking care of this land, and that's the reason why these mega fires didn't happen. They were managing, they were being smart. Mother Nature doesn't manage the forest well. It has devastation and times of plenty. Devastation and times of plenty. Well, you do see mega fires when Mother Nature is just left to its own devices. But if you want Mother Nature doesn't care if a forest is gone and comes back. We're the only ones who care about preserving an ancient forest. Think about that for a second. We are the only ones who care about the wildlife, and the Indians were the ones who cared about grooming the landscape for wildlife management to promote healthy ecosystems. So bear that in mind. So let's go and look at this. I'm going to read out the time. So this is 11 o'clock in the morning, I think. I'm trying to read the timestamp, and this will get out of hand and people are about to die. We're going to see this from several different angles. So this is the historic run of the North Complex fire into Oroville from Bald Mountain Butte 1. First of all, I'll show you where Bald Mountain Butte is. So Oh, sorry, that's where the camera is. Bald Mountain Butte, California. This is where the camera is located. No, this is wrong. This is taking us to Santa Rosa. So Bald Mountain Butte is somewhere up here. I don't know where the camera is. Bald Mountain Butte, Butte County, California. Let's see if we get a different. Maybe, you know, I was able to see where some of these are shot from. Alright, Bald Mountain Butte 1. Here's where the camera is. So this is looking to the southeast. Oh, yeah, it's southeast. So here's the camera. It's up by northeast of Sterling City, northeast of Paradise, up here. And it's looking to, that's a very far away view. So it's looking from, let me draw the line. The distance here is up from here to, yeah, orienting myself here. The fire's origin is about here. So it's going to be looking as the fire races down. The fire is going to race from here to here and jump the lake. This is going to take no time flat. We're going to read the timestamps. This is going to look like a volcano has just erupted. This is where the fire is running from here to here, and this is our view. So this is what we're about to see. Oops. I have to get rid of that. Alright, so orienting ourselves here. Let's watch the video. So, let me see if I can read the timestamps. This is sped up, of course. This is a time lapse. It's 11:15, 11:17, 11:18, 11:19 on the 8th. So that fire was a tiny thing, and you can start to see movement in the upper left corner of your screen. You can see that some of these trees are quaking in the ever-increasing wind gusts, the 65-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and the constant 25-mile-an-hour winds. They have lost control and are fleeing for their lives up there in the lines, I believe. There may be frantic warnings going on right now. Who knows what actually is going on in Berry Creek. So it's going up from Bucks Lake, and it's now moving at a rapid pace. It is 11:53. So from here, you can already see this. It looked like a normal day. We're at 57 in. It goes from here to here. And that was 11 o'clock in the morning. It's only just now noon. So this is up and it slows down. And this time lapse is not perfect. There's an error later. But this gives you an idea. So now it's 12:15. You can see the eruptive volcanic thing up there. This is the fire getting large enough now to create its own weather. This is spreading out and it's spreading down. It's spreading in all directions towards the southwest. It's making a run to lower elevation, which is on our right. So now you can see the behemoth coming. It is only 12:36. Now it slows down. This is not so... The camera slows down there for a bit. This is an editing choice. It's not me. So this slows down now and you're seeing it move. It's now only 12:55. Turn off the gate. It cut you off again. Alright. Alright, the gate's off. So now you can see here, this is 1. You can see that fire just creeping down like a volcano up out of the mountains. It's spreading north, south, and west. We're looking southeast, so to the right of the camera, that's basically west. And it's just growing in gargantuan size. There was no escaping at this point up in the hills. People were sheltering in place, I imagine. That's sparsely populated. It's mostly cabins, and most people had been away. Look at that crazy column. Mostly people had been, you know, away because of COVID and not really at their cabins. So this is now 1:54. So by 2 o'clock, this is what it looks like. Gargantuan. If this is why we need to preemptively make our fire lines and not try to stop a fire once it's moving like this. There is no stopping it. You just get the heck out of the way. So it is now 2 o'clock, 2:12. That's not a lot of time to prep. That is a very long drive time out of the mountains towards the valley. This would have caught up with you by now. If you were trying to leave by Bucks Lake, this would have caught up with you. There are probably people just in reservoirs and stuff. So this is now 2:30. This is only 2:30. Robert says, I watched this from my house. Holy mackerel. Yeah, Cogito says thermals are being generated there. Yeah, the updrafts are insane. So that's what's causing stuff. Like, it's just like a mushroom cloud with a volcano. A mushroom cloud is caused because the heat is pushing everything up into the sky. Hot air rises. And so that's what you're seeing, is you're seeing probably the outbreak of fire tornadoes and the like too. It's just like a volcanic eruption, and it's only 3 o'clock. It's only 3 o'clock now, and the fire's racing ahead of itself. So, what we're seeing here, possibly, Cogito, correct me if we're wrong, the major part of the fire up here could have been with a 70-mile-an-hour wind gust. The embers could have been jumping ahead of it and causing this fire ahead of it. This could be two separate ones kind of merging now. This could be two separate ones. The original here, it's moving, and now there's a new one because of the embers blowing downwind. This was 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. It was 65 in the flatlands and 55 in areas like this. You don't see the trees bending. But up there it's different because of the narrow canyons funneling the wind into a wind tunnel. So let me know, Cogito, if you think that's what's happening, because I do believe that's what's trapping people. Even though the fire's here and here, people down here are starting to get trapped because up to 20 miles away, as the crow flies, embers can travel, and they can start a new fire down here. So anybody fleeing out of the mountains is going to just run into a new fire. So now it's only 3:15. There's a gigantic swath of a county on fire. A gigantic portion of the mountains are now on fire. Before it was just a little, 15-acre fire. No, not 15 acre, I'm sorry. It was around 450. So containment, of course, is 0 now. It was 50% contained when this happened. So now it's making its historic run, and it is now only 3:45. Night has turned into day down there, and you continue to see the volcanic type activities that's going on. And it's about ready to be 2 o'clock in a couple of seconds. It's only 2 o'clock. So like I said, that's a very long drive out of the mountains. It's like a 6-hour drive. But the fire has caught you if you were trying to go ahead of it. Scott Summers, welcome back. So this is not a volcano, folks. This is that particular fire we're monitoring. So the time is now 4:23 in the afternoon. And it continues to spread out as well as in the same direction the wind's blowing, making a run for Oroville. So this is a historic run of the North Complex fire into Oroville, captured from Bald Mountain Butte 1 camera. So we're looking southeast from quite a far distance away. So everybody in there is absolutely in chaos. The day has turned into night, and it is now 1700 hours, so it's, we just saw some of the wind just slamming these trees over here. And what's my military time? It's sped up. So what's 1600 hours is 4 o'clock. That's 5 o'clock at 1700s, right? Am I right? Yeah, so it's almost 5 o'clock. And that small, half-contained fire has become California's 5th largest fire. So that was an easterly flow of wind coming out of Nevada, then dry, absolutely. So what happened on Labor Day was, we haven't seen anything like it since 1933. But instead of just being like the normal Santa Ana winds that can happen in September, it was like the Santa Ana winds hitting all 3 western states. Oregon doesn't have them. Washington doesn't have them. But this is happening to Oregon too, and trapping people in the Cascade Mountain Range. It was kind of like dry hurricane force winds, 65-mile-an-hour gusts, even down in the flatlands. Higher, 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Right as people were leaving their campgrounds, maybe they didn't extinguish their campfire. They said, "Oh, that's cold looking." People are leaving. They're camping. That's when the Labor Day storm occurred, a freak storm. Look at that incredible blow up right there, and it's only 1800 hours now. So what's 1800 is 6 o'clock, and look at that. That's insanity. People, any sort of fire that was burning anywhere in the western states grew into a monster. Very tiny lightning caused fires blew into these monsters. For 48 hours straight, these winds blew out of Nevada, just like they do every year at the Santa Ana winds. So, but it was all 3 states. So Oregon is experiencing this too. Fires like this are coming out of the Cascades and threatening to swallow up Salem, threatening to swallow up Medford, Eugene, Springfield. This is when people were fleeing Clackamas County with the Riverside fire. People are being trapped at Detroit Lake in Oregon at the same time. And here we see the people being trapped at Brush Creek and Berry Creek. It's still not even, so it's still, okay, we're about to hit 1900 hours now. Oh, this went and rewound. See, that was the error. Let's go back. So here it's about to go, it goes towards a night vision camera. So here we have to skip. That was the error. So the current timestamp is almost 1800 hours here. Yeah. Simple, too much fuel. The wind came on that day. Yeah. Oh, somebody's saying that Edison released something about the Bobcat fire. Yeah. So here's night vision, and you can see the monster just spreading too. So this is 2000 hours here. Isn't that 8 o'clock? Night is day. Sorry, day is turned to night, and that was about the natural sunset time. So here it is at night moving through, and you can see the winds just buffeting the trees, pushing them around, and this is in flatlands. It's a screaming nightmare over there in through the canyons. I pity the souls who are perishing about now, trying to drive through this. They're not having good last moments. So this is making the run up from the Bucks Lake area all the way to Lake Oroville, which you may want to rewind to the beginning if you missed this stuff, and then click the button to hit live if you want to come back. So this is, I'm showing this to Cogito and the rest of the people in chat because this is incredible what this happens. These are mega disasters. The press is bored of this and has moved on, and they're talking about man falls in love with an octopus. That's what I was shocked to see in the front page news. They're all talking about judges and this and that. You guys, look at this. This is the Western Holocaust going on here. These are towns being erased and people dying. And the only thing that saved the Western Oregon population centers, every single one of them, Ashland, Medford, Salem, you know, every single town in Clackamas County. You know, we're talking about Salem too. I think that's an airplane trying to get a handle on what's going on. All of those towns were saved just because the wind shifted back. But this is happening in Oregon too. This is what the Beachy Creek fire looked like, the Holiday Farm fire. This is what the Riverside fire looked like, the Lion's Head fire too. So that's just view number 1. This one's this is a different viewpoint. This is the same historic run of the Bear Complex fire from Lexington Hill. So this one is important to look at too. So it starts again at 11 in the morning, where they made this available, and that's about the time when I was woken up too in Oregon by the fact that these debris flying past my windows and slamming into my windows. I mean, there are sticks and bags and there are trash cans rolling down the street, and people are yelling and they're trying to secure their stuff. That was about 11, I think. So that's when these winds picked up, but unfortunately the people who are camping have already left their campgrounds. And I think some of the fires might have been like the Riverside fire, perhaps, up in Oregon. Might have been like, you know, we do know that some hikers, bless them, put out some fires caused by campfires being left unattended. In the morning, people were headed back home because they had work tomorrow. So unfortunately, I mean, some of these may have been started that way, but we know this was lightning caused. And all of California is burning because every single lightning strike fire, the 550 of them plus, that they didn't extinguish, they didn't get a chance to extinguish before this wind event, they blew up into monsters like this. This was a half over fire way deep in the mountains. And so this is the view from Lexington Hill. So this view becomes really crazy too. So I'll show you what we're looking at. Lexington Hill, Butte County, California. I believe Nope, that took us to San Jose. Plumas County then. I did identify it. Yeah, it's up by LaPorte. So here, this is much closer, and it's going to look a lot scarier. So we're going to use the measuring stick. So up by LaPorte, this is Bucks Lake. This is where the fire starts, and it's going to make its run all the way down here. From here to here, that's what we're watching. It's pretty much going to jump the lake to casually over the evening. I believe that's just, let's see, from 11 o'clock to... I'll have to figure out when it reached Oroville, but that was from 11 in the morning to 8 o'clock. We're already seeing probably these communities being erased. So what we're watching is it run down there in just a matter of hours. So this is that's the new viewpoint we have. Oh, that's a different one. We're gonna do that next. So here it is from Lexington Hill. I'm gonna read the time. 11:15. And it's starting to look bad already because this is much closer. This is for the view from somewhere near LaPorte. And you can see the trees being shaken by these wind events. I wish we could see the deciduous trees with leaves, because those bend like fishing poles. And those leaves, you know, you can see the little branches bending, where these are pretty stiff. Pine needles and stuff are pretty stiff until they just break off. So you can see it get bad real fast. This is what people are experiencing near it. And looking back at the chat, simple, let's see, Robert Brownlee says doesn't have to happen. This is something people could change. Absolutely. This was optional. We can give access roads. We can put in access roads. And look at the thickness of the trees. You wonder why. Look at this exactly right here. You wonder why the fire spreads out of control. This doesn't need to be there. In fact, this doesn't work. This actually prohibits other tree growth, and this is bad for the trees. If you spread them out a little bit more, they grow healthy. But you can see that even without wind, every single tree here touching every other single tree is going to spread around, and that's going to be a crown fire and such. Most of these fires are not inevitable. Most of these that have erased towns were caused by humans, or we could have put these out sooner if we had more containment lines pre-made. Because at this point, people are running for their lives, even the firefighters. We're now coming up on 1 o'clock. This is the difference between 11 and 1 o'clock. This is when firefighters they can't. They have to go save themselves. They can't knock on your door. They can't save you. They can't save your home. Look at the trees just shaking in the wind. This is a seasonal wind event that happens every year called the Santa Ana Winds. It happens either in September, October, or November. In this case was a different one. The Labor Day one was different, so that affected Oregon and Washington too. But these are once-in-a-lifetime events. But even so, we can prevent these by having permanently maintained lines. We are now coming up on 1:40 in the afternoon. And this is going to get scary. It's going to become nighttime at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And the camera's panning, and it's already moved pretty far away. The camera is now panned looking towards Oroville. And you can see, if you ever see this in the sky, guys, it's too late to get out. It's 2 o'clock. This speeds up on its own volition. It's 2:25. If you see this stuff, guys, don't try to escape by car. Don't try to defend your property. Don't turn on the sprinklers. Just go to your shelter in place, safe spot near where you live. Look at the trees being buffeted. There's no containing this retroactively. There's no time to put in lines. This has jumped all the lines that were containing it before. You see anything like this, you can't flee by car. But don't worry, there's safe places to shelter from every fire, usually within walking distance of where you're at. Just use the techniques I've been putting in my other videos and all the training. Go to a place that is like low-cut grass. You know, even if it's a meadow like that, that's easier. That's better than being by the trees. And go get up to your neck in water. Look at that monster. It's only 3:45. It's only 3:45. We're going to see the flames soon. But a lot of people wrote this out by getting into a culvert under a road. Just look at the maps. Where is your nearest road that goes over a creek? Go get in that culvert. Abandon your car. Go get in the swimming pool. Toss a wool blanket over your head. You'll be able to breathe easier. Now we're seeing flanking. We're seeing flanking. You see this? Timestamp is 15:56, so it's 3:56, right? Now we see the fire not just going with the wind. There's some wind gusts pulling it this way towards LaPorte. It's now creeping east. It's widening as well as traveling that way, and that's called flanking actions. You're going to see the fire come this way. You do not think you're safe here at this point. I don't even know if this station burned up. Maybe it did. I don't think you're safe by watching it go with the wind. Winds can change. This has already made its own weather. There are fire tornadoes and the like going on in there. This is big enough to have made its own weather. When you see the pink and the red and those sorts of things up in the clouds, that's massive heat. Massive heat making thermals and updrafts. It's just making its own weather, and now it's going to do its own thing. So watch the fire come towards the station. It's only 4 o'clock. So if you were waiting, not knowing, waiting to be told, for example, look at the giant beast go by. If you were waiting to be told to evacuate, you waited too long. You waited too long. You should be in your shelter-in-place plan, already. If you just see anything like this ever happening, go to your shelter-in-place plan. There never was a window of opportunity for this to escape by car. Some people did and just got lucky. It would have been better to shelter in place at this point. Know when it's over. Most fatalities happen, be it wildfire or flood. They occur mostly in cars because people think that's the only thing to do. It's not. Just go ahead and look at the nearest ponds, the nearest lake, the nearest reservoir, the nearest bridge. Get under a bridge that has running water. Park your car on the bridge proper, then go and make your way underneath it. Like if it's a big tall bridge, your car will probably survive, but don't shelter in it. Look at this. The time is now 1700. So what is that again in military time? 6? Or is this 5? This is 5, right? 5:15. Yep. Incognito is saying that makes sense, Sherlock. People and unmaintained forests don't mix. Yeah. So, yeah, trees make oxygen. We can't just keep losing them like this. Look at these emissions. I keep telling people we have to use common sense tools to prevent and stop forest fires. This is causing global warming and climate change. Not only the gas emissions. Look at the gas emissions. That's more pollution than California emits in like several years in a row. Right here in a day. It's only 6 o'clock now in a second. Yeah, it's now 6 o'clock. We were watching this begin at 11 in the morning. This is more pollution than California puts out in years. This is now, everybody's choking on this. Currently, they still are. This is still not out. There's lives been lost already. There's towns been razed already. This needs to be stopped, and you can see the red flames coming this way towards this station. This has to be stopped to prevent global warming. This is causing global warming, not the other way around. Global warming doesn't cause this. I mean, freak wind events have happened throughout history, and the Santa Anita winds will continue to happen no matter what. But this is causing global warming. The fires are causing global warming. Deforestation is causing climate change. The media is getting it backwards. This is why we have to focus so much on preventing this. If you do care about the environment, you can't watch this and say this is okay. And taxing cow farts and such is not going to do anything to prevent this. These didn't happen in the past very often because we learned our lessons. Forest access roads for our quick response, quick extinguishing is the key. And I think Cogito will back me up, and every other firefighter ever who has ever lived. Quick response, quick response, and quick extinguishing is the way you deal with this. Containment is if you've already lost control. Then you go to plan B, is containment. So look at the fire coming this way. It is now, look, Yeah, this station may have burned up. That's not looking good. You know, we can protect the forests from exploitation with laws, and we do, but we do need to have more forest access roads. Look at that monster. I'm going to pause it because that was an interesting image. We're almost done with this one. I'll show you the next one. That, I wish it didn't go into black and white. Let's go back. Let's go back. That is just one heck of a monster. Prevention number 1, mitigation number 2. There you go, Cogito. Yeah, there you go. Let's be proactive instead of reactionary. Reactionary don't work. The reason we didn't have these forest fires like in the past, say, lifetime of our parents. We had these forest fires, these mega fires in our grandpappy's time at the turn of the century and up until the 30s, and we learned a whole bunch of lessons, which I'll go through with everyone later. Such as, it's great to have a pristine wilderness. Poof, it's gone in a day if you don't build fire access roads. One little lightning fire plus one little wind event, and we lose all of our old growth. We just lost that at the Opal Creek Wilderness at the Beachy Creek Fire 3 weeks ago. They didn't want roads, I understand, because they didn't want exploitation, okay, but if you make it illegal and only give the forest fire, the firefighters the keys, it's still going to be protected. Laws protect the wilderness, not the fact that you don't have a road. They just worked so hard to create the Opal Creek for Ancient Forest Center. And they rehabilitated an old ghost town that was a gold mining town called Jawbone Flats, and they just spent years, like a decade, building that. And it went up in smoke 3 weeks ago, just at the same day, the same time, in the same way as this fire. I don't know if anybody recorded the Beachy Creek fires spread. I would love to see that. Maybe ODOT cameras or something, but this, we are lucky to see. The same exact thing happened with the same exact wind patterns up in Oregon. So one of the lessons was fire access roads. And 2, better early detection and just quick response. And 3, give us the firefighters need. Give the firefighters what they need in equipment, for crying out loud. I mean, this is intense and crazy. This is California's 5th largest fire, and it grew to this size in an afternoon. 11 in the morning, it is now going to be 8 o'clock. And it ends. And let's watch the other one. This is another one at Lexington. Oh, this is the second part. I'm sorry about that flash if anybody has seizures. I didn't realize that would happen. This is the same viewpoint. This is now 8 o'clock. And, yeah, or you can look at this much needed jobs, Robert. Yeah. Look at this hell. This is hell. This was the 8th. This is how the North Complex fire spread. And they're doing weird things with the camera, but look at that. It's creating its own weather. Sometimes you see lightning strikes in here because there's so much static electricity because of all the, wow, the camera doesn't know what to look at. I think it's automatically trying to switch between things, really rapid fire. Either that or they're trying to, I don't know if they have manual control. But you can see this, just out of control. You can't contain this while the winds are going. We saw this inferno naturally stop at the old containment lines made 2 years ago, and that gives us a clue that we could prevent this from running this far, that we could buy ourselves time to react with some permanently maintained containment zones strategically placed. Thin out the forest too, get rid of the underbrush, masticate the roads, and maybe perhaps even create some fire shelters, because there's no escaping this. These wind events are nothing new for California. Been going on about 400, 500 years. What's new? Well, it's these fires did occur at the grandpappy's time, turn of the century, but they're back because we stopped putting in place the lessons we learned. You know, we've let the maintenance of the roads and the access dwindle, and they see the wind shifted and spared this station. Remember how the fire was coming right to it? This was only spared by a wind shift. Yeah, this is the fires of hell. That's pretty much it. It's only, what time is it? It is 8. It's 10 o'clock. This is not even 12 hours later. From what we saw earlier, it looked like a normal day, and then this is not even 12 hours later. This monster is chewing through the landscape, destroying so many creatures dying too, as well as humans. Yeah, we need to prevent this. We need to keep these things small, give all the tools to our firefighters that they need, upgrade their communications. We can put webcams like this in the forest too. That's what they've been doing with this Bobcat fire. It's been helping to monitor the situation. And here, was that lightning inside of the fire? Possibly. Not all lightning is in clouds. Some of it's in... Some of those flashes are lightning as this is creating its own weather system. You see that? It could be exploding propane tanks, sort of, too. Those things are at cabins. But this is kind of like what you see when you end with the animations of... In fact, this reminds me of the nuclear bomb tests. Remember the trees? Yeah, the trees that are blown up and buffeted like this, and the mushroom clouds. That's exactly what the nuclear bomb tests look like. So this is crazy. So now we've come on up on 11 o'clock. So this is now just 12 hours later. And this is the inferno. This goes on for 48 hours, the wind event. The next foreseeable future, it's going to go on for several more days, and it's going to jump the line. I don't know if it's at Orville already. I could look. But we saw the fire coming right towards this station, right towards the port. This is why the port's still standing. It just switched directions. It's going now towards, spreading out towards the other side. Sherlock says high voltage power lines, and I think it was lightning. This one was lightning. But yeah, the high voltage lines could be suffering here, and there could be transformers exploding. There could be propane tanks, gas stations. There's a gas station at Brush Creek. I really don't know what I'm looking at. Or these could just be lightning. I don't know what the flashes are. A lot of it is lightning. Fire needles going on in there. And you can see how it just continues to blaze. Just blazes. So the press, the news media is already bored of this story. This is still being fought. The struggle still goes on. We're going to see more of this if these fires aren't put out by the time the real Santa Ana winds come. That was just a rare, strange freak wind event that kind of you don't see maybe once in a lifetime, the Labor Day storm. The real Santa Anas, which are worse, aren't even here yet. But this is pretty much the same kind of thing that occurred in Oregon. And look, the fire leaped ahead of itself down here. The embers reached down here, and there's a new one. There's another fire. This might be, looking at this, we're looking from the port. So we're looking from the port. There's another fire down here. It probably had jumped over to Feather Falls or Lumpkin area, because we know that it's just done this. We just watched it go from Bucks Lake down here. We just watched that over the last 12 hours. But that seems to be another fire, probably at Feather Falls, if I'm looking at if I could make a guess, looking at what we're looking at. So there's another fire that has just started ahead of itself over here. See this? That's the ember's reach. So it may be that this is the lake and it leaped over it already. I'm not really sure what we're seeing, but yeah, that's one heck of a fire. I'm gonna leap ahead of time. This is 1 in the morning, 1:35. It's still just blazing like crazy. And where it hasn't been, it's now traveling as the wind's shifting around. Robert says, Cogito says, I see a reflection from the fire below. Hard to see lightning. Yeah, it could just be reflection. We are looking at super fast. It could just be reflection from the fire below. We are looking at super fast. I mean, this is not a video. This is a time lapse, a series of still images taken from this webcam. So that's 2 in the morning. And I haven't seen this. This is the point that I haven't seen. I still can't believe what I'm seeing. Absolutely awful. The environment here will not recover for like 100 years. I won't live to see the recovery of this environment like I remember it. So, yeah, ironically, clear skies above. The only thing is this this wretched fire still going on. This is the view from LaPorte pretty much. And I'm so glad LaPorte's still standing, but it was just saved by the wind. So looking back at the chat, yeah, the Bobcat fire seems to have been started by high voltage power lines. Still under investigation. I'm not able to say that yet, but they are cooperating with the investigation. And I admit I am actually expecting them to admit they started the fire, perhaps, because that's what PG&E did. So Edison, SoCal Edison may have started the Bobcat fire on accident. Yeah, just look at the craziness. It's just that's the current fire we're monitoring, the North Complex Bear Fire. But this was happening to Oregon too. This erased so much of the wilderness, the pristine Opal Creek wilderness with 1,000-year-old trees. This just happened there. This is not virgin timber. This is regrowth. You know, this is all logged off, starting with the gold rush. But a lot of these trees, the forest just recovered from all the exploitation at the turn of the century in the 1800s. This just grew back, and it's gone again. Bye. You know. So yeah, that's very apocalyptic stuff. I don't know if there's another camera angle. Yeah, 16-year-old boy confirmed killed by the Bear family. There's with children, you know, there's families just died in that. What we just witnessed was the deadly fires. So those are the things I wanted to show you. Thanks for giving the proof. Yeah. Let's go see if there's been development. So I'm going to stop my recording there and start a new one. You were saying that there's new news about that. Let's just see if they've come to any conclusion. What did I call it? SoCal Edison. Did they make an announcement? Somebody was saying so. I don't know about it. Keeping our community safe. We will continue to work to reduce the risk and keep our community safe. Okay. Alright. So far there's no update on their site. But as far as the media is concerned, yeah, this is the last thing I heard. The Southern California, SoCal Edison cooperating with federal investigators. So they lost their power. Newsroom, Bobcat fire probe focusing on SoCal Edison equipment near something. Let's just look real quick. Has there been an update in these stories? I can't say this is the cause. We don't know. It's still under investigation. But you'd think they would have updated. KTLA would have updated the story. Let's check it out. Jeez. Shooting of 2 officers. I don't like the news. What? California divided along party lines about the climate change rules and fires? This is not a political issue. That's what I hate about the media, dividing people like that. There's no real media anymore. There's no real journalism. You know, one side blames the other, that's it. This is causing global warming. The fires are causing climate change because they are burning up the forest. Deforestation causes climate change. So I think we can all agree here that these emissions and the hell we've just seen, and it looks like there's no new update. So I'll continue to monitor the news. But the news, just watch the news if you want to know what is not happening here. Remember how the officer shot is the new headline? You know, the news media has moved on. They're not concerned with this. This is still raging. This is still, you know, this is the Paradise Fire, and we just saw a repeat. We just saw a repeat next door. So this is a continuation. So let's see here. I wanted to read you guys how a guy survived the same situation by sheltering in place. And that wasn't his plan. He did everything wrong until he did everything right. So what we just saw was the Bear Complex fire. And we saw it run from Bucks Lake down to Lake Oroville. Oh, and what I should show people too is what the area looks like before the fire. What we just saw blow up wasn't really exactly trees. When it reached the lower elevation, sure, there's trees over here. Starting around here, this is more of like a scrub oak manzanita, you know, lower elevation stuff. This has spanned different. Up here's high rugged sierras and forest, and just like the Paradise Fire, when it got down towards the lower elevation, this is where it's hills. These are scrubby, dry hills and badlands, pretty much. This is manzanita and, you know, sticker bushes and, you know, dry grass up to your waist and some pine trees. And as you get lower down here, you know, down at this elevation, they grow olive trees just like they do in Italy. So it's Italy down here and it's the Alps up here. That's the best way to say it. This climb and elevation is steep. So what we're seeing is partly the forest fire up here because it was from LaPorte. That's LaPorte. I'm going to show you the rest though. Let's use the Google Streetcar. I'm going to show you the rest of what it looked like using Google Maps, which I keep closing on accident. So let me go to Brush Creek. First I'll show you the high elevations. Let's look at Bucks Lake, California. There's got to be a streetcar. It's so remote. The snowpack is so heavy. They don't plow this road in the winter time. The one going up here, this one here called the Oro Quincy Highway. The one that's going up here, it's closed in the winters. They don't plow it. This is heavy snow up past Brush Creek. This is closed in the winter. So I'm gonna go and show you with the Google Maps what this actually looked like, what that fire was consuming. So here's Bucks Lake. I don't know if the Google car has ever been here. It has not. Dang it. Dang it. But here's Bucks Lake. Maybe somebody's photograph. So yeah, this is high elevation. These people are bundled up on this clear blue day because it's cold as heck. Oh, this is a cute picture. This Bucks Lake is lovely. Lovely recreation, and even in the height of summer, this is freezing cold. This is snow melt water. This is absolutely freezing cold here. On this sunny day, yeah, you're bundled up. You're in your snow gear, even if it's not snowing. Here's Bucks Lake. So that's what was burning at higher elevation. But I don't see it. Yeah, the Google car never went there. Several hours drive past Palmetto. You're getting in lower elevation, and this is like the highway. So this is at Brush and Berry Creek. This is where the Google car stopped. And you can see the steep climb here. You better have a good pickup truck to do the steep climb here. And brush and trees right next to the highway. At least there's no power lines to fall here and block your way. This is better than Oregon. This is grooming the side of the road better than Oregon does. They're keeping some of the brush right away from the highway. So you can see the snow still clinging here. This was taken in 2009 in January. So yeah, this is about the elevation you start seeing snow sometimes. But really not much snow. So you can see the thick brush. It's 2009, so this is not at all, but this, if you were going down, can you imagine fleeing from that fire down this highway? You have to lay on the brakes. You cannot just go 50 miles an hour. Your car's going to leave the road. You're going to be found in the canyon if you're driving 50 miles an hour, but that fire was traveling 50 miles an hour. Plus, you ain't going to be able to see anything. This is why I keep telling people don't leave by car. In fact, this looks like a good safe shelter down there, perhaps. There might be a culvert, maybe. I'm not sure. But anyway, you would have to get out of here and check out things. And go ahead and do that. Once you identify safe shelters or perhaps, culverts or bridges, there might be a culvert right here, for example. Go and drive and look, especially if you live really rurally. So we're going down towards Brush Creek. This is where the fire raced. This is an apocalyptic wasteland now that's still burning. This is what I remember as a kid. They were doing really good jobs, moving vegetation away. I'm actually applauding this. I'm applauding this work. Now you get into the guardrails. Now, if you want to find a shelter, sometimes the guardrails can show you, this is too long, it's not a good idea, but sometimes miniature guardrails will show you where there's a culvert, because they don't want people pulling over on a shoulder that doesn't exist. So if you see a very small gold small section of guardrail. Sometimes that's how you can get an idea that there's a culvert under here, draining a creek that you can't see, for example. So this is the highway, and this is where a road comes over. Where are we? Let's see where we're at. We're on 12203 Oro Quincy Highway. But that, dang it. 12203 Oro Quincy Highway. Alright, let's go back to where we were. Zoom. This is all burned up. So this is getting towards, this is what you see. This is a brake check. You know, if you're a truck driver, you hate this. But we're getting close. If anybody is in their car, they should be stopping soon because the world's perfect. Shelter in place. Shelter, safe shelter from that inferno is right here. And I'm telling you, you can survive this. I wonder how many people did survive. If you see this, stop your car. Stop your car. This is what's going to keep you alive. This is what's going to keep you alive. So, well, we do know global warming is happening, though, because the whole there's no glaciers anymore thing in the Himalayas and stuff like that. But that we renamed it climate change, as that doesn't actually mean that all places on Earth are going to become warmer. And I'm not debating man's influence. That's a different debate. We're not going to go there. But we do know that just we are pulling out of the Ice Age. And so even if man didn't exist right now, if humans were not running around, the Ice Age is still ending. We are still technically in the tail end of that last glacial maximum. Look it up. If you don't believe me, it's true. So yes, there is a warming trend in general for the globe, but that doesn't mean that every spot on Earth will get warmer. Mainly it's the poles. Everything in between isn't going to see that much of a difference compared to what the poles see. So what we do know is deforestation causes climate change. And we do know that these gases are pollutants, and so everybody, no matter what side of the aisle you are on, should be behind stopping these crazy fire events. The pollution here, the habitat loss, the non-breathable air that we have currently out here, the destruction to the environment, the livelihood, the lives lost, the animals dead, everything here is just one heck of a disaster. So this is causing climate change. We don't even know how, but when you lose this much forest in one section of a continent, that definitely can do it. It's just unpredictable exactly what it does. But deforestation, just cutting down the rainforest, for example, could change hurricane patterns because of the way that so much moisture comes out of the rainforest, and that moisture goes out to sea and forms the storms over the Atlantic. You know, even just cutting down the Amazon rainforest, even if there's no fire, could totally cause climate change. It's just we have no idea how to predict it. I've been studying civilizations and their collapses for a long, long time, and climate change, even way before industry, caused by volcanoes, has collapsed civilizations, including the Maya, which seem now to have been wiped out by a volcanic event, which also affected the Byzantine Empire at the same time. So that's a different topic of conversation, but these people that drove down this highway, fleeing from that monster, they should have stopped here. I'm telling you, you will survive this, as bad as that looks. I keep showing people the paradise photo, which I hope I didn't close. Where's this? Nope, not that. Did I close it? The paradise photo? The horrible, horrible paradise photo. Nope. Did I close it? I think I did. Look at these emissions too, by the way. Look at the smoke. This is visible from space. Look at the fires. This is Southern California's fires. Look at the smoke just coming out from here. You know, just trailing off. This is after progress was made, but we can all agree, no matter, we have to unite that this is not good. The status quo is not working. We have to change. We have to save California and the West, and we have to save our environment. So I did close it. Let's right click. Reopen a closed tab. Yeah, this. Thousands of people. This is paradise. About 10:30 in the morning. My brother got out at about 7. But even in this inferno, this is beyond the point of time when you could have escaped by car. And I can guarantee you a very similar image if the sky had been clear. Maybe there are images like this of what we just witnessed, the Brush Creek fire. The Brush Creek, Berry Creek disaster, the North Complex fire that was once called the Bear Fire. the bear fire. Plenty of people are sheltering in place, either in parking lots or in ponds, swimming pools. There's a horse named Jack who had already been through a different fire. He broke out of his stall and took shelter in a swimming pool, and he's in here surviving. The firefighters are in here surviving. There's some people lucky enough for their homes not to be swallowed, just looking out the window surviving. And there's people that are, a 94-year-old man over here got into a reservoir. He walked calmly over to it, and he survives. And the next morning, he's picked up by a helicopter. I heard it live. There's a survivor. There's a survivor. He was the only guy who survived in his neighborhood, unfortunately. He had the wherewithal to decide, I'm going to die in my house. I'm going to die on the road. But nearby is a pond. Nearby is a reservoir. Nearby is a pool. Even the horse is surviving in here. And people at Paradise are just parking their cars in the parking lots of big box stores. Ace Hardware and, Safeway and stuff. And they're surviving in the parking lot. And so are the trees in the Safeway parking lot right in the middle of here. Even though Safeway is burning down. So like I keep telling people, this is no joke. Firefighters back me up. Just go in here. Stop your car. And the part of this reservoir that is best to shelter in, not over here, these trees could go on fire, and they would their temperature, their heat, would make you want to back away into deep water, and you don't want to drown. You don't want the burning tree to fall on you either. But over here, this is perfect. This pavement doesn't burn. This soggy, wet grass here doesn't burn. You could just sit here on your belly, throw over your head your blanket, your wool blanket. You're going to be breathing in fresh, filtered air. And by the way, we hear the survival tale that I'm about to read. The air is cleanest right next to a body of water. There's like 1-2 feet of cleaner air. And that's because of the fact that the heat is making evaporation happen. And so the evaporative effects, don't ask me how exactly this works, is keeping the air clean right up here. In fact, paddle on over out here, set the vulnerable up here, and throw that wet blanket over your head, and it'll protect you from the embers. You'll be able to breathe better through the wet blanket, or just even a blanket over your head. This is where people should have stopped if they were coming in from the mountains. And even if people that lived here, they should have just stayed and gone out here. And unfortunately, if we look here, it's against people's instincts. This is Bald Rock Road, and this is where people lived. This is the town. This is the majority of the neighborhood. It would be against their instincts to make their way here. It's north, it's towards the fire. But if you turn on, when you craft your shelter in place plan, this is exactly what you should do. And even if they couldn't go north, the thing that they missed, Butte County Fire Station number 62 is right here. There's their fill-up ponds where they fill up their water tenders. Unfortunately, if you don't craft your shelter in a safe space near your place plan, it doesn't mean sit in your house and wait for rescue. Don't wait for anybody to rescue you. What that means is your shelter in place plan is go to the nearest defensible place, like these bodies of water. Unfortunately, when people were on the road, they couldn't see this from the road. You have to do this. Look at this. They couldn't see the ponds down here, and I bet so many people got on this road. There's a massive traffic jam, and they're racing down here, trying to get to Orville. Many will not make it. That's the turn into the firehouse. Simple signage. Fire shelter out here. Firehouse. Ponds. That kind of stuff can save lives. And so you can see how steep this is. You would be on your brakes. You wouldn't even be on the accelerator. The steep nature of this road, you're on the brakes. The fire's traveling and starting fires ahead of you faster than you're driving. This brush, this stuff, this manzanita, these scrubby pines, all of this just going up like torches everywhere. And some of these bushes breaking off and just tumbling, and these trees on fires, and all of these. Eventually, these power lines, the trees will drop over the top of them. The power lines are yanked down, and you can't drive over a live power line. Can't hop over it. It's just not going to be a good idea. So even if power lines were down here, what could a person do? There's another safe shelter. Look back at our map. Look back at our map. Just down the road. just down the road here, and anywhere this road crosses a creek, everywhere the road crosses the creek, which is down here, there's a culvert underneath this lane. The culvert's back here. Even make your way back here. This is maybe a plan C or something, but you can't see it unless you go to CalTopo. CalTopo will let you see, because we have something called the Forest Service map. Even if you never made it out of your road, your car won't start. Here's Bald Rock Road, where all the people's homes are. Here's the Forest Service map. Now you see these little creeks that are not on Google. This is Google terrain. This is the Forest Service map. What do you see right here? The road going over a little creek, so there's a culvert. Or it's a bridge. Go into the culvert, go into the bridge. Cognito says, I wonder if that could be deployed from aircraft. You ever hear of sound wave technology to extinguish fires? I've heard of it. Let's look up the videos. The fire triangle is heat, fuel, and oxygen, and sound drives away the oxygen. Ooh. I have seen incredible things done with sound waves where water was suspended in air. For as long as the sound wave was going, water was hanging in midair. Yeah, I've heard of that. Plus, push brooms on the floor. I saw that in the 90s on TV for putting out gasoline spill fires, like in warehouses and stuff. Push brooms on the floor were depriving the oxygen. No, you can't nuke a fire. The only thing that's worse than smoke fallout is probably radioactive fallout. In fact, that releases so much nitrous oxide. A lot of climate change is probably the result of our nuclear testing. The incredible releases of nitrous oxide. This debate about the damage to the atmosphere. There's a reason that was banned. We're still eating and dying of cancer. We're still eating radioactive food from all of those nuclear tests. When they figured out how much radioactive fallout was circling the globe and just building up in all of our farmlands, and when they found it in the Arctic too, in the snow, that's when they realized that fallout doesn't just drop kind of casually. It circles the globe, and it builds up into food, and we'll still be eating radioactive food. If you study cancer rates before the 40s, before industrialization cancer was an extremely rare event, extremely rare disease. It's so rare that whenever we find evidence that a person before industrialization had cancer, it makes the news. Oh, an old painting was analyzed and somebody had cancer in the Renaissance. That makes the news. They can't find any mummies. They found hardly any mummies in Egypt that have cancer. Just a couple. It didn't really exist until, industrialization. There was occupational hazard cancers like asbestos miners type things in Cappadocia in Turkey. But other than an actual, people who were melting metal and didn't have gas masks back then, the copper smelters and such, they had that sort of thing. But look, there's plenty of places to shelter most of these people, probably some of the dead. When the fire came, usually people die within a couple 100 feet of a shelter. So let me read read you the article of survival in the Beachy Creek fire. But there's a whole reason that they banned above ground nuclear tests. And there's nothing that the East and West ever agreed on, communists and capitalists, except two things: let's keep weapons out of space, and let's stop above ground tests, because we're poisoning the entire world with fallout. And when they figured out how bad it was, they just went gulp. And to this day, when they tried to measure Fukushima's fallout, and they've tried to measure how much was going into the ocean, they had to rule out. They had to first have a threshold, because all of today's rivers and all of today's creeks, the fallout is still eroding from the nuclear tests, and it's ending up in the ocean. So the ocean is partially radioactive too from all of that stuff, and they had to rule out that background radiation to figure out how much Fukushima's meltdown, the triple meltdown or whatever they had, contributed to radioactivity in the Pacific. Yeah, it's verifiable. I don't speak BS. When I study ghost towns, folks, and the reason I have this in-depth amount of disaster knowledge is because ghost towns, a lot of them result because of a disaster. So I got many chapters in the book I'm writing: nuclear ghost towns, fire ghost towns, flood ghost towns, hurricane ghost towns, nuclear accident ghost towns, pollution ghost towns, you name it. Those are the top, and it's a very small club, nuclear accident ghost towns, but they exist. They do, even in Washington State. So, let's see here. Oh yeah, we're going to use a little gold man. So, just to wrap this up, even down the street, there were plenty of places where people could have sheltered in place. For example, like what you're looking for, if you haven't done this research and you are driving through a fire, what you can look for is if there's no guardrail, the sudden appearance of a short guardrail will indicate the presence of a culvert or a bridge. So here, a lot of the people who died, maybe here is another good place to have pulled over. They put a guardrail. Here's the creek that you can barely see. There's a culvert under here too. That would have been a safe spot. But there's a guardrail because this maybe is a bridge. Unknown. We can't see under it. But this would have been a great place to stop, get out of your car, and just make your way down there. Look at these blackberries. I'm going to show you guys how blackberries respond to fire. So these would have maybe even already been ignited, but you could access it from down here, hop the fence. And if that's on fire, over here, there's still a driveway, and this is actually perhaps better to park your car here. It might survive. Hopefully the power lines aren't down, but you could get in it under here, and there's a little bridge, and there's water down there at least. And what sucks is these blackberry vines might burn, but you can get in, lay down flat in the water, put that wet wool blanket over yourself, and these will burn fast at least, and then you can live through this. And you might even stick your head out later, and your car might even have lived through this. But there were plenty of safe shelters. Here too. And this brings to mind what we gotta do, guys, is bury the power lines. This is so 1800s. This is so telegraph age. Come on, these power lines are what keep firefighters from doing their job. But they can't drive past them. They topple over and burn up in these fires. And one of the horrifying things I heard a shout. You don't often hear a fire chief shout, but he said, "Stop spraying those lines. You'll get electrocuted. Those lines are live." And it's true. So they're trying to put this stuff out, and a little bit of drift from their hose goes up to here, and the fire has eaten away the insulation. It's just plastic. It burns away. A guy, well-meaning rookie, could be spraying down this tree on fire and accidentally make contact with the line. He's dead. You know, it's time to bury the lines. I don't understand why Paradise built them back here without burying them. So many escape routes would be open if these things were buried, and it's time to get rid of zero tolerance policy for these fire-promoting weeds. So let's go back to what I was showing. Here's Beachy Creek, and I'm about to read you the survival story. Cogito, are you still with us? Yeah, remember they use explosives to extinguish oil fires. Absolutely deprive something of oxygen, but you don't need a nuke. You really don't need a nuke. Any kind of explosion can deprive things of oxygen. That's an interesting theory. But explosives, missile strikes on wildfires, oh boy. Oh boy. I have a feeling that won't exactly work, because like we just saw in those 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts, that wasn't going to do anything. The wind would have just, that's not going to extinguish the trees on fire. That was huge. Little mortar rounds weren't going to put out that fire, you know. So yeah, you're still there, Cogito. Okay, so we're going to go back to the Beachy, and I'm going to read you this guy's survival story. We continue to monitor the Bobcat vaguely. Let's go look at the airplanes. See if the global supertanker's up. There is some airplane action. We got an Airbus helicopter. Sweet, they may be dropping on Forbstown area right now, and there's that little, yep, he's doing his due diligence. The crazy fire we just saw is still being fought. And they're still trying to save Forbstown. So I wish we could hear them. And here comes a water drop. Probably water. He probably got a bucket. Super helicopter. Because he came. No, in fact, he probably has retardant. He came from Chico. Chico is where they keep the retardant. And so, yeah, he's got retardant. He's coming back. Let's see what he does. Let's actually just do a 3D view. Let's put the thing on pause. Kajito. Oh, I'm sorry. I've been pronouncing your name Kajito. Are you sure? I didn't think there was a G sound in Latin. Pretty sure. But then again, there's like 5 Latins because it evolved over time. And then there's your ecclesiastical, your classical, and then your layman's of Vulgate Latin. Plus then medieval Latin was different than Renaissance Latin, which was different than ancient Latin. So here he goes. Here's our hero. This is not the correct model for the helicopter, but we'll let it pass. So he's headed out to Forbstown. There's Lake. There's Lake Oroville. Going up where it meets. Where the South Fork of the Feather meets it. Where's he going? I have to orient myself. Yeah, this is north. So we're going to follow him. He's going to go do his drop. And absolutely, this is the wrong texture. Guys, this is not green. Are you kidding me? This is by Oroville. This is some dry, scrubby land. This is where olive trees grow. This is scrubby pines and stuff. This is dry. This ain't this green. That's like an Oregon texture. So they are burying the power lines in Paradise. No, they had, not since I was there. They re-erected them. I'll show you my videos. I was just furious. They put them back up. They put them back up. I hope they will. If that's temporary, I don't know. I don't understand why they did that. Because they had the golden opportunity before the homes come back to dig. And they didn't. They put them back up. Right across the main arteries. Oh, he's doing his drop, guys. Woo, he's low to the ground. Pew. Where he's at. Let's go look. So he's doing a drop. Oh, he's going up the ravine? We may have lost contact, actually. He may have turned, and we probably lost contact with that transponder because he's stationary. He was probably supposed to do his drop over here. Here's the plane. Yeah. In fact, where'd he go? He just disappeared. It's a Bermuda Triangle. At Oroville, guys. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Alright, he done disappeared. He may have landed. Could there have been a place to land? Alright, so it's probably more expensive than maintenance for Barry. Not there. Not with the way that they have those wind gusts. Absolutely not. It's just more investment, I believe. The trees problem and these 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts that routinely happen every single winter, plus the fires that keep happening. Have you ever seen the Sierra storms too? These snowpack and stuff. The Sierra storms of winter keep ripping them down. There's no possible way that just burying them is more maintenance. It's just gonna be more initial investment. So, yeah. So, this is a publicly traded company. So, what they're going to do is they're not going to want to, even though it's more expensive over time, you know what their motto is? Let's not maintain anything, and let's not invest. I'm sorry, but that's the real reality here. They don't want to go into a deficit and make their stock options, their stock drop, you know. They don't want that to happen. They want to keep rolling in profit year after year, more profit, more profit, more profit, so they have more investors. So if they say, oh, we're going to invest millions or whatever it is going to cost. And in fact, I don't even think it's that much more expensive to bury the lines. I have to go find this out. They would rather do the cheap thing. And you know, they may not be the CEO in 15 years or whatever, you know? They've got their stock rolling and rolling right now. And guess what? If a disaster happens, FEMA pays for this. They basically say, FEMA will bail us out like last time. We're not liable. Who cares if these keep causing disasters? We're not really liable. We're protected. Let's not invest and let's not maintain. They only do what they're forced to do. So it was temporary, Brownlee? I hope so. I was not happy to see that. But I just don't get it. I just don't get it. And who knows? I mean, they may not have it everywhere. Is it like every single street? Because here's how the deaths occurred in Paradise. You got your main arteries out. You got your Pearson. You got your Elliott. You got your Billy Roads. You got your Wagstaff. They all connect the three ways out. Pence, Clark, Skyway. And then, unfortunately, since this is hilly terrain, there are too many driveways and roads that don't connect in general, like this one, Bonita Lane, this Bonnie Lane. This is a random example. So the people here, here was the on Nunley, for example, the power lines going on Nunley. Well, they kept falling over and the trees kept breaking them down, trapping the people where they couldn't get past the end of their one little road. This is the mass fatality events, including Edgewood Lane, Sawmill Road, Edgewood Lane. So all of these people down here at the end of Edgewood Lane, they were the super vulnerable. They should have left early. Leave before they tell you to. If you're vulnerable like this, you have a very long travel, a very long one-way out to get to the one road that leads to the one-way out. And this was already blocked off earlier. Pence became a scene of mass death. So Pearson, the only one way out to one way out. And this was what happened, is the power lines fell across these people's driveways, these little tiny lanes, because the power lines go along the main arteries. And eventually, as it got worse, the trees and stuff on fire kept falling over Pearson, and eventually you had no way out. People milling around in their cars, driving in circles, going and yelling out the window to the neighbor, "Is that road open? Is that road open?" Cough, cough. And over the sounds of screaming people and kids crying, you know. So that upset me when I saw some power lines, some brand new power lines going right over the same thing. I do hope they do bury them, and it's time to just do it everywhere else too. Just everywhere. Santa Ana wins. Haiti, you can count on them every single either September, August and November. September, October, November. Excuse me. And this is a benefit too. Say wildfires don't exist, people just won't lose their power. You know, the rolling blackouts and the frequent power loss that California suffers is eating into people's productivity and the GDP, the gross domestic product here, the tax money. This interrupts people. You can't just randomly shut off the power as what they're doing now is they're shutting off power in front of predicted high wind storms. And so that's just not helping anybody. That's left people like my family members suffering all night, vulnerable elderly with no air conditioning, several days in a row with 112-degree weather. That's not good. So they have to be buried. It's just that simple. Whatever it costs, just do it. And Robert Brownlee, they have to give one good example to stay in business. Oh, sorry. Yeah, that was temporary. Gotta love the Super Squirter 747. Yes, let's see if it's going. It's not going. It hasn't left the ground today. Yeah, it hasn't left the ground since the 22nd, and I'm not sure why. Why is the Global Supertanker not up? And what happened to the invisible helicopter? So I'm going to read you Cognito if you're still around. Yeah. So I'm going to read you a tale of survival and a tale of tragedy in a similar situation. We just saw, if you're just tuning in, what we previously were looking at, and we continue to monitor for airdrops. maybe on the August fire there seems to be activity. We can't listen to their chatter because there's that Sikorsky. It's a Sikorsky Black Hawk. I didn't think that was a Russian. Okay, there's a Sikorsky. It can't be the other kind of Black Hawk. And there's a non-aircraft information not available. So cool, they're over there at Cavello. So let's see what they're doing. Let's look at the fire activity at Cavello. And just before we go on, I'm going to read the survival tale. The advice I just gave and just distributed about how to survive a fire, even that monster applies. I'm so happy to see that somebody use their common sense. Yeah, so they're just hanging out at Cavello. I wonder if there's, yeah, there's a body of water, maybe. Maybe they just stopped by the True Value Hardway in the feed store. I don't know what they were doing exactly there. Let's see, satellite. Yeah, it's kind of like a dry. I don't think they were picking up water. Anyway, maybe they're patrolling. Maybe they're hotspot patrolling. So we continue to monitor for perhaps the global supertanker taking off. Let's go back to that. I'm going to read now the survival story that what we had just witnessed, the crazy historic run of the Bear Fire and how that spread and how much of an inferno that was. I just explained how to survive it and how people didn't. The same thing was happening at the exact same time here at the Beachy Creek Fire. Sorry, oh my gosh, have I been saying it wrong for a week? This is the Santiam River, and I was saying it was the Santiam River of the Clackamas. I hope people forgive me. So here's the Santiam River, and the story here was we had a very minor lightning strike caused fire over here at Jawbone Flats. Jawbone Flats is about here, yeah, where it says Opal Creek Wilderness. Now this, guys, was some of the last of the West Coast's great old growth forest, untouched by the hand of white man, never logged. They say they even dated a 1,000-year-old Douglas fir, which is crazy. They usually have a lifespan much more like 300 to 600 years in the max. So that would have been maybe the world's oldest Douglas fir. But all kinds of cedars. This was just never logged. They had a hard battle to keep it unlogged. But unfortunately, they may have also gone overboard towards environmentalism because I don't believe they wanted to have roads here either. So don't quote me on that. But, well, like we keep seeing, lack of fire access roads, that just caused this whole area to burn up. So the last 10 years, the last hard fight that they did to keep this forest pristine. And they took over an old ghost town, thank goodness. I thought it was awesome. They took over a ghost town here called Jawbone Flats, which I can't find the map. I'm just going to type in Jawbone Flats. The hard lesson to learn is everything was for nothing. Here, Jawbone Flats. This is an ancient, from the 1920s to the 40s, I believe they mined gold here, maybe even earlier. Cascades has gold. And so this was the pristine, perfectly preserved. They walked away from it and left all the mining equipment to town of Jawbone Flats. The cool thing that they did was they turned it into an interpretive center for not only the mining activity, but the fact that this was one of the last places on the west coast that you could have untouched. You could see old growth forests that had never been logged before. Unfortunately, there never were any forest access roads in these places either. So over here somewhere in the middle of absolute nowhere, I think right here. So the lightning strikes sometime in August, the same day almost that the lightning strike, the lightning storm hit California. So sometime around August 17th, they discovered that there's a smoke here. So, I'm so sorry, I'm looking back at chat. Yes, my mom lost her home here. I'm not sure what you were talking about, Robert, but I'm sorry. He spent much time on defensible space around her house in Paradise, but her neighbors did not. So much a waste of time, yeah. Yeah, you have to have your neighbors. If your neighbors won't take care of their properties, move. I think in the future you should be able to sue your neighbor for not taking care of their property and allowing it to become a fire hazard. With some new laws, we can get change. Cogito, I'm sorry. Cogito, you said G. You used a J previously. You're just messing with me. Cogito. You're just gonna be. Let's get a new nickname for Cogito. Your nickname is Iceman. Deal with it, Iceman. And you can be my wingman anytime. Cue the highway to the danger zone button. Okay, sorry. Back to the story. So they had done all this work. They preserved the wilderness. They did a great job protecting it legally. Yay. Now they have, yes, they made it a wonderful tourist spot. People are coming from all over the world, and they're staying in the cabins. Instead of bulldozing history and returning it to nature, which I hate, that's so stupid. We're losing our history. Nature is winning, guys. If you see an ancient building, like an old building in the middle of the woods, nature is going to win, and it's going to reclaim it and destroy it. Preservation is what's hard. We need to preserve our past to understand it. Instead of bulldozing this, oh, they did the coolest thing. They restored the buildings, and people came here, and I was about to make reservations. You know, there's no road here. It kind of is a road, but it's walk-in only. You know, it takes 6 miles of a walk if you can handle it, or at least 3 miles. I can't remember from the nearest place to park. This is the middle of nowhere. Like, you have escaped the troubles of the world. You are amongst the old trees. I took a walk halfway here. I filmed it, and in the aftermath, I'm gonna go film it again. But I'm not gonna like what I see. It'll be an emotional journey. And we did get confirmation all of these burned to the ground. But they were using these cabins for the tourists and for the hikers to come here. And they had perfect setup here. They were giving tours of the ancient forest, and this was a special place. It'll never be the same. I can just hope that some of the older growth trees survived, but it's never gonna be the same. They may rebuild these cabins, but the history here is lost. Who knows what photographs and archives and stuff were in there? And thank goodness, there's just been one person who died, as far as we know. Somebody decided to stay. But nearby, the nearest community, all this burned up. You can see this is the background. Here's the history. This is all burned up. So the fire started right here. But for 3 weeks it sat there. Lightning strikes here. And the firefighters are scratching their heads. And I'm going to show you the amazing thing. Iceman, a resident firefighter, Iceman. You gotta hear this, you gotta see this. So it is the explanation. Down here at the town of Gates, meanwhile, this is many, many miles away. That's hours of a drive away. There are no roads to it, like I said. The only one that is a road, and we can look here, here's the main pass through the mountains. This is high elevation. I mean, at the peaks here, it's around 6,000 feet. This is snowed. This is snow in the Cascades, you know. Not year-round, but it does snow and stay there. So the only way to get towards this Opal Creek wilderness is you can't go up and down here. This is rugged mountain terrain. Rugged mountain terrain. Here is the major population centers, if you can call them that. The little small towns that dot the Cascades. Here's Detroit Lake in Detroit. That's still a tiny town, you know, about 100 people or so. There's Niagara, tiny little community. Then there's Mill City. Here's Gates. I'm just showing you what's at Gates. A lot of people would think they're kind of safe in these places, maybe. I'm going to show you the satellite image. See? Decent sized towns. This will be abandoned quick. This is the headquarters. This is the headquarters for all the forest fire fighting activity. This is a nice facility. They got the solar. They got the parking lots. They got the trucks. And they got the nice facility. This is Incident Command. But looking at this, I would not see the super problem. But there is a super problem. A hard lesson to learn. There's a super problem. Look at these power lines here. We've got to bury the power lines everywhere. Above ground power lines serving rural communities here. Maybe the high tension, of course, you can't bury, but these little neighborhood ones, they just got to be banned. Tell you why. What happens, Iceman? Cogito, Iceman. Maybe we should check Wendy? Okay, sorry, Miracle Wind. I'm going to stop story time. There remains no immediate threat to Pasadena, however, an evacuation remains in threat as a precaution. That's because at any moment, the Santa Ana winds can come. It's that time. Like I keep saying, Miracle Ninja, and keep saying again and again, this story is not over. The Santa Ana winds, we just saw, if you rewound my feed, the incredible run of that fire. Same kind of wind gust. Pasadena can be absolutely in chaos in any moment when the Santa Ana winds come. It's right in the path of the Bobcat fires. Even if there's just if there's one campfire still lit when Santa Ana winds come, or something big enough to not be extinguished by the winds, Pasadena will be struggling for survival. They blow like this. Here, I'll just show you. It's not over yet. It's a race. The media may not be telling you. I'm telling you, it's a race. This is the Santa Ana winds, the seasonal winds. They happen sometime either in September, October, or November. And that's when a high-pressured system develops in Oregon and the jet stream moves around like that. That pretty much happens as winter transitions and the colder weather is brought down by the moving jet stream. The warming and drying hurricane-force dry hurricane winds from Nevada will find two exits of California. It will race over the top of the Sierras. It'll pick up speed moving down to the canyons, just like with Paradise. That was November 8th when the Santa Ana winds happened. It will only find two exits. The wind will get stuck, trapped by the coast ranges. That point is pointing at Pasadena and LA, and this is pointing at Mount Diablo by the Bay Area. So it'll only leave by the Bay Area. It'll only leave here. So let's look back at the Bobcat fire real quick. Real quick. Sorry. I'm pausing my story. Let's go to Pasadena, California. Pasadena, California. Pasadena, California. There. That's the Bobcat fire. That's LA. It's going to come and strike immediately towards Pasadena. That's what will happen. So that's why they're still on alert. They just don't know what the winds are going to do. We can't really have an accurate forecast, at least 4 days into the future when it comes to wildfire. Otherwise, these disasters and this tale of survival I'm about to tell you wouldn't have really happened. So we're going to go back up to Mill City and Cogito. Iceman. Cogito. Yeah. Oh, it's German, not Latin. Okay. Alright. Sorry. I was reaching for the mute button. I'm sorry. What is that music? Somebody's having a party. I'm gonna beat down their door and say, "You're ruining my show." Freaking partiers. Okay, so, oh, there was a Mexican restaurant. Oh man. Oh man. This is the before picture. I just recognized this. Oh. I didn't recognize this. I've driven past just a couple times. Yeah, this is gone. This sign's melted and that tree's a stick. Yeah, this is gone. Oh, okay. Sorry, this wasn't on purpose, but yeah, this town is devastated. I didn't realize that's what was showing. It's gonna be emotional when I drive through here again. Alright, back to the story. Iceman. Okay, I have to... Thank you. Bless you, thank you. Many taxpayer dollars have been wasted on road removal in the National Forest? Are you kidding me? Did they just say road removal? Animals love roads. They thrive on it. It's an easy way for them to come and go. If you ever seen the scat of coyotes and stuff on the side of the road, it helps them move around. If you don't have traffic and you gate it off, there's no reason to remove a road. Are you kidding me? Okay, we also have to have a law. Idiots can't decide. Non-expert idiots can't decide. They can't put everybody else in danger with their idealism. Pragmatism will succeed where ideology has failed. That's one of my favorite quotes. I'm sorry, we're going back to story time. So here's a survival story we just saw, and if you didn't see the incredible videos that we just watched, that was the historic run of the Bear Complex fire, North Complex. At the same time that's happening, exactly the same time, I'm going to read you the survival story in Iceman. I gave up, Iceman. He's a resident firefighter, and I want him to get his impression of what happens. So we're about to witness some amazing, I'm going to read you an amazing story, and I'm going to show you an amazing clip. The guy who is in charge here, I'm going to set it up. Gates. Here's community of Gates. Pretty sizable, has Mexican restaurants and motels. I mean, Gates, this sizable community, there's something going to be terribly wrong going on. This is the Gates Rural Fire District Protection. Oh, I never knew what it looked like. This is their snazzy headquarters. That's pretty defensible. They've got a metal roof. They don't have vegetation right next to it, really. They got their hydrant. They got their trucks. In fact, really, they should. These trees I don't approve of. But here's the problems. Remember how I was telling you? Oregon likes to let trees grow up into power lines and right next to them, and the power lines grow up into the tree branches. You know, this complacency. This is a pretty wet area. There aren't many wildfires out here that amount to anything. I'm seeing the problem. Yep. So you're about to witness. You're about to hear an incredible story. Okay, here it is, just like I suspected. This fence is part of the story. That fence part of the story. You're going to hear from the horse's mouth the incident commander at the time explaining how everything went wrong. So everything was right in the weeks leading up to the fire. Just pretty much a normal day. This is what it looks like. And this time of year. This is a wasteland right now, by the way. So I'm just setting it up, the story. So this is Incident Command. And they've been monitoring for a couple of weeks now this very stubborn fire where there's no fire access roads because there's never been a road. It's just never been a road in this wilderness. But we are in the rugged Cascades here. I'm going to switch back to story time. Okay. So everything's about to go wrong here for them. They're going to be fleeing for their lives from this building. The entire town's going to be fleeing for their lives. And in fact, everybody in the Cascade Mountain Range, anywhere around here, is about to be fleeing for their lives. So, this is the story and the incredible, I'll read you the guy who survived, the story of the people who didn't. And we're going to hear it straight from the horse's mouth. I'm going to play you an incredible video of how the Beachy Creek fire was located way up here, randomly, erupted out of control. So the two towns, you really need to know what they are. Everybody gets trapped at Detroit Lake. I don't believe anybody really made it out by car. They call in a helicopter and there's 70 civilians trapped here. I don't believe they were able to make this run. But most of the people in these communities make this run with the fleeing firefighters as the night progresses. This is the same day. This is the 8th. He's going to tell the story. I'm setting up the story. They go and they take shelter here. This is Staten. But this tiny fire is going to make its way to Staten, and they're going to flee Staten too. The only thing there are fires at Staten out here. You just can't see them because power lines are being knocked down there too. These districts are running around like headless chickens trying to respond to dozens and dozens and dozens of wildfires too at the same time, whipped up by this canyon. The 55-mile-an-hour winds and 65-mile-an-hour winds that are down here in the valley are 70, sometimes perhaps 80 off the peaks. during this unprecedented, once-in-a-lifetime event. Oregon just doesn't have this. Oregon does not have Santa Ana winds. Oregon doesn't experience this and hasn't since 1933. So I already researched a little bit. It's just a perfect storm. Perfect different atmospheric events combined to create this craziness. So mind you, that's the community of Gates. And I can tell you right now, because I drove all the way here. This is Elkton. This community doesn't have any other way out, because the road ends this way as it becomes the high mountain peaks. There's never been a road over here. You have one way out, down this one fork of the Santiam River here. The main fork of the Santiam here is the main highway, the mountain pass through the Cascades. And there's Salem, the state capital. So here's what goes on, and I'm just going to show you what goes on and then read you the survival tale. Let's go back to Google image, or actually let's just click like this, Gates. So that's where Incident Command is. Then you have to drive all the way down here at Mahama, go across the river, and this is a very long, more than an hour drive, windy stuff. This is the river. Elkhorn is a community, but not a town. This is like some rural people living. I don't believe you can get gas. I don't believe there's a store. There's a district, fire district something. You can drive up to here, and then if you were to walk to Jawbone Flats, the end of the road is here. This is the worst maintained road I've ever seen in my life. Potholes so big your tire can sink in it, and you have to call a tow truck because you have destroyed your undercarriage. I would stop in front of the potholes here in March. I stopped in front of the potholes and tried to, I would get out of my car and look for a way around them. That's how bad it is. So nobody around here could ever drive more than 5 miles per hour. So while it takes 1 hour or so to get from Elkhorn to Mahama, this is windy stuff, it takes you an hour to go less than a couple miles here. There's Jawbone Flats. It was evacuated, thank God. They were complaining at Jawbone Flats, why have you closed our road? I read that because I study ghost towns. This is the ghost town of Jawbone Flats. Why did you close our road? Why don't you just let nature do its thing? It's just a harmless, fires are part of nature. Out here, down 2 miles south, out here in Beachy Creek, there's nothing to save. There's no structures. It hasn't been doing anything. Why did you close our road? Why did you evacuate Jawbone Flats? We had COVID impact our business here. We need people with reservations here. Thank God the firefighters had the last say in that, because the only guy who stayed was the only guy who died out here. Poor guy. So here they can watch from here. They can see the fire that's over here. This is extreme wilderness. That's extreme wilderness. In fact, I took a photo from here, and let's see if the same vista can be viewed. Nope. But you could kind of see how the trees are growing too close together. Anyway, so back. Still setting this up. We're almost done. Back at Gates, here's Incident Command. They're talking with the firefighters out here. This is the closest they can get on any real road. There's strange old Forest Service roads here that haven't been maintained since like turn of the century. So they said we need some smoke jumpers. Those canyons accelerate the winds through them through the Venturi effect. Yeah, that's what it's called. Yeah. So no, they never thought they were in danger. The Cascades are some of the wettest mountains on Earth. All it does is rain and snow all the time. Oregon is wet. Oregon, everybody jokes that they have webbed feet because it rains like 300 days out of the year, or at least spits. Or this is lush land of paradise. You can put anything in the ground here and it grows, because Western Oregon in the Willamette Valley is the Garden of Eden. It is. You don't have to have irrigation. That's optional. It rains enough. You don't have to irrigate. You grow anything out here. It's just perfect. Same latitude as Paris. You want to grow wine grapes? Sure, do that in the hills. You want to grow wheat here? Sure, that works. Everything but tomatoes. Tomatoes don't ripen. It's just too wet for tomatoes. But this is some of the wettest forest that almost never really sees any kind of a major fire. has recently changed with a kind of a drought that we've been in out here. They are of the mind of let nature do its thing, and humans shouldn't interfere. But what they don't realize is Indians used to keep this way and prevent the major fires because of control burns. Man, it's a good idea to let a fire eventually, when we get back to that point, let a fire, just the small ones, let them go. And there was this false sense of security that the wet season's coming. The fall rains and the winter snows are here really soon anyway. It burned for 3 weeks, just kind of sitting here. Just kind of sitting here. And only the firefighters said summer's not over. They had their misgivings. So the only way, they dumped some water on it, they couldn't get it under control. They decided hot shots and smoke jumpers had to be parachuted in. But then they canceled that. They said, oh, it's right here. They said, no, because there's no way for them to get out as it hits the fan. It is true, so I don't blame them. But without forest access roads, they just sat there trying to figure out the best course of action. I'm now going to show you the man's survival stories at Elkhorn, and his neighbor's son didn't make it out. And he, like everybody else, thought the only thing to do was to drive chicken, like a chicken with your head cut off through the fire. Because what happens is that tiny 40-acre fire will become this in less than 12 hours. That. So once again, it starts way over here. And there was something called the Lion's Head Fire, and everybody at Detroit Lake is going to be trapped because these are going to merge because it makes its own weather and just becomes a swirling mass of chaos. The people deeper in the mountains of Detroit don't have a chance to escape, so they become trapped. They call them helicopters, but the helicopters can't do anything because just like we watched those other videos, those insane updrafts and stuff, helicopters would have just, a helicopter flying into that volcanic type heat, they will be just crashed, just like the helicopter that got too close to Chernobyl's nuclear reactor. It's invisible heat, but those updrafts will just toss a helicopter. So Robert says, yeah, okay, that's, I'm gonna go ahead with the story. So Oregonians are always wet. We don't use an umbrella either. We use a hood. Oregonian pride, we use a hood. So this is the story of how that happens, and I'm going to use the little magic of the thing. So as he's talking, I'm going to show you what's going on, and we're going to zoom into his crisis of his own, because not only is he just trying to direct the fire crews away and get out, he's going to have a crisis. Alright, there's continuing to be remodeling. I'm turning on that noise gate. I hate my neighbors. They clean, and when they clean, it sounds like it's okay. Don't worry about it. I'm just not going to read that part because it's not part of the story. You can make any comment you want, that's fine. So this is the story. I'm going to start the recording, and we're going to hear it straight from the horse's mouth. The incident commander for the original Beachy Creek fire and how this exploded, and why a lot of people just couldn't fathom having to leave this perfectly green, wet forest that hasn't seen a fire like this since 1933. People just couldn't fathom this. And once again, I'm just going to show you, what does it look like out here. This is non-tropical rainforest. It's just wet as anything. But we keep seeing the problem of the power lines just going down here. And at multiple points, I just used the little gold man, and you can see the issues of the brush being so close and the power lines going underneath the trees. And so when these widowmaker limbs drop, they can drop in just mild winds. These weigh a couple 100 pounds, these limbs. These are going to drop and take down the lines, and so these lines are going to go live, and these are going to be yanked down, and a lot of people will be trapped. So this is Gates, and so I'm gonna just put on his story, the story of the Beachy Creek fire. So let me go back to my history and we're gonna play it. And it is the first 3 minutes that he explains it. That's just hair-raising. I might pause it in the middle of it, then we'll read the survival story of somebody coming out of Elkton. So let's see, what's this? That's the Oregonian. Okay, if the dog barks, I'm just gonna, okay. So, no, that's the Riverside fire, I'm sorry. The Beachy Creek fire, it's in my history, going back. We recently watched it after the masticator, sorry. Hang on. Beachy Creek fire, the update. Alright, so this will do. Wait, was that an update? Hey, I lost it again. So, hang on a second. This guy explains it, and it's chilling. And it is on YouTube. Why is it not in my history? We watched it this morning. Alright, hang on. Technical difficulties, hang on. S update. How it spread. Alright, right before this. How it spread. He's going to explain more stuff. So, alright, how it spread. Now with the magic of the map here, I'm going to be showing you what is going on, you know, as well as switching back here to the camera. So if you're ready, not the shooter neighbor, nope, not the neighbor who shot my other neighbor's car. This is an equally idiotic, crazy one. Add a little more to the whole time. Alright, sorry if it keeps, this is microphone. I'm trying to black out and drown out that noise that she's doing. She just has no idea. She doesn't put furniture pads, sliders on things. She's banging on the walls. I think she's just got to be deaf or something. Hold time. I'm just going to go 12 milliseconds. And release time. For letting me know what's happening and what's going wrong with my mic. Because I have these special filters so you guys don't hear the crap that I'm hearing. Okay, so we're going to start it up. He explains he was in charge of the Beachy Creek fire when this all broke out, when hell broke out. This is the 13th. He's explaining how on the 8th this became an inferno. A tiny, shiny, in fact, I got the Beachy fire. There's got to be an image of it when it's just this tiny thing. Out of an airplane window, just this tiny thing. Looking through this rugged landscape, you know, they're just seeing that. They really was. As he's telling the story, I'm going to flip back to the maps and show you what he's talking about. Stop it. The noise doesn't bother us, and I'm fading in and out. Okay. Alright, I turned off the gate. Okay. So let's restart the recording. This is the incredible tale, and I'm going to read a survival story of people taking the same advice I dispense. Firefighters' advice on how to survive. Do not try to leave by car when that window of opportunity has closed. And that closed pretty early for the people who were in this fire. The day before, the firefighters went out door to door, and they told people, you're at level 2, please get ready to leave. And everybody scratched their heads like, that thing is miles and miles away. Why in the world would we want to leave? People were just a little bit bewildered. So just believe. Just believe. Just believe the firefighters when they tell you it's a good time to go. That may be your first, last, and only warning. Get out before the rest of the communities try. Get out before there's a traffic jam. Get out before the fire's upon you. If you're vulnerable like these people are living in the wilderness with only one road out, get out before you're told. So here it is. Let me turn on the volume. So he explains what went wrong. He is located at Gates.
That wind event came in and hit. From that moment that wind event came in and hit, we had rapid expansion of our perimeter such that we had to disengage our resources off their perimeter work or indirect work and get them off the fire. What occurred over the next 2 days was unprecedented. In this terrain, in this fuel type, to have a fire in 2 days go from 500 acres to 132,000 acres in that type of terrain, I can't even speak to the shock that I had, and I've been doing this for 40 years. So, as a result, fire movement into this area increased, but not just by that footprint. The winds at our ICP in the town of Gates, our incident command post, the residential power grid was getting whipped, and we had a tree go down and drop a power line right onto our ICP chain link perimeter fence around our whole area and set everything on fire in 360 degrees around that incident command post. We had to engage that fire, and all of our folks from our team, and I'm talking planning section, logistics section, finance section, people who don't normally fight fire, were fighting fire that night. And we took us about an hour to get that fire under control. But in the meantime, numerous fires started all over the community of Gates and extending out along the Highway 22 corridor. Wind speeds of up to 50-mile-an-hour gusts were blowing those fires into raging fires, and they were connecting. We at that time pulled the trigger and had to get our resources out, and we evacuated the town of Gates with our whole command post and went to the town of Staten to the west. As we went to Staten, the fire grew so rapidly we were forced to move from Staten after we spent a night there to move farther west again. So a lot of our team members had personal loss on this fire. Lots of things in that command post got burned up, personal items, etc. Our team chose after a few days to stay engaged. They voted because we were asked if we were going to be mentally able to continue our operations, and the resiliency of our team was amazing, and they continued that operation. So we re-engaged on the next day, Wednesday, and fire was still moving on the perimeter to the west. We're now at about 150,000 acres. And our focus was getting people out of these communities and re-engaging with our local agencies, law enforcement, search and rescue, etc., and our municipalities, the state fire marshal's office. Everybody started getting engaged and cooperating together. And another thing I would like to add is the local community themselves has put forth a tremendous amount of effort. And when I say local, I'm talking people in the residential areas that have offered up heavy equipment, their resources, etc. And it has been such a cooperative experience like I've never seen between all of these resources and people to now engage the fire out here on the perimeter. From that...
Okay, so I didn't find the entire huge, the bigger, I did not find the bigger, longer explanation, but that's the gist of it. So what was incredible, several sound bites here I'll use in my documentary, I'm sure. Let's go back to that. We're looking at the Beachy Creek fire. It's a done deal now. It's rained out. You know what? What the heck is that? That's not what we're talking about. What happened, what he was talking about, is let's go to their incident command post, and they learned their own hard lesson about power lines. So I believe there is a chain link fence around their incident command post, and it would probably, I imagine, be this. We can kind of see it here, right? And there's vegetation growing all over it. So here's the closest power line that I can see to such a fence. So if we put little gold man on it, a tree dropped on the power line. It could have been one of these, this, hard to say. Maybe it was something else. This is taken a long time ago. This is 2013. These trees could be bigger. But what happened is these lines connected with the fence. This is not a chain link fence, but they're saying they have one now, right? They have a perimeter chain link fence. And so what happened was all the vegetation in 360 degrees ignited in an instant, because presumably the electrified fence was like red hot, because the power lines falling on it. So this became an inferno that they abandoned. They couldn't save their own firehouse. Even the people in like marketing and finance department are throwing the clipboards and the pens and pencils down. And they're trying to fight this raging inferno all around them. He says, meanwhile, multiple power lines are going down in the city of Gates to the point they had to abandon it. What happened to Gates has nothing to do with the Beachy Creek fire. This was a independent fire that merged with it because of the wind of it. And then this part here, I don't know if this would have mattered. But if that lightning strike fire had never existed, the lesson here is, or if they had put it out in the wilderness, the lesson here is this entire inferno disaster would have still happened because of the whole power line issue that I keep got to drum home. We cannot have trees above power lines. We cannot have these extremely flammable, invasive weeds that I see on the banks underneath the power lines, because what the blackberries do when they're underneath the power lines is they burn so hot that burns the insulation off the lines. And even if here comes the fire department, they can't put water on anything near a power line where that's happened, or they're going to electrocute themselves. So all the power lines down, they couldn't respond. So do not believe for a second that making a call to 911 in this kind of a situation is going to help you. In fact, the people who left in a panic, some of them shouldn't have. Just Highway 22 stayed open, and that's for a while, and that's how some people got out. But you can see there's plenty of shelter-in-place options. The Santam is waist deep in a lot of places. You can go to the bends and such where a lot of these residential homeowners, if they couldn't get out, like if this was on fire, there's the river and the survival story about the guy surviving. You can go to the river. You can go, especially even better than this. We were looking downstream, and there were some beds that had just rocks and stuff and no vegetation. So the entire community of Gates, Mill City was told they got an evacuation warning. The level 1 in Detroit Lake, they got level 1, and now went from level 1 to level 3. Be prepared, get out, run. That happened in 15 minutes. So they put an evacuation warning, and then 15 minutes later said run for your life. So I'm going to go back to Cogito Eisman. Yeah, Cogito is saying, then you always have to wait for the utility company. Long waits, absolutely. We saw also in my first week of the broadcast. I've been doing this for 3 weeks straight, folks, every single day. My biggest video lasted 170 hours. I think it went on for 70 days. It got deleted by YouTube, just for a stupid reason. But I've been doing this for 3 weeks without let up. And what we keep hearing as we're listening to the firefighter chatter is, when the power lines go down, you have to call. You're the firefighter. You make the call. Hey, power official, come shut off the line. And you know, I'm pretty dang sure we have the technology by now to do that from a central command post and push buttons. Beep, 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 beep. Why that doesn't happen, I don't know. Why are we using the turn of the century technology with the power lines? I don't know. But somebody has to come out and turn it off. And if you could tell me how that works, Cogito Eisman, I would love to know. I think on some of the power poles I've noticed there's a pull handle. They may have to climb the damn thing and pull the handle. I don't know. Excuse my language. But, so this town was on fire. And then this town was independently on fire. The power lines up and down Highway 22 began lighting fires independently of each other, and they began to merge with the 55 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts through the Santam Canyon here. Now, a story of survival I'm about to read you. It comes from a guy up here at Elkhorn. And like I said, Elkhorn's not a town. But on a good day, it's just windy, windy, windy. If you really floored it, and there was no other traffic, minimum it's going to take you 45 minutes to meet the main way out, the Highway 22 at Valeyrmo. That's where the bridge crosses and gets you to 22. This is rugged high peaks wilderness, so there's no roads in between. These roads that go into mountains, they just follow the rivers. And I can show you the ruggedness here again. The terrain shading. So this is Elkhorn. Gates is down here in the flatlands. Everybody's trapped at Detroit Lake. They're calling in an helicopter rescue, but they don't get one. So unfortunately, it may have been the wrong choice. I can't judge. I wasn't there. But if I had been there, they decided to leave in vehicles, and somebody told them, gave them directions on forest roads to go in between 3 fires. And they eventually made it to Mount Hood, and that I think was just pure luck, honestly. I do not believe it's a smart thing to do to randomly go into the wilderness when there's 3 fires around you in 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts at the peaks. Spend the time to climb. Any one of these forest roads, who knows how long ago they got maintenance? Any bridge out on the way across any little creek would have spelled their doom. But they eventually got out through here and made it to Mount Hood. And what I would have done if they were telling me that's what they were going to do, I'd have stayed put. Because look, that's Detroit Lake. What they were sheltering on was probably a good idea. So they were sheltering on the dock. Like I said, though, this is not criticism, but if they told me that was their plan, I said, I'll hang out on the dock, thanks. The lake's don't burn. So this guy doesn't know anything. And I'm not saying this as disparaging. The guy, the survivor tale we're about to read, I hope he doesn't mind. He spoke to the press, so he better not mind. I'm going to read the Oregon Statesman Journal. Just like most people, and I'm not bashing him, most people don't know what to do in a fire, and they think they have to flee in a car. So he does the other thing that everybody thinks, I have to flee in a car. And his neighbors, some of them thought that too. They won't make it out, and he will, even though all of them become trapped in their vehicles. So here's his story of survival. He's here at Elkhorn. There is. And Torin, I hope he comes back. Torin knows the people at Elkhorn. There's a rural fire department. In fact, I drove past it too and made note of it, but there's no real community here really, other than there's no store, there's no gas station. It's a rural volunteer firehouse. Some people with rural property. And then the tourists kind of go by going towards Javone Flats. So this is windy. This is really, really beautiful. It's scenic. In fact, maybe the Google car. Yeah, so let's just show you what Elkhorn's like. So, yeah. You can see this is what it's like 90% of the year. It's wet. It's rainy. These people don't understand why would we need to evacuate. This is... And like he said, the fire chief, or whoever was just speaking, incident commander, he had never seen this kind of a non-tropical rainforest have a fire spread like that. That was a once-in-a-lifetime event. The dry winds from Nevada cooked the area for 48 hours. 65-mile-an-hour wind gusts. All the vegetation I saw whipping outside was just bending. This goes on for 48 hours. Until eventually twigs started snapping off. Every little leaf that was just beginning to turn, just like this. In fact, this is the exact same time of year. This is October. But everything looks like that pretty much in Western Oregon right now that the rains have come. So, but look here. You got a river. Don't try to escape by car when you got this. Look at this. So, eventually he realizes escape by car is a bad thing. So that's exactly what the terrain is. And so what I'm going to read you now is how, if he had known what we're trying to get out to the public, how to survive a fire, your ABCD plan. D is your shelter in a safe place, near your place, or whatever catchy thing we're going to do. This is how he was going to live, and I can see already plenty of places where people could have gotten out of their cars. This is a Santiam. Just to make your own plan, just look at the satellite and look at different map layers. This is perfect. Anybody who had property around here, just sit here. Lead your horse over here and just sit here. These rocks aren't going to burn. These little bushes aren't really going to burn. There's your water. You can chill in it if you need to. You can wet down your wool blanket. You have your water jug. And if these little bushes are on fire, just beat it out with your blanket. You're safe. There's no tall trees here to fall on you. Anybody at any time Could have gone over here instead of trying to escape. I don't know if people were here at this bed and breakfast, but your shelter in place plan, because there's the one road out, would have been A, if this is a plowed field, this would have been safe, drive here. Or B, if you really felt the need to go down here. And do it before the fire comes and burns up the vegetation, because there's a window of time to reach this. You don't want to walk through flaming bushes to reach this, so don't panic. Unless you can guarantee that the way out is not blocked, which you can't. You can't if the fire's upon you. Don't go somewhere in your car. So let's read his survival story. He is up here by Elkhorn. So let's read it. Here it is, the Oregon Statesman Journal, I believe. Where did it go? Excuse me, I got lots of tabs. That wasn't it. That's not it. Bear with me, folks. Here's the subject in question. So he lives through this inferno. And this is pretty much mirroring the survival stories of others. This is why I keep telling people how to survive. What the heck? Why did that change? Alright, so. Hey. When I scroll down, it goes away. Alright. My scroll wheel has gone nuts, folks. So, for years, he lived in Tigard, up by Portland, blah, blah, blah. He wanted to get away. Okay. So, let's just read mostly his quotes. So, blah, blah, blah. The original Beachy Creek fire burning in the Opal Creek wilderness had remained small for weeks. It was still about 15 miles away as the crow flies. That's a pretty long, long drive. And as you look at the ravines, that's very, very long distance. They did say, this might be your only warning. If we have to go to level 3, we're not sure we can make it up here. So door to door goes the fire officials, telling people in Elkton, we may not be able to come and get you. This is level 2. And he misunderstood level 2. So in Oregon system, the ready, set, to go, 1, 2, 3 system. Go is like run for your life. And even that go, I think stay may have actually, go to your shelter in place. Go to your shelter in place rather than go in your car. Okay, that's what I keep having as amendment here. But level 1 is like prepare, like make arrangements to stay with the relatives. Load your car, get all your prep ready. That's level 1, and be ready. And then judge for yourself if you need to go too. Like if you see the horrible storm, like we showed earlier, the huge black clouds on the horizon, the horrible change in the weather, the hot winds blowing towards you, the trees starting to drop stuff on your roof, the weather worsening, just go. And in fact, go before even that point. If you realize you're rural and you're rurally living, and it takes you a long time to get to the nearest highway, and then the nearest highway is the only way out, you're super vulnerable. Even at level 1, I would just go. So he misunderstood level 2. Level 2 doesn't mean get ready for us to tell you to leave. It means you should be making arrangements and leaving on your own, really, we would prefer that. Because level 2 means you are very likely to experience level 3 soon. Whatever that is. I hate that pop-up. Okay, so he misunderstood it. He packs his bags and thinks that he's making a classic mistake that we keep seeing in fatalities, waiting for someone to tell him to go. So this is not trashing him. He survives. This is a survival tale. He is doing as much as the average person knows about fire. But what I'm telling you is I'm pointing out the new information we need to get out to the public. Share this with your neighbors. Share this with everybody. Share the information you learn here. This is how to survive. So he's going to make a series of mistakes. And on the very end, he's going to make the right decision. So here's the firefighters going to door. They did say this might be your only warning. If we have to go to level 3, we're not sure we can make it up here. And as we just heard, that the chaos that ensued, nobody made it up there. So Myron took it seriously. Just not enough is what I would add by reading an article. He spent the next few hours watering everything he could around his house and property and prepared to leave if needed. Bad mistake. That's another classic mistake. Getting your property wet doesn't do jack. These winds, are like a blow dryer. You could dunk yourself in water and your hair would be dry in less than 5 minutes because the hot dry winds are coming in from the east, and so is the roof of your house. And do not think that sprinklers are going to help anything. I keep going to these disaster zones and people have green lawns and leveled homes, smoking ruins of their house. The thing that's going to light your house on fire has nothing to do with your sprinklers. It's going to be things like burning debris that rolled over, like branches on fire that rolled over to your house, or the neighbor's unsecured trash can on fire that rolls up to your house. It's going to be tons and tons of burning branches that land on your roof, or the big giant tree on fire that lands on your roof too. You're just depriving the firefighters of their water pressure. They may roll up to your house and try to save it, and because everybody down the street has their sprinklers on, they have no pressure. We saw that in some places of paradise. So this is also another thing I have to point out. Do not waste your precious time to escape by trying to save your house that can be rebuilt. Your life can't be rebuilt. He should have been just packing everything that he could that was going to help him survive and just left. So here's a couple of mistakes in general. He's trying to save his structure, he's hanging out and lingering too long, and he's waiting for somebody to tell him to leave. So first 3 mistakes. He spent the next few hours watering everything he could and then the property and be prepared to leave if needed. Around 6:30 p.m. though, the power went out. This is also the critical, this should alarm you. When your power goes out, that should absolutely alarm you. That means power poles are being yanked down by the storm, and if fire's nearby, you can bet that that's a bad sign that as you try to leave in your car, power lines will be blocking your road. You can't get out of your car and just hop over them. When power lines are down, they're arcing and they're sparking, and they're moving around like a dying snake. They are twitching, they are thrashing, they are absolutely moving around like a fire hose unattended. Have you seen those? Absolutely just going. So sometimes, and they're also being buffeted by the wind. So you can't just hop over power lines. You're going to be blocked by them and or electrocuted if you run into them. So instead of seeing that as a terrible sign, he turns on his generator. So he's still trying to hang out until being told to leave. I had my last conversation with my oldest son about 8:45 p.m. I still felt it okay at that point, although there was some smoke. So if smoke is headed your way, so is the fire. Smoke headed your way is because the wind's headed your way, and that means the fire's headed that way. The fire obeys the wind. You can never go against the wind. You will always go that direction, and the smoke comes first. So, flames on both sides of the river. The first branch, and this is a photograph he took, it's nuts. The first branch landed on his roof around 9:15 p.m. At least he didn't go to sleep. That's the worst thing. But he doesn't seem to be monitoring scanner radio. If he had one, he probably would have been hearing the mass panic going on. In fact, the fire department, which is probably down the way from him, they're probably already evacuated and fleeing for their own lives. The first branch lands on his roof at 9:15 p.m. 10 minutes later, an even bigger branch crashed down. Marvin went outside, looked up, and saw the sky had turned orange. So he also wasn't keeping tabs on out the window. I ran to the end of the driveway, looked down the canyon, and both sides of the river were engulfed in flames. So I don't know what he was doing, but he was inside and not monitoring the situation. I looked down the canyon, and both sides of the river were engulfed in flames. From there, everything went into overdrive. So here, when the fire is upon him, when he can see flames, he's trying to leave by car. That's not good. He ran back into the house, turned off the generator, grabbed essentials, and headed out. Okay, he should have just had the keys in his pocket. Like, don't run back in the house for anything. Don't take 1.5 more minutes to gather things. My brother left, and the neighbors who were 1.5 minutes behind him in paradise did not make it out. 1.5 minutes. That matters. So he runs back in the house, turns off the generator, grabs essentials, and heads out, jumping into his car and driving down the North Fork Road, west, towards Mahama. Like I said, on a good day, even if you booked it and drove and had like a race car with really good handling, that's going to take you like 45 minutes. Now the fire is upon him. He's probably seeing barely past the end of his headlights. It's like driving in thick fog. So, but near the end of the Elkhorn Valley Golf Course, he was stopped by a huge log in the road. So what had been happening is all the dead trees they allowed to build up by the roads, and the other trees were just kind of hanging there. They're being blown down in the wind, and there's probably fire there too. I couldn't go any further, he says. He turns around and driving on the rim. Oh, and his car then gets a flat tire. So another thing you need to do is when you're preparing to evacuate, you need to let some air pressure out of your tires. 5 to 10 pounds, I'd imagine. Just depends on the normal pressure of your tires, because rubber doesn't expand, but the air in your tires does with the heat. So he's driving over very, very hot asphalt, and so probably one of his tires has ruptured. Plus, even if you did that, this is another reason that fleeing by car too late is a bad idea. When the limbs are down in the road, the broken branches have little spikes, and you're going to run over them like spike strips. I couldn't go any further. He turns around, driving back towards the fire. Driving on the rim of his tire, he heads back to his house to trade his car for his truck, but he hit another set of logs blocking the road. So now trees have blocked him in, and he's pretty much doomed, unless he thinks fast. This is the #1 cause of death. Most people die and they're trapped in their cars because they try to escape by road when the window of opportunity was already closed. He would have been better if he never got in his car at this point. The flames were pretty close to the house, within 100 yards. He got back in the car, which has no tire, and started driving. But after running into more logs, feeling the flames closing in, he thought, "Dad, you gotta pull over and get the hell down to the river and under the bridge." Bing, 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 bing. Now he's thinking, if he had already examined his shelter-in-place plan and crafted one the moment that authorities were alerting him, or even just had one in general for living in the middle of nowhere, he would not have made all this series of mistakes. So the first best option he had was to get out when the authorities told him. That would have been best. But once he missed that opportunity, he still made a series of mistakes, which cost him precious time, and now it's pretty much luck, and now he's using his wits to live through the fire. Just being trapped by fire does not mean you're doomed. Even if you're trapped on the road, it does not mean you're doomed. He's next to a river. And so, bridges and culverts, people, golf courses, ponds, swimming pools, go and use your satellite imagery to see which one of your neighbors has this stuff, to see what's the best river access, which point in the river has it got a bend in it and lots of rocks and there's no vegetation, where are the tallest bridges here that can protect me, or the lowest ones, where are the culverts. At this point he's figuring it out, because he's a local, he's got some of this memorized. Anybody like a visitor or something, he goes down to fish, he goes down to the river a lot, so he knows the best river access. But if you don't know, now would be a time to acquaint yourself, even if you live in the middle of a town. Sometimes, when everybody tries to escape, even a major town, you should be doing this. Find out which neighbors have a pool, where is the nearest culvert. Yet even if you can't leave your driveway because of the traffic jam, it took Clackamas County 14 to 18 hours for everybody to evacuate, because everybody had to go at once. Even in the city it's worse. So just calmly walk past the people, get on your bicycle or whatever, and go to your nearest safe place. You'll be able to identify that from satellite. Usually it's in a short walking distance. So I've already identified what he should have done, but here he gets smart. Here he starts doing right. So Myron headed off the road and under a concrete bridge where he was up to his waist in water. Like I said, the Santiam is kind of like a waist-deep kind of fly fisherman's kind of a paradise, especially this time of year. Late summer, there's very little flow. So I hung out under the bridge for about an hour. By this time it's 11 p.m. and all of a sudden I start noticing all the vegetation under the bridge was on fire and I had to get out. So unfortunately, that's the blackberries. The blackberries don't need much sunlight and they love this, and the blackberries will burn hot fast. And I bet you it was the blackberry vines over here, if not other kinds of invasive weeds, and they can be the #1 problem of trying to take shelter in a culvert. They can prevent you from even accessing, underneath the bridge, because they can grow, 10 feet tall. And they're impenetrable. The more you push against them, the more they give. You just be stuck. So the vegetation under this particular bridge is on fire now. So he headed downstream, so he's waist deep in water. I mean, he's still safe, but he's getting away from this. What is happening is just his face and stuff is getting hot. It's like being by a bonfire. That's when I say your shelter-in-place plan is best. When you're in water, for example, away from vegetation on the banks, like the rocky outcrops, you know, the areas where there's no vegetation next to it, because just as you have to back away from a bonfire, he had to retreat away from the vegetation on fire. This is where it gets pretty funny. He heads downstream to a place where the river widened and came across 3 plastic chairs sitting on the side of the river, so these people were probably fishing for the day and ran for their lives. He grabs one of the plastic chairs, and then he sees a 24-pack of Rolling Rock beer. I thought, what are the chances there's any left, he says. Sure enough, there was exactly 1 beer. He grabs it too, because it was going to be a long night. I love this article. Armed with a green chair and a brew in the middle of the river, Myron wondered what his next move might be. I looked upstream and I saw a ledge of rock jutting out into the middle of the river, and it looked like a good spot. It is. So I crossed the river to this ledge, and the winds just came at me. Wind speeds, which had been estimated at 70 miles an hour or higher, funneled down the canyon, blasting him with ember showers, as the entire forest became a pulsing wall of flames. And that's why I keep telling people your wool blanket is your best friend. You just put it over yourself. It's going to protect you from the heat like an oven mitt. And wool doesn't really readily burn. Embers can fall on it and it'll just kind of make smell like burned hair, but it's not really going to do anything. And you can get it wet and it's still going to, it's going to trap, you can throw it over your head and trap breathable air right up against you. B, it's going to filter the smoke out because it acts as a filter, just like a mask. And C, you can get it wet. It'll protect you from the heat, wet, and still insulate heat. You'll be wet but warm. It's weird. That's the way wool works. I mean, I got soaked when I was wearing wool in the forest. I wore silk and wool. A rainstorm appeared, and I actually was overheating, trying to walk very swiftly back to my car. Wool insulates, and so does silk. And so when you're in water especially, throw it over your head, and you can breathe much easier. And the embers won't be burning the back of your neck, lighting your hair on fire, hitting your ears. I mean, it's awful. There's a reason why fire helmets, like firefighter helmets, cover the back of your neck. So he would have been in much better shape if he had a wool blanket. So I looked upstream, and he goes to the ledge, and the winds hit him. 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts, blasting him like a furnace. When the winds really kicked up, I picked up that chair and held it in front of me, and the chair was incredible. It helped a lot. Cool. When the winds died down, he sat down on the chair on his rock peninsula, trying to stay awake as the firestorm ebbed and flowed. As for the beer, hell yeah, I drank it, said Myron. This article is great. So I'm looking back at chat here, and yep, we do this not to be popular, just as Sherlock is saying. I'm not getting paid for this. This is spending every waking hour for 3 weeks. I'm trying to educate. This is because I nearly lost my brother to the Paradise Fire. I did lose a family friend to the Bangor Loma Rica fire. He died in his house and burned alive. And then I almost lost a second brother to a lightning storm fire up here that happened on August 17th. So this is why I made it my business to learn about fire behavior and spread the word. My specialty is in study history, and I study disasters too. Yeah, just because I'm a ghost town researcher, that's my specialty. And many ghost towns, well, they become ghost towns because if a disaster happens and they never rebuild. I believe a lot of these communities, some of them may never rebuild, unfortunately. So, what he does too is he says after a few hours he starts to feel okay. Feels as though he might make it, but he soon realized the air was getting so smoky he was concerned about his breathing. The one thing I was really unsure is, am I getting enough oxygen? He put his t-shirt over his mouth and noticed that the air appeared cleaner at the surface of the water. There was a couple-foot buffer between the smoke and the water, he said. The key was to stay down low next to the water and breathe through the t-shirt. Like I said, throw that little blanket over your head. Slowly, Myron started seeing light. At first, he thought it was another flare-up, but the night had raced past. It's 7 a.m. and dawn was breaking, and so was the fire. So looking back here, he says it had subsided some. That's all you got to do, folks. Just make it through the night. Just let it go past you. The brush fire is moving. It's a moving wall of flames, and that's the brush that's going up, and it's burning really fast. That's the blackberries. That's the baby trees. That's the grasses where people didn't keep it trimmed down. That's the meadows, and that's the stuff that burns hot and fast, and it moves with the wind, and it goes fast as a wall of flames. What is left over is just smoking, just like a campfire. Very quickly, the area around you is just gonna be gray ash. No brush at all. Just you could walk on it eventually. You have to let it cool. Overnight it might cool. Don't try to walk on it, until you put your hand down, because your shoes might melt, and that sucks. But you just gotta wait. And then trees will be ablaze still. The forest fire is still going, but the brush fire is moved. It lit the trees on fire, and now you see trees on fire, like around you. But you still could walk through there if you have to, or like move through it. Whereas before it was a wall of flames that would have just killed you instantly. So you're back again? Hey, Cogito. I didn't realize you left. So I just read this survival story. I don't know how much you missed. So it had subsided some. The flames weren't going crazy the way it had been all night. So he crosses the river, climbs back into his car, which to his amazement was still intact, and it even started. He drives forward, clinking on the flat tire towards the Elkhorn golf course. He looked around and began to understand the devastation. The fire had leveled everything. Good friends and neighbors' homes were demolished. There are a few houses that made it, he said, in surprising spots. So he takes shelter in the golf course, which could have been he could have just sat in there in his car the whole night, too. He didn't have to get under a bridge, but either way, it was a good idea. Golf courses don't burn. If they're well maintained and active, they're trimmed grass that's green. So a lot of firefighters just drive out into the middle of golf courses, and they use it as a sort of a safe forward base when they go to attack fires aggressively. That's probably in use right now. So he didn't really have to get under a bridge. But that's what he chose. That was okay. He sat in his car in shock, maybe for an hour. Then since the wind was quiet, he decided to check on his home. Don't do that. The wind could have changed again and whipped stuff up. He goes deeper towards his home, away from the safety of the golf course. Just wait in safety. Wait to be picked up. He walks up the road and saw a neighbor's house that survived. But when he arrived at his place, it was leveled. Not just like all his time that he wasted. He couldn't keep burning embers from landing on the top of his house. The only way to do that, really, would have been to groom his property better. And I don't know the situation. But if you have trees above you, firefighters don't try to save your home. That's a triage thing. Even if they were present, they probably would have ignored his property and gone to some place that they could save, like the golf course. Or somebody else's property where there's no vegetation next to the house. There's a short lawn or gravel for 50 yards around the house in all directions. No wooden roof, that kind of stuff. Water access and a pool in the back or a nearby pond. That's the kind of thing that firefighters will save, and that's the kind of house that survives on its own. It's a way better idea to groom your property and make a fireproof kind of a roof, and remove the trees from your property, and don't have any bushes growing up right next to the windows, for example. That kind of a structure often survives by its own. So he then he walked back down the road to his car, fully expecting to spend another day in the canyon, trapped by the downed trees. It was about 2 p.m. That's when I saw 3 sets of emergency lights, and that was an awesome sight. The big rigs had cleared the road. So then you get to hug, he survives. So what we just saw here was he made a series of mistakes till finally he got smart and realized escape by car was not rational. But instead of just boo-hooing in his car and resigning himself to death, or trying to defend his home with a garden hose, which does not work, he did the smart thing and he got into a shelter. He figured he would go to water. Good. The golf course he stood out, he hung out in, was good too. And I actually found the place of this picture. I'm going to tell you now the people who didn't make it out. This place, I believe I found it on Google Maps. So there's Elkhorn. He had gone down. He didn't make it very far, folks. He drove just far enough to the golf course. Where here? So here's Elkhorn. He only got this far. So here's the golf course, and there happens to be a giant bridge across the Santiam. So this is the picture. He's underneath the bridge taking the picture up here, and you can see the trees on fire. And this must be where he went over here. The bushes underneath the bridge caught fire and drove him away. So he grabbed the plastic chair. People were fishing under the bridge. Nice little spot. He grabs the... Those people were gone, of course. He grabs the plastic chair and the beer, and he hangs out here. This is perfect. This is a little spot, and he had the fresh air. And that's what has made me realize, I already kind of knew it, but the evaporative effect of water creates cold, fresh air. That's just what happens when water evaporates. So whenever sunlight and whatever is touching water, so there's always going to be a nice pocket of fresh air. If you're sitting in it, or if you're face down, you could throw it over your head with a wool blanket and trap that air to breathe. And he was just left with a t-shirt. So he said it was best to use his t-shirt and stick his head on there. Well, wool's even better. So let's look back at the... Shoot, I lost the tab. I'm famous for doing this. Where's the article? Nope. Nope. It's way back here. Nope, nope, nope. Nope, nope. So how much did you actually hear, Cogito? I read the survival tale. I think you should just take me with you. You should take your phone when you leave the room and keep listening. I think you should tune in to me 24/7. I can't believe you did. I can't believe you left me there. I'm kidding. Yeah, scary stuff indeed. So here he is under the bridge taking the picture. And this goes to show there's a limited amount of time to get down to the water. If there's vegetation next to it, he could have missed his opportunity. With all this on fire on either side of the river, there's still a limited amount of opportunity because you couldn't walk through that. You wouldn't make it. Your shoes would melt off. Once your feet hit that, you'd faint from all the pain, and then you're done. So he's made it down here before this. If he had parked his car on the bridge, I think that was intelligent too. I don't know where he parked it, but there's nothing to burn on this bridge. It's concrete. Parking your car here, even if you can't make it down, would likely have been a perfectly acceptable shelter-in-place plan, or continue to drive to the golf course. This is where he spent the night. Just drive here. It's perfect. Pull out here. The golf course. Here's the grassy parking lot. There's no tall trees here to fall on you. That's perfect. The golf course is green. Drive out here if you want. That's perfect. Like I said, if you're familiar with your area and you plan your shelter in place, anybody who lived here, you know, this is a walk. Don't try to drive out through the flames. Just hang out here. This is a very well-groomed property. If Cogito, I don't know. You saw most of it. Oh, your new dishwasher is here? Sweet. Well, you do have to oversee that, so that's okay. I'll let it go this time. This is a pretty well-groomed property, except for here. I think it kind of gotten rid of these trees here. I know they shade your car in your driveway, but guys, this might just make it on its own. I don't know if this survived, of course, but there's a horse corral. Hang out in the middle of the horse corral with your frightened horses. That would not have burnt. Like I said, the wool blanket will keep the embers from falling on your head. It's going to be a rough ride. It's going to suck. It's going to be a sucky night. But down here, you know, nothing's going to burn up in there. And you're not going to know about which one of your neighbors has a good property or where's a good bend in the river. Here's the rocks. This is waist high. These people could have... What the heck was that? These people here, instead of leaving on their car, could have just waited over here and hung out. And do bring a chair. If you got to hang out here, that will be more comfortable. Bring a chair, bring a beer. Just kidding, I don't drink. Bring your water jug. Even if you don't have water, bring a jug. Pour out the Pepsi, and you know, you can get a water here, and you can wet down your blanket. You can beat down any embers. You can throw it over your head, and you can make a little tent here and just hang out. Just hang out. So, unfortunately, the rest of the story is a little more grim. We're going to read the rest of it. So here's the huggy They didn't expect to find him alive, but there was huggy. And there was a reunion. And looking back, and he's a realist. I admire him being a realist. And looking back, he said it was plenty of luck, plus knowing the river and having spent a lot of time outdoors that saved him. Luck in that if those trees hadn't stopped him, he likely would have driven directly into a firestorm that absolutely torched the area near Highway 22 and North Fork Road, leveling the Oregon Department of Forestry building and the North Fork crossing late into Monday night. The bodies of 2 people were found in a burnt-out car in that same location that he would have been heading. He said knowing the area, the spots on the river, and the landmarks, plus being physically able, made the difference. So if you are not fit, if you have health problems, you better elevate yourself to one higher evacuation level than anybody else is telling you, because your physical fitness level is a determining factor in these situations. Thank God I ended up in a wide spot of the river away from the banks, he said. Closer to the banks, the trees, branches, fire, and boulders would have pummeled me. Oh yeah, by the way, there's going to be constant rockfalls, constant landslides as the trees start to fall because they're on fire or the wind is pushing them, especially the dead ones, as the brush burns up and as the winds just keep pummeling. This was 48 hours of 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts right through there. Just even without a firestorm, even if that was a wet storm, there would have been tons of trees falling all over the place. And tons of the really big limbs. In the future, he said, he would have heeded the warnings when they came. Because like I keep saying, the best option is to leave before you're told. Leave before the traffic jam. Leave before the firestorm. At some point, he figured he'd have to repay his neighbors for borrowing their patio furniture. I suppose I'll get them a new chair, he says with a laugh. So that's the tale of survival and the tale of death. That's how to live. He does admit it was luck. He made the wrong choice. If he had had the plan from the get-go, he would have not have made the 5 different mistakes before he finally got to the 6th one, which is, I need a shelter in place away from my house. That was the correct assumption. So once the fire was upon him, he never had an option to leave. And that's what a lot of these people don't realize. The number 1 cause of death is leaving, trying to leave by vehicle when that window of opportunity has closed. So I'm going to look back now. I'm going to look back at what Cogito has to say about this. So let's look at where the fire closed in on those people. Where 22 met Something Fork Road. Here. It's right around here. These people perished. They made it almost. They left Elkhorn, or wherever they were, up here. And they drove through the fire and almost made it and perished here. So close to the highway. And like I said, I'm going to play it one more time. The insane talk about how this happened. We know down power lines was what caused the secondary fire here at Gates and Mill City and Fox Valley and Niagara. All these down power lines, it was already too late for these people at Detroit to use that road. I don't know if anybody died trying to leave, but I just haven't looked at that yet. 70 people get trapped out here on the docks. And like I was zooming in here, there's some marinas and there's docks here. They got out by car after requesting and being denied a helicopter rescue. Probably the whole town of Detroit was trapped. 70 people sounds like their population. I'm not sure. But 70 people are trapped here with the 24 firefighters. What closed in on them was the Beachy Creek fire from this side, the Lion's Head fire from this side. They request helicopter rescue, and what they did eventually was kind of like Apollo 13. They were guided from afar by people like in Salem or something who were telling them, go this, go left, turn right, turn left, turn right. And they, poor firefighters, had their own bags packed and threw out their precious belongings in order to stuff people in there and lost a lot of their own belongings. And they evacuated the 70 people in some sort of a caravan by road. But they went in between 3 fires into the wilderness, which they were not familiar with. I just don't believe that was a good course of action. If they had asked me and I had been there, knowing what I know about fires, and knowing that any one of these roads, like look up here, this is steep, rugged terrain at 6,000 feet elevation. Just any one of the trees blown over in this storm. If this is the only way out and this is where the tree is blown over, you have to backtrack endlessly along these really sketchy roads. Maybe you would have to come back here, look at the fire here. This could immediately blow over here. This could have overtaken them. Then you have to go this way, and then whoops, wrong turn. That's okay. Let's go back this way. Let's go this way, and that's when you get to here, and there's the fire is over the road. What are you going to do at that point? There's so many different, every single road from here to Mount Hood, which is where they ended up. Every single one of these rural roads that may or may not have been maintained in the last 20 years